Chapter 1. In the bustling city, where the incessant flow of traffic weaves through the streets under the blazing noon sun, the hurried pedestrians remain oblivious to Li Xing, who sits despondently by the roadside in this city. Home to over 1 million souls, one can scarcely find a shortage of disheartened individuals, worn and haggard by life's relentless trials. Li Xing can hardly believe that just yesterday, he was the proud owner of a small studio specializing in esports, particularly focused on the realm of Warcraft. While he may not have been extraordinarily wealthy, this rural boy had, in the span of 2 years since graduation, ascended from the status of a penniless university student to a studio owner with an annual income in the hundreds of thousands in a city where purchasing a home is a near mythical feat for those in the working class. He had managed to secure a modest 2-bedroom apartment of over 100 square meters through a mortgage. It must be said that while his peers were still grappling with the challenges of securing their first jobs, Li Xing had achieved a semblance of success. He was lost in dreams of expansion and future prosperity when calamity struck. As the saying goes, beauty often brings misfortune. Li Xing's girlfriend, Lin Shui, while perhaps not a harbinger of disaster, was petite and endearing, evoking a strong instinct to protect her. The first time Li Xing laid eyes on Lin Shui during a freshman orientation in his sophomore year, he was struck by an overwhelming thought. She is the girl I must protect for a lifetime, unbeknownst to him. This sentiment blossomed from the depths of his heart, coming from humble beginnings. Li Xing was kind-hearted and genuine, quickly capturing Lin Shui's affection, and together they became a picturesque couple admired by their peers. 2 years post-graduation, their love remained steadfast. That is, until the arrival of Xiaoan, who ignited a flicker of hatred in Li Xing's heart at the mere thought of him, in stark contrast to Li Xing, who had built his empire from the ground up. Xiaoan was the epitome of privilege, born into wealth as a second-generation rich kid. "It'll give you 5 million to leave Lin Shui. A girl like her is not meant for someone like you." A country bumpkin, Xiaoan proclaimed with an air of arrogance one fateful noon when he confronted Li Xing, having heard whispers of Xiaoan's notorious reputation for his reckless behavior and the countless hearts he had broken. Li Xing felt a surge of defiance. Don't even think about it. Lin Shui would never leave me." Li Xing resolutely rejected Xiaoan's proposition, however. Li Xing had overestimated Xiaoan's character that very afternoon. The industrial and fire safety authorities shut down Li Xing's studio under accusations of tax evasion and inadequate fire safety equipment. This was swiftly followed by a bank foreclosure on Li Xing's apartment. And in the blink of an eye, he found himself destitute as he trudged toward Lin Shui's workplace. All he longed for was her comfort, hoping to regroup in another city. "Don't come looking for me anymore. We are not on the same path," Lin Shui declared before stepping into Xiaoan's Cadillac, leaving Li Xing feeling utterly bereft in that moment. He felt he had lost everything. Money could be earned again, and a career could be rebuilt, but the betrayal of a long-term partner cut deeper than any wound. Now, Li Xing sat despondently by the roadside, a stark contrast to the vibrant young man he once was. Suddenly, a screech of tires pierced the air, and he witnessed a loaded truck coming to a halt in the middle of the road. A small girl, no more than 4 or 5 years old, stood frozen in fear, oblivious to the impending danger. In an instant, Li Xing felt an inexplicable surge of adrenaline. He sprinted into the street and pushed the girl out of harm's way. Just as he turned to flee, a deafening crash echoed in his ears, and his vision was engulfed in a crimson haze. He caught a glimpse of the girl's mother's eyes, filled with shock and concern. "Perhaps this is for the best. I am finally free and have saved a child," was the last thought that crossed Li Xing's mind before darkness enveloped him. Yesterday at around 11 a.m., a young man was tragically struck by a speeding truck while attempting to save a girl on the road. He succumbed to his injuries en route to the hospital. The young man, identified as Li Xing, was mourned by thousands of citizens today who took to the streets with white flowers to honor the hero who sacrificed himself for another. Farewell, brave soul. As Lin Shui clutched the newspaper, tears streaming down her cheeks, she mindlessly fumbled for her phone, dialing Li Xing's number repeatedly. "I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is unavailable." The indifferent electronic voice shattered Lin Shui's hopes as she sat there, lost, cradling her knees and weeping inconsolably. A month later, at the Heartbreak Cliff, leaning against a precarious tower in the gentle breeze, Gazing into the depths of her sorrow, Lin Shui recited, "In the fading light, who can interpret the longing in my heart?" She recalled the poignant lines of a poem that Li Xing had once read to her, now filled with bitter nostalgia. "If you wish for Li Xing to live on, come with me. I will ensure he has a chance at life." Xiao Min had told her a month prior, resigned to her grim reality. Lin Shui had lowered her head in retrospect. A glimmer of regret flickered in her eyes. If it weren't for me, would Li Xing have felt so hopeless? The innocent Lin Shui absorbed the blame for everything, reflecting on the past month. She had been under the illusion of power, ultimately gathering incriminating evidence against the Xie family. Bringing them to justice, a hint of satisfaction crossed her face. Li Xing, I have avenged you, wait for me with that. She leaped into the abyss, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers. Thus began a new romantic legend at the Heartbreak Cliff, while our tale was merely at its inception. In the Orc Empire, in the city of Cambrai. I want water. Water. The faint cries echoed from a firewood shed in the expansive courtyard of a grand estate inside. A frail boy of about 16 or 17 lay on the ground, his body covered in bruises, trembling slightly. The door swung open, revealing a petite girl with delicate features. Her adorable yellow ears and the faint mark of Wang on her forehead indicated that she was not an ordinary human girl, but a Tej clan member. "Brotherling, don't be afraid, Kylan is here," the girl said, holding a bowl of water that quivered in her hands as she approached the boy, carefully feeding him drop by drop. After quenching his thirst, the boy slowly opened his eyes, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Indeed, this frail young man was our protagonist. Li Xing, after being struck by the truck, he had felt a moment of darkness, drifting into a haze as if suspended in midair for an eternity. Suddenly, a powerful force drew him in, and upon opening his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Gone was the sterile scent of antiseptic and the white ceiling he had envisioned. Instead, he was greeted by the sight of a dilapidated beam overhead, adorned with cobwebs. Li Xing glanced around, bewildered. Where am I? How'd I end up here? Where's the ambulance? He shook his head, widening his eyes as he questioned the little girl. What is an ambulance? Brother Ling, what's wrong? Don't scare Kylan, the girl replied, her voice filled with panic. My head hurts so much. Li Xing suddenly felt a piercing pain in his skull, memories flashing before his eyes as his essence and that of the frail youth merged, overwhelming him with agony. Li Xing had arrived in a world known as the Star Moon continent, according to legend. During ancient times, the gods of water and fire clashed over the legacy left by the Creator, battling for 3 days and nights until the heavens shattered, resulting in their mutual destruction. It was then that the goddess of the Star Moon emerged, restoring order to the chaos and naming the newly formed land after herself. In the early days of the continent, numerous races coexisted harmoniously. However, as the population grew and resources dwindled, interracial conflicts erupted, culminating in the Great Wars of the Middle Ages, where a few races ultimately rose to prominence. The orcs, with their formidable physiques, frenzied skills, and enigmatic shamans, claimed vast territories in the eastern lands, establishing the Orc Empire. The elves, with their ability to commune with trees, exceptional archery skills, and versatile druids, occupied the southern regions near the Endless Forest, forming the Forest Kingdom. The dwarves, aided by their gnome allies and equipped with the finest Kanaidi heavy infantry, established the Mountain Dwarf Kingdom in the Western Iron Mountain Range. Meanwhile, humans, through their robust reproductive capabilities and occasional support from the peace-loving dwarves, barely managed to sustain themselves in the northern parts of the continent. Most other races had succumbed to extinction, their existence all but forgotten, with only a handful of species surviving in the continent's obscure corners. Gradually, humans learned to harness fighting spirit from the orcs. They developed magic based on the orc shamans' battle hymns. They emulated the elves to master magical archery, creating powerful ranged units, and they borrowed from their dwarven allies to forge superior equipment. Initially, they allied with the dwarves to expel the recently war-torn Sun Elves, causing the Elven Empire to lose vast tracts of land outside the Endless Forest, forcing them to retreat into the woods, relying on their communion with trees for survival while preparing to seize vast territories of the Forest Empire and divide the spoils with the dwarves. An unexpected assault was launched against the Mountain Dwarf Empire, utilizing 10 forbidden spells. the mighty heavy infantry legion of the dwarves was annihilated in a single stroke, forcing them to retreat to the subterranean stronghold of their allies. The gnomes thus began the coexistence of dwarves and gnomes, shortly followed by humanity's gaze shifting towards the orcs. 8 centuries prior, during the Battle of Thunder Mountain, the few lightning mages among humanity, under the leadership of Archmage Leo, united to unleash the forbidden lightning spell Thunderous Fury. This invocation summoned the elemental forces of lightning from the storm clouds above, resulting in the utter destruction of the Orcish elite, the rampaging lions, thereby solidifying humanity's dominion over the continent. Consequently, the number of practitioners of lightning magic surged, transforming what was once a niche discipline into the fifth mainstream form of magic on the continent, following earth, wind, water, and fire. Just as humanity contemplated pressing their advantage, the Tager orc, Campbell, emerged dramatically, leading the last 3,000 Tager warriors to fiercely defend the entrance to the ancient plateau, the Muhan Snow Mountain, for 3 days and nights. They valiantly held off a 1,000,000-strong human army, buying precious time for the orcs to escape in honor of this Tager hero. The orcs named their new capital Campbell. There are no eternal hatreds among nations, only enduring interests in the present day. 8 centuries later, even the once simple and combative orcs have seen the rise of a decadent noble class among the Orcish aristocracy. Having a human servant has become a mark of prestige. Skilled human swordsmen are particularly sought after as followers by the Orcish priests. The frail youth, possessing the spirit of Li Xing, is named Li Ling, and at the tender age of 15, he was an orphan who had somehow wandered to the ancient plateau. Overcome by hunger and cold, he collapsed in the wilderness, fortuitously discovered by Kylan, who was visiting relatives. The kind-hearted Kylan ordered his rescue and brought him home, and from that moment on, Li Ling became a servant in Kylan's household. Having grown up without a mother, Kylan lived alone with the elderly steward her mother had left behind. Li Ling quickly became both a brother and companion to Kylan. As a descendant of the Campbell family, though the Tager hero Campbell had sacrificed himself, the Tager clan remained deeply entrenched in the hearts of the Orcish aristocracy. Even Kylan, whose family was not held in high esteem, was born with the title of lord within the Orcish Empire. As time passed, tales of the Campbell heiress befriending a human vagabond became a source of amusement throughout Campbell, making Li Ling an inevitable target for Kylan's brothers, who sought to rid themselves of him at any cost. Fortunately, Kylan always defended Li Ling, allowing the previous occupant of this body to survive thus far. A month ago, while Kylan was training in the Mora Mountains, several young scions of the Campbell family seized the opportunity to provoke Li Ling verbally in the training grounds. Enraged, Li Ling found himself no match for the well-bred Campbell youths, suffering grievous injuries, ultimately leading to his demise, thus inadvertently benefiting the soul of Li Xing, who had traversed from Earth. "Brother Ling, what has happened to you?" Upon regaining his senses, Li Xing looked at the tearful, worried little girl and gently patted her head, saying, "It's nothing. I'm quite resilient." Having merged with the memories of this boat's previous inhabitant, Li Xing instinctively felt a deep affection for Kylan. "Rest assured, my brother, since I have inherited your body, from this moment forth I shall be Li Ling, and I will undoubtedly protect Kylan." Li Ling hereafter referred to as Li Ling silently vowed within himself, experiencing an inexplicable sense of relief and liberation. "Ling Gij, you just terrified Kylan. She thought she would never see you again." Li Ling looked helplessly at the little lowly who was crying in his arms, constantly offering her comfort. "Ling Gij, please don't be impulsive in the future. Kylan will worry." After sobbing for a long while, Kylan peeked out from Li Ling's embrace and said to him, "In the future, Ling Gij must protect little Kylan well, so she won't have to worry anymore." Li Ling gently caressed Kylan's small ear, assuring her, "How annoying. I've told you so many times not to touch my ears." Kylan playfully pouted at Li Ling. Who could resist such an adorable little Kylan? "Ling Gij, I have made great progress during my recent training and have broken through to the rank of a junior swordsman. Look, this is the magic crystal I obtained from slaying a gale wolf." Kylan proudly lifted her little head and presented a pink crystal to Li Ling. In this realm, professions, whether in magic or martial arts, are divided into 9 ranks. Martial arts are classified as follows: swordsman apprentice. Junior swordsman, intermediate swordsman, advanced swordsman, sword master, great sword master, sword saint, and great sword saint. Magic practitioners are categorized as magic apprentice, junior mage, intermediate mage, advanced mage, magus, great magus, archmage, and great archmage. Those who surpass the 9th rank enter another realm, referred to as sword gods and mage gods, the specifics of which are beyond the comprehension of ordinary folks. Magical beasts are also classified in 9 ranks. Similarly, those from ranks 3 to 6 are considered intermediate, while those from ranks 7 to 9 are deemed advanced, commonly referred to as super-tier magical beasts, as they can freely transform into human forms. The Gale Magic Wolf is a pinnacle-level beast of rank 3, possessing the innate magical ability Wind Blade Shot, which requires considerable effort, even for a rank 4 practitioner to hunt. For Kylan to slay such a creature at the age of 14, immediately upon breaking through to rank 3, is indeed commendable, earning her the title of Little Genius. Ding. A trace of magical energy detected. Would the host like to absorb it? Countdown. 9, 8, 7. Just as Li Ling was about to praise Kylan, a sudden electronic notification echoed in his mind. Could this be the legendary benefit of a transmigrator, an external system? Kylan, could you show this magic core to Ling Gij? Li Ling restrained his excitement and asked Kylan. Here you go, Ling Gij. This is a rank 3 wind system magic core. It can accelerate your training speed. Kylan will ensure to hunt more magic cores for you in the future, so you will grow strong and no longer be bullied. Hearing Kylan's innocent words, Li Ling couldn't help but feel tears welling up in his eyes. With this external system, I will undoubtedly rise swiftly and bring happiness to Kylan. Li Ling silently resolved in his heart. Kylan, be a good girl and head back. Ling Gij needs some time alone. Li Ling yearned for a secluded spot to examine his external system. All right then, Ling Gij, make sure to rest well. Kylan reluctantly departed from the cabin. Li Ling took out the magic crystal from the Gale Wolf. Beep, beep. A trace of magical energy crystal detected. Would the host like to absorb it? Absorb. Li Ling declared without hesitation, absorbing trace magical energy crystal. Gaining 24 points of magical energy. Activating magical beast-based system binding to host, default host. Li Ling beep. Binding in progress. 10, 2030. Ding. Binding successful. Host, please select a faction base within 10 minutes. If not chosen, a random selection will occur. Before him appeared 4 icons: Beast Folk Laborer, Knight, Elf Sprite, Undead Cleric, and Human Farmer. Having lived in the 21st century, Li Ling had read many transmigration novels featuring external systems. Yet when it all unfolded before him, he couldn't help but feel exhilarated. System, are you there? How do I choose a faction? Li Ling inquired loudly. Beep. Commander, this system is a crystallization of the pinnacle technology of the Dream Dynasty, possessing telepathic capabilities. Simply think of your choice. Li Ling fell into contemplation. From the memories of this body's predecessor, he learned that following the exile of the beast folk to the ancient highlands, the human race that occupied the vast fertile land in the center of the continent inevitably faced division. The Orland Empire, focused on magical cultivation and renowned for its mages, and the Baluk Empire, primarily focused on martial arts and boasting a strong warrior culture, along with the Physo Commercial Alliance, known for trade but lacking military strength, formed a neighborly alliance with the Beastfolk Empire in the north, collectively resisting the pressures from the 2 major human empires. Although the Beastfolk currently do not oppose trade with humans, the catastrophic war from 8 centuries ago nearly led to their extinction, fostering a lingering animosity towards humanity. 800 years ago, the Forest Empire was originally composed of 3 types of elves: the sun, moon, and star elves. However, conflict arose between the sun and moon clans, ultimately igniting a civil war among the elves. The sun elves, aided by druids, managed to expel the moon elves into the underworld, severely weakening their own lineage. The star elves, initially few in number and primarily responsible for rituals, grew weary of the internal strife and quietly vanished from history. Thus, humanity's victory over the elves was largely a stroke of luck. Had the sun and moon elves not waged war against each other, and had the star elves not retreated, who knows who would truly be the masters of the continent? Of course, history is not filled with what-ifs. after the Moon Elves were exiled to the underworld. Their skin gradually darkened, resembling the Night Elves among the magical beasts. Hence, the Night Elves were also ruled out as a choice in the southwestern region of the continent, where the endless forest meets the Ling Iron Mountains. Lies a perilous cliff known as the Cursed Abyss, where the depths are unfathomable. Midnight, skeletal undead crawl out from the abyss, collectively referred to as the Undead Clan. Various factions on the continent united to establish a formidable fortress. Anew Fortress, to defend against the undead calamity that strikes every few decades. That it is feared that if Ling Feng chooses the undead faction, he may soon face denunciation and be tied to a stake for execution under the charge of heresy. Should such a crime exist in this other world, that I choose the beast folk, Ling Feng silently resolved. Although they were not his favorite race in his previous life, being in the territory of the beast folk, it is wiser to remain low-key without sufficient strength. After careful consideration, Ling Feng found that the beast folk were the most suitable for his current situation, despite being nominally a servant of the Cambry family. No one would command him to perform any labor, as he had considerable freedom being Kylan's childhood companion. Beep, Beastfolk Base initiated, default commander. Li Ling data, transmission commencing, commander transformation initiated. Suddenly, the magic core in Li Ling's hand vanished, transforming into a swirling mass of crimson liquid that exuded a ferocious aura, expanding in volume until it enveloped Li Ling entirely. Transformation commencing, 5, 10, 15. Within the turbulent liquid, Li Ling's bodily structure underwent continuous destruction and reformation, undergoing transformation after transformation. Approximately 2 hours later, the giant egg composed of red liquid shattered, revealing the transformed Li Ling. The scars on his body had vanished, revealing skin as pristine as that of an infant, with muscles now streamlined and brimming with strength. Ouch! Li Ling exclaimed as he landed on the ground. Brushing off the dust from his rear, he discovered that his strength had not significantly changed, but the malnutrition and various hidden injuries from years of wandering had been healed. Through this transformation, Li Ling finally understood the origin of this system in the Beastfolk Empire, the outskirts of the Chino Forest. The largest magical beast forest within the empire are home to many super-tier beasts of rank 8 and above. In contrast, the mountains outside the imperial capital only host beasts of rank 7 at most. The disparity is akin to that between a small rural village and the capital of a province. Beastfolk Hall, manifest, a weary young man declared. Beep, Beastfolk Hall initializing, scanning surrounding environment. The environment is suitable, base deploying. A month ago, after accidentally discovering the spark system, Li Ling, disregarding Kylan's tearful pleas, hurried to the Chino Forest, the largest magical beast forest within the Beastfolk territory. It is said to house many super-tier magical beasts, making it undoubtedly one of the territories where the Beastfolk's control is the weakest. From the system, Li Ling learned that the resources required for the magical beast base are not the gold mines and timber typical in games from his previous life, but rather a universal energy, categorized into ordinary energy, magical energy, and mysterious energy. The exchange ratio for high-level energy to lower-level energy is 100, while the conversion of lower-level energy to higher-level energy is 1,000. Upgrading in the later stages requires various special ores. The trees abundant in the Chino Forest can be harvested for ordinary energy, while the cores of magical beasts can be hunted for magical energy. Li Ling had spent considerable time researching, only to discover this auspicious location that held promise for him. Ding! The Beastman Hall has successfully materialized. The population cap for the Level 1 Monster Hall is 10,000. Current residual energy. Ordinary energy 0. Magical energy 24 points. Mysterious energy 0. TO upgrade to lower tier structures requires ordinary energy 5,000 points. Units produced. Laborers. The laborers construct buildings and gather resources for the Beastman tribe. Possessing feeble combat abilities but remarkable resilience, able to adapt to various harsh environments. They have level 1 physical strength. Production requires 20 points of ordinary energy. Buildings that can be constructed. Beastmen Den. The den provides sustenance for the beastmen. It can also house laborers during times of conflict. Once inside the den, laborers can defend their territory by hurling spears from within, Construction requires 75 points of ordinary energy. Beastmen barracks. In the barracks, Beastmen infantry, troll headhunters, and catapults can be recruited, and upgrades for Beastmen reinforcements and troll headhunters can also be conducted. Construction requires 500 points of ordinary energy. Units produced. Beastmen infantry, the foundational melee unit of the Beastmen, capable of attacking other ground forces. They possess level 2 physical strength. Production requires 50 points of ordinary energy. Troll headhunters. The headhunters serve as the basic ranged attack unit for the Beastmen, capable of targeting both ground and aerial foes. They also possess level 2 physical strength. Production requires 50 points of ordinary energy. Before Li Ling stood a sprawling 500 square meter Beastmen hall, accompanied by 5 laborers, each standing at 1.5 meters tall. Upon entering the Beastmen hall, he beheld a spacious area of over 400 square meters, equipped with various living facilities, all imbued with the rugged style unique to the Beastmen. At the center of the hall, a luminous screen created an incongruous impression, resembling an LCD television in a primitive abode. Exchanging 10 points of magical energy for ordinary energy, one laborer constructed the barracks. Another built the Beastmen den, while 3 laborers automatically collected surrounding energy, producing 5 additional laborers. Consuming 10 points of magical energy, he acquired 1,000 points of ordinary energy, while the barracks construction depleted the remaining 325 points of magical energy. In this perilous monster forest, even though he resided at the periphery of the Kino's forest, one could never be certain when a monster might emerge to claim Li Ling's life, who possessed not even the strength of a level 0. Thus, it was imperative to cultivate a modicum of self-defense capability. Li Ling dared not rely on the safety provided by the 5 level 1 Beastmen laborers, and despite the relative preciousness of magical energy compared to ordinary energy, he resolutely exchanged 1,000 points of ordinary energy to expedite his development. According to the information from the Ember, for each unit produced at the base, Li Ling would gain 1/10,000th of their strength. Thus, theoretically, even without training, upon producing the first 10,000 Beastmen laborers, Li Ling would possess level 1 physical strength that, of course, by then, he would no longer need to depend on laborers to enhance his own abilities. 3 Beastmen laborers took up axes and approached a large tree, chopping it down with a few swift strikes, then neatly cutting it into logs, which they transported to the Beastmen Hall. Li Ling calculated that each laborer could gather 1 point of ordinary energy per minute. Meanwhile, the other 2 laborers moved to the open area adjacent to the Beastmen Hall, beginning to hammer away at constructing the barracks and the den as a translucent outline of a building began to materialize. Visible only to Li Ling, gradually solidifying. Above this phantom structure, a progress bar similar to that seen in games extended slowly, indicating that the den would require approximately 3 hours for completion, while the barracks would take 8. Activate the automatic defense system. Should any hostile creatures invade the base, laborers will automatically retreat into the den for defense, Li Ling commanded. Observing the dimming sky, he stretched lazily and retreated into the Beastmen base for a night of undisturbed rest. The following day, he commanded, display remaining energy. The response came, remaining ordinary energy, for 1,240 points, magical energy, 32 points, mysterious energy, 0. System, how has the magical energy increased so significantly? Commander, the absorption of 3 micro-magical energy crystals has augmented magical energy by 18 points. Rewind the recording. In the shadowy Kino's forest, perpetually cloaked beneath the towering trees, a clearing appeared abruptly, illuminated by the long-awaited moonlight after 3 hours of relentless labor by the Beastmen laborers, who tirelessly transported the neatly chopped timber in and out of the hall. Occasionally, one laborer would emerge from the hall to join in the toil. Within the jungle, 3 pairs of verdant eyes fixated intently upon the laboring Beastmen. Suddenly, 3 magic wolves leapt from the underbrush, one towering 2 meters, the other 2 slightly smaller. They unleashed a trio of wind blades, striking one laborer who was about to return the timber to the hall. Ding! Warning! Invasion detected. Activating automatic defense system. The laborers hastily set down their timber, one after another retreating into the Beastmen den, hurling spears outward. The three magic wolves could only futilely unleash wind blades that left shallow scratches on the den's outer walls. And soon, all three invading wolves were slain. One laborer emerged, cleaving the heads of the magic wolves with his axe, retrieving 3 magic cores, which he cast into the beastmen hall before returning to his logging work. Absorbed micro-magical energy crystal, gained 6 points of magical energy. Absorbed micro-magical energy crystal, gained 8 points of magical energy. Absorbed micro-magical energy crystal, gained 14 points of magical energy. Li Ling contemplated the playback on the luminous screen, reflecting that 2 of the magic wolves were level 1 wind wolves, while the slightly larger one was a level 2 wind wolf. Coupling this with the previously absorbed level 3 Gale magic wolf core, it became evident that level 1 cores could yield magical energy likely under 10 points, while level 2 cores fell within the range of 10 to 20.as for level 3 cores. The data remained scant. System, upon acquiring 1,000 ordinary energy, utilized 500 ordinary energy to produce warriors, laborers, and troll headhunters at a ratio of 5. 5, 3. Continue until ordinary energy reaches 5,000, Li Ling commanded. He then picked up the body of the wind wolf, skinned it, cleaned it, and ignited a pile of wood to commence roasting the meat. While wolf meat may not be particularly delectable, it was certainly preferable to enduring hunger. Li Ling reassured himself. Kylan, wait for me. Before long, your brother Ling will stand atop the pinnacle of the continent. Make tea that time. Those who once neglected and mocked you will be prostrating at our feet. That day is not far off. On the outskirts of the Kino's forest, the dawn of the monster forest revealed ancient trees reaching skyward, casting shadows that obscured the sun, all shrouded in a delicate mist. Following a night of conflict, most monsters had retreated to their nests, slipping into slumber, leaving the forest eerily tranquil, were it not for the occasional low growls of monsters reminding all that this was a perilous realm. One might linger in the enchanting scenery of the morning, akin to a celestial paradise. Several level 1 fire bunnies quietly grazed on the grass, their large ears occasionally twitching, attuned to the sound around them. In the Kino's forest, these weak level 1 monsters, capable of only summoning a small fireball in dire situations for self-defense, occupied the lowest rung of the food chain to survive. Their only recourse was to remain ever vigilant. From within a thicket, several pairs of emerald eyes fixated on the fire bunnies that, in an instant, a shadow darted forth, and the unsuspecting bunnies were snatched up by several leopard-like monsters. The level 4 monster, Shadow Leopard, stood as the sovereign of the Kino's forest periphery, having firmly entered the ranks of intermediate monsters. They typically held disdain for hunting such weak prey, deeming the meager flesh insufficient even to fill a gap between their teeth. However, with the recent arrival of an unknown race hunting throughout the monster forest, food had become scarce. As the shadow leopard gnawed on the scant rabbit, it grumbled in frustration. Suddenly, a flurry of spears pierced the air, and several long-range projectiles struck the shadow leopards, causing them to recoil in shock. A chilling breeze swept over them, their fur standing on end as they leapt to evade the attack. Yet 2 were too late. Pinned to the ground, that a pair of colossal hands parted the underbrush, revealing a towering figure, followed by many more of the same race. Standing 2 meters tall, their robust physiques and bulging muscles were unmistakable. Even the arms possess a girth comparable to that of a human thigh, with skin of a verdant hue, clad in deep blue half-armor, wielding a colossal axe that stands as tall as a man. A palpable aura of bloodlust and ferocity envelopes the scene. Following closely behind, 5 more beings emerge, their bodies adorned in blue skin and boasting even more developed musculature, each brandishing a spear, with a row of projectiles strapped to their backs, clearly the very weapons that had just soared through the air in an assault. The shadow leopard's eyes widen in terror, recalling the true culprits behind the recent drastic reduction of low-tier magical beasts at the outskirts of the Chino forest. It is rumored that these very harbingers of death are responsible. In an instant, several spears hurtle through the air, grazing the evasive shadow leopard and leaving behind a series of wounds. The taste of blood ignites the ferocity within the shadow leopard. After all, as a mid-tier 4th-level magical beast, it has long reigned supreme at the periphery of the Chino forest and has never before endured such humiliation. With a furious roar, it charges toward the beastmen infantry. Heedless of the spears raining down upon it point one by one, the shadow leopards leap toward the beastmen, sinking their teeth into the orc soldiers. Yet the beastmen remain unfazed, as if impervious to the bites, swinging their massive axes with brutal efficiency, swiftly dispatching several shadow leopards. Subsequently, one of the beastmen cleaves the head of a fallen shadow leopard, extracting several magical crystals before vanishing into the forest. While the remainder congregate to seek their next target, in the beastman hall, one ponders, is this the true power of the magical beast army? Stripped of all sensation, unafraid of pain or death, they exist solely as instruments of slaughter, capable of evolving through their acts of killing. The once collapsing armies of ancient wars, which suffered casualties in droves, can now be deemed elite. Compared to my magical beast legion, they are truly insignificant, Li Ling muses as he gazes at the luminous screen before him. A month has passed since the initiation of the magical beast base's expansion. Under the relentless labor of the beastmen, a vast plain of approximately 100 miles in radius has emerged around the perimeter of the Chino forest, devoid of any plant taller than knee. Throughout this month, Li Ling has intermittently commanded the magical beast legion to cleanse the surrounding area of low-tier magical beasts, inadvertently establishing a reputation of a killing god within a 100-mile radius. Display the information of the beastman base, Li Ling commanded. Tier 3 Magical Beast Hall, population limit, 500,000. Researchable technologies. Pillage, allowing beastmen soldiers to gain minor energy points through attacks on enemy structures. Energy consumption. Ordinary energy 2,000 points. Current remaining energy. Ordinary energy 3,250,426 points. Magical energy 756 points. Mysterious energy 0 points. Upgrading lower tier buildings requires ordinary energy 1,000,000 points. Magical energy 500,000 points. Remaining units. Laborers 8,000. Beastmen infantry 50,000. Berserk headhunters 20,000. Buildable structures. Tier 3 Beastman barracks, capable of producing Tier 4 Beastmen infantry and headhunters and upgrading them to Tier 4. Daily production capacity 3,000 units. Construction requires energy. Ordinary energy 5,000 points. War mill. Orc and troll craftsmen work side by side in the war mill to enhance the offensive and defensive capabilities of the orc army. Construction requires energy. Ordinary energy 2,500 points. Current researchable technologies. Steel melee weapons. Increases the weapon attack power of beastmen melee units. Required energy points. Ordinary energy 1,000 points. Steel ranged weapons. Increases the weapon attack power of beastmen ranged units. Required energy points. Ordinary energy 1,000 points. Steel armor. Enhances the armor thickness of beastmen units. Required energy points. Ordinary energy 1,000 points. Spike barriers. Provides spike protection for beastmen structures, automatically counterattacking when attacked. Required energy points. Ordinary energy 5,000 points. Enhanced defense. Increases the defense of beastmen structures. Required energy points. Ordinary energy 5,000 points. Voodoo shop. Healing potion. Restores 50 health points to the target. Daily production of 5 units. Requires energy points for exchange. Ordinary energy 500 points. Minor mysterious potion. Restores 50 energy points to the target. Daily production of 5 units. Requires energy points for exchange. Ordinary energy 500 points. Speed scroll. Increases target speed by 20. Daily production of 10 units. Requires energy points for exchange. Ordinary energy 300 points. Ancient altar. Storm altar used to summon orc heroes and custom heroes of commanders, who can be resurrected here after death. Currently summonable heroes. Sword Saint. Grom. Hellhowl. Master of swordsmanship. Immensely powerful. Values honor above all. Prophet. Thrall. An ancient orc embodying the mightiest shamanic powers, commanding various elements against foes. A symbol of orc wisdom. Tauren chieftain. Cairn. Bloodhoof. The mightiest of the orc Tauren, wielding a war spear, renowned for his formidable strength. Shadow hunter. Akin. A cunning jungle troll, a master of voodoo magic. Skilled in curses and blessings, navigating the realms of light and darkness. Remaining hero summoning slots. 1. Construct 10 Tier 3 barracks. Summon Sword Saint. Grom. Hellhowl, producing beastmen infantry and troll headhunters at a ratio of 2:1. Retain 5,000 beastmen infantry and 2,000 beastmen headhunters to defend the base, while the remaining form groups of 50 beastmen infantry and 20 troll headhunters to cleanse the surrounding area of magical beasts. Research all technologies at the war mill. After a moment of contemplation, Li Ling commanded, "Obey, Commander, production underway. Consuming ordinary energy, it is time for the world to know of me. Li Ling Chiron, await your brother Ling. This day shall not be far off." Li Ling, now integrated with the memories of his former self, subconsciously regards Chiron as the most significant person in his life. Perhaps only through loss does one truly learn to cherish what one possesses. At the Beastman base, a notification chimed. Host has produced 100,000 units. Conditions met. Lottery system activated. Would you like to open it now? One day, while Li Ling was monotonously directing the Beastmen soldiers to hunt magical beasts, a cold prompt echoed in his ear. A lottery system. System? What is this? Li Ling inquired. The Dream Dynasty, as a pinnacle civilization mastering billions of others, has accumulated various treasures throughout its development, some of which inspire civilization advancement, while others serve merely as playthings. The Seed of Fire system, as a catalyst for the dynasty's revival, stores these collections, rewarding successors on their path to restoring the dynasty. Next reward activation condition. Host must produce 1,000,000 units. Activate the lottery system. Before Li Ling appeared a spinning wheel. Thunderfruit, a treasure of the 4th tier cultivation civilization. The Thunder Empire, with a 50 chance of granting level 15 lightning-based psychic power upon consumption, but with the downside of no further potential post-upgrade, leaving the body weak. Lightweight planetary orbital cannon. The crystallization of a 3rd-tier technological civilization, capable of orbiting planets and launching laser attacks equivalent to a level 15 practitioner's full strength against foes. Though at a tremendous energy cost. Red Dragon, a pet of a child from a certain cultivation civilization. Ling Feng Sword, standard equipment of a 5th-tier cultivation civilization's inner gate disciples. Exceptionally sharp. Dark Holy Text, an inheritance of unknown civilization's dark elemental cultivation secrets. With unknown potency, each of the 5 items occupied a segment of a spinning wheel, and Li Ling gazed hungrily at the options. Thunderfruit is intriguing, but the inability to advance afterward is a pity. The lightweight orbital cannon also boasts immense power. Regardless, I shall leave it to fate. Begin lottery. Ding! Lottery system activated. Drawing in progress. Stop! Li Ling exclaimed. Eyes shut tight. A month later, deep within the Chino forest, the thunderous sounds of countless magical beasts trample the tranquility that once enveloped the woodland. 1st-tier magical beasts such as water, arrow rabbits, and fire roosters. 2nd-tier beasts like wind wolves. 3rd-tier creatures including swift wind wolves and earth boars, and even the presence of 4th-tier beasts like shadow leopards and brutal wild boars, as well as glimpses of the 5th-tier rampaging giant bears. These erstwhile adversaries now coexist in an uneasy silence, only clashing momentarily when obstructed along their paths. Whoosh! Whoosh! A cacophony of piercing sounds heralds the arrival of thousands of spears, raining down upon them. Numerous magical beasts lie impaled, collapsing upon their escape routes, soon trampled into a pulp by the relentless tide of beasts following closely behind. Behind the legion of 100,000 beastmen infantry march 50,000 beastmen headhunters, herding a vast multitude of low-tier and mid-tier magical beasts. After a month of development, Li Ling's strength has experienced a significant leap. Yet he increasingly realizes that magical energy has become the primary obstacle to the base's advancement. Sporadic team hunts of magical beasts have proven insufficient for the burgeoning needs of the base, prompting the organization of this large-scale hunt. Following the massive force of 150,000 magical beasts, an additional 100,000 beastmen laborers tread upon the ground, collecting magical beast cores from the ground turned to mush, destined for the base to be converted into magical energy. The magical beast army is born for slaughter, adept at adapting to various combat environments. Even amidst the dense jungle, one traverses with the ease of walking on flat ground. Their prowess undiminished at this moment. Gazing from the heights, one observes a torrent of magical beasts surging toward the heart of the Kino forest, a chaotic stampede of monsters trampling trees into the earth. Raising clouds of dust, behind this tumultuous flood of beasts, one discerns a scattering of green and blue dots, gradually encircling the monsters like a pocket, methodically devouring them inch by inch. Ling stands atop a massive crimson dragon, its claws glinting with a cold sheen, wings spanning over 10 meters, its body adorned with palm-sized scales that radiate a metallic luster, occasionally emitting a low growl that sparks tiny flames. And no one would dare question his combat prowess. This is a reward drawn from the lottery when his beast tribe unit reached a formidable 10,000 initially. Li Ling had not anticipated that the legendary pet of a certain child from a cultivation civilization would be so ferocious. That day, he had merely watched as the pointer of the wheel slowly traversed the thunder fruit, inching past the trajectory of the light planetary cannon, before finally halting on the red dragon. Li Ling felt as though the world around him had plunged into darkness, only to exclaim, "What the hell? Is this a child's pet? How outrageous!" He gazed incredulously at the red dragon before him. Towering 5 to 6 meters high, its wings unfurling to over 10 meters, exuding an intense heat. The dragon was a level 9 superclass magical beast, renowned for its formidable physique, one of the most powerful creatures among lower-tier cultivation civilizations. Adept in fire magic, with its blazing breath capable of incinerating rock. I must admit, I quite fancy this toy. Someone shamelessly chuckled, by the way, system. Don't these monstrous soldiers need to eat? Li Ling inquired, observing the chaos beneath him. The beast soldier types derive all necessary sustenance from the beast tribe's caverns. They do not require special nourishment. Returning his gaze to the battlefield, the fleeing horde of magical beasts was gradually being diminished under the relentless pursuit of the monstrous army. Occasionally, a beast would unleash its bloodlust, turning to charge at the following beast tribe regiment. Yet the disparity in strength could not simply be bridged by mere fervor, with the adjustments in the Tier 3 military camp. Even the ordinary soldiers possessed Tier 4 strength, while there were also Tier 5 soldiers who had advanced through slaughter. They fought fiercely without a trace of sentiment, demonstrating only the most exquisite combat techniques. Even when wounded or maimed by the beasts, as long as their heads or vital points remained intact, their combat effectiveness would not wane in the slightest. Gradually, the beleaguered magical beasts retreated deeper into the forest. Encroaching upon the territory of higher-tier beasts, as the strength of the magical creatures escalated, the casualties among the beast tribe infantry began to mount, the battlefield perpetually engulfed in slaughter, under the organization of the higher-tier magical beasts. The rampaging tide of beasts began to form effective defenses, hindering the advance of the beast tribe infantry. Several horned magical bulls, their bodies crackling with electricity, would intermittently unleash arcs of lightning from their horns, paralyzing any beast tribe soldier struck. The 6th-level Thunderstorm Bull's magical attack, arc lightning, was far beyond the immunity of the majority of Tier 4B soldiers. Surrounding the Thunderstorm Bull, mid to low-tier magical beasts swiftly surged forward, annihilating the paralyzed beast tribe soldiers. Just as the beasts celebrated their recent victory, thousands of spears descended from the sky, pinning them to the ground. The Thunderstorm Bull was also overwhelmed by the sheer number of beast tribe infantry and ultimately succumbed after exhausting its magical energy. Although the final resistance of the magical beasts was extinguished by the powerful ranged strikes of the beast tribe hunters, the losses among the beast tribe infantry surged dramatically. The battlefield now bore witness to only a few dozen winged tiger-like magical beasts, led by a slightly larger magical tiger, as they valiantly resisted the onslaught of the beast tribe army. The 6th-level winged tiger, a social beast, reached Tier 6 upon maturity, while the elite-level winged tiger boasted Tier 7 strength. Li Ling recalled this information as he realized that the former inhabitant of his body had been an orphan, wandering the continent, and thus well-versed in such knowledge. This was evidently a group led by a Tier 7 winged tiger. Under normal circumstances, this would be a force of moderate strength positioned near the periphery of the magical forest. However, Today, they face the fearlessly relentless Beast Tribe army, an adversary far beyond their capabilities. They could only futilely flap their wings, unleashing blades of wind that severed the lives of individual Beast Tribe soldiers, yet they were met with an unyielding tide of more magical Beast soldiers surging forth. Each volley of spears from the hunters claimed the lives of hundreds of mid to low-tier magical beasts. Gradually, the battlefield was left with only a few dozen winged tigers, their magical energy nearly depleted, while the Beast Tribe infantry had been reduced to half of their initial number. With eyes ablaze, the Tier 7 winged tiger let out a furious roar toward the heavens, which was met by a chorus of replying roars and the sound of countless beasts running from deeper within the Kino forest. Under the command of several winged tigers, they soon amassed hundreds of thousands of magical beasts of all tiers. These creatures are indeed united, but if they believe they can triumph through sheer numbers, they shall be sorely disappointed. Li Ling mused as he observed the Tier 7 winged tiger calling for reinforcements below. With a wave of his hand, a synchronized sound of marching footsteps resonated from behind the Beast Tribe army, revealing another 200,000 infantry and 100,000 hunters emerging onto the battlefield. Let the slaughter commence. The more bloodshed, the stronger I shall become. The Beast Tribe regiment swiftly followed Li Ling's command, charging into the tide of magical beasts. Facing them was a wave of mid to low-tier magical spells intermingled. Despite the Beast Tribe infantry's commendable magical resistance, thousands still fell to the onslaught of spells. Soon, the Beast Tribe soldiers collided with a horde of magical beasts, blood splattering in every direction. The Beast Tribe soldiers fought fiercely against various unknown magical creatures, with casualties on both sides. The hunters' javelins proved to be lethal instruments, each volley claiming the lives of hundreds of magical beasts, leaving behind a multitude of injured beasts. Under the leadership of the winged tigers, the previously disorganized magical horde quickly formed a rudimentary formation, establishing effective resistance and beginning to reverse their earlier plight, resulting in a back-and-forth struggle with the Beast Tribe soldiers, the battlefield awash with blood and severed limbs. The Thunder Blue Bull, rampaging wild boar, Earthmang, violent giant bear, and other high-defense magical beasts stood at the periphery of the magical horde, acting as formidable shields, while the explosive flame lion, crimson flame porcupine, flame-tailed bull, and gale wolf unleashed their unique magical abilities from within the defensive circle. Meanwhile, agile creatures like the shadow leopard and gale fox darted across the battlefield, claiming the lives of injured Beast Tribe soldiers. Above the ground, the aerial magical beasts, led by the winged tigers, bombarded the Beast Tribe soldiers with magical attacks, causing the casualty rate among the Beast Tribe infantry to spike. Amidst the fierce battle between the magical horde and the Beast Tribe soldiers, a colossal blade of wind, over 10 meters wide, surged from the battlefield, aiming directly at Li Ling, who was observing from the air, completely unprepared. The long blade of wind shot toward him, emanating a faint azure glow that reflected off his indifferent visage. His gaunt face, pale skin, and the slight curl of his lips, his eyes radiating a bloodthirsty gaze, seemingly disdainful. Just as the wind blade was about to cleave Li Ling in two, the red dragon beneath him roared in fury, unleashing a deafening bellow. In response to the incoming wind blade, it exhaled a torrent of draconic breath. The dragon's breath obliterated the wind blade, its momentum unyielding as it surged into the horde of magical beasts, resulting in a colossal explosion that cleared a space of several meters in diameter within the densely packed magical horde. Truly, the product of Fire Seed was formidable. Even the residual shockwaves effortlessly dispatched hundreds of mid to low-tier magical beasts. Li Ling shifted his gaze to the source of the wind blade, where a figure clad in a black cloak appeared above the magical horde, a middle-aged man with a sinister countenance, a hooked nose, and eyes glinting with a cruel light. Now looking up at Li Ling, the instant their gazes met, the cloaked man slightly raised his hand, and dozens of wind blades, each 1 to 2 meters long, materialized around him, launching toward Li Ling. "Oh, not harm my master!" A loud shout rang out beside Li Ling, as a green figure leaped down, wielding a long sword, deftly deflecting each of the wind blades without missing a single one. Judging by his expression, this level of attack seemed unable to compel him to exert his full strength. The cloaked man finally took notice of the unknown swordsman standing beside Li Ling, who had effortlessly intercepted his wind blades. With green skin that set him apart from the soldiers below, he sported two white braids resembling antelope horns atop his head, pale eyebrows and hair, long tusks protruding from his mouth, and an intimidating visage. His pointed ears and long beard added to his fearsome appearance, while a necklace of large black beads adorned his neck, perhaps a custom of his unknown race. Clad only in the upper half, his lower half bore a decorative garb that seemed more ornamental than functional, and he wielded a peculiar weapon that was neither a knife nor a sword, possessing blades on both sides yet curved, so he was tentatively referred to as a swordsman. Looking at the substantial totem pole strapped to his back, it did not hinder his agility, indicating his extraordinary strength. The Sword Saint, Grom, Hell Roar, a master of swordsmanship, formidable in power, valuing honor above all else, with the astounding power of a level 9 warrior. The middle-aged man in the black robe narrowed his pupils and felt a jolt of spirit. He was indeed a formidable opponent. The Sword Saint, Grom, Hell Roar, does not strike down the nameless. State your name, challenger. Influenced by Li Ling, despite having emerged merely a month ago, the Sword Saint's every action and word resonated with a distinctly Chinese essence. Twin-winged demon tiger, Garfield. I seek your guidance, replied the man in the black robe. Among the beasts, only those exceeding level 8 possess the ability to take human form. Proud, transcendent beasts disdain revealing their names to the weak. However, in a world where strength reigns supreme, even a powerful figure like Grom, Hell Roar ought to show respect to an adversary. Words are futile. Let us engage in battle, Grom, Hell Roar declared excitedly. Since his emergence, he had been purging scattered beasts around the outskirts of the monster forest, encountering no worthy opponents. The most formidable beast he had faced was merely a level 7 dark-type beast. The abyssal serpent, which had cost him over 100 beast warriors. In a fit of rage, Li Ling dispatched Grom, Hell Roar, who with a single strike cleaved the once mighty abyssal serpent in twain. Born to battle, Grom eagerly anticipated a worthy foe for a thrilling clash of might. As you wish, powerful alien swordsman, Garfield responded. Element of wind, drifting in the world, gather around me and manifest as a boon. In mere moments, Garfield chanted an 8th-level wind-type support spell, Wind's Blessing, showcasing his profound mastery of magic. A gentle breeze enveloped Garfield's form, emanating a faint azure glow. He then stomped his feet, producing a sound akin to an explosive blast as he surged toward Grom. Observing his speed, it had remarkably increased by 10%. A splendid approach, Grom exclaimed with excitement, transforming into a streak of green light as he charged toward Garfield. In midair, the two figures became indistinguishable, reduced to shadows of black and green colliding, producing a cacophony of fierce impacts, occasionally punctuated by Grom's exultant shouts. Meanwhile, the twin-winged demon tiger, witnessing Garfield's fierce engagement with the alien Sword Saint, unleashed wind blades toward Li Ling. Oblivious to the presence of Li Ling's formidable mount, the red dragon, which felt its dignity insulted. With a furious roar, it unleashed a barrage of dragon breath toward the airborne twin-winged demon tiger, subsequently preparing to cast a unique dragon language spell, its mouth radiating crimson light. The twin-winged demon tiger hastily scattered in retreat, yet over 10 still fell victim to the dragon breath, disintegrating into ash in an instant. One unfortunate beast managed to evade only partially, its half-body vaporized, emitting a wretched howl as it plummeted to the ground, swiftly reduced to a pulp. The remaining twin-winged demon tigers fell silent, too intimidated to attack Li Ling further. Enraged by the ambush on Li Ling, Grom unleashed a flurry of relentless strikes, swiftly overpowering Garfield. Garfield, exerting immense effort, finally created some distance, his complexion flushed and breathless, while the Sword Saint appeared unfazed, his breathing steady. In just a brief exchange, the disparity was evident. Garfield, being merely an Apex level 8 transcendent beast, remained significantly outmatched by the level 9 Sword Saint. Wind's Blessing could not bridge the gap in levels. Had it not been for the inherent strength and resilience of the twin-winged demon tiger, Garfield would have been cleaved in twain by the Sword Saint's overwhelming force long ago. Let us settle this with a decisive strike. Garfield's eyes gleamed with determination. Azure light flashing across his form, he joined his hands, his hair billowing wildly as his momentum surged, gradually reaching a level capable of contending with the Sword Saint's might. "This suits me perfectly," Grom remarked, for the first time revealing a serious expression since the commencement of battle, as his own aura began to escalate, enveloped in a burgeoning green light that coalesced around his blade. Wind-S roar. A cerulean orb of light materialized before Garfield, expanding swiftly to a meter in size, spinning rapidly while emitting a sound akin to rushing wind. With a resounding shout, it hurtled toward the Sword Saint. In response, Grom began to swing his blade. Blade Storm. The very air seemed to be dominated by the Sword Saint's radiant sword energy, a torrent of blade aura surging forth as he wielded his weapon, ruthlessly crashing toward Garfield as Wind-S roar. Soon, their most potent techniques clashed, producing a deafening roar, yet the Sword Saint, with his superior level, maintained the upper hand, pushing the Blade Storm toward Garfield. "Stop!" A furious voice echoed from the depths of the monster forest, followed by a cerulean beam hurtling toward Grom. Just as the beam was about to strike the weary Sword Saint, a crimson pillar descended from the heavens, obliterating the cerulean beam. It was Li Ling's mount, the Red Dragon, which had been preparing its dragon language magic for quite some time. The swirling sword energies gradually eroded Garfield's Wind-S roar, inching ever closer. Garfield futilely unleashed a barrage of wind blades, yet could not halt the advance of the Blade Storm, which ultimately extinguished him under the deluge of sword energy. The apex level 8 transcendent beast, Garfield of the twin-winged Demon Tiger clan, had fallen. Li Ling's gaze shifted toward the depths of the monster forest, where two figures clad in black robes soared toward him, the leader exuding a presence that subtly overshadowed Grom. Upon witnessing Grom disregard his intervention and slay Garfield, his countenance darkened, his previously sinister features now more pallid than ever. "Who goes there?" Grom raised his sword, pointing at the cloaked figure, declaring loudly. The Sword Saint, whose honor surpassed all else, stood unafraid, even as he labored to catch his breath. "I am Kuin Air Rex, leader of the twin-winged Demon Tiger clan, an alien. Why do you invade my territory without cause? If you do not provide a reasonable explanation, I shall unite the 5 great beast clans of the Chino Forest to punish you." "The intruder," the gray-robed figure responded. "Kuin Air Rex, the one who led the twin-winged Demon Tiger clan out of the Chino Forest 80 years ago to assault the 8-Nation Alliance, seeking to establish a beast empire?" Li Ling inquired. Within Li Ling's memories, Kuin Air Rex was the leader of the twin-winged Demon Tiger clan, a level 10 divine beast who had once invaded the human realm, capturing nearly half of the 8-Nation Alliance, which had sent shockwaves across the continent. The Baluk Empire and the Aulon Empire had jointly dispatched 10 level 9 professionals and over 20 level 8 professionals to encircle him, yet he had managed to retreat to the Chino Forest. In that conflict, 6 of the 10 level 9 professionals perished, alongside a significant number of level 8 professionals. Only 3 of the 10 level 8 twin-winged Demon Tiger elders managed to escape heavily injured. While both level 9 guardians fell and Kuin Air Rex fought for 3 days and nights to cover the retreat of the twin-winged Demon Tigers and their lower-tier beasts back to the Chino Forest. Since then, the twin-winged Demon Tiger clan had fallen from their position of prominence among the 5 great beast clans of the Chino Forest to the very bottom, their strength greatly diminished. Was it due to injuries that he was now merely level 9? Li Ling speculated, observing the battle below, which had escalated into a frenzy, blood splattering, limbs flying, and beast warriors perishing in droves. Even the beastly headhunters providing range support were suffering considerable losses. That should suffice that I am the representative of the ancient and glorious 4 saints, the sage of the Fireblade clan, Li Ling, by the decree of the Radiant Divine. I am tasked with purging the beasts from the outskirts of the Chino Forest to ensure the prosperity of the Fireblade clan, Li Ling proclaimed. The ancient and glorious 4 saints caused Kuin Air Esbrow to furrow. In the lengthy lives of transcendent beasts, most possessed vast knowledge. However, even Kuin Air, who had once transformed into a human scholar and stir the human world with his theories, had never heard of the ancient glorious Four Saints. Esteemed representative of the ancient glorious Four Saints, sage of the Fireblade clan, I believe this is all a misunderstanding. Continuing this conflict benefits neither of us. Why not cease hostilities? Let us delineate our territories along this central line. Kuan Air conceded reluctantly, unable to fathom Li Ling's true capabilities. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, Li Ling replied, raising his hand and softly declaring halt. Li Ling observed the elite warriors of the twin-winged demon tiger clan gathering in the depths of the Chino forest. Although he felt unafraid, prolonging the battle would lead to a deadly conflict with no potential for resolution, prompting him to accept Kuan Air's proposal. The moment the word halt escaped his lips, it resonated in the minds of the bee soldiers, the retreat order instantly reaching every warrior's consciousness. AKT the command. All bee soldiers momentarily froze before urgently retreating in perfect unison. Even those beasts on the verge of defeat refrained from attacking, quickly regrouping behind Li Ling to form a new defensive formation against the twin-winged demon tiger beasts. Upon witnessing the disciplined response of the bee soldiers, Kuan Air's pupils constricted, even with the intimidating presence of higher-tier beasts. It is impossible to command lower-tier beasts to such an extent, let alone the various legions of the human world. The Fireblade clan is indeed formidable, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved. We shall take our leave. In the future, I invite you to visit my winged magic tiger clan. As the war has ceased, I bid farewell to Li Ling with a gesture of respect. Saying, no need for formality, Li Ling extended a hand, making a gesture of farewell. Subsequently, the winged magic tiger clan slowly retreated into the depths of the Chino forest, noticing that the beasts had already retreated. Kuan clasped his hands towards Li Ling, then turned to soar back into the depths of the Chino forest. In the Chino forest, the residents of the winged magic tiger clan, the clan leader remarked. Why did you not keep them here? That sword saint named Grom was clearly exhausted. After returning to the encampment, the elder in the black robe, following Kuan, could no longer restrain his curiosity. Keep them? Easy for you to say, Sandy. Not to mention the human boy-s mount, the Red Dragon, possesses 9th-tier strength. Even that sword Saint Grom still has fighting spirit. Judging by his performance today, he is certainly the type to revel in battle, growing ever more valiant as the fight progresses to be the end. Even if I wished to retain him, he would not leave unscathed. Our winged magic tiger clan is not what it once was. Only 3 of us remain as super-tier beasts. Today, Carl is guarding the family, wary of other super-tier beast clans seeking to consume us. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle with foreign entities will only benefit others. Kuan explained to Sandy. Moreover, the human lad claims to be the avatar of the ancient glorious Four Saints walking the earth. Though I have not heard of the glorious Four Saints, what if it is true? Our winged magic tiger clan combined would not even suffice as a mere finger for them. The power of the divine is beyond our comprehension. Leader, are we to swallow our pride? Is it acceptable for Garfield to have died in vain? Sandy expressed his discontent. Who would tolerate such bullying? After all, the Chino forest does not belong solely to our winged magic tiger clan. Go and invite the leaders of the other clans and inform them of the strength of these foreign intruders. We shall wait and observe, commanded Kuan. Your wisdom is unmatched, leader, Sandy exclaimed, his expression one of realization. Before turning to leave, in the Orc Empire, within the imperial capital of Cambry, the persistent rainfall brought a refreshing aura to the city. As the rain ceased and the skies cleared, residents flocked to the streets, and the shops that had been shuttered for days swung open their doors to business. Vendors arrived from all directions, eager to sell their wares. This was Cambry's most bustling commercial street, filled with various shops and vendors loudly hawking their goods. In a 3-story tavern facing the street, a diverse assembly of individuals, travelers, ruffians, and young scions converged, portraying the myriad facets of life on the 3rd floor. By a window, a young girl stared vacantly at the bustling crowd outside. She was exquisitely beautiful, seemingly crafted from the essence of the heavens and earth. Though still young, she had already begun to blossom into extraordinary beauty, each glance and smile tugging at the heartstrings of those who beheld her. And no one doubted that she would grow into a stunning beauty. Her delicate features bore an indistinct king character above her brow, marking her as a member of the prestigious Tage clan of Orcs. Two robust Tage warriors, exuding an aura of bloodlust, stood guard behind her, showcasing her esteemed lineage. Several young scions from the imperial capital, captivated by the girl's exquisite visage, approached her, only to turn pale and hastily retreat upon realizing who she was. They recognized the danger of offending someone beyond their reach, aware of the potential calamity it could bring upon their families. Even among the young aristocrats, good upbringing instilled a sense of awareness regarding what actions were inadvisable. The tales of foolish young lords recklessly offending others were rare in reality. Even when they did occur, such individuals were quickly ostracized, for the noble family's superior education, while not guaranteeing greatness, ensured a baseline of decorum. Recently, the Orc Empire's king, the head of the Ryan royal family, Vayne Ryan, intended to propose a union between the royal heir and the esteemed Tage clan, hoping to solidify ties through marriage and ensure the heir's smooth succession to the throne. Initially, the Tage clan leader, Kaelin's father, Kes Cambry, was also inclined towards this alliance to reinforce the Tage clan's position as the second largest clan in the Orc Empire. However, he faced the predicament of having only sons, no daughters. Eventually, an advisor suggested adopting Kaelin, the daughter of his late wife, as his legitimate daughter, thus elevating her status significantly and arranging for her marriage to the royal heir, as the rightful consort of the royal heir. Should she bear children, she would undoubtedly hold immense influence to any onlooker. It seemed Kaelin had stumbled upon extraordinary fortune, a transformation from sparrow to a phoenix. However, upon hearing this news, Kaelin felt as though struck by a bolt from the blue. The young girl, who had been eagerly anticipating the return of her brother Ling for a life together, could not bear this sudden blow and ran to Kes. Weeping Kes, confident in his grand plans, dismissed Kaelin's concerns after chiding her for her lack of perspective. He then assigned her 2 elite Tage warriors, ostensibly for protection, but in reality to monitor her. In the end, he reveled in the prospect of the royal alliance, oblivious to the stark distinction between royal family and noble clan. The royal family had remained steadfast since the Orcs' inception, while clans such as the Forbes Fox clan and the Bear clan had once flourished but now faced inevitable decline. The current alliance with the royal family might secure the Tage clan status for a century, yet this very decision risked plunging them into an abyss. With no means of escape, Kaelin could only frequent the tavern near the city gate daily, yearning for the day when Ling would return. "Miss, I see you have been frowning for quite some time. There's something troubling you. I, Levin Fox, the second son of the Fox clan, am at your service." A refined voice interrupted Kaelin's thoughts. Turning to the source, she beheld a dapper figure clad in opulent noble attire, not a wrinkle in sight, with skin as fair as porcelain. Even women would envy his striking features. Adorned with the Fox clan's emblem, a fiery red tail trailing behind him, his courteous demeanor could charm countless young ladies. Kaelin, having heard of Levin Fox, the notorious playboy, knew well the tales of young women who had been entangled with him. "Thank you, but I am I wish to be alone," Kaelin replied, suppressing her distaste. "Serving a beautiful lady is the duty of every Fox man." Levin, undeterred by her rejection, made another attempt at conversation. "I said I want to be alone." Kaelin's response was even more curt this time. "Very well, beautiful lady. Levin is always at your service." Seeing her cold response, Levin resigned himself to retreating, unknowingly averting a potential disaster for the Fox clan. "Brother Ling, where are you? I miss you so much. Father is forcing me to marry the prince. I have no way to resist. The wedding is next month. Brother Ling, please return and take me away." Kaelin silently lamented, gazing out at the busy crowd. As the rain in the imperial capital began to fall once more, the scene shifted back to the Chino Forest. Statistical report on battle outcomes. Li Ling commanded. Ding. Compiling battle results. 2040. The losses for the Beast Infantry total 74,359 units, with 8,234 units of Beast Headhunters lost, amounting to a total of 82,593 soldiers. The annihilation of lower-tier B stands at 188. 632 units, mid-tier beasts at 92,306, high-tier beasts at 7, and super-tier beasts at 1. culminating in a total enemy extermination of 280, 946. The magical energy gathered amounts to 8, 526, 954, with mysterious energy at 823 and a subpar soul crystal of rank 1. System, what is a subpar soul crystal? Li Ling inquired, intrigued by the notification. Ding, scanning information that a subpar soul crystal, in terms of your world, is formed from the extraction of residual soul power from super-tier beast cores. It can be used to customize heroes and summon legendary heroes, although the potential of legendary heroes will be significantly limited. What is a customized hero? Li Ling recalled the term he had overlooked when constructing the ancient altar. Customized heroes can be categorized into command types, combat types, bodyguard types, wisdom types, special abilities types, and research types, allowing the host to set preferences. Customized heroes can utilize mysterious energy to manipulate soul crystals, perfectly harnessing the energy of the soul crystal. With their upgrade potential slightly lower than that of the system's own legendary heroes, I Ling toyed with the ultra-tier magical beast core in his hand, lost in contemplation of the system. Conjuring the legendary hero, Shadow Hunter Woken. Upon concluding his thoughts, he cast the core towards the ancient altar before him. The upgrade to a level 4 Orc Hall commenced, deducting 1 million points of ordinary energy and 500,000 points of magical energy. As the level 3 Magical Beast Hall underwent its upgrade, Li Ling retreated into a wooden cabin he had previously instructed the orc laborers to construct for him. Though the conditions were rudimentary, it sufficed for his needs, as the Orc Hall was rendered unusable during the upgrade. 10 days later, Norton City emerged as the first stronghold of the Orc Empire adjacent to the Chino Forest. Belonging to the Karai province, one of the 12 provinces of the Orc Empire that a century ago, it was merely a village, but through the gradual influx of mercenaries, it blossomed into a thriving settlement. Mercenaries, a profession that dances on the edge of death, live in the moment, unaware of when their lives may be snuffed out. The first city outside the Chino Forest. Returning mercenaries often sell their spoils here, indulging in revelry until they embark on their next venture into the forest. The city's unique geographical position contributed to its prosperity, as trading guilds acquired the spoils of mercenaries at low prices, while various adventurers replenished their supplies before entering the Chino Forest. Each year, tales emerged of mercenaries who struck it rich with extraordinary treasure from the forest, yet far more often, they met their demise within its depths. Humans, lured by the allure of wealth, often blind themselves to danger, believing they will be the fortunate ones, which only increased the number of visitors to Norton City. That moment, on the official road outside Norton City, an unusual group was making its way forward. Leading the procession was a strikingly handsome youth, approximately 16 or 17 years of age, clad in simple cloth garments, embodying the guise of a commoner. Following him were 2 robust warriors draped in black robes, their muscular forms barely concealed by their attire. Young master, why not simply flatten them? Is it necessary to be so secretive while gathering intelligence? One of the black-robed figures remarked, boasting of his prowess. Were there any bystanders, they would likely scoff at his ignorance or hasten to inform Norton City, since the dual-winged magical tiger family, the Rex, invaded the human realms. The orcs had bolstered their defenses in Norton City, now fortified by 20,000 bull tribe minotaurs, 5,000 elite bear tribe warriors, and 50,000 grunt soldiers, alongside an 8th-tier warrior from the lion tribe overseeing the stronghold. Even an invasion by ultra-tier magical beasts from the Chino Forest could be delayed for a few days until reinforcements from the Orc Empire arrived. And then what? When the Orc Empire's elite arrive, we shall retreat in disgrace back to the Chino Forest. The fair youth responded with a smile. Preposterous. Who dares to act brazenly before me, Grom? First, let them inquire if my sword consents, the burly man interjected. Unwilling to yield, silence. The young master speaks with reason. The previously reticent black-robed figure concurred. Indeed, this group comprised Li Ling, the sword Saint Grom Hellhowl, and the newly summoned Shadow Hunter Woken. After waiting 10 days in the magical beast forest without the Orc Hall's upgrade completion, Li Ling, out of boredom, decided to visit Norton City to gather intelligence for future incursions into the Orc Empire. While the Orc Empire may not boast as many formidable warriors as humanity, it had stood on the continent for a millennium, Surviving the Great War among the races, it undoubtedly possessed hidden strengths, warranting caution, Li Ling remarked to Grom. However, enough. Let us treat this excursion as a sightseeing tour. You've both ventured out for the first time. Consider it an opportunity to broaden your horizons that you've lingered in the Chino forest for nearly 2 months, Li Ling declared, suddenly beaming with joy. Ding! The upgrade to the Level 4 Orc Hall is successful. The population cap for the Level 4 Magical Beast Hall is 5 million. Researchable technologies. Pillage. Orc soldiers can acquire a small amount of energy points by attacking enemy structures. Energy consumption. Ordinary energy, 2,000 points. Current remaining energy. Ordinary energy, 4250, points. Magical energy, 756, 3205 points. Mysterious energy, 823 points. TO upgrade lower tier structures. The required ordinary energy is 10 million points. Magical energy, 5 million points. And mysterious energy, 50,000 points. Remaining units, laborers, 50,000, orc infantry, 300,000, frenzied headhunters, 1500,000 newly added structures, level 4 orc barracks, capable of producing level 5 orc infantry and headhunters and upgrading lower tier orc infantry and headhunters to level 5. With a daily production rate of 10,000. Watchtower, a primary defensive structure for the orcs, capable of defending against ground troops and aerial assaults. Soul Sanctuary, a building for orcs to conduct research. Beast Pens, a structure for breeding mounts. Newly added units. Crusher, a siege engine for the orcs, launching magical projectiles equivalent to a full force strike from a level 6 warrior, adept at demolishing enemy structures. Requires energy. Ordinary energy, 3,000 points. Magical energy, 200 points. Komodo Knight, a colossal beast possessing level 6 physical strength, carrying the heavy war drums of the orcs into battle, a symbol of orc strength and courage. It enhances the power of nearby orc soldiers. Requires energy. Ordinary energy, 2,500 points. Magical energy, 700 points. Wind Knight, a basic aerial unit for the orcs, hurling poison spears to strike enemies from the air. Possesses level 5 ranged attack power, serving as a transitional unit. Requires energy. Ordinary energy, 1,200 points. Magical energy, 200 points. Pillager, swift as the wind, a cavalry unit for the orcs, skilled with great swords. Possessing level 5 physical strength. Requires energy. Ordinary energy, 500 points. Magical energy, 50 points. Shaman, capable of communicating with lightning elements, purifying magical energy, and enhancing the status of surrounding orcs. Possesses level 5 spiritual power. Requires energy. Ordinary energy, 2,000 points. Magical energy, 800 points. Witch Doctor, proficient in using poisons to attack enemies and healing allies. Requires energy. Ordinary energy, 1,800 points. Magical energy, 700 points. Researchable technology. Poison weapons. Enables orc attack units to inflict poison damage. Research requires energy. Ordinary energy, 200,000 points. System. Commence full production of new units and allocate them according to the optimal ratio. Li Ling commanded, filled with elation, a product of an 8th tier civilization. The magical beast base possessed numerous powerful functions, gradually revealing themselves with each upgrade. The newly introduced basic intelligence, a feature born from the upgrade of the Orc Hall to level 4, could undertake some rudimentary arrangements on behalf of the commander and even direct combat within a certain vicinity. Ding! The optimal allocation suggests producing 300 Komodo Knights, 1,000 Shamans, 1,000 Witch Doctors, 5,000 Wind Knights, 50,000 Pillagers, and 500 Crushers. Shall we proceed with production? Yes, Li Ling affirmed. Ding! Consumed ordinary energy, 370,500 points. Magical energy, 631,000 points. Remaining ordinary energy, 545,4206 points. Magical energy, 125,3205 points. Mysterious energy, 823 points. Li Ling gazed at the dwindling resources, nearly in tears at the thought of returning to square one. Yet, these troops were necessary. If he did not swiftly capitalize on the advantages of upgrading the base, how could he hope to dominate this continent? Norton City is truly magnificent, Li Ling remarked, standing at the gates and admiring the imposing black walls. The 10-meter-high walls, constructed from highly magical-resistant obsidian, were a testament to the orc's wealth, as it was impractical for every stronghold to utilize obsidian. This lavish expenditure was a precaution against potential magical beast uprisings from the Chino forest, indicating the Orc Empire's higher-ups had invested heavily in this stronghold. Standing atop the walls were stout pigmen warriors, each measuring around 1.5 meters, brandishing spears that shimmered with a cold glint, contrary to the depictions in many novels of his past life. The orcs in this world did not lack iron tools or skilled craftsmen. As a race that survived the Great War among the races, they possessed a unique style of armor, albeit inferior to that of dwarven artisans. Li Ling observed the city walls from this proximity for the first time. Upon his arrival in this world, he had felt utterly insecure, hastily traversing the land for a month, followed by 2 months spent in the Chino forest without the opportunity to appreciate the exotic charm of an otherworldly city. After paying the city entrance tax, Li Ling and his companions found themselves on Norton City's bustling commercial street, lined with various vendors hawking their wares, while passers-by haggled over prices. The shops along the way were frequented by mercenaries, each moving with purpose that, if one were to overlook the myriad of racial characteristics, one might easily feel transported to medieval Europe. The Hilton Pawn Shop, one of the enterprises of the Fock family as commercial guild in Norton City, stands as the largest pawn shop in the region, one of the few intelligent races within the Orc Empire. The Fock family possesses astute minds and remarkable business acumen, commanding a substantial portion of the economy, approximately 30%, of the Orc Empire. "Sir, how may I assist you?" asked a charming and well-trained Fock servant, as she politely inquired upon the arrival of Li Ling and his companions, showing no sign of disdain despite their humble attire. "I wish to sell some items, and see if you are capable of handling the transaction," Li Ling replied. Upon hearing this, the servant recognized the potential for a significant deal and promptly assured him, "Please rest assured, sir, we're the largest pawn shop in Norton City with formidable capabilities. Please follow me." She led Li Ling upstairs to a refined private room on the 2nd floor. "Sir, please enjoy your time while I fetch the manager," the servant said as she presented a drink to him before exiting the room. Li Ling took a leisurely sip of the unfamiliar beverage as Grom and Voken stood attentively behind him. Shortly thereafter, a middle-aged Fock entered, accompanied by the earlier servant. "Greetings, I am Cole Fott, the manager of the Hilton Pawn Shop. May I inquire your name, young friend?" The middle-aged Fock said warmly, extending his hand, "I am Li Ling. Might I ask if you were related to the head of the Fock family?" Li Ling inquired as he stood to shake Cole's hand. "According to our family hierarchy, I would refer to the head of the family as my cousin." Cole replied proudly, "As a branch of the Fock family. Being appointed as a manager in Norton City was a testament to his abilities, a fact of which Cole took great pride." "May I ask what you wish to sell?" Cole inquired. "Nothing of great consequence. Merely a few magic cores to exchange for some gold coins," Li Ling replied. Upon hearing a few, Cole felt a tinge of disappointment and cast a reproachful glance at the previous Fox servant. However, recognizing the opportunity, he decided to proceed with the transaction. "Please present them for inspection. Our Hilton Pawn Shop prides itself on fair pricing," Cole stated. With a wave of his hand, Li Ling summoned a towering pile of magical beast cores, ranging from 3rd to 6th tier, each radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. "Wah!" Cole stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. He had assumed Li Ling was merely a novice mercenary, inexperienced and attempting to sell cores for mid-tier beasts hunted in the Kino forest. But instead, he was presented with an impressive collection. "Quickly, summon some individuals to assess these cores," Cole instructed the servant. Realizing this was a substantial deal in truth, Cole had been mistaken about Li Ling after a battle in the Kino forest. Li Ling had amassed thousands of magic cores. These were merely a few he had chosen to keep for leisure. His decision to sell them had only arisen after realizing he was low on funds upon entering the city. Soon, with the efforts of several appraisers, the count was complete. "You have a total of 236 magic cores, 122 of the 3rd tier, 78 of the 4th, 35 of the 5th, and 1 of the 6th. This amounts to 6,278 gold coins. Here is a non-named magic crystal card worth 6,200 coins, along with 100 coins in cash." Please verify, Cole said with a smile, handing Li Ling a black card and a bag of coins. The magic crystal card produced by the IFSO Commercial Alliance had gradually become commonplace across the continent, akin to a bank card in Li Ling's previous life. No need. Thank you, Manager Cole, with this matter settled. I shall take my leave. Li Ling gestured for Voken to accept the coins and the magic crystal card, bowing as he departed. Safe travels. Wei Air, please escort our young friend Li Ling, Cole instructed the fox servant, revealing to Li Ling for the first time that her name was Wei Air. Hey, Peter, did you hear? The Tage clan and the Rhine clan are engaged, and I heard the Rhine prince is to marry a young lady from the Cambry family. Li Ling overheard as he descended the stairs. Doesn't the Cambry family only have a few young men? Where would a young lady come from? Peter retorted. What do you know? I heard she was born to a servant and recognized as a legitimate daughter. She might become the queen someday, a true transformation from a sparrow to a phoenix. Andy continued. What did you say? Repeat that. What is the name of the Cambry young lady? Li Ling demanded, glaring at Andy. Who are you to speak so boldly? Andy shot back defiantly. Enough. Grum unleashed his full presence, bearing down on Andy. In an instant, Andy felt as though he were being subjected to 1,000 cuts. His legs trembling as he struggled to remain upright. Being merely a 4th-tier ordinary mercenary, he was no match for the peak 9th-tier swordsman Grom. Quickly, what is the name of that Cambry young lady? Li Ling pressed, his eyes ablaze. I heard her name is Kylan. Andy stammered under the pressure. When is the wedding? Sir, it is said to be on the first day of next month, but I truly don't know anything else. Andy, overwhelmed by the pressure from Grom, crumbled, collapsing to the ground in a cold sweat, a foul odor emanating from him. Let us go, Li Ling said, his face ashen. System, produced 10 Tier 4 barracks, focusing on a 3:1 ratio for Orc infantry and Orc headhunters. In 10 days' time, we shall march into the Orc Empire. On the watchtower of Norton City, Warren, a sentry of the Pig clan, leaned against the summoning bell, stealthily preparing to enjoy a bite of the frozen cheese he had tucked away. The Pig clan held a profound passion for food, and Warren was no exception. As the weather turned cooler, staying atop the lofty tower offered little entertainment beyond indulging in his secret stash. With 20,000 elite Vulcan Ring warriors and 5,000 Bear Clan berserkers in Norton City, and most importantly, the 8th-tier warrior Lord Donald stationed there was little chance that any super-tier magical beast would dare to disturb the peace. Thus, Warren considered it a privilege to serve in Norton City. Only a fool from the Bear Clan would spend their days yearning for glory and seeking to engage in battle. Warren sniffed, proud of his distinctly appealing nose among the Pig Clan, and casually wiped his nose on the summoning bell behind him, leaving behind numerous faded stains. Warren, how about we place a bet? His companion Hill suggested. I want to... It's too cold, and I plan to head home after my shift, Warren replied lethargically. Home? More like to the bed of that courtesan Xiao Hong. You'll end up dead under a woman's spell. Hill mocked. Shut it, Hill. Tonight, I'll win your underwear. Warren exploded, shouting. What's that? Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Sound the alarm. Just as the two were bickering, another guard with keen eyesight spotted a cloud of dust rising in the distance and shouted. Dong, 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 the deafening sound of the alarm bell resonated throughout Norton City for the first time. Quick, close the city gates and notify Lord Donald, the diligent gatekeeper commanded. Suddenly, a spine-chilling sound echoed, as a deluge of spears rained down from below the city walls. Get down. Take cover. The seasoned gatekeeper, having seen battle before, recognized the sound of a massive arrow storm and shouted urgently. However, many of the inexperienced Pig soldiers, having never seen bloodshed, hesitated, paralyzed by fear, and lost their precious lives. Soon, countless Orc infantry began their assault on the city. Boom! A blade of energy, over 10 meters long, shot down from the city walls, cleaving through the first 100 Orc infantry in its path before dissipating. Lord Donald has arrived. Long live Lord Donald. The previously demoralized Pig defenders erupted in cheers upon witnessing this scene, for to them, Donald was a figure of almost divine power. Calm down. Close the gates. Go to Calais City and inform Commander Taylor to hurry for reinforcements. Meanwhile, mercenaries within the city began to assemble, readying themselves for battle, as a middle-aged Rhine warrior, wielding a massive two-handed sword, appeared on the city walls. With an air of meticulous organization, commands were issued one after another, their soft echoes traversing the entirety of Norton City. Under the leadership of Donald, the guards quickly steadied their formation. Another wave of Pige soldiers arrived at the city gates. Bolstering the defenses, the Bear Clan's Berserker warriors also ascended the ramparts, instilling courage in the Pige soldiers. These formidable berserkers, averaging a height of 2 meters and 20 centimeters, possessed exceptional martial skills, each boasting a strength level of 6. Throughout the entire Orc Empire, their numbers barely exceeded 20,000, with a quarter station here. The Bull Clan's Golden Ring warriors gathered at the city entrance, preparing for battle. Outsiders, where is your leader? Why do you invade Norton City? Are you declaring war against the great Orc Empire? Observing the orderly preparations for combat within Norton City, Donald couldn't help but nod in agreement. In terms of individual combat prowess, the Orcs were undoubtedly the finest on the continent. Had it not been for humanity's underhanded tactics, the Orcs would not have been forced to cower upon the desolate ancient plateau. I am Zhao Yun. I come as the emissary of the ancient glory of the Four Saints, bearing the will of the greatest sage of the Fireblade clan. The Orc Empire, in its arrogance and disregard for the divine, shall be met with our martial might, should the defenders of Norton City surrender. All residents shall be spared the sword. Otherwise, on the day the city falls, every inhabitant of Norton shall be reduced to slavery. In response to Donald's inquiries, a youthful figure clad in silver armor and possessing a striking countenance stepped forth from the Orc infantry. Zhao Yun, a custom hero of combat and strategy, wielded an impressive level of physical strength at 8. His exclusive weapon, the Healongdan, was complemented by his ultimate skill, the 100 birds facing the phoenix. Zhao Yun, one of Li Ling's most cherished historical figures from past life, had been summoned to the Chino Forest, as the prospect of assaulting the Orc Empire with only the sword Saint Grom and the Shadow Hunter Vol'jin seemed insufficient against such formidable foes. Impudent child, how dare you? Upon hearing Zhao Yun's words, Donald's fury ignited. He stomped on the city wall with great force, producing a resounding shockwave, then drew his massive sword with both hands, leaping from the 10-meter-high rampart. His yellow aura erupted forth, cleaving through the air with tremendous power, as he pointed his sword at Zhao Yun and let out a fearsome roar. The nearby Orc infantry recoiled in shock. A manifestation of the Rhine clan's innate skill, the Rhine Lion's roar. Come at me, Zhao Yun exclaimed with enthusiasm, his own aura surging forth, radiating a brilliant white light as he raised a spear above his head. Boom! At the moment their weapons clashed, a deafening explosion echoed, creating a crater 10 meters wide and 2 meters deep below Norton City. Realizing his initial strike had failed, Donald swung his massive sword horizontally toward Zhao Yun. In response, Zhao Yun executed a graceful bridge maneuver, spinning the Healongdan in retaliation. Donald was forced to block with his sword. The two combatants accelerated their exchange, becoming mere blurs to the spectators atop the city walls and the beasts below, as two orbs of white light intertwined in the air, accompanied by the relentless clash of steel. Thunderous heavy slash. After a brief skirmish, Donald landed on the ground, bending his legs slightly before unleashing a series of feigned strikes toward Zhao Yun in midair. Each successive strike unleashed a torrent of aura blades, emanating a formidable might that sliced toward Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun, witnessing Donald unleash his ultimate move, refused to be outdone, unleashing a flurry of spears that formed a bird-like shape as they soared through the air, wings flapping toward the oncoming aura blades. Clash, clash. The two ultimate techniques collided, producing a cascade of explosive sounds. Boom! Zhao Yun performed a backflip, landing amidst the Orc infantry while Donald stomped back onto the city wall. Both warriors simultaneously spat blood, signifying their equal prowess, leaving them both severely wounded. All forces assault the city, Zhao Yun commanded with a wave of his hand. Thud! Thud! The Komodo Knights brandished their massive hammers, beating the war drums as 5-meter-tall Komodo beasts charged onto the battlefield. A gray enhancement aura enveloped the Fireblade warriors within a 200-meter radius, augmenting their strength. Kill! Empowered by the Komodo Knights' war drums, the Fireblade infantry surged toward Norton City, their momentum unstoppable. Loose arrows, the Page archers on the city walls relentlessly released a hail of arrows. Buzz, behind the Fireblade formation, the head hunters began their onslaught, launching a barrage of long spears into the fray. "Quick, take cover!" shouted the officers of the Page archers. Yet, despite their efforts, some archers fell victim to the onslaught. Their bodies strewn across the battlements, cries of anguish filling the air. The overwhelming hail of spears forced the archers of Norton City to cower behind the walls, rendered incapable of retaliating. Seizing the opportunity, while the archers remained hidden, the Fireblade infantry advanced steadily toward Norton City. "Damn it! Fire! Fire!" A Page officer shouted in exasperation at the archers cowering behind cover. Under the pressure of their superior, the Page archers shakily knocked their arrows and released a few. But most fell harmlessly to the ground, with only a few striking the Fireblade infantry, causing minimal damage. Thud! The officer's ineffectiveness caught the attention of a Fireblade head hunter, whose spear flew through the air, striking the officer down. In that instant, the world darkened for the officer, his eyes flickering with unfulfilled ambition as he succumbed to darkness. That a clear, harmonious spirit war song resonated from Norton City, invigorating the cowardly Page soldiers, who gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Explosive fireball, ice spike, whirlwind dance, spells cascaded down from the battlements, landing amidst the charging Fireblade infantry and bursting forth in a riot of colors. Figures clad in white robes, the temple priests commanding various magical beasts, appeared on the ramparts. The resounding war song echoed relentlessly, enveloping the Fireblade infantry in a dark aura, their movements growing sluggish. The powerful melody was none other than the sinister song of dullness. Glorious war song, sinister war song, spirit war song. These were among the trump cards that had allowed the orcs to stand firm on the continent for years. Unlike the priests of the Beastmen, who summoned magical pets, the priests of the Orc Empire specialized in invoking various enhancement war songs and casting malevolent spells. A 1,000-strong Page regiment accompanied by priests could contend with a 1,000-strong Bull Golden Ring regiment. Ballista, fire! As the Beastmen infantry surged toward the city, the ballistae atop the walls sprang to life. Dozens of glimmering bolts were launched, piercing through the dense formation of orc infantry, each bolt penetrating through 4 or 5 warriors. Inspired by the priests, the Page archers finally exhibited remarkable performance, establishing effective long-range attacks. For the first time, the Fireblade infantry faced a deluge of arrows from the defenders, struggling to mount an effective response under the influence of the Song of Dullness, leading to chaos and disorder among their ranks. The casualties among the Fireblade infantry soared as they pressed on against the rain of arrows and spells. Did the enemy intend to scale the walls unarmed? The Lord of Norton City, the Rhine clan's sword Saint Donald, was filled with confusion as he observed the orc soldiers charging forward with nothing but massive axes in hand out on the Starmoon continent. It was customary for besieging forces to construct siege ladders and battering rams before launching an assault. This was the first time he had witnessed such reckless bravery. I could see that moment. 100 Fireblade crushers, arranged in 5 neat rows, prepared to unleash their assault from a small hill 2,000 meters away. The first row launched 20 magical stone projectiles at the city gates, followed swiftly by a continuous barrage from the second row. "Not good," Donald exclaimed, breaking into a cold sweat as he witnessed the projectiles hurtling toward the walls. He leaped into the air, channeling his aura to intercept the incoming magical stones. Yet human strength has its limits. After blocking several waves, Donald found himself exhausted and had to retreat to the battlements for respite as the remaining magical stones continued to bombard the gates. While the walls of Norton City were crafted from exceptionally durable obsidian, the gates themselves were merely forged from ordinary iron and lacked even a basic magical defense array. How could they withstand the relentless onslaught of the crushers? Boom! The gates of Norton City were breached. For centuries, the pride of the orcs lay in their martial prowess, with no one on the continent able to best them in battle. Today, the honor of the orc warriors would be upheld by us. Bull Golden Ring warriors, follow me. Charge! As the gates fell, the commanding voice of the Bull Golden Ring warrior leader resonated from behind the shattered entryway. Charge! 20,000 Bull Golden Ring warriors surged forth like a golden tide. launching themselves at their numerically superior foes. A golden torrent surged into the verdant sea, blooming with crimson flowers that perpetually faded away. A.T. the Helm was a commander of the Birken Ring Warriors, a 7th-tier grand swordsman, enveloped in a golden aura of fighting spirit, wielding a massive ebony sword with deadly grace as he relentlessly slaughtered the Fireblade infantry, whose average strength barely reached the 5th tier, leaving none capable of halting his advance. With a thunderous roar, chains of lightning cascaded from the heavens, spiraling around the Birken Ring commander. The brilliant white light erupted from the armor of the Birken warriors, forming a thin protective shield that repelled most of the lightning, allowing only a minuscule fraction to breach its defenses, where it was promptly consumed by the commander's golden fighting spirit. Although the lightning conjured by the Fireblade priests was merely of 5th-tier magic, the combined efforts of over 100 priests amplified its power to rival that of 7th-tier magic. The Birken warriors surrounding their commander were reduced to charred remains by the relentless arcs of lightning, leaving a clearing amidst the golden torrent, with only the Birken commander remaining, radiating golden fighting spirit as he continued his carnage against the Fireblade infantry. A white halo descended from the sky, encircling the heads of the hundreds of Fireblade infantry below. Within this halo, their muscles swelled and their strength surged. The once 5th-tier soldiers erupted in a 6th-tier power under the enhancement of the priests, brandishing massive axes as they charged toward the Birken commander. Sharp gold slash. Observing the oncoming tide of over 100 6th-tier Fireblade infantry, the Birken commander executed a swift, feigned slash with his sword, unleashing a 5-meter-long blade of fighting spirit that bisected more than 20 Fireblade warriors before dissipating into nothingness. The commander, now gasping for breath, dodged and weaved through the remaining foes, perilously close to defeat. Brothers, for the honor of the orcs, charge forth. As the Birken Ring warriors faltered at the city gates, the Sword Saint of Rhine, Donald, led 5,000 bear-blasting warriors from the city walls, leaping down with great swords raised to intercept the descending axes aimed at the Birken commander. The bear-blasting warriors followed suit, roaring with fury as they descended, their forms swelling in mid-air. The once 5th-tier warriors now erupted with 6th-tier strength, radiating a bloody fighting spirit, a manifestation of the berserk skill exclusive to high-ranking orc warriors. The bear tribe boasted hundreds of thousands of adult bear men, yet only a mere 20,000 could be called bear-blasting warriors, as only those who mastered the berserk skill were worthy of that title. The 5,000 bear-blasting warriors landed with a resounding thud, their might far surpassing that of the pig tribe soldiers. Upon landing, they swiftly formed a conical formation, led by a 7th-tier bear-blasting commander. Charging at the Fireblade infantry, standing at 2 meters tall post-berserk, the bear-blasting warriors towered over the Fireblade infantry, who stood at 1.8 meters, their strength exceeding that of their adversaries, wielding 2-meter-long spike clubs. They cut through the ranks of the Fireblade infantry with unstoppable force. Crash! A purple light spiraled from the rear of the Fireblade formation, crashing into the rampaging bear-blasting commander. Puffed! In disbelief, the surrounding bear-blasting warriors watched as their formidable leader was sent flying, blood spewing forth as he fell, convulsing briefly before falling silent. A towering figure descended from the sky, catching the purple light, which revealed a double-edged halberd. The newcomer wore a tri-pronged purple-golden crown, draped in a flowing robe adorned with floral patterns. Clad in beastly armor and girded with a fine belt, all while displaying an imposing presence. This was the demon god Lu Bu, a custom hero of the battle class, possessing 9th-tier physical strength, wielding his exclusive weapon, the halberd. With the ultimate skill, Demon God's Dance. Kill! Lu Bu roared, charging at the conical formation of bear-blasting warriors, wielding his halberd like a furious dragon soaring through the sky, cutting through the 6th-tier bear-blasting formation as though it were an unguarded path. With each thrust, hook, and sweep, the obstructing bear-blasting warriors fell, none able to withstand his might. Clang! Donald, enveloped in golden fighting spirit, blocked Lu Bu's relentless assault, his hair and beard bristling, veins bulging on his forehead. Although slightly weaker than Lu Bu, he had nonetheless attained 9th-tier strength. The high-ranking orc warriors utilized their exclusive skill berserk. Roar, roar, roar. Having previously clashed with Zhao Yun and endured several waves of magical attacks from the Fireblade destroyers, Donald, already grievously wounded, activated his berserk skill, swinging his great sword with reckless abandon, targeting Lu Bu's vital points, engaging in a battle of mutual destruction, momentarily gaining the upper hand against Lu Bu. Just as the two titans battled fiercely, a new shift occurred on the battlefield. Brothers, for the honor of the orcs, kill! A chorus of battle cries erupted from the city as thousands of mercenaries clad in various armors entered the fray, forming a disjointed formation. Golden halos of blessing battle songs rained down from the city walls, bolstering the courage of the bloodied orc soldiers below. A deluge of arrows, accompanied by magical projectiles from the priest's magical pets, rained down from the city walls, mowing down the Fireblade infantry as if they were mere wheat. At this moment, the Fireblade destroyers began to unleash their might, hurling magical projectiles at the city walls to restrain the priest's pets. Witch doctors, unleash the poison. Lord Li Ling has decreed that toxic attacks are against the heavens and too cruel to be used only in desperate times. We cannot afford any more unnecessary casualties. Zhao Yun commanded from behind the Fireblade formation, gesturing emphatically. Understood. The 100 Fireblade witch doctors behind Zhao Yun, with their green faces and sharp ears, responded in unison, then brandished their magical staffs to release waves of green smoke. The green smoke gradually spread, drifting toward the orc mercenaries. Those who inhaled the noxious fumes clutched their throats, veins bulging, succumbing to asphyxiation. Not good. The smoke is toxic, someone shouted as the green mist had already engulfed thousands of orc mercenaries. The remaining orcs scrambled to evade, their morale plummeting. Demon Goddess dance. Just as all eyes were drawn to the poisonous smoke of the Fireblade witch doctors, Lu Bu, long suppressed by Donald, roared with rage and unleashed his ultimate skill. Lu Bu's aura surged, his power escalating as he finally broke through the barrier of 9th tier peak strength. Reaching 10th tier, a kaleidoscope of colors swirled around him, forming a robust domain that enveloped both Lu Bu and Donald, radiating blinding light that forced the observing orcs to shield their eyes. Clang, clang, crash. The sounds of clashing weapons resonated from within the colorful sphere, obscuring the events taking place inside. As the light dissipated, Lu Bu emerged, slightly winded, while Donald lay battered and bloodied. What a demon goddess dance! What is your name? Donald inquired, but before he could finish, puffed. His body shattered, blood pouring forth, his eyes dimming, yet he clung to his great sword resolutely. Refusing to fall. Lu Bu, the demon god. The name of Lu Bu echoed for the first time across this strange realm. Enemy general slain. The garrison of Norton City surrenders. We offer no executions, Zhao Yun commanded. Witnessing Lu Bu's victory over the Sword Saint of Rhine, Donald is dead. The garrison of Norton City surrenders. We offer no executions. The Fireblade infantry echoed, their morale dwindling as resistance faltered. One orc mercenary dropped his weapon to surrender. And soon others followed, until all but the bear-blasting warriors capitulated, fighting to the last. In this battle, Li Ling mobilized an army of 300,000 to attack Norton City. The Fireblade infantry, facing fierce resistance from the garrison, suffered over 100,000 casualties while claiming 30,000 enemy lives and capturing countless others. The garrison of Norton City saw all 5,000 bear-blasting warriors fall, with only a few hundred of the Birkenring warriors remaining to surrender. The rest met their demise. Among the 7,000 orc mercenaries who aided in the battle, the majority perished, leaving only a handful alive. Norton City has fallen. 2 days later, in the capital city of the Karai province, Karai City, the administrative and cultural heart of the province, bustling with travelers and a resident population of millions, stood proud. The towering 20-meter walls, though not constructed entirely of obsidian like Norton City, were made of fine bluestone. 2 intersecting 10-meter-wide roads divided Karai City into 4 evenly proportioned districts. The 4 roads, named after the 4 guardian beasts, serve as the commercial hub of Kale City during times of peace. While in wartime, they transform into urgent assembly points for soldiers, facilitating support for the city walls. At this moment, the Orc Empire has enjoyed a century of peace, and on the southern Juke Street. A bustling scene unfolds, with people coming and going. Lavishly dressed affluent patrons frequently enter and exit the shops lining the street, while street vendors peddle their wares. Report. Urgent news from Lord Donald of Norton City. Make way. Clear the path. A knight clad in armor, adorned with a red feather, gallops through the city walls, shouting as he races down Juke Street. The red-feathered messenger is a harbinger of urgent tidings, appearing only when the border is in peril. Entering the city without dismounting, he possesses the authority to slay anyone who obstructs his path. Pedestrians hastily evade him, with some vendors stumbling and falling, their goods scattering across the ground, turning the once orderly Juke Street into a scene of chaos. Onlookers discuss the sudden appearance of the red-feathered messenger with hushed whispers. Lord Howard, the city lord who has governed for a decade, presides over Kale City, the capital of the Kale province, WY tradition. The city lord also commands the arm of the War God Legion station in the province, which ranks as the second largest force in the Orc Empire. Second only to the Royal Guard in the Imperial capital and the whip of the War God Legion stationed at the edge of the Endless Forest. Howard holds a significant position within the Orc Empire, not merely due to his exceptional prowess as one of the few 9th-level sword saints, but also because he is the younger brother of the Emperor of the Orc Empire, the chieftain of the Rhine clan, making him a prince of considerable stature. Having grown up alongside the current Emperor Nicholas Caesar, Howard played a crucial role during Nicholas's struggle for the throne, which is why the Emperor entrusted him with such an important position for a decade. Despite numerous attempts by many in the imperial capital to impeach him, none have succeeded in shaking his standing. At this moment, however, as the unflappable Howard peruses the urgent missive from Norton City, his brow furrows with concern. Standing before him is the messenger who had just recklessly charged down Juke Street, anxiously awaiting Howard's response. Are you saying that a force claiming to be the Fireblade clan has emerged from the Chino Forest and is attacking Norton City? Howard inquires, his fingers lightly tapping the desk. Yes, my lord. They claim to be the emissaries of the ancient, glorious Four Saints, led by someone named Li Ling. The red-feathered messenger replies respectfully, lowering his gaze. What is the current state of the battle? When I left the city, Lord Donald was engaged in a duel with a young man named Zhao Yun, and they both sustained injuries, retreating within the city walls. Zhao Yun. How curious. When did such a young sword saint appear on the continent? Howard's brows furrow even deeper. I implore you, my lord, to dispatch troops to assist Lord Donald at once. Although Norton City boasts a large army, the enemy numbers are formidable, estimated to be at least 300,000. I fear that any delay may lead to dire consequences, the red-feathered messenger urges, sensing Howard's hesitation. Understood. Donald and I are kin. I shall not abandon him in his time of need. You may take your leave to rest. I will mobilize forces to support Norton City immediately. Howard declares, I take my leave, my lord. The wild grass plain lies between Kale City and Norton City, a vast expanse covered in tall grass, thus earning its name a this time of late autumn. The plain appears parched and yellowed, with only a few tents of orc herders scattered throughout, tending to their livestock before the onset of winter. Today, the arrival of a well-equipped legion disrupts the tranquility of the wild grass plain. Howard, glancing back at the seemingly endless line of troops, cannot suppress his pride. This is the legion he has painstakingly crafted over the past decade. The arm of the War God Legion consists of 100,000 soldiers, yet these warriors vastly surpass the quality of Norton City's mere foot soldiers. The main bulk of this formidable force comprises 70,000 Bull Clan Golden Ring warriors. For the Kale province is the traditional stronghold of the Bull Clan. It is crucial to note that these are Golden Ring warriors, not the Golden Ring fighters referred to by Norton City. The distinction lies in the fact that warriors are classified as 4th level, while fighters are considered 5th level. Only those who reach 5th level may rightfully bear the title of warrior, while Norton City's Golden Ring fighters may match the Fireblade infantry with their 4th level strength. The Golden Ring warriors of the arm of the War God Legion can decisively dominate the Fireblade infantry in addition to the Bull Clan Golden Ring warriors. The arm of the War God Legion also boasts several thousand Elephant Clan giants, who are 6th level warriors standing 2.5 meters tall with immense strength, wielding 2-meter-long spike clubs. making them the elite of the Orc Empire. Furthermore, there are 15,000 elite archers from the House Clan, known for their unparalleled archery skills that rival even those of the elves, who are famed for their magical arrows. The House Clan archers, however, have earned their renown solely through their exceptional craftsmanship. Each archer in the arm of the war god is a rare talent, capable of feats that render the so-called sharpshooters of the world mere jesters. Lastly, the Legion includes a 5,000-strong air force, one of the few aerial units in the Orc Empire, comprised of the Garrod clan's harpies. This aerial unit primarily serves to counter enemy air assaults, excelling in javelin throwing, as each harpy can carry 10 javelins while maintaining agility in flight. In the hands of the skilled Garrod Harpy Air Force, 50,000 javelins become a nightmarish prospect for any ground force lacking air support. Most impressively, Howard takes pride in a contingent of several thousand priests, whose status in the Orc Empire is akin to that of mages, being a rarity. With Orc warriors dominating land combat, a unit that possesses priests can withstand foes that vastly outnumber them. The strength of the arm of the war god primarily stems from its terrifying priest-to-warrior ratio of 1 to 100. Suddenly, a sense of alarm grips Howard. Beware of enemy ambush, all units. Stand ready. As he gazes proudly upon his assembled legion, an instinctive feeling of danger arises within him, a sixth sense that has saved him from peril countless times before, true to its reputation as the second most formidable legion in the Orc Empire. Following the Royal Guard, the arm of the war god exhibits outstanding military discipline at Howard's command. The Garrod Harpies swiftly ascend into the sky, brandishing javelins as they patrol. The elephant giants in the front ranks swiftly gather into a semicircular formation, fortifying the rear, while the main body of troops gradually encircles them into a circular defensive formation. The House Clan archers pull back their bows, many even knocking 2 or 3 arrows at once. The 1,000-strong priest contingent, situated within the heart of the circular defense, releases their summoned magical beasts and begins chanting battle songs, casting various blessing songs upon the warriors of the arm of the war god in less than a minute. Suddenly, applause rings out from the front that a youth dressed in blue, holding an unfamiliar fan made of white feathers, steps forward, his youthful visage betraying his age, and bows respectfully to Howard. Truly, the elite of the Orc Empire stands unrivaled. I am in awe, the young scholar declares. Who are you? Demands Howard, mounted upon his fiery red 7th-level magical beast, the Flame Lion, with his long sword pointed at the youth that I am Sima E, having long heard of Prince Howard's esteemed name. I come on behalf of my lord, Li Ling, to present a grand gift, wishing you a swift resolution to your troubles. Sima E replies calmly, gauging the timing to ensure everything is prepared. Not good. You are merely stalling for time. Howard realizes, instantly alert. Fool, prepare to meet your end. He spurs his 7th-level magical beast, the Flame Lion, and charges at Sima E, wielding his sword with lethal intent. Just as Howard's blade descends upon Sima E, a pair of iron halberds descend from the sky, spiraling down to collide violently with the weakest point of Howard's sword, shattering his attack with a single blow. A red figure descend from above. Wielding twin halberds, his fearsome visage and bulging muscles reminiscent of a legendary warrior, Diang Wei, custom hero, combat class, possessing 9th-level physical strength, equipped with the Divine Destruction twin halberds, special move, shattering the firmament. Diang Wei, do not underestimate me, enemy general. He bellows, brandishing his halberds and charging at Howard with the ferocity of a raging tiger. Come forth. Howard responds eagerly. Though Howard is a brilliant strategist, adept in both martial and scholarly pursuits, he possesses an innate, warlike nature characteristic of orcs that at this moment. Faced with the equally formidable Dian Wei, he can think of nothing but the exhilarating prospect of combat, having long since forgotten his duties in commanding the Legion. Howard urges the Flame Lion to advance against Dian Wei, for they are indeed matched opponents, 2 talented generals destined to clash. Both Howard and Dian Wei possess 9th-level strength, rendering them evenly matched. As they engage in fierce combat for dozens of rounds, the air thickens with tension, and the ground trembles under the force of their struggle. Their movements quicken, weapons clashing in a relentless flurry, until their actions become nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. leaving only the sound of blades colliding echoing through the air. Thus, my plan is coming to fruition. Sima, fanning himself lightly, observes the tumultuous battle between Howard and Dianwei. Murmuring to himself with a smile, that moment, as Howard and Dianwei are locked in their fierce duel. A resounding dragon's roar emanates from the eastern flank of the arm of the War God Legion, accompanied by a surge of potent magical energy. A fiery cloud, laden with the scent of death, envelopes the skies above the arm of the War God Legion, as meteors encased in flames rain down from above. The 9th level forbidden magic meteor fire rain, unleashed by Li Ling's steed, the Red Dragon, is concealed by Sima Yi, who deliberately draws Howard's attention away to buy time, ultimately dispatching Dianwei to stall Howard further, leaving the arm of the War God Legion without command, at which point the forbidden magic meteor fire rain will strike unexpectedly. Sima Yi's cunning is evident. Unfortunate. Enemy attack. The meteor fire rain descends with overwhelming force, first targeting the griffin patrols of the Galai tribe, who, with their dry feathers, are singed by the encroaching meteors, producing a faint scent of burning. The quick-witted griffins flap their wings and flee from the assault of the meteor fire rain. However, half of them are caught unawares, engulfed in flames as they plummet to the ground, screaming in agony like shooting stars. The shaman's magical pets are unleashed into the air, casting spells. Orc shamans, lacking magical defensive shields, have historically relied on their magical pets to counter enemy magic in continental wars. The 1,000-strong shaman group of the Arm of the War God is evidently superior to that of Norton City. Predominantly comprised of mid to high-level magical pets, the command of the chief warrior of the Oralfen tribe, they unleash their innate magical abilities skyward. Ice Spike, Dragon's Roar, Windblade, Snowstorm, Water Gun, Fireball Explosion. Various magical attacks collide with a meteor fire rain in the air, canceling each other out in a dazzling display of light, while unfortunate orc soldiers are struck down by falling meteors, their cries of anguish echoing through the chaos. With a resounding boom, brilliant sparks explode in the air, accompanied by the stench of death. Scattered flames, along with burning griffins, fall upon the parched grass by the roadside, igniting a massive inferno that engulfs the arm of the War God Legion. Let this be the final straw that breaks the camel's back. Sima Yi smiles as he speaks, vigorously waving his fan. The ultimate move. Wind sweeps away the clouds. The once tranquil air becomes restless, swirling into a violent tempest, feeding the searing flames that rush toward the arm of the War God Legion. The fire, propelled by the wind, becomes uncontrollable, stretching for miles and continuing to spread. Help! Countless soldiers are consumed by the flames, transforming into fiery orbs, flailing about like headless flies, as individual valor proves futile against the raging inferno. The formation of the Arm of the War God is thrown into disarray. All troops, retreat. Prince Howard, witnessing the impending obliteration of the Arm of the War God Legion by the flames, delivers a powerful slash to push back Dianwei and shouts loudly. In the face of such an overwhelming force of nature, individual strength appears insignificant. Even though it is one of the mightiest legions of the Orc Empire, it must yield before the powers of nature. This is where the Orc Empire's reputation as a magical desert reveals its shortcomings. Had they been in the human capital, a mere 8th-level mage could have summoned water elements to extinguish the flames with a single raging waves. The Oralfen warriors cover the rear, while the Galide griffins maintain aerial vigilance. The remaining forces swiftly retreat. Once calm returns, Prince Howard demonstrates exceptional military acumen, commanding the orderly retreat of his troops with composure. In the grasslands, Prince Howard exerts every effort to organize a systematic withdrawal of the now utterly chaotic army. As he gazes at the encroaching inferno, the first soldier to flee the ranks, followed by many, transforms the retreat into a rout that a deadly race unfolds across the grasslands, with the raging flames pursuing the elite warriors of the Arm of the War God. One by one, soldiers fall victim to the flames. Initially, they manage to resist the fire with their fighting spirit, but soon the feeble remnants of that spirit are extinguished, followed by piercing screams as they are reduced to charred remains. Calm down, do not panic, Prince Howard calls out, channeling his fighting spirit repeatedly. Yet in the face of life and death, military orders are disregarded, and helplessly, Prince Howard must retreat alongside his troops towards Karai City. As misfortune befalls him, just as he escapes the flames and prepares to regroup, a cacophony of battle cries erupts from the flank as 20,000 Fireblade raiders charge forth, wielding their long-handled battle axes. A wave of dark aerial forces arrives, riding unknown, flying magical beasts, their long spears glinting with a menacing sheen, leaving no doubt about their combat prowess. The arm of the war god is left with just over 2,000 gall-eyed griffins. Already fragmented and disorganized, ill-equipped to confront the Wind Knights, as the Wind Knights charge, the bodies of the gall-eyed griffins rain down like droplets of rain on the ground. Elite archers from the House tribe attempt to shoot arrows at the Wind Knights. But the renowned House archery unit, famed for its dense arrow formations, has long been disbanded by the fleeing infantry, leaving only scattered arrows that fail to inflict significant damage on the Fireblade's aerial forces. Only a few unfortunate Wind Knights are struck. With the gall-eyed Griffin Air Force dealt with, the Wind Knights begin to rain down long spears. The 2-meter-long spears, propelled by the astonishing strength of the Wind Knights, pierce down from the sky with a sharp whistle, claiming the lives of the arm of the War God warriors. The arm of the War God Legion, which had only just regained its composure, becomes as panicked as startled birds, facing the ambush of the Fireblade forces, resulting in another catastrophic rout. Under the relentless pursuit of the Fireblade Wind Knights and Raiders, they lament not having additional pairs of legs to flee with. By evening, as the shadow of Karai City comes into view, the Fireblade soldiers finally cease their pursuit and withdraw in formation. Prince Howard counts his remaining forces. The arm of the war god has suffered a loss of nearly half its strength. The grassland has been scorched to a charred wasteland, with further losses incurred during the pursuit. The slow-moving Orlfin warriors and the gall-eyed Griffin Air Force have been largely annihilated, their organized ranks obliterated. And the losses are so severe that they cannot be adequately described, compounded by the tens of thousands of wounded soldiers. For the not-so-wealthy Orc Empire, this is an enormous burden. The only solace for Prince Howard is that the shaman units remain intact, with only a few flying magical beasts lost beneath the meteor fire rain. The inferno in the grasslands raged for 3 days and nights before finally extinguishing, leaving nearly 1,000 square miles of the grasslands reduced to ashes. While Prince Howard dealt with the aftermath of his defeat, dispatching messengers to the royal capital and fortifying the city defenses in anticipation of Li Ling's army, Li Ling himself convened his first true military meeting since arriving in this otherworldly realm. In Norton City, Sima E. Style Zhongda stands to report on the current strength of their army. In the conference room of the Lord's Mansion, various magical beast heroes gather as Li Ling speaks first. Sima E. rises, clasping his hands, and states, "My lord, our army has undergone significant expansion, currently boasting 2 million Fireblade infantry, 500,000 Fireblade hunters, 50,000 Fireblade raiders, 1,000 Fireblade shamans, 1,000 Fireblade healers, 5,000 Fireblade Wind Knights, 500 Fireblade destroyers, and 300 Komodo Knights. What is our remaining energy? This is also a pressing issue for our forces. Following the large-scale troop increase, we temporarily lack ordinary energy. However, our magical energy has dwindled to only 500,000, with a mere 23 units of mysterious energy remaining. I believe our immediate priority should not be to invade the Orc Empire. Instead, we should focus our attention on the Chino Forest to hunt magical beasts and acquire resources. We already have an army of 1 million. Li Ling's fingers gently tapped against the table, as his mind silently devised plans. Kylan, wait for me. Ling Gij is no longer the powerless Ling who just traversed here. Soon, I shall lead an army to the Orc Empire to rescue you. Turning to General Elan, he inquired, Wen Yuan, if we were to launch a full-scale assault on the Orc Empire now, how long would it take to reach the imperial capital? Zhang Liao, style Wen Yuan, a custom hero of combat and command type, possessing 8th-level physical strength, and wielding the exclusive hero weapon, the Huanglong Hook Chain Blade, responded, My lord, from Kino Forest to the Orc Empire, we must conquer the provinces of Karai and Nali, a total of 27 cities, to reach the Orc Empire's imperial capital. My lord, that is not advisable. Though our forces number 2 million, we remain vastly outnumbered by the Orc Empire's population exceeding 100 million. Even if we reach the capital, Cambrai City, we will still be at a disadvantage, as the Orc Empire has long since mobilized their armies to defend the city. Cambrai is as fortified as a citadel. It cannot be taken in haste. The Orc Empire has a populace ready for battle. Should we be delayed, they will swiftly gather millions in arms, at a general clad in white samurai attire interjected upon hearing Li Ling's intentions to attack Cambrai. Su Huang, style Gongming, a custom hero of combat and command type, also possessing 8th level physical strength and wielding the exclusive hero weapon, the Bagua Xianhua axe, added, "My lord, it would be prudent for us to devise a strategy to rescue Kylan. Perhaps I could infiltrate and discreetly extract the lady?" "No," Li Ling replied resolutely. "When I was at my lowest, Linner never abandoned me that I cannot allow her to follow me into danger without clarity. My lord, why not let all the generals join forces, leading the Fire Blade Wind Knights to traverse the desolate wilderness, reclaim the lady from the capital, and compel the Orc Empire to negotiate?" A commander clad in purple armor proposed. Deng Ai, styled Shizai, a custom hero of combat and command type, possessing 8th level physical strength and wielding the exclusive hero weapon, the Plum Blossom Spear, cautioned, "My lord, in doing so, we must prepare for the Orc Empire's retaliation." Seeing Li Ling's indecision, Sima Yi quickly rose to express concern. Bang! In the silent meeting room of the Lord's Manor, after much contemplation, Li Ling slammed his palm upon the table. "I cannot concern myself with such matters any longer. In just over 10 days, Linner is to be forcibly wed to that despicable heir of the Orc Empire. Let us proceed as Shizai suggests. It is time for the world to know of me, Li Ling. But, my lord," Sima Yi began, but was swiftly interrupted. "Spare me your words, my mind is made up. Even if I cannot conquer the Orc Empire to avenge Linner, I shall create chaos in the imperial capital," Li Ling declared, cutting off Sima Yi's system. "Commence the recruitment of 2,000 Fire Blade Wind Knights. Zhongda and Gongming remain here to guard and gather ordinary energy. Bolster our forces. I care not if Kino Forest becomes a desert in the process." With determination, Li Ling issued his orders. "Gan Ning, Deng Ai, after my departure, you are to lead our troops to assault the Orc Empire's Karai province. The arm of the War God Legion has already been severely weakened. Surely Howard would not dare to emerge from the city to assist. Once the cities are captured, plunder is needed and return to Kino Forest to construct watchtowers in Norton City. Preparing for the Orc Empire's Grand Army, Grom, Vol'jin, Lu Bu, Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, and Zhang Liao will lead 7,000 Fire Blade Wind Knights. Tomorrow morning, we depart for the imperial capital of Cambrai." Li Ling rallied, urging all to unite and fulfill their mission. Understood, the assembled heroes rose in unison, responding with respect that in the study of the winged demon tiger Rex family within Kino Forest, the patriarch Kuina Rex inquired of the black-robed man before him. "I have heard that the newly relocated Fireblade clan has clashed with the Orc Empire?" "Indeed, patriarch. They captured Norton City 5 days ago and laid an ambush on the wild grasslands 3 days past, severely damaging the Orc Empire's arm of the War God Legion. They have been relentlessly attacking cities in the Karai province and have already taken half," Sandy replied respectfully. "Norton City was specifically constructed to guard against us and harbors formidable strength. Though Donald possesses only 8th level power, dealing with him in his berserk state would require considerable effort. This Fireblade clan that has emerged from the shadows is indeed formidable. Kuina Muse IT is said that apart from the previous Sword Saint, their tribe boasts several Sword Saints, and there is even an 8th level Archmage in the wild grasslands," Sandy continued. "What response has the Orc Empire mounted?" Kuina inquired. "The Orc Empire has yet to react. It is rumored that their heir is to wed a maiden of the Tej clan, leaving them little time to deal with these foreign interlopers." "Haha, this is becoming increasingly interesting," Kuina chuckled softly. "Patriarch, given their strength, should we not take action against them?" Sandy respectfully asked. What is there to fear? Their strength is precisely what will lure the others to strike. Spread word among the Orc Empire that our Rex family has crossed paths with these foreign interlopers. We shall wait for the Orc Empire to come seeking cooperation. Your wisdom is unparalleled. Patriarch, in the palace of Cambry City, the heir to the Orc Empire, Clereese, the young lord of the Rhine clan. Questioned, Father, urgent reports from Karai province indicate that a race calling themselves the Fireblade clan continuously invades our lands. Why have we not mobilized our forces? Cle is the first son of the Orc Empire's emperor. Weinreis, born to him in his late 40s, being the sole heir, he faces no contention for the throne. Wein, overjoyed at fatherhood in his middle age, promptly appointed Cle as his successor, destined to be the next king of the Orc Empire. Showered with affection, Cle, now nearing 30, has attained 7th-level prowess, possessing a handsome demeanor, with subtle king characters etched upon his brow, exuding an aura of authority even without anger. Wein, feeling the decline of his youthful vigor, arranged a marriage for Cle with the Tage clan to secure their support. Aware that apart from his line, many other branches of the Rhine clan are the throne covetously, the outcome of this union remains uncertain. Though still somewhat juvenile, in due time, he shall undoubtedly emerge as a competent ruler. Wein mused, observing Cle with increasing satisfaction. Ha, my son, fret not. The Fireblade clan is but a minor nuisance. With a mere mobilization of forces, they shall be extinguished. T present, your marriage to Kylan is paramount. With the Tage clan's backing, your ascension to the throne will be assured, especially as the branches of the clan grow ever more restless. Though still slightly immature, in due time, he shall undoubtedly emerge as a competent ruler. Father, I have recently heard that the Fireblade clan hails from Kino Forest and have had conflicts with the supreme magical beast family, the winged demon tiger Rex. I believe we could ally with them to combat the Fireblade clan. Cle proposed. Haha, my son has finally matured, considering how to alleviate his father's burdens. However, your immediate task is to prepare for your wedding. Only 10 days remained at AS for the Fireblade clan. I shall dispatch my own forces to address them. Wein reassured him, I asked the young lady of the Cambry family to your satisfaction. Kylan is perfect in every way. I hold great affection for her, Cle replied. Haha, as long as you are satisfied, you may now take your leave to prepare for the wedding. Yes, I take my leave, Cle acknowledged before departing the palace. Wein watched as Cle exited the Grand Hall. Do you believe Cle will become a worthy emperor? Indeed, though the heir may appear somewhat naive at present, he already possesses an imposing presence. With a bit of refinement, he shall undoubtedly become a capable emperor. A hoarse voice echoed in the empty hall. Haha, I can still hold my ground for at least 5 more years. Those branches who believe I am faltering are gravely mistaken. Should they continue their unrest, they shall accompany me to my end, Wein declared, his gaze fierce, the hall enveloped in silence. Keep a close watch on those branches. In 10 days, Cle's wedding will commence. No one is permitted to disrupt this occasion, that if they show malice, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Indeed, in regarding the dual-winged magical tiger, the Rex family, after the grand wedding of Kelly, I kindly ask you to personally make a trip. The individual hidden behind the scenes appears to hold a significant status, as Vane speaks to him with great courtesy. Understood. After receiving an affirmative response, Vane fell silent once more. The grand hall was enveloped in silence, with no sound but the rustling of Vane as he reviewed documents. The night grew deeper, in the cradle of human mages. The Aelandi Empire. Today's meeting agenda concerns the recent emergence of the Flame Edge clan from the Kino Forest, potentially an ancient remnant. What are your thoughts, esteemed members? In an unremarkable residence within the imperial capital, in a dimly lit basement, a dozen figures clad in black robes gathered, their long hoods obscuring their faces. However, the fiery staff emblem pinned to their chests would surely instill fear in any who beheld it. This is the Dark Council of the Aelandi Empire, the most clandestine administrative body, wielding immense power and overseeing the nation's every move. Any actions deemed harmful to the state can be dealt with immediately and reported afterward, akin to the Eastern Depot of the Ming Dynasty's Jinui. However, unlike them, each elder here possesses formidable strength, with none less than the rank of an 8th-level mage. Even the Emperor of the Aelandi Empire must exercise a degree of humility in their presence. Though the Aelandi Empire is hailed as the home of mages, to assume they lack means to contend with warriors would be a grave misjudgment. Years of research have led these exceptionally gifted mages to develop a type of magically powered armor. The higher the magic level, the greater the strength it can manifest. These 8th level mages can wield the prowess of a 9th level warrior with a set of top-tier magical armor. This moment. The basement of the obscure residence housed the majority of the Dark Council's elders, and no one knew their origins, only that they revered the 4 saints of ancient glory, a quartet of unknown deities. Their nominal leader is a human youth named Li Ling, currently active near the Orc Empire's Calais province, adjacent to the Kino Forest, that a low voice slowly articulated information regarding the Flame Edge clan. What is their strength? Interrupted one elder. The specifics remain unclear. The infantry displayed thus far all possess the elite strength of level 5, along with several extraordinary masters. Recently, a great fire in the wild grasslands consumed half of the arm of the War God Legion. The low figure, undeterred by the interruption, continued his account. What is so impressive about that? Given the opportunity, I could similarly incinerate half a legion utilizing the fire of the wild grasslands that a few waves of water magic from our legion could easily extinguish that blaze. They merely triumphed over a handful of uncivilized beasts. A coarse voice once again interrupted the first black-robed figure's narration. This was an individual radiating a strong aura of fire elements, on the verge of breaking through to the 9th level Grand Mage. Typically, those who practice magic exhibit personalities that align with their respective elements. This fire mage was, unsurprisingly, of an irritable temperament. After decades of collaboration, the initial black-robed elder did not take offense at the interruption, but continued in a somber tone. My opinion is that the Flame Edge clan is distant from us. We might as well send someone to befriend them, securing an ally for the future. Seconded. Agreed. In the Central Council of the 8 Nations Alliance. The purpose of this gathering is primarily to discuss the newly emerged Flame Edge clan in the Kino Forest, which I trust you have all heard about, in the 8 small nations situated in the far eastern regions. United against the pressures from the Orc Empire and the 2 major human empires in the heart of the continent, the 8 Nations Alliance stands firm, their positions unified in external matters. The central meeting convenes the kings of member nations during significant events to mediate disputes and discuss foreign policies. The Flame Edge clan has surfaced on the periphery of the Kino Forest, having commenced their invasion of the Orc Empire 10 days ago, seizing Norton City in the Calais province, and subsequently igniting half of the arm of the War God Legion, with several extraordinary beings intervening in the conflict. King Blair of the Kingdom of Light presided over the meeting and spoke slowly. I wonder what suggestions you may have. Blair hails from a nation wherein politics and religion intertwine. Its Order of the Light Knights, driven by devout faith, stands as one of the foremost knightly orders on the continent. Albeit in limited numbers, that it seems this race is highly aggressive, likely looking to invade us, just as the dual-winged magical Tiger Rex family did. I propose we station heavy troops along the front line of the Kino Forest, spoke the king of the Iron Nation, Randall. The Iron Nation is renowned for its exquisite weaponry and serves as the arms supplier within the 8 Nations Alliance. Reaping substantial profits, should defenses be strengthened in the Kino Forest, the coalition would inevitably purchase weapons and armor from the Iron Nation, thus achieving a dual benefit. Nonsense. The Kino Forest is home to 5 major extraordinary beast families. How could the Flame Edge clan, situated in the Orc Empire, possibly traverse the forest to invade us? It is nothing but a farce. The King of the Fire Kingdom retorted immediately. Between nations, national interests reign supreme. Even the closest alliances experience friction. The Fire Kingdom borders the Iron Nation and is famed for its flame warriors who cultivate fiery martial arts, boasting formidable military strength within the 8 Nations Alliance. However, its land is barren, and its economic power is weak, perpetually coveting the Iron Nation's weapon trade, aspiring to annex it, yet consistently thwarted by other nations. After all, even in alliance, no one wishes to see a militarily powerful Fire Kingdom receive economic assistance from the Iron Nation. Given this, I propose we send envoys to befriend this race while dispatching sentinels to closely monitor the Kino Forest for any movements, preventing any potential sneak attacks. What do you all think? The King of the Light Nation suggested. Agreed. Good idea. In an unknown corner of the continent, the Flame Edge clan first emerged 20 days ago, defeating the dual-winged magical Tiger Rex family. Their main forces consist of warriors with an overall strength of level 3. led by a remarkable individual named Grom, a 9th-level sword saint who slayed the 8th-level pinnacle extraordinary beast, the dual-winged magical tiger Garfield. This battle also unveiled a 9th-level fire-red dragon point 10 days ago. They commenced their invasion of the Orc Empire, swiftly capturing Norton's city in the Calais province, and subsequently setting ablaze half of the arm of the War God Legion, with their primary warriors now having reached level 5 strength. Along with several extraordinary masters joining the fray, they have already seized the majority of the Calais province, and the Orc Empire has yet to respond. An elder from the Feather clan recounted this slowly, the passage of time leaving heavy marks upon him, the feathers behind him now gray, yet his eyes still sparkled with wisdom, commanding respect. This is a village nestled amidst mountains, its homes predominantly humble wooden structures. At this moment, in a central house within the village, a dozen elders of various races gathered. Should a scholar well-versed in the continent's lore be present, they would surely be astonished to recognize that these elders belong to the mysterious races that vanished during the Great Races War. The Feather Clan, Sand Clan, Flame Clan, Goblins, and Rock Clan, all of which have yet to be discovered in their homeland. Is there any news regarding their leader? The elder of the Sand Clan inquired hoarsely. Yes, Li Ling, 16 years old. Previously a servant of the Cambrai family within the Orc Empire. In truth, he is the childhood companion of the current heir to the Orc Empire, having grown up alongside her, a true childhood sweetheart. A month ago, he ventured alone into the Kino forest and, upon re-emerging, claimed to be the earthly representative of the 4 saints of ancient glory, the esteemed sage of the Flame Edge clan. I suspect he is indeed the leader of this suddenly appearing race. If Li Ling were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished at how accurately these remnants possess information about him, while the major empires have yet to uncover his whereabouts. These races seemingly knowing him inside out. Is it truly him? The reticent elder of the Rock clan murmured softly. Unknown. However, we should send someone to establish contact, replied the elder of the Feather clan. Indeed, we have waited far too long for that prophecy. The diminutive elder of the Goblin clan solemnly added that in the imperial capital of Cambrai City, on the 16th of October in the 786th year of the Star Moon calendar. The day deemed auspicious for marriages, the Orc imperial capital of Cambrai City was immersed in a jubilant atmosphere. Following a month of preparations, the wedding of the Orc heir Kelly and the Cambrai family's young lady. Chiron had finally arrived 800 years prior. The heroic leader of the Tage clan, Cambrai, perished in the icy peaks of Muhuan Shui Mountain, sacrificing his life to grant the Orcs a respite for recovery. Were it not for the sacrifice at Cambrai, perhaps today the Orcs would have long since faded into mere legend upon the Star Moon continent. The surviving Orcs, after establishing their nation on the ancient plateau, named their new capital Cambrai in honor of the hero of the Taigo clan. For 8 centuries, every head of the Cambrai family has served in the military, defending the borders of the Orc Empire, with several clan members perishing in battle, nearly jeopardizing their lineage, earning them profound respect among the Orc populace. Emperor Vane has reigned for over 30 years, although he has never sought to expand his territory. His governance has been marked by benevolence, resulting in increasing prosperity for the Orcs year by year during his rule. The Orcs hold Emperor Vane in high esteem, and Crown Prince Klee, as his sole heir, has displayed extraordinary talent from a young age. of the Orcs. He is destined to be a great sovereign, one who will not belong solely to Emperor Vane. Today, the city of Cambrai is adorned with festive decorations. As people don their finest garments, usually reserved for special occasions, the streets are filled with radiant smiles. Even the beggar from the Snail clan, a branch of the Burr clan, squatting at the street corner, finds his bowl filled with more coins than usual. The common folk, unaware of the intricacies of political alliances, rejoice simply at the prospect of a union between the two families in the chamber of Kylan at the Cambrai estate. A dozen Kate clan maidens attend to her, assisting with her bathing and dressing. Since Kylan was recognized as the legitimate daughter of the Cambrai family and betrothed to Crown Prince Klee, she has been surrounded by at least 10 Kate maidens. Following the tradition of Kate Huailin, where the Kate clan has historically been vassals of the Rhine clan, these maidens, trained in the palace, are well-versed in etiquette and specifically assigned to serve Kylan. Today, they are also resplendently attired in pink glass skirts, their long hair cascading down their backs, gently tied with pink ribbons, adorned with a few white pearls, elegant yet not overshadowing the bride's beauty. 5 of them are busy preparing Kylan's hair and makeup, enhancing her already charming appearance. Her eyes, aglow with excitement or perhaps reflecting the room's vibrant hues, sparkle with brilliance, while her youthful visage blossoms under the skilled hands of her attendants. Meanwhile, another 5 maidens meticulously inspect the jewelry and garments for any omissions required for the day. The highly anticipated wedding of the Orc Crown Prince is a significant event, with various nations having sent representatives to witness the union a month after the engagement. Should there be any oversight, these maidens would face dire consequences. "Oh, miss, you look absolutely stunning," one maid exclaimed as they completed Kylan's adornment, glancing at the mirror in admiration. Kylan, however, simply sat in her chair, expressionless, staring into the mirror. Her silence punctuated by her tightly clenched grip on a short dagger hidden beneath her long sleeves. "Lingo, why have you not come to rescue me? If I cannot see you by the end, then perhaps we shall meet again in the next life." A flicker of resolve flashed in Kylan's eyes. Everything ready. The wedding procession is about to arrive," came the voice of the old housekeeper from outside, urging them on to, "We shall be right. This maiden selected from the palace. They need not show the same deference to the butler as the lower servants of the Cambrai estate. In a sense, they represent the dignity of the Rhine royal family." A grand wedding procession advanced along the main avenue of Cambrai, led by 2 breathtakingly beautiful maidens of the Smai clan, who danced above the procession, showering petals from their baskets. Following them were 12 alluring beauties from the Forbes clan, twirling and dancing, revealing faces that radiated mesmerizing beauty. Crown Prince Klee rode atop a formidable 7th-tier magical beast, the wind-soaring tiger, its towering frame amplifying the prince's regal presence as he waved cheerfully at the orcs lining the streets. Bringing up the rear were elite warriors of the Rhine clan, carrying trays and boxes containing the bride's dowry. Upon reaching the gates of the Cambrai estate, they found the entrance firmly shut. "Klee Lays of the Rhine clan arrives to wed Miss Kylan Cambrai. Bearing gifts," Klee announced loudly. Signaling to his attendants, the Rhine attendant brandished a dowry list, proclaiming, "The Rhine dowry includes 200 high-tier magical beast cores." A collective gasp erupted from the gathered orc crowd at the mere mention of the first item. Although the Orc Empire has stood proudly on the continent for many years, with numerous skilled warriors, it is impractical for all elite fighters to hunt high-tier magical beasts, as such endeavors would only incite the wrath of these formidable creatures. Thus, 200 high-tier cores equate to the total number of high-tier magical beasts hunted by the Orc Empire in an entire year, and this is but the first item on the list. 20 sets of finely crafted armor by Dwarven Masters .50 black iron greatswords, also by Dwarven Masters .100 pieces of Elven Art .10 enchanted weapons. The onlookers were left speechless, utterly astonished by the Rhine clan's extravagant display of wealth. Just the mention of enchanted weapons signifies the use of rare magical materials, crafted by master blacksmiths and imbued by high-tier alchemists, with a success rate that is notoriously low for an ordinary noble. Possessing even one would be a cause for immense joy, a treasured heirloom to pass down through generations. Before the Great War of the Races, the Rhine clan had served as vassals to the Orc royal family for millennia, amassing a wealth that makes this dowry seem but a drop in the ocean. With a resounding boom, the gates slowly creaked open in accordance with Orc custom. The bride's family only opens the door when they are thoroughly satisfied with the dowry. The clan leader of the Taigo, Kes Cambrai, emerged first to greet Prince Klee. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Kylan, adorned in resplendent attire and supported by her maidens, stepped forth, her delicate frame evoking a sense of poignant beauty. Prince Klee lifted Kylan into a carriage drawn by 2 5th-tier magical unicorns, resembling the mythical unicorns of legend, their pure white forms symbolizing innocence. The wedding procession gradually made its way back to the palace, which was equally festooned with decorations, banners fluttering in the breeze. 2 lines of elegantly clad ceremonial guards extended from the palace gates to the grandest hall, the Beast God Temple. Within the Beast God Temple, tables laden with lavish feasts awaited the gathering of noble officials from the Orc Empire and representatives from various nations, all converging to celebrate the marriage of Crown Prince Klee. Position on the left was Prince Klee, while Kes Cambrai held Kylan's hand on the right. Under the witness of the sacred rites, let us bless this couple as they approach us, the high priest of the orcs proclaimed, smiling as he watched the newlyweds enter. It is tradition for the priest to officiate the wedding. Though it may seem superfluous, I must ask, is there anyone who opposes the union of this perfect pair? The high priest jested. Laughter erupted from the audience. Who would dare to oppose the Orc Empire at such a moment? I object. The voice that interrupted was akin to thunder, resonating in the hearts of the guests. A murmur of shock rippled through the assembly at the unexpected declaration from Li Ling. Who is this person? Came the whispers, incredulous at the audacity of one who would emerge at such a critical juncture. Upon hearing the voice from outside the temple, Emperor Vane quickly exited the hall, followed closely by Klee and the clan leader of the Taigo. The remaining guests, drawn by the commotion, followed suit to the grand entrance of the temple. A dense throng had gathered. Outside the Beast God Temple, a formidable aerial force had assembled, their 3-meter-long bodies sleek and streamlined, with sharp claws and razor-sharp teeth. The riders atop these creatures bore cold. Indifferent gazes, their bulging muscles highlighted by glinting spears. No one doubted the might of this previously unseen aerial army. The collective gasp echoed, and all eyes turned to the leader of the aerial force. Hiss, a series of sharp intakes of breath followed. Dragons, the most powerful beings on the continent, dwell on the far-off Dragon Isle. Adult 9th-tier dragons, with their formidable physiques and potent dragon language magic, command respect even from those at the threshold of divinity. If the 8th-tier magical beasts provoke envy, then the 9th-tier dragons are truly the envy of the heavens. Were it not for their scarcity, with fewer than 200 dragons of all types remaining, the rulers of the continent would undoubtedly be the Dragon Clan. Today, guests at the Orc Crown Prince's wedding were fortunate enough to witness a creature spoken of only in legends, a fire dragon. Who are you? Klee, embodying the dignity of a long-reigning ruler of the Starmoon continent, maintained his composure even when faced with Li Ling, the 9th-tier fire dragon. That I oppose their union. Li Ling gestured for the red dragon to descend. Slowly disembarking from its mighty form, he turned to Emperor Wayne and said, Kylan, Brother Ling has come to take you away. Will you come with me? Ignoring the myriad astonished and furious gazes surrounding him, Li Ling spoke tenderly to Kylan. His gentle voice, resonating in the stillness of the atmosphere, sent ripples of shock through the hearts of all present. The orcs had emerged victorious from the Great War of the 100 Clans. Though now relegated to the ancient plateau by humans, none dared to underestimate this race. Each clan of the ancient 100 possessed its own trump card, and any race that had endured to this day was not to be trifled with. The audacity of someone attempting to disrupt the Orc Prince's wedding was nothing short of scandalous, particularly among the human envoy present. Faces turned pale, for it was immediately clear to the discerning that the wedding crasher was, indeed, a human. Who was this reckless fool? The human envoys exchanged glances, hoping not to provoke the Orc Empire into believing this was a challenge from the human elite, while they were not afraid of an Orc's wrath. Who would wish to make an unnecessary sacrifice? After all, the Orc warriors were renowned, and their prowess was not mere boast. It was a truth forged from the blood of countless foes. As the crowd mulled over these thoughts, a sight unfolded that left them wide-eyed. A small figure dashed into Li Ling's embrace. The Orc Prince's bride, Miss Cambule of the Cambule family, was weeping in the arms of a wedding crasher. There, Kylan, do not cry. Brother Ling has come to take you away, Li Ling soothed, oblivious to the throng around him. Clang! A small dagger slipped from Kylan's grasp, clattering to the ground. Woo, Brother Ling, if you do not come soon. I shall never see Kylan again, came a muffled sob from Li Ling's embrace. The envoys from various nations were once again left speechless, realizing that the Orc Prince's bride had come with a heart resigned to her fate. The Orc Empire was certainly in for an uproar. Even if they eliminated this audacious wedding crasher, the Rhine royal family would likely become the laughingstock of the continent. That moment, Emperor Wayne's face darkened as he turned his gaze towards Kylan's father. Kes Cambule. Who are you? Release my daughter. Kes, under the piercing glare of the Rhine monarch, had no choice but to step forward to defend his honor. Li Ling gently nudged Kylan to stand, then turned to Kess. You are Kylan's father, I presume? I am Li Ling, her beloved, and I hope you will bless our union. He declared that on what grounds? Kess retorted angrily upon hearing Li Ling's audacious claim. I have heard that Kylan is to be wed, and I have sent my subordinates to prepare a grand gift. If Kylan truly loves Prince Klee, it shall serve as a betrothal gift. If she is being forced, then it is a bride price for you. My lord, as he spoke, Li Ling produced a colorful gift list from his robes, handing it to his companion, Elbu, from the illustrious four saints of the ancient world. I, Sir Li Ling, the great sage of the Fireblade clan, formally proposed to the Cambiel family of the Orc Empire, hoping to marry Miss Kylan Cambiel. I present this bridal price from the province of Karai. Buzz. As Elbu's words fell, it was as if a stone had struck 1,000 ripples. Even with the assembly composed of notable figures from the Orc Empire, they could not suppress their murmurs of astonishment. How audacious to dare invade another's domain, to enter their capital, and to treat the conquered lands as a bridal gift. It was certain that such a bold act had never been seen across the continent, and it was unlikely to be repeated. Yet, with Elbu's proclamation, the crowd began to piece together Li Ling's identity. Not long ago, news had spread of the Orc Empire being invaded by a foreign race emerging from the Chino forest. So, it was they. A sense of realization washed over the crowd. Impudent, before the Beast God Hall, how dare you act with such impunity? As Emperor Wayne's expression darkened further, a loyal subject stepped forward, a warrior of the Green Party clad in ceremonial armor. Wielding the peak strength of the 7th tier, silence. Before the Green Party warrior could utter another word, Elbu impatiently swung his halberd, unleashing a violet blade that sent the loyal warrior crashing into the wall, where he slid down, lifeless. Only then did the assembly notice the formidable individuals flanking Li Ling. Grom, Valjean, Elbu, Zhao Yun, Dianwei, Zhang Liao gasped. 6 extraordinary beings, each exuding a murderous aura, clearly emerged from the rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. Together with the fire dragon that Li Ling had ridden, there were a total of 7 unknown super-tier warriors, and judging by their presence, 3 were at the 9th tier, alongside a red dragon capable of contending with a 10th tier deity. The Orc Empire was about to suffer grievously. The envoys from various nations began to exhibit gleeful expressions. Whoever had provoked such a force would surely face dire consequences. The Orc Empire had stirred a hornet's nest over a mere royal marriage. Stand down, young man. Do not think that with these super-tier warriors at your back, you can run rampant in the Orc Empire. Emperor Wayne's voice, strained with barely contained rage, rang out before the Beast God Hall. A throng had gathered, their attire lavish, creating a cacophony rivaling that of a bustling market, as the envoys debated amongst themselves. This race emerging from the Chino forest possesses such strength? I doubt it. The Orc Empire has stood firm on this continent for countless years. Surely they have hidden trump card, as the crowd speculated about Li Ling. A piercing voice broke through the D-I-N-I-T-S him. That servant. Father, he is the human scoundrel who has been with Kylan since childhood. Kylan's half-brother, Duri, pointed at Li Ling in horror, his mouth agape and eyes wide with disbelief. The one standing before the Beast God Hall, threatening the Emperor of the Orc Empire, was the very human he had always regarded with disdain. The one he had repeatedly attempted to eliminate, forging a bitter enmity, yet had never succeeded. Duri trembled. How could this be? Impossible. Impossible. His disbelief rendered him speechless, his eyes vacant, muttering to himself in shock that, is it really you? Kess suddenly recalled who Li Ling was, although Kylan was merely an insignificant, illegitimate daughter of the Cambiel family. He had heard rumors of her constant companionship with a human being that time. He had dismissed it, never imagining that this very boy would today, Elbu, slay that beast. Duri's words, though foolish, caught Li Ling's attention. The moment he laid eyes on Duri, memories surged within him, igniting a fierce rage. His eyes blazed crimson as he commanded Elbu, do it. Understood. Elbu saluted and, wielding his halberd, transformed into a violet streak, charging toward Klee amidst the crowd get away. Witnessing Elbu, a 9th tier powerhouse, barreling toward them, Those nearby Duri quickly scattered to avoid collateral damage. Father! Father! Save me! Duri, paralyzed by fear, stood frozen, forgetting to escape, and cried out in panic for Kess. Boom! A green figure emerged at the last moment, positioning itself before Duri to absorb Elbu's strike with all its might. The impact sent both the figure and Duri crashing against two walls, blood spilling the air as they fell. As the dust settled, the crowd beheld Kess, his garments in tatters, body covered in wounds. Kneeling with a sword as he leaned against the ground, clearly at the end of his strength, behind him, Duri lay lifeless, devoid of breath. Splendid! Elbu bellowed with excitement, stomping his foot and cracking the diamond-paved path before the Beast God Hall, launching himself toward Duri in a flash of purple light. Before the Beast God Hall, do not overstep. Just as Kess braced himself for death, a streak of yellow light, bearing an awe-inspiring aura, shot forth from behind the Beast God Hall. A single-edged blade cleaving toward Elbu with unstoppable force. However, who exactly is Elbu? His Fontian Huaji swept the ground, carving an arc as it rose fiercely to meet the single-edged blade. A deafening clash reverberated through the air, leaving the onlookers' ears ringing. Ultimately, although Elbu had exerted a sudden burst of strength to fend off the attack, his adversary staggered back a half-step while Elbu himself retreated 3 full steps. Come again, the assailant exclaimed with excitement. Launching another strike aimed directly at Elbu's face, Elbu raised his Fontian Huaji, parrying the incoming blade, and with a swift rotation, attempted to bring the weapon's edge down upon his opponent. Yet, one who emanates such formidable might is no ordinary foe. Following the trajectory of Elbu's spear, the single-edged blade spun in response, cutting towards Elbu's hand, prompting him to retreat and raise his spear in defense. Before the Beast God Temple, the cacophony of battle finally attracted the attention of masters residing in the Orc imperial capital. The sound of synchronized footsteps echoed as the elite warriors of the Royal Guard surged into the vicinity of the Beast God Temple. Tasked with guarding the royal city, these guards are the CR de la CRME, each a level 6 Ren high-ranking warrior, now unsheathing their blades to encircle Li Ling and his companions. On the surrounding heights, squads of house archers emerged, aiming at the airborne Wind Knights. A radiant halo descended from the heavens, enveloping the Ren high-ranking warriors. Battle Blessing, Stone Skin Chant, Agility Song, Strength Anthem, and the Arm of the War God. Unlike the 1,000-strong sacrificial troop of the military corps, the Royal Guard's priests had long perfected a set of effective battle anthems, creating an atmosphere of meticulous order on various high vantage points of the palace. Silhouettes of 5 or 6 figures emerged, each radiating an imposing aura characteristic of superlative beings. Truly, the Orc Empire, which has stood steadfast on the continent for many years, boasts an overwhelming number of superlative warriors stationed in the imperial capital. Young man, the foundation of the Orc Empire cannot be overturned by mere luck or fleeting encounters. Leave Kalen behind, and I shall allow you to depart. The calm voice of the Beast Emperor Vayne resounded, acknowledging the disgrace faced by the Orcs today. Nevertheless, as a competent sovereign, no one would recklessly challenge several superlative warriors out of anger. Even a fortuitous victory would come at great cost. The destructive potential of superlative beings is vast, likely leaving the imperial capital in ruins. Enough of your prattle. When I was in decline, Kalen stood by me unwaveringly. Today, you shall either step over my corpse or witness me bloodily raise your imperial capital to take Kalen with me. Li Ling interjected forcefully, gripping Kalen's hand tightly. Through thick and thin, in joy and sorrow, hand in hand we shall age together. What more could a woman desire when blessed with such a man? At this moment, Kalen leaned against Li Ling's chest, weeping uncontrollably. Then let the battle commence. The Beast Emperor Vayne, in a bid to uphold the honor of the Orcs, reluctantly issued the order to eliminate Li Ling and his entourage. Fully aware of the heavy toll it would exact, Grom, Wokin, Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, and Zhang Liao moved to confront the various superlative masters of the Orc imperial capital, while Li Ling ascended onto the back of the Red Dragon. Soaring into the skies in an instant, flames soared to the heavens, snow blanketed the land, golden light erupted, and the tempest raged. The air was filled with roars of rage, and the entire palace of the Orc Empire trembled. Except for the few palaces shielded by magical formations around the Beast God Temple. The rest had long been ravaged by the aftermath of the clashes between superlative beings. The entirety of the Orc Imperial City was thrown into chaos. With panicked hearts scattering in all directions, the sounds of superlative warriors clashing echoed continuously in the air. Grom, Woken, and Dianwei, all possessing level 9 prowess, suppressed their opponents the moment they engaged. Yet, orcs are orcs. Their unparalleled land combat, bolstered by their rage-inducing abilities, barely held them together on Zhao Yun and Zhang Liao's front. Li Ling focused on commanding rather than personal combat prowess, resulting in a fierce clash with their adversaries. Showcasing a vibrant display of combat, the battle among more than 10 superlative warriors shook the surroundings, captivating all present. The House Archers launched a barrage from above, executing a 3-shot volley, witnessing the clash between the Orc Empire's superlative warriors and Li Ling's heroes. The House officers of the Royal Guard were unwilling to remain idle, directing their troops to assault the Wind Knights suspended in the air. The torrent of arrows rained down as the skillful Wind Knights deftly dodged in the sky. Nevertheless, some were shot down, and the injured Wind Knights retaliated, hurling spears at the House Archers below. From their elevated position, the Wind Knight spears, imbued with the call of death, harvested the lives of numerous House Archers. The square before the Beast God Temple was stained crimson, transforming into a hellish battlefield, causing many fragile diplomats from various nations to retch. The ethereal melody, reminiscent of a maiden's whisper, resonated enchantingly. A radiant halo descended upon the Wind Knights in midair, and those enveloped by the halo instantaneously lost their ability to fly, plummeting to the ground. Surrounding Ren high-ranking warriors rushed forward, swiftly slaughtering the fallen Fire Blade Wind Knights, the Smai race's extraordinary talent. Song of the Void, activated. In the Orc tribe, every citizen is a soldier, and even the Smai maidens at the front of the wedding procession could precisely discern the optimal moment to unleash their racial abilities. Yet, as they were not professional warriors, after a single Song of the Void, the 2 Smai maidens collapsed, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, utterly spent. Roar, observing the Fire Blade Wind Knights in dire straits. Li Ling stomped down hard on the red dragon beneath him. The dragon, understanding the signal, let out a thunderous roar, unleashing a torrent of searing dragon breath upon the Ren warriors and House Archers below, incinerating hundreds of foes instantly and leaving a massive crater in the square before the Beast God Temple. Nearby diplomats could faintly see the molten earth, transformed by the dragon's intense heat. Slowly flowing like lava, exuding a blistering aura, destruction of the firmament, Blade Storm, Dianwei, and Sword Saint Grom were the first to unleash their ultimate techniques, bringing a swift end to their skirmish. Shadow Hunter Woken, noticing that the two had concluded their battle, ceased his playful demeanor, summoning a legion of Cobra Guards, and began casting disruptive spells to harass the Ren superlative warriors, despite their valiant efforts to hold the line. The effects of their rage-induced powers gradually waned, ultimately leading to their demise at the hands of Woken's spear. Stand down. As the Orc superlative warriors fell in succession and the elite of the Royal Guard suffered continuous losses to Li Ling's Fire Dragon and Wind Knights. The Orc monarch spoke, mysterious river of time, slumbering ancestral spirits. I, the 154th Beast Emperor, summon your awakening to annihilate the enemies before us. The Beast Emperor raised his staff, a symbol of Orc sovereignty. High into the air, chanting incantations, the colossal gem atop the staff radiated blinding light, forcing those present to shield their eyes. From the void, a faint shadow materialized, vaguely resembling a figure of the Ren tribe. The shadow descended, enveloping the Beast Emperor Vayne, merging gradually with him. Vayne seemed to endure immense agony as he howled, his form expanding as the shadow fused with him. Vayne's aura surged. Level 8, peak level 8. Level 9. The momentum continued to escalate, striving towards a breakthrough into the divine level 10. This is bad. We must stop him. Realizing that the Beast Emperor could not be allowed to transcend, Li Ling shouted urgently. Grom, Woken, and Wei exchanged knowing glances, channeling their full power as they charged toward the ascending Beast Emperor Vane. Huh. Now you think to intervene. Do you not consider it too late? The Beast Emperor Vane. His face twisted in pain, sneered menacingly. Boom. The three beastly heroes struck Vane with tremendous force, unleashing a deafening sound that stirred clouds of dust into the air. Swish, swish, swish. Three figures darted rapidly from the dust-laden space, weapons drawn and ready to confront the swirling cloud. This is a serious predicament, Shadowhunter Woken remarked wryly. Ha! Now it's getting interesting. Let us fight. Sword St. Grom laughed exuberantly. Clang. Wei remained silent, fiercely striking his dual god-slaying tridents against one another, conveying his resolve. As the floating dust began to settle, the onlookers faintly discerned a towering figure standing 3 meters high. Roar! It emitted a primal howl, long fangs protruding from its mouth, a robust physique bursting through the luxurious royal robes. Long arms reached down to its knees, and claws a foot long glimmered ominously sharp. Peak level 10. In that moment, the Beast Emperor's power surged from level 8 to the pinnacle of level 10, surpassing all present. This is quite troublesome, the Shadowhunter Vol'jin said with a bitter smile. Haha. Now, this is more interesting. Let us battle, roared the sword St. Grom. Without uttering a word, Wei fiercely struck the ground with his Godslayer twin tridents, expressing his unwavering determination. Indeed, as a warrior born for combat, this beastly hero felt no fear even when facing foes stronger than himself. With the Godslayer twin tridents unleashed to their full power, Wei bellowed in fury, a crimson radiance emanating from the tridents, enveloping him in a resplendent aura, marking his strength as having now reached the initial stage of the 10th tier. Kill! As the saying goes, beautiful women are like renowned generals. They shall not be seen with white hair in this world. As one of Li Ling's most cherished warriors, Wei was wholeheartedly devoted to his master, fighting to the death without retreat. In this moment, even aware of the disparity in strength, he boldly brandished the Godslayer twin tridents, aiming directly at the Beast King Vane. Vane's eyes gleamed with a savage intensity, effortlessly parrying Wei's tridents with his razor-sharp claws. A breathtaking battle between two 10th-tier demigods erupted before the Beast God Temple. Seeing Wei charge forth, Grom flashed a menacing grin at Vane and gradually faded from view. Skill, Gale's Step. The Shadowhunter was not idle either, summoning a legion of Cobra guards around him, their luminous forms illuminating the surroundings, while they could not inflict significant damage on the peak tier Vane. The waves of pain they caused prompted Vane to roar in fury. Among the onlookers, a brilliantly attired middle-aged man, one of the envoys from various nations, exclaimed in astonishment, "The Ancestor Spirit. This is the legendary Ancestor Spirit of the Orc Empire." "What is the Ancestor Spirit?" a younger man beside him inquired, puzzled. "It is said that each noble clan of the Orc Empire has a heroic spirit guarding them, having sacrificed themselves for the orcs. Their wills do not dissipate after death, and they manifest in times of dire need to save their kin," the middle-aged man explained, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "During the Great War of the Clans, the Ancestor Spirits have appeared multiple times, rescuing the orcs from extinction. However, it is said that these spirits gradually weaken over time, until they eventually fade away. For a long time, most believe the Ancestor Spirits to be mere legends. Yet here, they are in reality. Just witnessing the Ancestor Spirit of the Orc Empire makes this journey worthwhile." He chuckled. "If every noble clan has an Ancestor Spirit, then the orcs must be truly formidable." The young man asked in bewilderment. It is not that simple. Though there is no definitive evidence, every Ancestor Spirit was a being of godly power and life, and the last god-tier being of the Orc Empire was the hero Campbell from the Tage clan 8 centuries ago. The middle-aged man lamented that to become an Ancestor Spirit requires extraordinary willpower. Ancestor Spirit. What is this flame? Li Ling, now possessing 6th-tier strength, furrowed his brow as he overheard the conversation between the two human envoys. Turning to the flame to ask, scanning data, the Ancestor Spirit is, in fact, the sole power of a powerful individual sealed within a vessel using special techniques before their spirit dissipates upon death. It can be summoned at critical moments to enhance strength. What weaknesses does the ancestor spirit possess? Li Ling inquired further. The ancestor spirit weakens with each use and as time passes. The one currently used by the Beast King is estimated to have once possessed 13th tier strength. At its peak, it could bestow 12th tier power. However, due to the ravages of time, it can now only enhance to the pinnacle of the 10th tier, the Flame responded, with the upgrade of the Beastman's base. The system had become increasingly intelligent, capable of analyzing the answers Li Ling sought. Dianwei, his power is merely temporary. We must drag this out. After hearing the Flame's analysis, Li Ling shouted to Dianwei and the others. Upon hearing Li Ling's words, Dianwei altered his previously aggressive approach, no longer clashing head-on with the Beast King Vayne, but instead adopting a more evasive strategy, clearly intent on buying time. Seeing Dianwei shift his combat style to a more defensive stance, Vayne's eyes flickered with urgency. Roar. Vayne let out a furious bellow. His already towering form, enhanced by the ancestor spirit, swelled even larger. His muscles bulging as if ready to explode, and his attacks became increasingly ferocious. Though Dianwei had unleashed his initial 10th tier power, he could only resort to passive defense against the now even more formidable Beast King. Fortunately, whenever Dianwei sustained injuries, Vol'jin would seize the opportunity to cast a healing wave, providing him with sustenance. Coupled with Grom's Gale Step and his mirror image to intermittently harass Vayne, they barely managed to hold their ground against the Beast King. The disparity between the initial 10th tier and peak 10th tier was astonishingly vast. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun and Zhang Liao, still battling their opponents, caught a glimmer of murderous intent as they observed others defeating their foes. After dispatching their adversaries, they swiftly retrieved 2 scrolls from their pockets, tearing them open, enveloped in a faint white light. Speed scroll. Increases target speed by 20, with a production of 10 units per day. Requiring 300 energy points for exchange, Li Ling had prepared various potions and speed scrolls for each hero. However, as heroes born for battle, they disdain reliance on external aids, which is why they had not utilized them until now. Now, witnessing the tide of battle turning against them, they wasted no time in tearing open the speed scrolls. As the light dissipated, the 2 warriors charged towards their respective foes with newfound vigor. How can this be? The once evenly matched Beastman Transcendent experts found themselves utterly outclassed by Zhao Yun and Zhang Liao, who had experienced a 20% increase in speed, quickly succumbing to their relentless assault. After vanquishing their opponents, Zhao Yun and Zhang Liao each consumed 2 potions, restoring their previously waning energy to a vibrant surge, while the visible wounds from their earlier skirmishes rapidly healed. Healing Potion restores 50 health points. With a production of 5 units per day, requiring 500 energy points for exchange, Minor Mystical Elixir restores 50 energy points, with a production of 5 units per day, requiring 500 energy points for exchange. The onlookers watched with envy. In the Starmoon continent, alchemists held a prestigious status, and a single magical potion was worth its weight in gold, let alone such miraculous concoctions suited for transcendent beings. After consuming the 2 potions, the refreshed Zhao Yun and Zhang Liao swiftly rejoined the fray alongside Dianwei and the others, their weapons moving with grace and purpose. Their entry soon alleviated the pressure on Dianwei, who, despite his immense strength, had been forced to play defensively, feeling increasingly stifled. Now, with the agile Zhao Yun and Zhang Liao joining the battle, Dianwei felt liberated from his earlier constraints, growing more emboldened with every clash. On the verge of roaring in exhilaration, the 5 engaged in a fierce melee, the sounds of countless collisions resonating like thunder in the hearts of the spectators, armed with claws of lethal sharpness. Vayne matched the 5 transcendent heroes blow for blow, proving himself to be a formidable adversary indeed. As the battle raged on, Demon God Dance, Lu Bu, witnessing that others had concluded their fights, and he was the last remaining, erupted in fury. Unleashing his ultimate technique, countless purple lightning bolts descended from the heavens, encircling Lu Bu. From a distance, he appeared as a demonic deity, gathering the purple thunder at the tip of his fanged anew halberd, radiating blinding violet light as he unleashed his full power upon his opponent. Come forth, true to their warlike nature, The orcs, who lived for battle, showed no signs of fear in the face of Lu Bu's might. Channeling all their fighting spirit into their single-bladed swords, they unleashed a dazzling golden radiance that intertwined with Lu Bu's blinding purple light, engulfing the entire square before the beast god temple. Prompting many to shield their eyes, as the brilliance faded, it revealed Lu Bu's armor shattered on his upper body, marred by numerous deep gashes. He retrieved 2 potions, consumed them, and strode purposefully towards the battle group of Dianwei and the others, leaving behind a severely injured foe. Now lying weakly on the ground, Lu Bu, regarding the grievously wounded and dying individual as unworthy of his wrath, joined the fray alongside 5 transcendent heroes against the Beast King Vayne. With both Lu Bu and Dianwei, whose power was comparable to that of newly ascended demigods, Vayne finally began to show signs of decline. Boom! 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 The square before the Beast God Temple was ablaze with the clash of transcendent powers. The Beast King Vayne, leveraging the might of the Ancestor Spirit, had initially kept Dianwei and the other 3 top heroes at bay. However, with the arrival of Zhao Yun, Zhang Liao, and Lu Bu, Vayne finally began to falter. Watch out! A voice rang out from among the orc nobility that a sound akin to breaking air surged from behind the Beast King, transforming into a fierce shadow that darted towards him like a venomous serpent. Initially appearing as a mere dark streak, yet in a heartbeat, it multiplied into countless manifestations, sealing off all of Vayne's escape routes. Vayne was taken aback, suddenly thrusting aside the formidable duo of Dianwei and Lu Bu before deftly sidestepping the lethal strike from the Swordmaster Grom. Just as he began to exhale in relief, a flash of white surged forth from his side, the gleaming spearhead crashing down towards his chest. The Beast Emperor's expression shifted dramatically. He opened his mouth wide and let out a thunderous roar, momentarily halting Zhao Yun's assault. Yet Zhao Yun, being Zhao Yun, quickly shook off the effects of the Beast Emperor's lion's roar and thrust his spear forward with renewed vigor. Though the Beast Emperor attempted to evade, he was still pierced through the right arm. This marked the first instance of injury for Vayne since the commencement of battle. Just as Vayne caught his breath, a flurry of slicing sounds erupted from all directions. It was the venomous guardians previously set by the Shadow Hunter. Vayne found himself beleaguered, fending off wave after wave of assaults. Roar, roar, roar! Despite the relentless onslaught from the heroes, the Beast Emperor continued to roar in fury. Yet he could not escape the waning of ancestral power, his strength steadily diminishing. Bang! Lu Bu, veins bulging, wielded his formidable halberd with great force, finally sending the weakened Vayne sprawling. Observing Vayne's unsteady stance, the gathered heroes swiftly unleashed their ultimate techniques. Demonic arts, 100 birds facing the phoenix, thunderous roar, shattering the firmament, blade storm. The Shadow Hunter Woken's demonic art struck first, causing Vayne to falter momentarily, but he soon broke free from the interference. However, in the duel of masters, victory often hinges upon the briefest of moments. Seizing the fleeting opportunity when Vayne hesitated, Zhao Yun, Zhang Liao, Dianwei, and Grom unleashed their might upon the Beast Emperor, whose power had already fallen to mid-tier level 10. Boom! Crackle! The combined ultimate techniques of the 4 heroes erupted in a dazzling display of light upon Vayne, generating a deafening roar. My Emperor, lamented the orc nobility, several warriors erupting with fighting spirit, charging towards Li Ling. Yet their meager strength, barely reaching level 8, was swiftly quelled by the Crimson Dragon under Li Ling's command, incinerating them in a torrent of molten lava, forcing the restless orc nobles to regain their composure. After all, grief could not bridge the chasm of power disparity. As the thunderous roars subsided and the brilliance faded, the figure of Vayne emerged, once proud and imposing, now ragged and battered, countless wounds marring his form, with 3 gaping, bone-deep lacerations across his chest. Had he not possessed the resilience typical of Orcish life and previously been an extraordinary powerhouse, such grievous injuries would have surely claimed his life long ago. Yet, in his current state, he was as good as dead, having succumbed to unconsciousness, his breath barely perceptible. The staff that sealed the ancestral spirits lay quietly at his feet, the massive gem atop it now marred with cracks, signifying the complete dissolution of the spirit within. rendering it unusable. Wei, panting heavily, rose to his feet and grasped the twin blades of demise, advancing towards the Beast Emperor. The expressions of the watching orc nobility were mixed. Some displayed schadenfreude, while others bore anxious looks. However, under the intimidating presence of the Crimson Dragon, none dared to act rashly. Step, step, step! The silence of the Grand Plaza before the Beast Goddess Temple was broken only by the sound of Wei's footsteps as he approached the fallen Vayne. Raising the twin blades of demise, poised to end the life of the now unconscious Beast Emperor. Cough, cough, cough! A raspy voice echoed from within the Beast Goddess Temple. Young man, that is enough, while we may have erred. You have wreaked enough havoc. 5 extraordinary powerhouses have already fallen from the orc ranks. Though the voice was soft, it sent chills down the spines of Li Ling and his companions. A master. Undoubtedly a master. A figure even stronger than the Beast Emperor Vayne, empowered by ancestral spirits. Just as Wei was about to bring the twin blades crashing down upon Vayne, mere inches from his head, an invisible barrier seemed to rise between them, preventing the blow despite Wei's full concentration and the visible strain on his muscles. The Beast Emperor cannot fall. Take your lover and your subordinates and depart. There has been enough bloodshed before the Beast Goddess Temple today. The raspy voice resonated once more, accompanied by an aura of power surpassing even the peak of the Beast Emperor's strength. Zhao Yun, Lu Bu, and the others immediately positioned themselves before Li Ling, on guard against the temple. Wei, return, Li Ling commanded, recognizing the futility of the situation. Understood, Wei replied, reluctantly stepping back to stand behind Li Ling. As Li Ling surveyed the diplomats from various nations and the Orc Empire, his piercing gaze met no one's eyes. From this day forth, Norton City shall be renamed Chang'an. The Fireblade clan shall be officially established, and the nation shall be called the Great Han, with Chang'an as its capital. A grand ceremony shall be held in 3 months. I hope you all will attend, Li Ling proclaimed slowly. No sooner had Li Ling's words fallen than a seismic wave of chatter erupted in the previously silent plaza. The Orc Empire shall wed the Empress of the Great Han, Kylan Cambule, and offer 3 extraordinary magic cores as compensation. Before the crowd could digest this explosive revelation, Li Ling's announcement sent shockwaves through them. Young man, enough is enough. Do not press your luck, came the raspy voice once again, accompanied by a powerful pressure directed at Li Ling, maintaining a glum silence. Li Ling did not respond. Observing the situation, Lu Bu and the others swiftly produced 2 recovery potions, drinking them down, their strength restored, their spirits merging into a formidable force to stand against the old man's oppressive presence. After a moment of silence, a streak of light shot forth from the Beast Goddess Temple, and Grom caught it deftly. 3 palm-sized extraordinary magic cores, radiating an enchanting glow. Lu Bu assessed the quality of the magic cores and nodded an affirmation at Li Ling. Let us depart, Li Ling instructed, leading Kylan and the remaining 3,000 Fireblade Wind Knights, along with several beastly heroes, away from the imperial capital of Cambule, leaving the stunned crowd in their wake. Sigh. As they watched Li Ling and his entourage leave, a voice of resignation echoed from within the Beast Goddess Temple. I apologize for the spectacle. The wedding of the Orc Crown Prince has been cancelled. Thank you all for coming to offer your congratulations. Bring the Beast Emperor inside, commanded the raspy voice. Crown Prince Cleve finally came to his senses, hastily directing his attendants to clumsily carry the Beast Emperor into the temple. But by now, he was a mere shadow of his former self. The Yumming Hall of the Orc Royal Palace was one of the most splendid chambers within the palace. The beams were crafted from millennia-old phoenix which sourced from the depths of the Chino forest. With crystal walls serving as lamps, pearl drapes, and golden pillars, that a 6-foot-wide sandalwood bed was adorned with luxurious silks from the elven realm, swaying gently like clouds in a dreamscape, making it hard to believe such opulence existed in the rugged Orc Empire. Rivaling even the finest halls of the human empires in recent decades. As exchanges between orcs and humans increased, the etiquette and culture of humanity gained favor among the orc nobility. Even the various halls within the royal palace have been bestowed elegant names, with Yumming Hall being the chamber of Emperor Vayne of the Orc Empire. Jade symbolizes nobility and sincerity. After ascending to the throne, Emperor Vane whimsically renamed his chamber Yumming Hall. However, at this moment, the grandeur of Yumming Hall had long since faded. The oppressive atmosphere caused the palace maidens of the Forbes clan to lower their heads in trepidation, fearful of incurring punishment for any misstep. The spacious Yumming Hall was suffused with the scent of medicine. As Beast Emperor Vane lay upon the bed, he had been draped in a white robe, his numerous wounds tended to by court physicians, and now lay unconscious on the bed. Aside from his pale countenance, he bore no trace of the mortal wound he had sustained earlier. Yet, even in his slumber, the royal character marked on his forehead retained an air of authority. Crown Prince Klee sat at the foot of the bed. The former vigor he once exuded, now replaced by a despondent demeanor. The meticulously planned marriage alliance had not only failed, but had also seen his bride snatched away before the eyes of all, bringing great shame upon the Orc Empire. He was left with land concessions and reparations, as well as the loss of a potential crown princess. Is this how you will wallow in despair? A raspy voice emerged from behind Klee, as a figure clad in black appeared seemingly out of nowhere. 8 centuries ago, our ancestors retreated from the ancient plateau, losing all elite forces, most of whom were the elderly. Weak women and children, did they not endure until today, allowing the orcs to reclaim their place among the great powers of the continent? My father is gone. What am I to do? Crown Prince Klee mumbled. His head bowed. The figure in black, hearing Klee's lament, displayed a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. That it was evident that Klee had not yet grasped the full extent of his situation. Compared to the human youth who had appeared today, Klee was lacking by a significant margin. However, regardless of the circumstances, Klee remained the crown prince of his people. Do you expect your father to protect you for a lifetime? The black-cloaked elder continued. The orc royal lineage has endured through countless generations, with numerous talents emerging from the collateral branches, though they have long been suppressed by your father. Upon reaching this point, the tone of the old man in the black robe softened. Now that your father is injured, you must gather your strength and rise to the occasion, proving to the subjects of the Orc Empire that you are destined to be a worthy Orc Emperor in the future. Indeed, I should muster my resolve. My father would not want me to languish in despair, replied Kelly, a glimmer of hope rekindling in his eyes. Who are you? I must thank you for your guidance today. I shouldn't have revealed this to you so soon, but as you are destined to be the Orc Emperor, it was merely a matter of time before you learned of my existence. The black-robed figure said, removing his hat to reveal a weathered face. By lineage, you should refer to me as your granduncle. I am your father's uncle. Granduncle, what should we do now? Kelly inquired, feeling reassured upon learning of their familial bond. Initially, I had arranged with Vane to contact the transcendent magical beasts in the Chino forest to launch a surprise attack on that foreign tribe. However, with the imperial capital now vulnerable, I must remain here to oversee matters. The black-robed man stated, casting a glance at the crown Prince Kelly. No problem. Leave it to me, Kelly assured him. Yes, exercise utmost caution. The fall of the Karai province likely means that Howard is in grave peril. You should seek out Robert Kelly in the neighboring Surs province. He is a Neapolitan Mastiff with 8th-tier strength in the world of magical beasts. The weak are preyed upon by the strong. If you venture alone, you will surely be underestimated. It would be safer to bring him along, the black-robed man advised with concern. Understood. I shall depart at once, Kelly replied earnestly as he stood up, nodding solemnly. Deep within the Chino forest, towering trees blotted out the sun, while waist-high wild grasses adorned with vibrant wildflowers created a picturesque scene. The cacophony of the outer world fell silent here, offering a tranquil sanctuary. The heart of the Chino forest served as the domain of the 5 great families of transcendent magical beasts, a place few could reach. Even the mightiest transcendent beings faced peril in this realm. For the magical beasts that dwelled here were ferocious and formidable. This moment, 2 orc figures leaped between the giant trees, navigating the forest. 1. A young member of the Rhine tribe clad in black warrior garb, sported flowing golden hair tied at the waist and a strikingly handsome visage, undoubtedly enchanting many maidens. The other, dressed in loose linen garments that barely concealed his powerful musculature, possessed sharp eyes that exuded a fierce, intimidating aura. These two were none other than Kelly, the crown prince of the Orc Empire, and Robert, the Neapolitan Mastiff Master, who had hurriedly arrived at the Chino Forest via the teleportation array from the Orc Imperial capital. "Stop, Orc! I am Carl, elder of the Twin-Winged Demon Tiger clan. Ahead lies the territory of the Twin-Winged Demon Tiger Rex clan. Retreat at once." A 5-meter-tall, twin-winged demon tiger emerged, speaking with human articulation. Although transcendent magical beasts could assume human forms, their most potent combat state remained in their beastly guise. Thus, in the secluded depths of the Chino Forest, Carl preferred to revert to his beast form. Transcendent magical beasts, despite their innate talents, often remained at 8th-tier strength throughout their lives, with only a select few able to ascend to 9th-tier or even divine-tier status through extraordinary circumstances, with their lengthy lifespans. Transcendent magical beasts found joy solely in sleep and battle, and Carl had been napping contentedly in the shade of a tree until a faint sound disrupted his slumber. Someone is approaching. He instinctively recognized that we are envoys of the Orc Empire, here to pay a visit to Mr. Kunner Rex, the leader of the Twin-Winged Demon Tiger clan, Kelly humbly proclaimed, embodying the virtues of the royal Orc lineage. "What business do you have with my brother?" Carl responded bluntly, revealing his simplistic nature. It was evident that he was one of those transcendent magical beasts who valued brute strength over cunning. "It concerns the newly emerged foreign tribe." Kelly hesitated, considering his words. "Very well, follow me," Carl conceded, recognizing that some matters were beyond his control. "Prince Kelly, what brings you to my Rex family?" Kuna, the head of the family, inquired, as he lightly tapped his fingers on the table in his study, "that my father has heard that head Kunner is troubled by the emergence of the Fireblade clan from the Chino Forest. He has sent me to propose an alliance to jointly combat this foreign tribe," Kelly replied with measured respect. "Humph." Kuin suddenly slammed his hand on the table, anger flashing in his eyes. "The Twin-Winged Demon Tiger Rex family has just allied with the Fireblade clan. How can we join forces with you orcs to attack them?" With that, the imposing aura of a 9th-tier transcendent being bore down on Kelly. The pressure forced Kelly to grunt and step back, while Robert, the Mastiff Master, stepped forward, releasing his own formidable aura to counter Kunner's might. Boom! The clash of their invisible auras created shockwaves that shattered the bookshelves in Kunner's study, scattering pages everywhere. Witnessing Robert's powerful display, Kelly steadied himself, meeting Kunner's gaze without flinching. "Ha! Splendid." Just as Kelly began to sweat profusely, Kunner suddenly broke into laughter. "Truly worthy of the Orc Crown Prince," Kunner remarked, finding humor in the situation. Kelly humbly acknowledged, "I am honored by your praise. Indeed, the Twin-Winged Demon Tiger clan has recently had some friction with the Fireblade clan. But as for the alliance you propose, it appears that threats do not work on the long-lived, transcendent magical beasts. It seems we must seek to win you over instead. Uncle Kun, my father's intention is for you to reach out to the major transcendent magical beast families within the Chino Forest. After all, the Fireblade clan's plans to establish a nation on the outskirts of the Chino Forest will inevitably pose a threat to all of you," Kelly tactfully suggested, adopting a familiar tone as he referred to Kunner as uncle. "Thus, you shall launch a surprise attack on the Fireblade clan from within the Chino Forest, while we gather the Orc army to strike at a portion of them outside the forest. With our combined efforts, we shall surely vanquish them." "Ha, wonderful. Leave the communication with the transcendent magical beast families to me," Kunner declared. "Let us agree to launch our offensive against the Fireblade clan in a month's time. Let us see how they proceed with their nation building." "Very well. I shall return and prepare accordingly," Kelly stated, pleased to have achieved his objective as he took his leave. "Carl, please escort my nephew Kelly out," Kunner added as he rose from his seat. "After you," Carl gestured, leading the way. The group exited the study at this moment. Chang'an City was bustling with activity. Ever since Li Ling returned from the Orc Imperial capital, he had officially announced the renaming of Chino City to Chang'an City and commenced grand construction. As the future capital of the Great Han Empire, Li Ling planned to transform Chang'an City into a premier city on the continent. However, the original compact layout of the city undoubtedly constrained its development. Thus, Li Ling first ordered the demolition of the walls surrounding Chang'an City, excavating a 20-meter deep moat around its perimeter, while bringing in fresh water from the Chino forest to encircle it. Allowing access only through 4 drawbridges on the side of the moat closest to the city, Li Ling strategically placed watchtowers every few meters, as the sole defensive structure for the Beast Clan. These towers were not mobile like those of the Night Elves, nor as adaptable as those of the undead or humans. The Orc watchtowers could target both air and ground threats, with their sharp arrows capable of penetrating most armor. In Li Ling's vision, Chang'an City, as the future capital of the Great Han Empire, would not be constructed with walls, much like the ancient Qin dynasty of China, where the capital was left unfortified under the premise that an enemy could reach it. This was a manifestation of a bold, conquering spirit. Deeper within the city lay 2 intersecting main roads, dividing Chang'an City into 4 large areas surrounding the central palace, in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest corners. Military camps were established, along with 2 commercial districts and several residential areas, all designed by Li Ling based on his observations of the Tang dynasty's Chang'an City from his previous life. At the periphery of the Chino forest, the Fireblade base was illuminated by the first rays of dawn. Sunlight streamed through the wooden cabin, casting its glow on Li Ling's face as he lay asleep in bed. Blinking awake, he tightened his embrace around the soft figure beside him, feeling a surge of contentment. Nearly 2 months had passed since Li Ling returned from the Orc Imperial capital, during which he had leveraged his past experiences to finally win over the emotionally vulnerable Chiron. Spring nights are fleeting, and the sun rises high. From now on, the sovereign shall no longer attend morning court. The lines from Baiji's poem, which described the indulgences of Emperor Xuanzong of Tang, aptly described Li Ling's current situation as he reveled in the petite form of Chiron, igniting his protective instincts and satisfaction. Chiron, since Li Ling's wandering hand, she groggily opened her eyes. "Lingage, don't move. I'm so tired," she murmured, still drowsy, after nights of revelry. Both Li Ling and Chiron found themselves somewhat fatigued. "Oh dear," Li Ling sighed in response to Chiron's words, his expression one of exasperation. "All right, just this once. Too much, and you'll be overwhelmed." Upon observing Li Ling's wearied countenance, Chiron extended her finger and, pouting, remarked that Li Ling, upon hearing this, was filled with unbridled joy. He had prepared himself for rejection, yet Chiron had unexpectedly shown him favor. 2 hours later, both descended from the bed, breathless. For reasons unknown, perhaps due to the initial system modifications, Li Ling exhibited exceptional prowess in this regard, to the point where even Chiron, being an orc, found it somewhat challenging to keep pace. Rubbing his somewhat sore and numb waist, Li Ling mused that it seemed the system modifications had their limits, and he would need to exercise restraint in the future, with unwavering determination and resolve. Li Ling alighted from the bed and opened the window, allowing the refreshing mountain breeze to greet him. Although the city of Chang'an was undergoing significant construction, with the palace framework already established, Li Ling still refrained from relocating. In his heart, he felt that the Beastman base was a tad safer, surrounded as it was by heavy troops. "Chiron, how wonderful it would be if we could spend every day together like this." "Carefree," Li Ling remarked, gazing out at the natural scenery beyond the window. "Brother Ling, no matter the time, Chiron will always be by your side," Chiron responded, perhaps feeling a chill from the suddenly circulating air. Wrapping herself in a quilt, revealing only her adorable smile, in the distance, Sima Yi approached, smiling and waving his jade No matter when, I shall protect you," Li Ling declared resolutely before stepping out of the wooden cabin to meet Sima Yi, leaving Chiron murmuring to herself, "I believe my brother Ling is the best. Lord, recently the Orc Empire has been frequently mobilizing troops, and the Royal Guard has begun its march toward Chang'an in a conference room within the Beastman base." Sima Yi gently waved his feather fan as he spoke. Moreover, it is said that the war god's whip stationed at the borders of the Endless Forest is also preparing, ready to launch an assault at any moment. "Do we have any specific intelligence on them?" Li Ling inquired, furrowing his brow upon hearing of impending trouble. "Our understanding of the continent remains limited. It is said that the Royal Guard is the most elite legion of the Orc Empire, primarily composed of 100,000 infantrymen from the Tiger Warrior and Lion Warrior factions, along with 5,000 Green Party Bladesmen," Sima Yi replied. Green Party Bladesmen? Li Ling questioned, puzzled. What utility do such individualistic warriors have in combat between legions? According to record from the continent, the elite bladesmen of the Green Party possess a formation known as the wind-chasing blade array, commonly referred to as the quick blade array, specifically designed to handle chaotic battles. Enemies entering the formation are surrounded by a flurry of blades, swiftly reduced to mere pulp within moments. Their slashing speed is as swift as the wind, hence the name wind-chasing blade array. Zhao Yun explained, T present. Most of the heroes under Li Ling were combat-oriented, with only Sima Yi serving as a strategist. With the recent reconstruction of Lingxiao City and the internal affairs following the occupation of Calais province weighing heavily on Sima Yi, he found himself somewhat stretched thin. Consequently, intelligence work was temporarily entrusted to the astute Zhao Yun. The wind-chasing blade array, Li Ling rubbed his temples, pondering, this truly complicates matters. Additionally, there is a contingent of 20,000 deer archers and 5,000 Mata-Lily tooth riders. Sima Yi continued. Furthermore, the ratio of warriors to priests in the Royal Guard is 100:1, meaning we are facing an elite orc force augmented by various priestly blessings. Before Li Ling could express his mounting headache, Sima Yi added, and what of the War God's Whip Legion? Li Ling inquired. The composition of the War God's Whip Legion is quite straightforward, a full array of wolf cavalry, whose synergy with the Washing War Song of the Snakes allows for the activation of a berserk effect enhanced by the Clarity Aura, granting them extraordinary mobility and the ability to enter a berserk state at will, thus earning the Legion its formidable reputation. Zhao Yun elucidated. What course of action should we take? Li Ling asked. Feeling somewhat lost upon hearing Sima Yi and Zhao Yun's descriptions of the two orc legions, My lord, there is no need to rush. Before we discuss strategies for resolution, may I inquire about your true aspirations? Sima Yi's eyes sparkled with intensity as he posed the question to Li Ling. Li Ling found himself momentarily bewildered. Upon his arrival, he had felt insecure, solely focused on developing the Beastman base. Later, upon learning that Chiron was being forced into marriage with the heir of the Orc Empire, he became determined to bolster his strength to rescue her. After creating a ruckus at the Beast God Temple and reclaiming Chiron, he had been lost in a haze of tenderness, neglecting the development of the Beastman base for over a month, instead spending his days indulging with Chiron. If my lord merely wishes to occupy a piece of land and enjoy a life of bliss with Lady Chiron, then there is no need to concern yourself over the impending enemy. A letter from Zhongmo, a title, and a fief will all be readily available, Sima Yi observed, noting Li Ling's hesitation. But Li Ling began to argue, only to be interrupted by Sima. My lord, pondering why such simple means have not been articulated before. Are you aware of the divine legends circulating on the main roads? According to the information relayed by the Fire Seed, those beings of strength exceeding the 10th tier are predominantly advanced civilizations. This continent has previously seen the rise of such civilizations. On what basis does my lord believe they will not return? Should an 11th tier soldier appear, everything you have built will come crumbling down. Sima Yi continued, his tone measured, yet his words sending a chill down Li Ling's spine. Indeed, I have underestimated the complexity of the situation. Li Ling contemplated, initially believing that obtaining the Fire Seed's legacy would ensure his security. However, legacies are but legacies. Without proper development, even a low-tier civilization like the Orc Empire could bring him to the brink of despair. And what of the other nations across the vast cosmos? Countless entities more formidable than himself existed, and had not even the once mighty dreamlike dynasty ultimately succumbed to ruin? Thank you, sir, for your enlightening words. I have indeed been remiss during this time. With that thought, Li Ling rose and bowed deeply to Sima. I hope for your continued support, so that together we may stand atop the world. Upon concluding his words, Li Ling addressed the assembled heroes. That moment, he was no longer merely a small business owner of a Beastman studio, but had begun to embody the qualities of a formidable leader, brimming with ambition that we shall undoubtedly lend our utmost support. The assembled heroes exclaimed joyfully, witnessing Li Ling's awakening to you have any viable strategies for repelling the enemy? The revitalized Li Ling inquired. Currently, Our warriors possess a comprehensive strength approximately at the 5th tier, which is slightly inferior to that of the 2 elite orc legions. My suggestion is to first eliminate the super-tier beast families within the Chino Forest before turning our attention to the Orc Empire's 2 major legions. Sima Yi proposed slowly. That seems unwise, does it not? Attacking the super-tier beast families without provocation, especially after having delineated territories with the winged demon tiger clan, would be rather inappropriate. Li Ling hesitated. Moreover, the Orc Empire would not idly permit us to strengthen ourselves by sweeping through the Chino Forest. My lord, even allies can swiftly become adversaries when faced with conflicting interests. Besides, we are not allies with them. To the super-tier beasts of the Chino Forest, we are intruders, and a confrontation is inevitable. It is wiser for us to strike first rather than wait for an attack. Sima Yi replied with a smile. And what of the Orc Empire? How shall we defend against them? Li Ling posed the pivotal question. Do you know what sets us apart from the Orc Empire? Sima Yi teased with a knowing smile. The difference, Li Ling pondered deeply. The primary combat races of the Orc Empire have substantial appetites. Before our armies even move, Sima Yi observed as Li Ling failed to grasp the point, then continued slowly. Cutting off their food supply, Li Ling suddenly realized Sima Yi's strategy, exclaiming, Precisely, we can also dispatch air forces and highly mobile knights to raid the civilians of the Surs province, leaving them in disarray, for the populace is the foundation of a nation. Sima elaborated on this radical strategy to in this way. We need not fear the Orc Empire. Li Ling exclaimed with delight. Zhao Yun, you shall lead 20,000 Fireblade Raiders to pillage the Orc Empire's Surs province. Depart immediately, without delay. Li Ling began issuing commands that I shall obey. Zhao Yun rose, clasping his fists, and exited the conference room. Zhang Liao, you are to lead all Fireblade Wind Knights to infiltrate the enemy's rear and sever their food supply. I shall obey. Zhang Liao also rose, clasping his fists. Sima Yi will guard Lingxiao City. The remaining forces shall march on the Chino Forest. Understood. The lowly earthen houses and the dilapidated dirt paths were nearing the twilight hour, as families commenced their evening meals after a day of labor. The men gathered in their courtyards to engage in jovial conversation, while the women busied themselves within their homes, preparing sustenance. Occasionally, a woman would step out to call her husband in for dinner. Eliciting laughter from the onlookers, Bode Village, a humble orc settlement located just outside the city of Angi in the province of Surs, was inhabited by the straightforward and rugged Kuso tribe. Known for their goose-like heads, like many other mountain villages inhabited by orcs, poverty and backwardness were the defining labels of Bode Village. Surrounding the village were vast fields of green millet, a drought-resistant plant. Though its taste left much to be desired, it was one of the few crops that could thrive in the barren soil of the ancient plateau as the autumn harvest season approached. The fields of green millet shimmered with golden hues under the fading sunlight. Since the orcs retreated to the ancient plateau 8 centuries ago and re-established their nation, they had faced the arduous task of rebuilding. Despite having regained their military prowess and standing as a formidable power on the continent, the welfare of the populace remained woefully neglected. In this alternate world, the plight of the common folk was scarcely acknowledged. The nobility indulged in their hedonistic revelries, living in stark contrast to the impoverished citizens, whose meager meals consisted of coarse tea and stale bread. The non-combatant Kuso tribe relied solely on the meager earnings from their fields and the sale of goose eggs at the Angi market. Barely scraping by each year, in years of poor harvest, even the basic necessity of food became a formidable challenge. Damn it, I heard that a foreign tribe has emerged from the Chino Forest and has already captured the province of Calais. I hope they don't come to attack us, complained Ku Chi, a middle-aged orc of the Kuso tribe, who had spent his life toiling in the fields. Though his existence was marked by simplicity, he yearned for the tranquility of his life to remain undisturbed. Although there were no media outlets in this world to report on the conquests of the Horan clan, the residents of Bode Village had learned of the events through the tales of fleeing refugees caught between the provinces of Calais and Surs. Whispers circulated that each member of the Horan clan possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, while the infamous demon Lord Li Ling reportedly consumed dozens of individuals daily, including infants, regardless of the realm. Such exaggerated rumors were never in short supply, as panicked refugees often painted their adversaries in horrifying strokes to mask their own cowardice. Thus, Li Ling had garnered a reputation among the orc populace as an unrelenting tyrant. And even his champions were not spared from this vilification. The sky may fall, but the noble lords of Angie City will surely uphold it. Why fret over such matters? Instead, you should contemplate the future of your children. Retorted Ma Chi, a chicken-headed member of the Chi-Chin tribe who had settled in Bode Village a decade prior and had integrated seamlessly into its community. Those damned nobles only come to collect taxes. Like vampires, whenever trouble arises, they are the first to flee. What hope do we have in relying on them? Ku Chi cursed in response to Ma Chi's mention of the orc nobles in Angie City. Everywhere is the same. The nobility oppresses the common folk, using various excuses to levy taxes and siphoning off the meager incomes of the populace. Even the green millet harvested by the coup so must yield 30% to Angie City. The resentment has long been brewing, Ma Chi observed with resignation, attempting to console his friend. Humph! Ku Chi fell silent, his discontent lingering in the air. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and the stones beneath their feet danced. Look! What is that? An astute villager spotted a dark mass of cavalry charging towards the village from the end of the dirt road. Damn it! Our crops! The cavalry trampled the fields of green millet without hesitation. And the once golden fields were soon left in ruin. Even nobles should not trample upon our lands without cause. We must go to Angie City and lodge a complaint against these bandits. One villager declared, filled with righteous indignation. Indeed, we cannot allow them to ruin our harvest. Came the chorus of agreement from the crowd. Those are the cavalry of the Horan clan. Someone finally recognized the marauding horsemen, plunging the village into a heavy silence. Tales spoke of this army being comprised of devotees of a demonic god. Led by the notorious Li Ling, known for their heinous deeds, it was said that this force required no provisions, as they slaughtered the inhabitants of any territory they invaded to sustain themselves. Amidst Li Ling's recent return from the orc imperial capital to the Kino forest, rumors had spread among the orc populace that his name could silence even the cries of children at night. The Horan marauders advanced relentlessly towards Bode Village, splitting into two groups to encircle it. Zhao Yun, mounted on a level 7 Unicorn King, led the remaining Horan marauders to the village square. He had tamed the Unicorn King during a moment of boredom in the Kino forest, and now it served as his steed, set fire to the fields outside the village, gathered the villagers at the entrance, commanded the handsome Zhao Yun, his words sending chills through the hearts of those present in Bode Village. The two teams of marauders obeyed, while the villagers were slowly herded into the square, their expressions tense as they regarded Zhao Yun and his band of marauders. Flames erupted from the fields, painting the sky a vivid crimson, and the oppressive heat engulfed the entire village. Please, sir, do not do this. Our entire village relies on the green millet outside for survival. If you burn it all, how shall we live come next year? Implored an elderly orc with white hair, stepping forward to plead with Zhao Yun. With a cold gaze, Zhao Yun raised his dragon blade and pointed it at the elder. The Orc Empire seeks to wage war against our Han Empire. Consider this a lesson. He then turned to the marauders behind him and ordered, search every house and bring out all the food supplies. Another group of marauders set off to fulfill the command. Upon hearing that Zhao Yun intended to confiscate their food stores, the villagers were filled with a sense of impending doom. Yet, faced with the blades of the marauders, none dared to stand against them. Before long, sacks of grain were piled in the village square, and Zhao Yun set fire to a significant portion, leaving only a small reserve at Ai. The king, immersible, I shall leave you with 10 days' worth of rations. After 10 days, the army of your orc empire will pass this way. Whether you live or die will depend on whether your army chooses to save you, Zhao Yun declared as the flames began to dwindle. With that, he led his forces eastward, where more villages awaited their arrival. System, provide the current information regarding the orc base. On the third day after Zhao Yun's departure, Li Ling recalled that he had yet to utilize a lottery opportunity. At your command, esteemed commander, beep, data retrieval in progress. Level 4 monster hull population cap, 5 million units, currently occupied, 3,855,800 units. Remaining population, 1,144,200 units. existing structures. Level 4 Monster Hall X1, Ancient Altar X1, War Mill X1, Voodoo Shop X1. Level 4 Orc Barracks X20, Soul Sanctuary X1, Watchtower X500, Orc Dens X500. Troops. 3,000,000 Fireblade Infantry, 800,000 Fireblade Headhunters, 50,000 Fireblade Marauders, 1,000 Fireblade Priests, 1,000 Fireblade Healers, 3,000 Fireblade Wind Knights, 500 Fireblade Devastators, 300 Komodo Riders. Remaining energy: Ordinary Energy 8, 940,000, Magical Energy 500,000, Mysterious Energy 42 units. Remaining lottery opportunities. 1. System. Why is there a population cap? The orc population is controlled by the orc dens. So how can there be a population limit? Li Ling inquired, puzzled, recalling that the orc dens had been constructed to their maximum of 500, yet the system had indicated insufficient conditions for further construction. Beep. Data search in progress. Esteemed Commander, the monster base derives from a seed system, a manifestation of the Dream Dynasty's seed heritage that IT is not limited solely to the form of the monster base. Rather, it is presented in this manner because the host soul is most familiar with the game of Warcraft. The orc dens, in reality, serve as an energy absorption and dispersal device, capable of absorbing various elements from the surrounding space, converting them into trace amounts of energy, which can then be utilized by the units produced by the base. Each energy absorption emitter can supply 10,000 units of energy required for the activities of warriors. However, due to current base level restrictions, a maximum of 500 energy absorption emitters can be produced as there is a population limit in place. Should additional population be required, the host must provide their own energy supply. Upon hearing the mechanical response from the system, Li Ling was once again filled with doubt. Since it can absorb energy, why not directly convert it into stored energy? Esteemed Commander, this energy absorption emitter is merely of the lowest grade. The energy fully converted through its operation can only provide a negligible amount of ordinary energy, making it quite inefficient. Therefore, it is not advisable to use it for energy absorption. All right, activate the lottery system. Li Ling commanded after hearing the system's explanation. Beep, beep. The lottery system is initializing. 10, 30, 60. The lottery system begins, detecting 3,855,800 units of base soldiers, meeting the conditions for the lottery. Remaining lottery attempts. 1. Shall we now commence the spinning of the lottery wheel? Activate. Before Li Ling appeared a luminous screen, evenly displaying 8 items. Light Planetary Orbital Cannon. A crystallization of a level 3 technological civilization, capable of orbiting planets and launching a laser strike equivalent to a level 15 professional's full power against foes. Though it consumes vast amounts of energy, Ling Feng's sword, standard equipment of inner disciple from the prestigious Aojian dynasty of level 5 cultivation civilization, renowned for its unparalleled sharpness. Dark Sacred Text, a cultivation secret technique of dark elements inherited from an unknown civilization. Its power remains uncertain. Thunderfruit, a treasure of the level 4 cultivation civilization, the Thunder Empire. Consuming it grants a 50% chance of acquiring level 15 Thunder-type mental power, with the side effect of possessing no potential after advancement and a frail physique. Teleportation Gate, a creation of level 4 civilization, absorbing free energy from space, enabling internal planetary teleportation. Hurricane Mecha, standard mecha of level 3 technological civilization, requiring level 8 physical strength for wear, capable of amplifying strength to level 12. Primary weapon, electromagnetic cannon. Secondary weapon, laser sword, spatial ring. Possesses a space of 50m, 50m, 50m units. Light energy shield, a product of level 3 technological civilization, charging for a day, capable of withstanding a full force strike of level 13. Gazing at the luminous disk before him, Li Ling felt an overwhelming desire to, in addition to the 4 items from the previous lottery, the teleportation gate, hurricane mecha, spatial ring, and light energy shield had been added. Each item is a product of advanced civilization, far beyond what Li Ling can currently obtain. Thunderfruit must be acquired. If not, a light planetary orbital cannon will suffice. Any of them would enable me to unify the continent. Li Ling murmured. Although the Thunder Fruit has significant side effects, with so many customizable heroes at his disposal, merely selecting one grants a 50% chance of possessing level 15 mental strength. Moreover, the heroes produced by the Beast base have formidable willpower, greatly increasing the success rate in the Star Moon continent. Those above level 10 are referred to as deities, and level 15 is considered a pinnacle even within a level 3 civilization. Let alone unifying the modest Star Moon continent. Commence the lottery. After murmuring his resolve, Li Ling commanded the system. Beep! The lottery begins. The wheel starts spinning, gaining speed until Li Ling can no longer distinguish the various items. Stop! Li Ling shouted. This lottery relies entirely on luck, serving as a significant test of fortune for the inheritors of the Dream Dynasty. Currently, Li Ling commands a 1,000,000-strong army, with each soldier produced by the Beast base contributing a fraction of power, accumulating to grant Li Ling level 7 physical strength, with overall qualities far surpassing the ordinary. However, even with such strength, the spinning wheel remains indecipherable. Gradually, the wheel begins to slow, the pointer firmly moving towards the dark sacred text, resolutely advancing forward. Keep going, just one more space. At this moment, Li Ling exhibited none of the demeanor of a sovereign, shouting loudly. The pointer finally passed the position of the dark sacred text, landing in the area of the Thunder Fruit. Stop! Don't move! The wheel continued to spin, gradually slowing, and just as it seemed destined to leave the Thunder Fruit zone for the next area. Ding! The wheel trembled slightly, landing precisely on the dividing line. Ding! The lottery concludes, and congratulations to the host for obtaining one teleportation gate. The next lottery conditions require a base army of 10 million units after a considerable time. The voice of the spark mechanism finally echoed. However, to Li Ling's ears, it was filled with resentment. Damn spark, why wasn't it the Thunder Fruit? Li Ling cursed. Ziz, a spark of electricity coursed from within Li Ling, leaving him tingling, warning to the host, refrain from cursing the system without cause. The voice of the spark mechanism resounded once more. Fine. Ever since the last upgrade, the spark has exhibited a faint semblance of intelligence. Li Ling could only endure with his disheveled hair. Roar Kuna, what on earth do you want me here for? If there is no valid reason, I swear I shall tear you apart. A furious roar emanated from deep within the Chino forest, causing the surrounding high-level beasts to tremble. This was the innate pressure exerted by super-tier beasts upon higher-tier beasts. Hee, Master Carter, do not be anxious. The others have yet to arrive, Kunera remarked, a flicker of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Yet he spoke with a smile. Please wait a moment longer until the other family heads gather. Within the Chino forest, there exist 5 great families of super-tier beasts. The three-eyed spirit fox Ulysses clan, the shadow serpent Ilakitra clan, the mighty exploding bear Strek clan, the howling moon wolf Fitzgerald clan, and the previously mentioned winged demon tiger Rex clan. Although the 5 super-tier beasts often have frictions, it is simply in their nature. In the brutal reality of the beast world, survival necessitates consumption, and one never knows if today's meal might be a distant relative of a certain super-tier beast family elder. Yet when faced with external threats, they invariably unite as one. That after the Orc Air Cree departed that day, Kuiner utilized special means to contact the heads of the other super-tier beast families for a meeting. The one who spoke earlier was none other than the leader of the mighty exploding bear Strek clan, Carter Strek, a peak level 9 powerhouse, known for his impulsive nature and lack of strategy. In the long lives of super-tier beasts, combat and slumber have become their greatest pastimes. Today, Carter was enjoying a peaceful slumber when awakened by Kuiner's message, naturally inciting his wrath. Carter, dear, without your sister around. You seem to have misbehaved, a sultry voice chimed in, immediately softening Carter's previously furious demeanor, prompting a bemused expression from Kuiner as he stifled a laugh at a young woman, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, leaned languidly against a tree trunk, her enchanting visage and playful, crescent-shaped eyes radiating warmth. Her waist-length fiery red hair cascaded down her back, and her crimson robe could not conceal her alluring figure, a sight that stirred one's blood. Who would have thought that this captivating woman was none other than Eva Ulysses, the leader of the legendary three-eyed spirit fox clan among the 5 great families of super-tier beasts in the Chino forest? With an initial strength of level 9, although Eva's voice was gentle, it struck Carter's ears like a chilling wind that I apologize for the trouble, Master Kun. My unworthy brother can be a bit impulsive. But he did not intend to offend the family head. Eva gracefully leapt down from the tree, giggling as she addressed Kun. I am not your brother, Carter retorted, ready to respond. Hearing Carter's words, Eva shot him a glare, silencing him instantly. At that moment, there was no trace of the authoritative air befitting a super-tier beast leader. Oh, no need for such formalities, Carter. You truly express your genuine self, Kun-er remarked, amused by the scene unfolding before him. Carter's true form is that of a towering 7-meter mighty bear, yet at this moment he appeared utterly subdued before Eva, who stood merely 1.7 meters tall. After this commotion, the prior tension dissipated without a trace. Perhaps leaving a hint of envy within super-tier beasts are often aloof, rarely forming such genuine connections. It is said that Carter and Eva were acquainted since their youth. Back then, while Carter's strength surpassed Eva's, he was perpetually directed by her to do this, and that in later years, after Eva ascended to the leadership of the Three-Eyed Spirit Fox clan through her intelligence, she aided Carter in becoming the leader of the Mighty Bear clan. Although Carter is stronger than Eva, for years he has been thoroughly dominated by her, and the two families have repeatedly collaborated to weather challenges together. Thus, in the Chino Forest, no one dares to underestimate Carter alone. However, alongside Eva, he becomes a force not to be trifled with, for the fusion of Eva's intellect and Carter's strength forms an exceptional partnership. How lively! It seems I have arrived late. A voice steeped in the weight of ages echoed forth as a white-haired elder emerged from the dappled shadows of the trees. Clad in a flowing black robe, his countenance was unremarkable, yet his eyes were strikingly memorable, radiating a chilling intensity that instilled a sense of unease in those who felt his gaze upon them. Although he spoke with a seemingly jovial tone, the atmosphere around him grew palpably colder, sending shivers through the gathered crowd. He was Isaac Ilahitra, the esteemed patriarch of the Shadow Serpent clan, a formidable figure of mid-9th tier strength. Notorious in the Kino Forest as the Smiling Tiger. Isaac, your arrival is most fortuitous. Kun-er and the others greeted him with deep respect. The Shadow Serpents were renowned for their stealthy ambushes, and Isaac was known for his grudging nature and vengeful spirit. There was once a solitary super-tier beast that inadvertently offended him with a careless remark. Isaac had subsequently orchestrated a stealthy attack, employing venom to inflict a slow, torturous demise. His reputation for ruthlessness was well-deserved. At that moment, a voice, cold and detached, drifted down from the trees, belonging to a strikingly handsome youth. His long black hair shimmered with an ethereal glow, and his exquisitely chiseled features were such that even females would envy him. His arched brows and prominent nose gave him an almost celestial appearance, one that would surely captivate countless hearts in the human realm. This was Brant Fitzgerald, the leader of the last of the 5 super-tier beast clans. The Howling Moonwolves, boasting peak 9th tier prowess, he was known for his aloofness, arrogance, and taciturn demeanor, and among the 5 clan heads present, he was the youngest. Now that everyone is gathered, allow me to elucidate the purpose of today's assembly. Kun-er interjected, sensing the awkwardness as no one acknowledged Brant. A foreign tribe, known as the Flameblade clan, has emerged on the periphery of Kino Forest. Have you heard of them? Isn't the Flameblade clan seeking to establish their nation in the Orc Empire and preparing for war against them? What business is that of ours? You roused me over this trivial matter. The mighty grizzly bear, unable to contain his impatience, blurted out. Patriarch Carter, please remain calm. Let me elaborate, Kun-er soothed, before continuing. This foreign tribe is powerful, and their initial presence has been noted in the outskirts of Kino Forest, where they now occupy vast tracts of land. Although they aim to establish a foothold in the Orc Empire, it is inevitable that they will eventually seek to invade our domain. Kun-er seems to imply that we should strike while they are preoccupied with the Orc Empire, delivering a decisive blow from behind. The astute Isaac grasped Kun-er's intent immediately. Precisely. Just the other day, Crown Prince Cleary of the Orc Empire approached me, seeking an alliance to jointly combat the Flameblade clan. Kun-er responded. This presents an excellent opportunity for us to eradicate this potential threat. Patriarch, trouble is at hand. The Flameblade clan has launched an attack. Just as Kuan-Er was articulating his thoughts, a figure rushed in with urgency. Kill! Li Ling commanded from atop the broad back of a crimson dragon. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated through the system, reaching the ears of every soldier stationed at the beast bases. With a thunderous roar, 1,000,000 Flameblade infantry charged fearlessly toward the assembly of tens of thousands of various beasts, the ground trembling beneath the weight of their advance. Aside from the 100,000 Flameblade infantry and 30,000 Flameblade hunters stationed at Chang'an to fend off the Orc Empire, and Zhao Yun raiding within Orc territory, Zhang Liao led the Flameblade Wind Knights in ambush behind the Orc forces to sever their supply lines. Meanwhile, the 7 legendary heroes, Grom the Sword Saint, Woken the Shadow Hunter, Elbu, Dian Wei, Su Huang, Gan Ning, and Deng Ai, accompanied Li Ling to Kino Forest, with 200,000 Flameblade infantry and 50,000 Flameblade hunters under his command. Li Ling was poised for a significant strike, heading directly toward the domain of the winged Demon Tiger clan, the Rex family. Such a vast army could hardly evade the watchful eyes of the beasts that roamed Kino Forest. Even in Kuan-Er's absence, the elder of the Rex family, Sandy, an 8th-tier winged Demon Tiger, organized the clan's beasts to stand ready against the impending onslaught. Li Ling, you only recently delineated territorial boundaries with our patriarch. Why have you come unannounced with such a force? Sandy inquired, stepping forward from the ranks of beasts to confront Li Ling, who rode a majestic 9th-tier crimson dragon. Bring Kuan-Er to me. 1,000 soldiers arranged in a formation appeared meager, while 10,000 were undeniably formidable. Yet, the sheer magnitude of Li Ling's forces, exceeding 1,000,000, loomed ominously. The patriarch is currently engaged with friends and is not present, Sandy replied, though the sheer scale of Li Ling's army instilled a sense of dread even within him. An exalted super-tier beast. How could Kuan-Er have permitted this? Surely you know more than I, Li Ling retorted coolly. Kill. Without waiting for Sandy's response, he issued the command to attack. The 1,000,000 Flameblade infantry surged forward, crashing into the prepared ranks of beasts, interspersed with hundreds of mounted knights. To the forefront of the beast army stood thousands of 5th-tier fireball beasts, led by a towering 7th-tier bull king, launching a countercharge against the Flameblade infantry. The fireball beasts, renowned for their ferocity, would ignite in flames when enraged, their long horns serving as formidable weapons. Their immense speed and weight made them a fearsome force. Seldom matched, the onslaught of the fireball beasts tore through the ranks of the Flameblade infantry like a hot knife through butter. Under the leadership of the Bull King, they crashed into the first line of Flameblade soldiers, who, at 2 meters tall, appeared diminutive in comparison to the 3-meter-high fireball beast that, in an instant, the first line was pierced, and the airborne Flameblade infantry collided with their comrades behind them, causing chaos in the second and third waves of the advancing soldiers. Thousands of Flameblade infantry were knocked to the ground, unable to rise before being trampled by the relentless charge of the fireball beasts. Blood spattered, quickly saturating the ground and transforming it into a crimson quagmire, nourishing the wild grasses of Kino Forest. The momentum of the fireball beasts was unstoppable. Were this a typical army, such a fierce assault would have sent them into disarray, with a swift retreat likely. However, the soldiers produced by the beast bases felt no pain, knew no fear, and obeyed orders without question, even in the face of such an aggressive charge. They pressed on, using their flesh and blood to withstand the onslaught of the fireball beasts. The fireball beasts, able to navigate effortlessly through the ranks of 1,000,000 Flameblade infantry, relied on their weight and the impact of their high-speed charge. Their momentum waned after breaking through several lines. The Bull King made a decisive choice, emitting a mighty roar that ignited a blaze upon his body, creating an impenetrable barrier of flames that kept the surrounding Flameblade infantry at bay. From a distance, the sight was mesmerizing. A fiery blossom amidst the verdant sea, spreading relentlessly that a cacophony of piercing sounds erupted as a deluge of spears rained down upon the area occupied by the fireball beasts, heedless of the ongoing battle with the Flameblade infantry. Despite their robust physiques, the fireball beasts were not particularly defensive creatures, and they suffered heavy losses under the onslaught of spears hurled by the 5th-tier Flameblade hunters. Many were skewered and pinned to the ground, their anguished cries echoing through the chaos. How dare you? Even in the face of Li Ling's overwhelming army, the situation remained dire. However, as a proud super-tier beast, how could one dare not to act and merely watch as subordinates are slain? The irritable Karl let out a furious roar, transforming into a colossal winged magic tiger, charging towards Li Ling suspended in midair. Your opponent is me. At some point, a burly man wielding dual tridents appeared beside Li Ling, menacingly addressing Karl. With that, he transformed into a streak of crimson light, hurtling towards Karl, in front of the towering figure of the multi-meter-tall, winged magic tiger. Jianwei resembled nothing more than a diminutive toothpick. Yet, strength is not solely determined by size. Observing Jianwei brandishing the Godslayer tridents, Karl unfurled his wings, and one of his tiger claws lunged towards Jianwei. A chilling scream pierced the air as Karl, moving even faster than before, retreated, his massive claw now gushing blood. The surge of azure light emanated from Karl, enveloping his formidable form like a cocoon. Under the embrace of the green light, his immense physique gradually diminished until he transformed into a 2-meter-tall human shape. As the light dissipated, it revealed Karl in human form, with thick brows and large eyes radiating a fierce battle lust. His muscles rippling with power, wielding a wolf-tooth club nearly the same length as his body at this moment. A trickle of blood slid down his wrist, a reminder of the injury inflicted by Jianwei due to his earlier underestimation. Although super-tier beasts are indeed more powerful in their beast forms, the sheer bulk of Karl's original form, towering over 10 meters, proved cumbersome against the nearly 2-meter-tall Jianwei. Thus, Karl opted to confront Jianwei in his human form. Come again. Upon seeing Jianwei in midair, Karl bellowed, raising his massive wolf-tooth club and aiming a devastating blow at Jianwei's head. Super-tier beasts stand atop the pinnacle of the continent's hierarchy. And with Karl unleashing his full might, he charged towards Jianwei with an awe-inspiring force, the surrounding air compressing and producing thunderous booms as the wolf-tooth club gathered all of Karl's strength. A spectacle to behold. Ordinary super-tier warriors would have faltered under the overwhelming might of Karl's strike, ultimately meeting their demise. However, Jianwei, a 9th-tier expert who once battled a 10th-tier beast king, did not waver at the sight of Karl's fierce advance. Instead, he summoned the full power of the Godslayer tridents. Instantly, an immense aura surged upwards, suppressing the various levels of beasts behind Karl, while the Fireblade infantry seized this fleeting opportunity to annihilate a large swath of beasts. Bring it on! With his power unleashed, Jianwei stood formidable. Witnessing Karl's fatal strike, he shouted with exhilaration, raising the Godslayer tridents, charging directly at Karl without flinching. Boom! The clash of the two figures, one crimson and one azure, erupted in a collision, sending forth an invisible shockwave from the point of their impact, forcing Li Ling and the assembled heroes below to retreat momentarily. Meanwhile, Sandy's side was not so fortunate. Aside from Sandy, who remained unscathed due to her super-tier beast prowess, the winged magic tiger clan behind her suffered catastrophic losses from the shockwave, the aerial beasts plummeting like raindrops, further dampening the morale of the ground forces. Boom! 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 The sky reverberated with the sounds of their fierce confrontation. Any lesser beings who ventured too close to their battleground would be obliterated, reduced to mere fragments. Both factions in the air drew back. Evading the fierce conflict below, as the battle raged in the sky, the war on the ground continued unabated, with Fireblade infantry and beasts falling by the minute. Although the Firebrute bull herd launched fierce attacks, their numbers were insufficient to stem the tide, as millions surged forward. The remaining Fireblade infantry swiftly maneuvered around the Firebrute bulls, pressing onward against the beast army. Windblade, Fireball, Dragon's Roar, Ice Spike, Corruption, Lightning Strike, Water Vortex. Spells of various elements, ranging from low to high tiers, surged towards the advancing Fireblade infantry formation. In an instant, a cacophony of colorful explosions erupted among the frontline Fireblade soldiers, wreaking havoc and claiming lives as the Grim Reaper's hands swept through them. Beasts, known for their ferocity, had long been regarded solely for their melee prowess by humanity, with little attention given to their magical capabilities. However, the super-tier beasts, dwelling deep within the depths of the Kino forest, had long since mastered a highly effective method of magical assault. Now, facing the Fireblade infantry, they unleashed their formidable powers, the combined magical onslaught halting the advance of the million-strong Fireblade army in just a single round of attack. Li Ling lost over 10,000 Fireblade soldiers. Before the front line of the Fireblade infantry, white vortices began to appear. This was the priestly skill, purification of beasts, a magic that absorbed and decomposed any magic it touched. Regardless of type or level, returning the essence to the earth, the Fireblade priest skill was indeed formidable. However, with only 1,000 priests at their disposal, even unleashing their purification skill against hundreds of thousands of beasts was merely a drop in the ocean, protecting only a fraction of the Fireblade infantry. Fortunately, the magical energy within the beasts was not limitless. As their magical assaults diminished, the beasts, under Sandy's command, ceased their magical onslaught, forming ranks to await the charge of the Fireblade infantry. On the battlefield in the Kino forest, the ground was strewn with ice, mud, and flames, littered with corpses, painting a scene reminiscent of the depths of hell. Had it been any other force, they would have faced utter collapse by now. Yet today, the beasts faced the Fireblade infantry, born for battle. The sight of fallen comrades did not waver their resolve. Hai Ling's commands outweighed all, even their own lives. This was the essence of the beast base as troops. The Fireblade infantry, natural warriors, fierce and unyielding. As the distance between the two sides closed, the bloodthirsty glimmer in each other's eyes became evident. Standing at the forefront of the beast ranks was now a 6-tier Earthbear, drawing strength from the land, its power formidable. Observing the approaching Fireblade infantry, the Earthbear at the forefront exuded a luminous aura, enveloping a 30-meter radius. Thousands of Earthbears formed a yellow zone at the front of the beast ranks. Stepping into this yellow zone, the Fireblade infantry stumbled, losing their footing. The 6-tier Earthbear's innate magic, gravity, took advantage of the Fireblade infantry's disarray. Immune to the gravity effect, the Earthbear swept through the Fireblade infantry with its massive paws, cleaving a path through their ranks. Another wave of sound pierced the air as the Fireblade headhunters, having dispatched the Fire Brute Bulls, launched their next assault, their spears raining down like a tempest. However, the Earthbear's defenses far exceeded those of the Fire Brute Bulls. Only a few ill-fated Earthbears were struck down, while the majority sustained mere superficial wounds that, in contrast, the beasts behind the Earthbear, the Flame Tigers, were caught in the onslaught of the Fireblade headhunters. Suffering significant losses, the slaughter continued unabated. Seeing the Fireblade headhunters failing to achieve success, Li Ling gestured, and over 100 Fireblade smashers slowly emerged from the rear of the Fireblade infantry formation, each launching magical stones towards the Earthbears. Boom! Although the Fireblade smashers were classified as 5th-tier physical units in the system, the stones they hurled exceeded 1 meter in diameter, raining down from above, imbued with magical flames. Even a super-tier warrior standing still would not emerge unscathed, of course. This was merely theoretical. No super-tier warrior would foolishly remain stationary to be struck by the stones without evasion. The Earthbear, while a 6th-tier beast, was not foolish enough to withstand the magical projectiles head-on. With 100 magical stones descending, enhanced by the gravity spell, their impact was far more potent, in an instant. The Earthbears suffered grievous casualties. The remaining Earthbears were swiftly scattered by the relentless charge of the Fireblade infantry and gradually succumbed to the siege, while the magical beasts, stripped of their defenses, found themselves engaged in close combat with the Fireblade soldiers. Following this melee, 100,000 winged magic tigers, their wings flapping majestically, descended upon the battlefield. The Fireblade infantry, standing at a mere height of 1.8 meters, faced the formidable winged magic tigers, each towering several meters and floating effortlessly in the air, leading to significant losses for the infantry. This was the greatest strength of the winged magic tiger clan. 100,000 of these majestic creatures illustrated why, despite other transcendent magical beasts possessing formidable individual power, they could not be classified as a transcendent beast family. The winged magic tigers, exhaling blades of wind, abruptly halted the advance of the Fireblade soldiers, effectively slaughtering them in conjunction with the subordinate magical beasts on the ground. A level 7 winged magic tiger leader observed the Komodo Knight traversing among the Fireblade soldiers, whereupon a gray halo emerged beneath the feet of the infantry, greatly enhancing their combat prowess. Emitting a faint roar, a green light shot forth towards the Komodo Knight, striking the ground and swiftly transforming into a swirling tornado 5 meters in width, roaring upwards and sweeping the Fireblade soldiers off their feet, sending them crashing down like mere meat paste. The tornado quickly enveloped the Komodo Knight, its fierce winds morphing into sharp blades that encircled him, slicing and spinning. When the wind blades finally dissipated, the once mighty Komodo Knight had been reduced to a mere heap of flesh before the winged magic tiger leader could revel in its triumph. A white axe imbued with the power of wind and thunder shot forth with blinding speed, cleaving through the leader's neck without pause and severing its massive head. In a daze, the leader beheld its own headless body erupting in a 2-meter-high fountain of blood. Gradually succumbing to darkness, a white figure, faster than the axe itself, descended from the sky, catching the airborne weapon. It was Su Huang wielding his Bagua Su In-Hu axe, accompanied by Dang Ai. Armed with a plum blossom spear at IT was Li Ling, who, witnessing the stalemate on the battlefield below, had dispatched these two great heroes for support. Both Su Huang and Deng Ai were transcendent powerhouses, far beyond the capabilities of this group of magical beasts, whose highest rank barely reached level 7. Under the leadership of these two, the Fireblade infantry surged forward like arrows piercing the clouds. With the two transcendent warriors at the forefront, as the ground battle intensified, the combat between Dian Wei and Carl in the skies also reached a boiling point. The two transcendent masters moved with increasing speed, gradually transcending the realm visible to the naked eye. Observers from air could only see two beams of light, one green, one red, intersecting and separating continuously. Each intersection was accompanied by a resounding clash and violent energy fluctuations. Ultimately, Carl, merely an 8th-level transcendent magical beast, found himself at a disadvantage against Dian Wei, whose innate divine strength allowed him to initially hold his ground. However, as time wore on, Carl began to tire and was gradually forced into retreat by Dian Wei. Sensing the dire situation, Sandy hurried to find a level 7 winged magic tiger leader to inform Kuan-Er to return for reinforcements. Wind God's Blessing, Roar Shield, Gust Technique, as expected of an 8th-level transcendent magical beast specializing in magic. Sandy effortlessly cast 3 enhancement spells. Then, with a wave of his wand, he unleashed a 5-meter-long wind blade towards Dian Wei as a warning before joining the fray. Just as Gan Ning, who stood behind Li Ling, prepared to join the battle wielding his iron chain, Li Ling gestured for him to hold back. "Don't worry, Dian Wei can handle this," Li Ling declared with a confident smile. After Sandy joined the fight, he first cast Gust Technique on Carter, instantly revitalizing Carl, whose movements had slowed due to exhaustion. The transcendent magical beasts were adept in both magic and martial prowess, although Sandy leaned towards magic. He was not defenseless in close quarters like a human mage. With his wand, Sandy unleashed wind blades several meters long towards Dian Wei, while Carl positioned himself behind the blades, charging towards Dian Wei. The Demon Slayer dual halberds unleashed their full might. Under immense pressure, Dian Wei resorted to the ultimate technique he had employed during his fierce battle against the Beast King at the Beast God Temple. After using such a powerful move, there would be a period of weakness, but after 2 months of recuperation, Dian Wei was ready to unleash this devastating attack once more. Puff, facing the newly ascended 10th level Dian Wei. Carl, with merely 8th level strength, was sent flying in a single exchange, blood from the transcendent magical beast spraying through the air. Without hesitation, Dian Wei pursued the severely injured Carl, who, seeing the Demon Slayer dual halberds following closely behind, was unable to evade due to his grievous wounds. The halberds loomed ever larger before plunging into darkness. An 8th-level magical beast, the winged magic tiger, Carl, had fallen. Witnessing Carl's demise in an instant, Sandy was filled with terror and hastily cast winged escape upon himself. turning to flee, disregarding the magical beast still engaged in battle. Haha, what do you think you're going? Dian Wei, exhilarated by the recent victory, could not allow Sandy to escape. The fleeing Sandy, upon hearing Dian Wei's shout, trembled and quickened his pace. Seeing Sandy retreating further, Dian Wei concentrated all his strength into the Demon Slayer dual halberds and hurled them towards Sandy, the combined might of a 10th level master propelling the halberds like the hand of death. The sound of the halberds slicing through the air grew louder, closing in on Sandy, who quickly waved his wand to conjure 8 magical shields behind him. Puff, puff, puff! The Demon Slayer dual halberds broke through 7 of the magical shields in rapid succession before finally being halted by the 8th shield. However, Sandy instead utilized this momentum to accelerate even further. When my family leader returns, I will ensure that you have no place to bury your remains, Sandy shouted back defiantly. Puff! Just as Sandy reveled in his cunning, the 8th magical shield shattered instantaneously, piercing through Sandy's body alongside it. Looking down at the Feng Tianhua halberd embedded in his chest, a deep sense of unwillingness flashed in his eyes before he was reduced to ashes, leaving only an 8th level magic core, which the halberd carried back to its master, none other than Elbu, who struck at a critical moment to slay the fleeing Sandy. No, a mournful cry echoed from deep within the magical beast forest, drawing the attention of Li Ling and the others. At the last moment, Kuan-Er, leading 5 clan leaders from the 5 great transcendent magical beast families, finally arrived. However, what they beheld was the lifeless body of Sandy. Inciting their fury, the 5 great transcendent magical beast families were comprised of 1 9th level leader, several 8th level elders, and countless elite members of their kin. When Kuan-Er had broken through to the 10th level, he had commanded a formidable force, with 2 9th level guardians and 10 8th level elders, bolstering his ranks akin to 2 transcendent magical beast families, alongside 1,000,000 elite magical beasts. Full of ambition, Kuan-Er led his clan out of the Chino forest, intent on establishing a magical beast capital in the outside world. Yet he underestimated human hostility and was besieged by an alliance of transcendent masters. Ultimately, both of his 9th level guardians perished, and out of 10 8th level elders, only 3 returned severely wounded, while his 1,000,000-strong elite magical beast army dwindled to a mere 200,000, and his own strength diminished to the 9th level due to injuries. The winged magic tiger clan, once the foremost among the 5 great transcendent magical beasts, plummeted to the last position, their territory continuously encroached upon by the other 4 families. Following Li Ling's previous battle, where the sword Saint Grom, Hell's Roar, had slain the 8th level winged magic tiger, Su Fei, alongside the recent fall of Carl and Sandy, the winged magic tiger clan was left with only Kuan-Er as their solitary transcendent powerhouse, while their elite magical beast army dwindled to a mere 100,000. A number that continued to shrink. It seemed that after this battle, the 5 great transcendent magical beast families would soon become 4, with centuries of effort obliterated in an instant, consumed by rage. Kuan-Er could hardly contain his fury. Meanwhile, on the ground, the morale of the winged magic tiger army, initially low due to the fall of their leaders Carl and Sandy, began to rise again upon Kuan-Er's arrival. The resurgence of morale led to a powerful counterattack, and the casualties among the Fireblade infantry began to soar. Following a fierce assault spearheaded by Su Huang and Deng Ai, the magical beast army was fragmented into smaller groups, each fighting independently, surrounded by the fearless Fireblade infantry. At this moment, Kuan-Er's appearance rekindled the strength of the beleaguered magical beasts, who unleashed a fierce barrage of magic, signaling signs of regrouping within the fragmented areas. Sweep across the army as the formidable army of beasts began to converge, poised to mount a powerful resistance. Su Huang, who had just emerged from the fray, directed all his strength towards the approaching monsters and unleashed his ultimate technique. The Bagua Xianhua axe in Su Huang's grasp radiated a brilliant light, and in an instant, a colossal shadow of the axe materialized behind him. Gradually, the shadow merged with the Bagua Xianhua axe, and in a flash, an even more dazzling brilliance enveloped the scene, transforming the axe into countless massive blades that descended upon the beastly horde. Blood splattered across the battlefield, and a fan-shaped clearing emerged before Su Huang, revealing a gruesome tableau of blood-soaked earth, severed limbs, and dismembered flesh, a testament to the thousands of beasts that had once thronged this very spot, all-encompassing. Before the high-ranking magical beast could fully recover from Su Huang's cataclysmic attack, Deng Ai seized the opportunity to unleash his own signature move. Leaping into the air, he aimed his spear at the beast below, the seemingly ordinary plum blossom spear revealing its lethal fangs. His form multiplied into myriad colossal spear shadows, sending forth a dazzling array of spear flashes, a scene so magnificent it was almost intoxicating. Yet, amidst the splendor lay a hidden deathly peril. The beasts caught beneath the spear's brilliance often perished before they could react. As the light faded, most of the slain beasts remained unscathed, save for faint spear marks upon their vulnerable foreheads, a testament to Deng Ai's prowess, as thousands fell to a single strike. Just then, Kuina, witnessing the massacre occurring right under his nose, was consumed by rage. "You all shall perish," Kuina roared, his fury palpable. Once a 10th-tier powerhouse, he was far superior to the Beast Emperor, who had merely risen through external means. Even after his injury-induced fall to the 9th tier, his strength remained formidable. Dian Wei, drawing forth 2 vials of potion from his robes, downed them in one gulp. The wounds from earlier battles began to visibly heal at an astonishing pace, and his slightly depleted energy was replenished, allowing him to once again exude the aura of a newly ascended 10th-tier warrior. "Enough idle chatter. Let us engage in battle," he challenged. "You were still in your mother's womb when I roamed the world." In this moment of fury, Kuina disregarded his dignified appearance. His meticulously groomed hair now fell loosely upon his shoulders, his refined demeanor obliterated. "Such an old fool. Full of hot air," Dian Wei retorted, unwilling to indulge him in further banter. Brandishing his twin Godslayer glaives, he advanced with an imposing presence aimed directly at Kuiner's face, causing the latter's hair to blow back in the force of his intent. Though Kuiner had dropped to the peak of the 9th tier, his combat prowess should not be underestimated. He swiftly produced 2 claw-shaped gloves from behind his waist, crafted from the claws of a pinnacle 9th-tier abyssal dragon he had slain during his ascent to the 10th tier. The obsidian claws absorbed the surrounding light, creating a distortion in their vicinity. Unfazed, Kuiner utilized one hand to parry Dian Wei's Godslayer glaives while the other lunged forward, aiming for Dian Wei's eyes. In a swift response, Dian Wei blocked with the other glaive, deflecting Kuiner's assault. The claw gloves, forged from the most resilient part of the abyssal dragon, were incredibly sharp, having claimed the lives of countless weapons beneath their unassuming guise. In contrast, Dian Wei's Godslayer glaives, the exclusive armament of heroes and a product of Fire Seed, embodied the technological prowess of the 9th-tier Dreaming Dynasty, although the magical beast base established by Li Ling had not yet reached its zenith. Within the realm of the Starmoon continent, the Godslayer glaives were nigh indestructible. As their weapons clashed, brilliant sparks flew, illuminating their steely expressions. The battle escalated into a fever pitch the moment they engaged. Ziz, ziz, echoed the sounds of their clash. Point one was a master capable of unleashing the full strength of a newly ascended 10th-tier warrior, while the other had once been a true 10th-tier powerhouse, now diminished by injury. Yet, amidst their confrontation, an eerie calm enveloped the battlefield, and onlookers could only gauge the intensity of the struggle through the sounds of their colliding weapons. "Huh, Kuna, is this all you've got? You can't even best a subordinate." A mocking voice rang out as the two fought fiercely. The other 4 leaders of the super-tier magical beast families descended from the Kino Forest, having just received news of the double-winged demon tiger clan's assault by Li Ling. Despite the alliance formed among the 5 super-tier beast families, the 4 arrived leisurely, intent on exhausting the double-winged demon tiger clan strength, thus arriving much later than Kuina. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous footsteps reverberated as millions of magical beasts emerged from 3 directions. Reinforcements from the 4 super-tier beast families, the once intimidated double-winged demon tiger clan's forces suddenly surged with renewed vigor. Opposite them stood the allied forces of the 3-eyed spirit fox Ulysses clan and the mighty explosive bear stretch clan. The leaders of these two super-tier beast families shared a bond akin to siblings, and their clans operated as one, with their armies having been reorganized to unleash tremendous power. Leading the charge were various bear-type magical beasts. Foremost among them, the iron-backed song bear, a formidable six-tier beast known for its robust defense and immense strength, further enhanced by its innate magic solidification, rendering it unrivaled among six-tier magical beasts. 3,000 iron-backed song bears swiftly replaced the double-winged demon tiger clan's forces, charging with unstoppable momentum through the fire blade infantry. Following closely behind were the various auxiliary bear-type magical beast armies of the mighty explosive bear stretch clan, furious magic bears, snowstorm bears, flame bears, fox bears, earth ice bears, and more. In the rear, the three-eyed spirit fox Ulysses clan's fox-type magical beasts followed suit, executing a battle strategy inherent to the two families. The physically powerful bear-type beasts formed the front line as shields, while the magic-adept fox-type beasts provided support from behind. Though simple in formation, it proved remarkably effective. Swiftwind foxes, phantom foxes, shadow demon foxes, snow foxes, spiritwood foxes, firecloud foxes, moonlight foxes, various fox-type magical beasts poured forth behind their bear counterparts, unleashing their magic with reckless abandon. The magical elements erupted in a dazzling display over the densely packed fireblade infantry, heralding the grim reaping of lives by Li Ling's forces. The rear stood 2 fox-type and 4 bear-type super-tier magical beasts, alongside 50,000 three-eyed spirit foxes and 50,000 mighty explosive bears. If the magical beast armies of the super-tier families embodied their collective strength, then these troops composed entirely of their own kin represented the very essence of their survival. Unlike the double-winged demon tiger clan, the magical beast armies of the other 4 super-tier families were exclusively formed from their own species. Given the inherently rebellious nature of magical beasts, those lacking sufficient strength were difficult to subdue, and forced integration would only diminish the overall cohesion of the army. Thus, the magical beast armies of the super-tier families were composed solely of their own kind. Years ago, when Kuiner ascended to the 10th tier, the Rex family wielded immense power, and his ambitions to establish his own magical beast empire led him to assault human territories. His lofty aspirations attracted many high-ranking magical beasts from other races who willingly joined his cause, thus enabling the formation of a cross-species magical beast army. A serendipitous twist of fate. In the northern part of the battlefield, countless serpentine magical beasts began to emerge, slithering towards Li Ling's army to launch their assault. 5,000 overlord pythons, the vanguard of the shadow serpent Ilakitra clan, boasted diameters exceeding 3 meters and lengths nearing 20 meters, truly deserving of their title. Though merely 6-tier beasts, their battlefield prowess far surpassed that of a typical 6-tier warrior. With brutal force, the 3,000 overlord pythons trampled the 50,000 fireblade infantry sent to intercept them, shattering their formation within mere moments of contact from the rear of the serpent army. Thousands of fire-winged serpents took to the skies, their wings roaring as they conjured fiery magical elements, igniting the scattered fireblade infantry into blazing infernos. Seizing this opportunity, the various serpent-type magical beasts surged forward, beginning the grim harvest of the fireblade infantry's lives. From above, a sea of green was punctuated by flickering flames, as a vast multitude of black figures encroached upon the verdant expanse, marking the advance of the shadow serpent Ilakitra clan's serpent army. Bamboo leaf green, viper, wind serpent, redline serpent, ironbone serpent, sky blue serpent, 7-kill serpent, 5-step serpent, gold line ghost serpent. These serpent-type magical beasts entered the fray. Although diminutive in stature, the intense toxicity unleashed formidable lethality, rivaling that of the other prominent families. 0.3 8th-level shadow serpents, transformed into their true forms, hovered in midair under a shroud of shadows, their presence commanding as a multitude of lesser shadow serpents awaited orders behind them. In stark contrast to the other reinforcements, the northern contingent led by the howling Moonlight Wolf Fitzgerald clan presented a more imposing spectacle. Gale wolves, Blood Moon demonic wolves, Fire Domain frenzied wolves, Nether dark wolves, Volcanic poison wolves, Black Wind demonic wolves, and Underworld ghost wolf surged through the Chino forest, their numbers exceeding 1 million. Aerial assault wolves, wind-wing wolves, cloud illusion wolves, and sun-covering nether wolves soared above, tens of thousands of flying wolf-like beasts filling the skies. Following this vast army of magical wolves were two towering 8-level moonlight wolves, standing 5 meters tall, accompanied by tens of thousands of variously ranked moonlight wolves, if one were to assess the magical beast legions. The Moonlight Wolf clan would undoubtedly rank first among the 5 supreme beast families of the Chino Forest. However, their limited number of supreme powerhouses, coupled with their inherent pride and lack of reliable allies, rendered them perpetually hovering between the 3rd and 4th positions among the top 5. The 100,000 Fireblade Infantry, tasked with halting the advance, were met with a relentless barrage of wind blades before they could even approach the magical wolf army. Wolves are the epitome of unity, excelling in cooperative combat. A solitary wolf may not evoke fear, but a pack of dozens can be formidable. Moreover, millions of magical wolves require no human command. Their instincts drive them to mount the most advantageous counterattacks. Emerging from the tempest of wind blades, the Fireblade Infantry faced the massive wolf jaws, sharp teeth, and lethal claws, elements fundamental to a wolf's survival. This holds true for magical beasts, as their superiority over most similarly ranked humans largely stems from their adeptness in magic and formidable physical prowess, which can be likened to a dual mastery of martial and magical skills in human terms. Despite the Fireblade Infantry's indomitable spirit, they could not escape the fate of total annihilation against the wolf horde. In a mere 10 minutes, the 100,000 Fireblade Infantry were slaughtered to the last man. After a brief respite, the Moonlight Wolf clan's magical beast army formally entered the battlefield, with the involvement of the 4 supreme magical beast families. The tide of battle began to shift, catching Li Ling by surprise, as the 5 supreme magical beast families of Chino Forest united to resist his invasion. The million Fireblade Infantry that Li Ling had initially deployed had suffered heavy losses after engaging in combat with the dual-winged Magical Tiger clan and subsequently clashing with reinforcements from 4 other beast legions. At this juncture, their numbers had dwindled by more than half. In a typical legion, such casualties would have sparked a complete rout. However, the units produced by the system are devoid of emotions and fear. Their sole purpose is to kill, existing purely as instruments of slaughter. Even when faced with adversity, not a single Fireblade infantryman felt fear. A wave of 30,000 Fireblade infantry surged towards the coalition of the three-eyed spirit fox Ulysses clan and the mighty explosive bear Stretch clan. The iron-backed Song Bear, relying on its immense physical strength, charged into the fray among the Fireblade infantry. Yet the Fireblade infantry, being a powerful 5th-level force, were equipped with top-tier gear, making even the long-battling iron-backed Song Bear feel fatigued. Surrounded by the Fireblade infantry, the iron-backed Song Bear found itself unable to leverage its advantages, its massive paws proving clumsy. The guerrilla-expert Fireblade infantry quickly coordinated their efforts, inflicting grievous wounds upon the iron-backed Song Bear, which ultimately collapsed with a resounding crash. Meanwhile, the fox-like magical beast behind the bear, fearing that their magic might inadvertently harm their allies, could only watch helplessly as the iron-backed Song Bear was brutally beaten to death before finally unleashing their magical attacks. However, the crafty Fireblade infantry had already engaged with other bear-like magical beasts, with the ground trembling, signifying the arrival of at least several 100,000 additional soldiers to the battlefield. The eyes of the supreme beings from the 5 magical beast families were drawn to the green ocean behind Li Ling. From afar, they beheld yet another vast green wave joining the dwindling ranks of Fireblade infantry. Li Ling had summoned reinforcements to restore the numbers of the Fireblade infantry to 1 million. It was not that Li Ling wished to deploy more soldiers at once. Rather, the mountainous terrain of the Chino Forest, densely populated with towering trees, proved disadvantageous for large troop formations. This was also the reason why supreme magical beasts, despite their invaluable attributes, lacked the presence of national-level forces to engage in slaughter. The few elite infiltrators faced the risk of being ground to dust by the overwhelming number of magical beasts. While large-scale mobilization of troops into the Chino Forest for battle would result in severe losses, were it not for the critical importance of magical cores as resources for Li Ling's base development, he would not have undertaken such thankless endeavors. After all, The ordinary resources Li Ling required could simply be obtained through logging. With a crackle, thousands of bolts of lightning descended upon the Shadow Serpent Electra clan's reinforcements. Aside from a Bawang Python, the Shadow Serpent army largely consisted of small yet highly concealed and venomous snakes. While their diminutive size granted them remarkable stealth, it correspondingly resulted in low magical resistance. Ever since the arrival of the four supreme magical beast family's reinforcements, Li Ling activated the automatic combat system, temporarily entrusting battlefield command to the Spark, who possessed a superior understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of various units compared to Li Ling's half-baked strategy. Under the onslaught of the sacrificial lightning magic within mere breaths, the main force of the Shadow Serpent clan suffered heavy losses as the densely packed snakes fell victim to the electric strikes, which often leaped from one serpent to another in the chaos, leaving behind a charred landscape strewn with the bodies of electrified serpents, exuding a bizarre aroma of cooked flesh as the Shadow Serpent clan's forces reeled from their losses. The Moonlight Wolf Fitzgerald clan also faced a powerful counterattack. The assailants were none other than the long-hidden Fireblade Witch Doctors. Produced by the system, these witch doctors not only excelled at battlefield healing, but also specialized in various voodoo magics. Given Li Ling's current scarcity of magical energy, it was impossible to produce a large number of witch doctors for medical assistance. Thus, a 1,000-strong witch doctor unit was kept as a crucial trump card. Now that this trump card had been revealed, it yielded remarkable results, inflicting significant harm upon the Moonlight Wolf Fitzgerald clan's magical wolf army. At some point, a faint mist enveloped the rapidly advancing magical wolf legion. As the 1,000 witch doctors cast their spells from behind the Fireblade army, the mist gradually transformed into a verdant hue, engulfing various wolf-like magical beasts, whether it was the Gale Wolves, Blood Moon Demonic Wolves, Fire Domain Frenzied Wolves, Nether Dark Wolves, Volcanic Poison Wolves, Black Wind Demonic Wolves, or Underworld Ghost Wolves on the ground, or the Flying Aerial Assault Wolves, Wind Wing Wolves, Cloud Illusion Wolves, and Sun Covering Nether Wolves above. Any creature that ventured into the green mist fell silent. The area cloaked in the thick smoke was immense, resembling the domain of death, consuming countless magical wolves, the wolves racing behind, witnessing their comrades vanish into the mist, could not halt their momentum, crashing into the fog and disappearing without a trace. When the smoke finally dissipated, 1/5 of the million-strong magical wolf army had been lost. Yet the nightmare for the Moonlight Wolf clan was merely beginning. As the magical wolf forces were cleaved in two, leaving the front half disoriented when the shadow of death descended once more. The next wave of assault came from the Fireblade Hunters. The primary long-range strike force, under Li Ling, a deluge of spears rained down upon the segment of magical wolves that had evaded the witch doctor's voodoo, and in a mere instant, the wolf horde was decimated. The first, second, and third volleys unleashed a relentless barrage. In the aftermath, a gruesome sight unfolded. White magical wolf pelts stained with droplets of blood, many of the fallen wolves impaled by multiple spears, their eyes filled with fierce resentment. Only a few thousand fortunate wolves remained, scattered amidst the carnage, utterly bewildered. Once again, the Moonlight Wolf clan's magical wolf army had suffered a loss of 1/5. With the long-range assault concluded, the system redirected its focus to the portion of magical wolves still shielded by the voodoo smoke. 500 magical stone projectiles, trailing flames, cascaded into the magical wolf legion, resulting in utter chaos. Fear of fire is an instinct inherent to animals, and even magical beasts harbor a latent trepidation towards flames, which typically goes unexpressed. However, at this moment, following a series of devastating blows, the Wolf Demon Legion suffered nearly catastrophic losses and was already paralyzed with fear upon witnessing the descending magical stone projectiles. They hastily dodged and descended into chaos. In their confusion, they struggled to mount any meaningful resistance, often resulting in the loss of a wolf demon's life from merely a spark. The first wave of magical stone projectiles had barely struck the ground when the second wave swiftly followed from the skies, one after another, leading to further grievous losses for the Wolf Demon Legion. The scene was truly dismal. Impudent. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. The previously dominant beast armies of the Shadow Serpent clan, Illicitra and the Howling Moon Wolf clan, Fitzgerald, suffered heavy casualties in the blink of an eye. The leaders of these two superior beast families could not help but widen their eyes in shock. The proud leader of the Howling Moon Wolf clan, Brant Fitzgerald, could no longer maintain his noble demeanor. The beast armies of superior clans are not merely assembled from lower-tier beasts. They require a lengthy period of restructuring to develop their combat strength. Initially, the Fitzgerald family had the smallest number of elite fighters among the 5 superior clans, relying instead on their vast beast army. Yet in the blink of an eye, half of their forces had perished at the hands of Li Ling. Inciting Brant's fury, "You shall pay for this." Enraged, Brant drew the greedy wolf blade, an heirloom of the Fitzgerald family, and pointed its edge directly at Li Ling. The greedy wolf blade, wielded by every leader of the Howling Moon Wolf clan, is a weapon of immense power, with one edge sharp as a blade and the other serrated, making it a fearsome sight. Since its inception, it has tasted the blood of dozens of elite warriors, making it notorious across the continent. As the blade emerged, it was enveloped in an eerie crimson glow, causing an immediate chill to descend upon those present, as if they were being scrutinized by a predatory gaze. The once handsome Brant now bore an inexplicable aura of menace. Merging seamlessly with his weapon, he transformed into a streak of light, propelled by the overwhelming might of a peak-level 9th-tier warrior. Charging toward Li Ling despite standing on the back of a red dragon, a creature of equal or even greater strength than Brant, Li Ling still felt his hair stand on end, overwhelmed by the threat of a weapon poised at his throat. After all, regardless of how formidable his forces were, Li Ling was merely at the 7th tier, a small fry in the realm of human empires. Yet, in the midst of the battle raging in the Kino Forest, the number of elite warriors was far from trivial, and a 7th-tier warrior was simply too weak. Boom! Brant's full force strike did not yield the desired outcome. Lu Bu, wielding the Fong Tianhua Ji, appeared from the side as a red streak, intercepting Brant's greedy wolf blade with a powerful clash. It was only then that the furious Brant became aware of the few figures standing behind Li Ling. Strong, very strong. This was Brant's first impression of Lu Bu. Although their encounter was brief and evenly matched, one must not forget that Brant wielded the ancestral weapon of the Howling Moon Wolf clan, having prepared thoroughly before launching his attack, while Lu Bu merely responded in haste. Although Brant's anger clouded his composure and somewhat affected his judgment, it did not diminish his combat instincts. Just as Brant and Lu Bu faced off, a shadow suddenly materialized beside Li Ling. A serpentine staff swirling with black smoke aimed directly at Li Ling's face, its speed and overwhelming pressure leaving the 7th tier Li Ling no time to evade. Impudence, just as the serpent staff was about to make contact with Li Ling's face, a chain shot forth from an uncanny angle, aiming for the assailant's side. Had the intruder persisted in their attack on Li Ling, they would have been impaled by the chain. Reluctantly, the serpent staff abandoned its offensive and veered away from the chain. The chain, as if possessing its own eyes, pivoted and relentlessly pursued the would-be attacker. After a brief exchange, both the serpent staff and the chain retreated, revealing that the wielder of the serpent staff was none other than Isaac Illicitra, the leader of the Shadow Serpent clan. While the one wielding the chain was Gan Ning, who had been standing behind Li Ling, his upper body bare, entwined in iron chains. The Shadow Serpent clan, as their name suggests, excels in stealth and assassination. Among the 5 clan leaders of the Kino Forest, Isaac's strength was undeniably the weakest, with few elite warriors under his command, let alone a full army of beasts. Yet, despite this, none dared to underestimate Isaac and the Shadow Serpent clan due to their formidable infiltration and assassination abilities. After all, there are no days without the threat of thieves. Offending such a superior warrior could spell disaster. Even a 10th-tier divine warrior would likely find it hard to sleep soundly. Gan Ning, as a custom hero with special abilities, was inherently an assassin, whether through his skill in stealth or his ultimate move, Shadow Strike. When Isaac approached Li Ling, he was alert even before the official hero. The peak 9th-tier Sword Saint Grom could react, effectively averting Li Ling's peril. Otherwise, with only his 7th-tier strength, Li Ling would have been easily dispatched by Isaac. Hey, young man, you are quite impressive. Isaac's raspy voice offered a sardonic compliment to Gan Ning. But before he could finish, a gust of wind swept by, and he vanished from sight. Humph, what a charade! Gan Ning scoffed, also disappearing with the iron chains wrapped around him. Clang, clang. The sounds of clashing echoed beside Li Ling, as serpent staffs and iron chains materialized seemingly out of thin air, causing Li Ling to break into a cold sweat, wary of inadvertently triggering Isaac's venomous serpent staff. Roar! The two engaged in battle atop the red dragon, finally provoking its ire, which unleashed a fearsome roar that a protective barrier appeared out of nowhere. Crash! Taken by surprise, Isaac was violently repelled several meters by the red dragon's barrier, the impact causing him to spew a mouthful of blood. Shadow Strike. Before Isaac could wipe the green blood from his lips, Gan Ning unleashed his ultimate move, a massive iron chain slicing through the air, as if tearing through space itself, appearing before Isaac in an instant. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 shadow shields were summoned in rapid succession by Isaac, a testament to his prowess as the leader of the Shadow Serpent clan, reflecting his mastery of magic, as he cast 3 7th-tier magic shields simultaneously. However, Gan Ning, with his 8th-tier strength, could unleash the power of a 9th-tier warrior, and his full-force ultimate move, Shadow Strike, was not something that mere 7th-tier shields could withstand, accompanied by 3 crisp shattering sounds. The iron chain pierced through all 3 layers of magic shields and brutally impaled Isaac's heart. Cough, cough, cough. The heart is the Achilles heel of superior beasts, and such severe trauma would render even a 9th-tier superior beast powerless to survive. Isaac gazed at the iron chain protruding from his chest with a deep sense of reluctance, his face filled with intense bitterness, his vengeful gaze fixed on Li Ling as he slowly lost his luster. Isaac Illicitra, the leader of the Shadow Serpent clan, a 9th-tier superior beast, had fallen. Ah, no! Leader, from the Red Dragon's fury to Isaac's demise, the events transpired too swiftly. Just moments ago, everyone had been enraptured by the clash of 2 superior warriors. In the next moment, they were confronted by Li Ling's mount, the 9th-tier Red Dragon's wrath. Isaac was defeated and fell at Gan Ning's hands. The remaining 3 8th-tier Shadow Serpents of the Illicitra clan finally reacted, letting out piercing cries of despair. Although the Superior Beast clans bear the title of Superior Beasts, this does not mean that merely having one Superior Beast in the clan qualifies them for such a designation. There are dozens of Superior Beasts in the Kino Forest. However, there are only 5 Superior Beast clans, as each must have at least one 9th-tier warrior to anchor the family, supplemented by several 8th-tier elders. While 8th-tier beasts are also referred to as superior beasts, they're vastly inferior in both potential and strength when compared to 9th-tier beasts. Now that Illicitra had lost its pillar, Isaac, it was inevitable that many beasts would seize the opportunity to attack a weakened clan. The allure of superior beasts is not merely a concern for humans, but equally applicable among beast factions. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The 3 enraged 8th-tier Shadow Serpents hissed, lunging toward Li Ling. Ha. Finally, it's my turn, Grom exclaimed excitedly, brandishing his weapon against the ferocious trio of superior beasts. Meanwhile, Gan Ning retreated behind Li Ling, consuming a potion and descending to the ground to slaughter lower-tier beasts. Although the Red Dragon's magic was not directed at Gan Ning, being so close inevitably resulted in some injury. Thus, Gan Ning was no longer able to engage in battle with the superior warriors. Excited, Grom roared as he charged towards the 3 formidable superclass monsters. In mid-flight, Grom split into 2 and then vanished from the sight of the crowd. Skill, mirror image, stacking skill, Gale steps. As the enemy lost track of him, the Shadow Serpent hesitated momentarily. However, upon spotting Li Ling watching from the sidelines, it resumed its pursuit towards him. With 2 resounding crashes, 2 out of the 3 Shadow Serpents recoiled, shrieking in agony as they fell back, emitting chilling cries. 2 green figures gradually emerged before the spectators. Both unable to halt their retreat. One of the figures began to disintegrate, dissolving into nothingness. Although Grom's stealthy assault using Gale steps had delivered a heavy blow to the Shadow Serpent, the impact from the rapidly advancing serpent, measuring over 10 meters in length, forced Grom backward uncontrollably, causing his mirror images to shatter under the overwhelming force. Hiss! The remaining unscathed Shadow Serpent immediately shifted its target, opening its foul-smelling maw wide to bite at Grom. As Grom continued to be pushed back, he watched helplessly as the monstrous mouth loomed larger, ultimately engulfing him in darkness. After swallowing Grom, the shadow serpent did not revel in triumph. Instead, it coiled into a serpentine formation, vigorously rubbing its belly in an attempt to digest him. Blade Storm. Grom's bold voice echoed from within the belly of the shadow serpent. Undeterred by the thick snake-skinned, Li Ling breathed a sigh of relief. Having just witnessed Grom being swallowed, he felt a wave of anxiety, but now he found himself enjoying the spectacle. Hiss! Hiss! The seemingly dominant shadow serpent suddenly let out a heart-wrenching scream, its coiled body rolling chaotically in the air, eventually crashing to the ground and crushing a horde of low-level monsters. The bulge in the serpent's abdomen became visibly larger, with the patterns on its skin becoming increasingly distinct. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted. And amidst the terrified and pleading gaze of the shadow serpent, its belly finally succumbed to the internal pressure and ruptured. The torrent of green, sword energy burst forth from the serpent's abdomen, wreaking havoc on the surrounding monsters and causing devastating casualties. Encased in a green energy shield, Grom slowly ascended from the carcass of the shadow serpent, panting slightly as he charged towards the remaining two shadow serpents. Humph! Dare to confront me while being distracted. Seeing Gan Ning swiftly conclude his battle, Grom maintained his pressure on the enemy, while the proud Elbu initiated an attack on Brant. The Fong Tian Hua Ji transformed into a streak of purple lightning, descending towards Brant, its dazzling light illuminating his handsome visage. Brant, the esteemed leader of a superclass monster clan that had dominated the continent for years, remained unfazed in the face of Elbu's near-surprise strike. With the serrated edge of his greedy wolf blade raised, he parried Elbu's Fong Tian Hua Ji. Following this, he sidestepped and thrust the Tian wolf blade upward, rotating around the Fong Tian Hua Ji as if it were the center of a circle, aiming a slashing attack at Elbu. Humph! Elbu snorted coldly, causing the Fong Tian Hua Ji in his hand to shudder, instantly dismantling Brant's offensive. You two siblings, when will you make your move? Kuin-er, engaged in battle with Jian Wei, turned to shout at the powerful bear and the three-eyed spirit fox, Eva, who were merely spectating. Humph, Kun, my affairs are none of your concern, Carter retorted, yet despite his words, he charged towards Li Ling with Eva in tow. The remaining 8-level monsters, allied with the 5 superclass beasts, joined the fray, plunging the battlefield into chaos. Roar, kid, prepare to die. Carter charged towards Li Ling, wielding his wolf fawn club, accompanied by the sound of thunder and wind. Whoosh, a green light shot forth, and Carter's massive frame dodged with an unexpected agility. Your opponent is me, the shadow hunter Woken, though hunched, emanated a formidable aura befitting a peak-level 9th-grade warrior, commanding respect from all present. Haha, splendid. In the long life of a superclass monster, sleeping and fighting constituted the greatest joys. The superclass monsters of the Kino Forest adhered to their own unwritten rules, rarely engaging in life-and-death battles. This time, Carter felt exhilarated by the prospect of facing a peak-level 9th-grade opponent. With a tremendous swing, his wolf fawn club charged towards Woken, who appeared small and frail, like a lone boat in the vast ocean, seemingly on the verge of capsizing. Zing, a peculiar weapon, the black wind shadow, materialized in Woken's hand, darting towards Carter like a shooting star, its speed so swift that Carter, having assumed Woken to be a magic-type combatant, was caught off guard. Despite his quick reflexes, he was still grazed. After narrowly avoiding the meteor-like strike, cold sweat drenched Carter's garments. Caw-caw, don't think I can't fight at close range, Woken proclaimed, brandishing the black wind shadow again as it transformed into another black meteor aimed at Carter. Howl! The 2 level 8 Howling Moon Wolves, led by the Howling Moon Sky Wolf, seeing Brant in dire straits, joined the fray. Haha! Elbu thrived in battle. Perceiving the arrival of the 2 level 8 Howling Moon Wolves, he swung the Fong Tian Hua Ji, dispersing energy that coalesced into a red blade of light, encircling both Howling Moon Wolves and Brant, engaging 3 foes with his single might, growing ever more formidable. Elbu's gallant display influenced Grom, who was currently dealing with the 2 wounded shadow serpents. Li Ling's heroes were now categorized into legendary heroes and custom heroes. Legendary heroes were those inherent to the monster system, possessing limitless potential for evolution and capable of self-cultivation to the peak. Custom heroes, represented by Elbu and Dianwei, were crafted from inferior-grade soul crystals, superclass monster cores, or mysterious energies, designed according to Li Ling's wishes. Though their power was comparable to legendary heroes, they lacked the ability for autonomous cultivation, requiring vast amounts of energy for each enhancement. However, they could be infinitely adjusted to create various types. Currently, Sword Saint Grom and Elbu stood as the strongest among these two hero types. Although both held absolute loyalty to Li Ling, they were perpetually in competition with one another. Witnessing Elbu's magnificent performance, while he was entangled with the two injured shadow serpents, ignited Grom's fury. His sword strikes intensified, unleashing a torrent of sword energy upon the two shadow serpents, leaving them in a state of despair. Roar! Just as the two shadow serpents faced annihilation, for level 8 mighty, exploding bears bellowed in fury, their enormous paws slamming towards Grom, the gust of wind ruffling his hair. Unfazed, Grom positioned his sword horizontally across his chest, channeling all his energy into the blade. A massive blade of light coalesced upon Grom's sword, cutting through the paw of one of the mighty exploding bears with the force of a battering ram. Howl! A tragic cry erupted as the pierced paw of the mighty, exploding bear erupted in a surge of dark light, enveloping its massive form in a cocoon. When the cocoon broke, it revealed a 2-meter-tall muscular man, wielding a weapon akin to the Wolf Fawn Club of the clan leader, Carter. The other three, witnessing this transformation, also morphed into human form, each a towering figure of 2 meters, brandishing colossal wolf fawn clubs. Roar! The 4 transformed mighty, exploding bears, along with the 2 shadow serpents, converged upon Grom, 6 superclass monsters confronting him. Sword energy surged, magic flew, and the scattered waves of energy caused the surrounding space to tremble as if on the verge of shattering. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 level 8 three-eyed spirit foxes hovered in midair, with the third eye unleashing magic that bombarded the foot soldiers of the Fireblade Legion below. Your subordinates are all preoccupied. Your sister wouldn't dare strike you, so why not surrender? Eva approached Li Ling, smiling sweetly at him. Sister, do you think you've got me cornered? Influenced by his past life, Li Ling found himself devoid of hostility towards the enchanting Eva, instead teasing her with a smile. Dear brother, I truly cannot bear to harm you. Eva replied with a pitiful expression, her voice tinged with an unusual undertone. Observing the slightly dazed look in Li Ling's eyes, Eva felt a surge of delight. This was the unique talent of the three-eyed spirit fox, enchantment. It could subtly influence those with lower power levels. Li Ling's relatively weak strength was the Achilles heel of the entire Fireblade Legion. Previously, whether it was the leaders of other clans or the superclass monsters, they aimed to distract Li Ling's heroes, allowing Eva to successfully approach him and cast her enchantment, aiming to conclude the battle in one fell swoop. Roar! Regrettably, the myriad of superclass magical beasts overlooked Li Ling's steed, and a gentleman does not stand under a precarious wall. Thus, the greatest shield for the valiant Li Ling, who dared to descend upon the battlefield with his 7th-tier strength, was not the array of formidable heroes at his command, but rather his mount, the Red Dragon. Since its inception, the Red Dragon had never strayed from Li Ling's side, although its power appeared to be merely at the pinnacle of 9th tier. The inherently gifted dragon lineage possessed a strength that could rival the initial stages of a 10th-tier Divine Master. A single roar from the dragon not only shattered Eva's enchanting spell, but also roused the entranced Li Ling, injuring Eva as she cast her spell, and a trickle of crimson blood gracefully descended from the corner of Eva's mouth, creating a scene of exquisite beauty. The alluring Eva, with her petite form, stirred an instinctive desire to embrace and protect her. However, as Li Ling regarded Eva once more, despite the breathtaking tableau, his gaze was tinged with wariness. This woman is not to be underestimated. Enlightened by a prior admonition from Sima, Li Ling was no longer an ordinary individual from the modern world. He was now a burgeoning tyrant on the Star Moon continent, possessing the qualities of a formidable leader. The golden is not a mere creature of the pond. When storms arise, it transforms into a dragon. Li Ling, holding the embers left by the ninth-tier Dream Dynasty, would soon ascend to the pinnacle of the universe, his march undeterred by the trifling presence of a low-tier civilization. Joyful fire spirits, gather around me. Lend me your formidable powers. Unleash your vitality. Ignite the earth and obscure the enemy's vision with the Red Lotus Inferno. Without waiting for Eva's response, the deep voice of the fire dragon intoned the spell. An 8th-tier forbidden fire magic, the Red Lotus Inferno, which typically required a cadre of human mages to conjure, was effortlessly chanted by the red dragon in mere seconds. The dark red, lotus-shaped hellfire erupted from beneath Eva's feet. Swirling upwards, the magnificent flames of the lotus spiraling with lethal intent. Humph! Eva, exerting herself to counter the backlash from the interrupted spell casting, evaded the dragon's magic, yet the strain on her injuries forced a muffled groan from her lips. Roar! Witnessing its lethal magic thwarted by Eva's evasive maneuvers, the red dragon seethed with rage, restrained by the need to protect Li Ling, unable to launch a direct assault. Instead, it unleashed a barrage of dragon breath towards Eva. Like fireworks exploding in the as the smoke dissipated, a kaleidoscopic barrier emerged, erected by two 8th-tier, three-eyed spirit foxes who, having witnessed their leader's plight, rushed to her aid, barely managing to erect the protective shield just as the dragon's breath arrived. Despite their combined strength, they suffered grievous wounds, blood staining the pristine fur of the three-eyed spirit foxes, their once sleek coats now appearing somewhat wilted, their spirits flagging alongside Eva, with the situation becoming dire. Those who appreciate this tale, might you kindly take a moment to bookmark it? It requires but a fleeting moment, and I am immensely grateful. Your support is the greatest motivation for my writing. Shoo-shoo! The sounds of blades piercing flesh echoed as onlookers turned their attention, two streaks of sanguine light soaring from the ground, targeting the two shadow magic serpents locked in battle with Grom. The serpents maintained their formidable forms, their towering bodies exuding unparalleled strength, yet they had sacrificed some agility. Striking at the heart, the serpents were caught off guard by the two beams of light, their resilient hides failing to provide protection as they were pierced. Instantly, the shadow magic serpents felt their strength waning, unable to even remain suspended in the air. They fell to the ground, their vital wounds clear as day. Their eyes flickering with defiance, their convulsions growing weaker until silence enveloped them. From the gaping wounds of the shadow magic serpents, the crimson light ascended, revealing the custom heroes, Su Huang and Deng Ai, who had previously led the Fireblade infantry in their assault against the magical Beast Legion. Having lain in ambush during the Beast's earlier support, they now struck decisively, eliminating the last two 8th-tier shadow magic serpents. The Illikitra clan, one of the 5 superclass magical beast families of the Chino Forest, had lost its first 2 shadow magic serpents. Without their assistance, how could the remaining 4 8th-tier strength explosive bears withstand the onslaught of 3 formidable experts? Amidst the cries of despair, Grom, Su Huang, and Deng Ai swiftly concluded their battle. Surveying the battlefield, Dian Wei and the dual-winged magical tiger clan leader, Kuan Air, had been engaged in a fierce struggle for some time. With their 10th-tier powers fully unleashed, they had reverted to 9th tier, their exchanges evenly matched. Meanwhile, Lu Bu and the Howling Moon Wolf clan leader, Brant, were locked in combat, although Brant wielded the ancestral weapon of the Howling Moon Wolf. The Heavenly Wolf Blade, he found himself powerless against Lu Bu's relentless pressure, reduced to futile roars. Furthermore, the three-eyed spirit fox clan leader, Eva, possessing alluring capabilities and a trump card among the 5 superclass magical beast families, had misjudged the strength of Li Ling's red dragon mount. Now, accompanied by 2 superclass magical beasts from her clan, she found herself overwhelmed and destined for defeat beneath the onslaught of the red dragon's breath. Only the shadow hunter, Valjean, remained at a disadvantage. The explosive bears reveled in battle, while Carter was endowed with innate strength. Although Valjean excelled in close combat, he was ultimately a support-type hero, favoring a nimble style that struggled against Carter's brute force. He was left to rely on the surrounding venomous serpent guards to unleash magical waves and distract Carter, attempting to maintain a tenuous grip on the situation, as the Sword Saint observed. Vol'jin found himself in peril. Carter, wielding a massive wolf-toothed club, compelled Vol'jin to exert every ounce of strength to either parry or evade, remaining on the defensive. The longer he remained on the defensive, the more likely he was to falter. Carter's powerful strike with the wolf-toothed club descended upon Vol'jin, who attempted to divert the blow with a shadowy wind technique, only to discover the attack's unexpected force sent his technique flying. As the massive club descended toward Vol'jin's skull, a sword aura several meters long surged from behind Carter, aiming directly at him. Left with no choice, Carter abandoned his target and turned to defend against Grom's sword attack. Clang! Grom's sword energy collided with Carter's wolf-toothed club, leaving a faint white mark that a gust of wind followed, with Grom charging in to assist the somewhat exhausted Vol'jin, engaging Carter in fierce combat. Vol'jin, alongside the venomous serpent guards, continuously harassed Carter, who found himself increasingly overwhelmed, soon pushed to the brink. Ghosts and gods danced wildly. Grom's roar echoed across the battlefield as he clashed with Carter. Countless purple lightning bolts materialized, enveloping a 10-meter radius around Grom. He stood aloft like a demonic deity, the purple lightning amplifying his formidable presence. As the strongest custom hero, Lu Bu unleashed his full power with the ghostly dance, firmly suppressing Dianwei. Brant, facing Lu Bu, wielded the heavenly wolf blade, his haughty demeanor cracking for the first time as a hint of fear crossed his features. Kill! Lu Bu thrust forth his halberd, and it seemed as though only this purple weapon remained in existence. Accompanied by the crackling purple lightning, it surged toward Brant with overwhelming might. Boom! With a single strike, the halberd cleaved through Brant's attempted defense with the heavenly wolf blade, sending him hurtling backward, blood spewing forth uncontrollably from his mouth. Boom! As Brant fell through the air, struggling to regain his balance, he executed a remarkable maneuver. He rapidly cast 3 consecutive gust spells, their cumulative effect dramatically increasing his speed, compelling him to flee the battlefield. Oblivious to his fellow superclass magical beasts still engaged in combat above and the remnants of the Howling Moon Wolf clan on the ground, he transformed into a streak of white light. Just as he was about to escape, a black chain suddenly sliced through the air before him, resembling a venomous serpent lunging for his head. Thud! Weakened by his injuries and the influence of the gust spell, Brant's reflexes faltered and he could not evade in time. His head was crushed as if it were a watermelon, leaving only a headless corpse to tumble to the ground. Even in my demise, I shall not allow you to thrive. As the battle drew to a close, Kuan Air roared. Boom! A small mushroom cloud erupted as he faced the combined assault of Dianwei, Su Huang, and Deng Ai. Just as he was on the verge of defeat, he resolutely self-dashed, destructed. As the mushroom cloud dissipated, a red barrier materialized in the air, revealing the 3 custom heroes, tattered and covered in numerous wounds. Their breath shallow as they barely hovered. After consuming 2 bottles of potions from their belongings, they gradually began to recover. However, the pallid complexion revealed that Kuiner's self-detonation was not easily surmountable. By this point, 3 of the 5 supreme magical beast families of the Chino Forest had been eradicated. After a brief respite, the heroes who had consumed potions for recovery descended from the skies, leading the Fireblade infantry into a ferocious assault on the disoriented beast horde. From above, the green dragons, under the guidance of the heroes, cleaved through the ranks of the magical creatures with unparalleled ferocity, leaving no one to stand in their way. The magical beasts, lacking the leadership of their supreme counterparts, were thrown into disarray, resembling a scattered pile of sand, while the heroes traversed through them as if in a desolate land. Defeat was inevitable. It was unclear when the battle had transformed into a relentless pursuit. The situation once again tilted in favor of Li Ling. Hey, sister, do you intend to continue fighting? Observing the favorable circumstances. With nearly the entire supreme magical beast family of the Chino Forest decimated and the remaining magical creatures being hunted down, Li Ling couldn't help but feel elated, teasingly gazing at the beleaguered Eva, who was struggling to fend off the relentless attacks of the Red Dragon. To be fair, Eva's beauty was of a level that could topple nations, with exquisitely crafted features, elegantly arched brows, and flowing fiery red hair cascading down her back to her waist. Her crimson robe, unable to conceal her alluring figure, ate tea that moment. As she dodged the assaults of Li Ling's red dragon, she appeared somewhat flustered, the scorching dragon's breath singeing her garments, revealing glimpses of her delicate form. A sight that would evoke pity in any man, compelling them to embrace and protect her. Humph, Eva scoffed, continuing to evade the dragon's strikes. Meanwhile, Grom and Vol'jin, two 9th-level masters, faced off against the 9th-level powerhouse. The mighty bear Cater, under Grom's exquisite swordsmanship and Vol'jin's constant harassment, Cater found himself in peril, struggling to cope. Boom! 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 The clash of the three supreme experts resonated across the land, causing widespread upheaval. Grom deftly dodged Cater's powerful strike with a mace, sidestepping to thrust his sword, only to be blocked by the handle of Cater's weapon. The immense force from Cater caused Grom to sway, the disturbances gradually subsiding. Not good. Cater sensed danger. Just as he thought this, a gust of wind surged from behind, and a single-edged sword materialized, with Grom's figure following closely, as if tearing through the air. Utilizing his skill, mirror clone, gale step, Cater instinctively sidestepped, yet still felt the sting of Grom's blade pierce his right arm. With his arm injured, Cater's combat prowess severely diminished, and within a few exchanges, he found himself at a disadvantage, defeat looming imminent. Stop! Don't! Grom unleashed a flurry of strikes, his blade aimed directly at Cater's vital points. Though Cater resisted with all his might, the mace was not designed for defense, and with his right arm incapacitated, a gaping opening was finally created to Grom's blade, akin to a venomous serpent, pierced through, seeking Cater's head. Eva, witnessing this scene, cried out in alarm, completely oblivious to her own danger from the red dragon's assault. Buzz! Just as Cater resigned himself to his fate, Grom's sword tip halted mere inches from Cater's face. Refusing to advance further, Eva let out a sigh of relief and turned to glance at Li Ling, only to find him gazing at her with a bemused smile, his ordinary features somehow appearing somewhat charming in her eyes. He isn't so unbearable, she thought, her cheeks flushing slightly as she averted her gaze as the leader of the three-eyed Spirit Fox clan, one of the 5 supreme magical beast families of Chino Forest. Eva was undeniably stunning. Yet apart from other 9th-level magical beasts, no other creatures dared to confess their feelings towards her. All 9th-level magical beasts were rulers in their own right, far beyond the age of pursuing beauty, and would not easily provoke the formidable Eva. Though Cater had grown up alongside Eva, their bond was more akin to that of siblings. With a simplistic mind, Cater could hardly comprehend the intricacies of love. Thus, it could be concluded that Eva was merely a novice in matters of the heart, and Grom's sparing of Cater's life was evidently in accordance with Li Ling's wishes. Consequently, Eva developed a fondness for Li Ling, a sentiment entirely justified. Hey, I'm asking you again, are you even listening? Li Ling felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Moments ago, Eva had cast a mysterious glance at him, blushing and falling silent, unresponsive to his inquiries about whether she would continue fighting. Exasperated, he raised his voice to rouse the dazed Eva before him. Huh, what did you say? Eva, now appearing as if her intelligence had plummeted, responded in a fluster. I asked, sister, are we still fighting? Li Ling reiterated his previous question, exasperation evident in his tone. How can you keep fighting when you've depleted all my resources and now seek to bully me? Eva returned to her usual demeanor, her eyes glistening with innocence as she gazed at Li Ling, her tone sweet and delicate. Then let us discuss compensation, shall we? Your supreme magical beast family declared war on me without provocation. What do you propose we do about it? Li Ling began to negotiate, having prepared this tactic for quite some time. But sister has nothing. Eva remained unfazed, her gaze still fixed on Li Ling, her expression as though she were the innocent victim of an unforgivable villain. That aren't supreme magical beast families supposed to possess numerous magic cores? None. Her doe-like eyes remained resolute. What about magical equipment? None. Gold coins? None. Very well, Grom. Take action. Tonight, I demand bear paws for dinner. After numerous fruitless inquiries, Li Ling directed his command at Grom to, don't. Eva cried out, rushing to prevent Grom from attacking. Give me a reason. Li Ling insisted, undeterred by Eva's pitiful demeanor. Eva, upon hearing this, displayed a conflicted expression, stomping her foot as if making a crucial decision. Be why my blood, I swear an oath, binding us together, to live and die as one. Our fates intertwined. I pledge in your name, my will, your name, Li Ling. An ancient chant echoed, transcending time and space, resonating through past and future as Eva recited an incantation in an unknown tongue. Though the words were unintelligible, their meaning was unmistakable to Li Ling's ears. In that moment, the somewhat flustered and alluring Eva transformed into a figure of sanctity as a complex magical array materialized beneath their feet. A drop of blood trickled from Eva's forehead. Ascending into the air, the blood emanated a potent magical aura, clearly the essence of Eva's being, commonly referred to as her lifeblood. The lifeblood rose between Li Ling and Eva, shifting colors in tandem with her chant, ultimately transforming from a deep crimson to a shimmering gold, slowly imprinting itself upon Li Ling's forehead, manifesting as a golden star-shaped mark, bestowing upon him an air of allure. As the extraordinary phenomenon faded, Eva's figure became visible once more. "Master," Eva called softly. Though her voice was gentle, it struck Li Ling with a thunderous impact. "What did you just call me?" he asked incredulously. "Master," Eva repeated. "When did I become your master?" Having read countless tales of transmigration in his past life, Li Ling had surmised the meaning behind Eva's incantation, yet it was astonishing that the renowned leader of the three-eyed spirit fox clan, a figure of authority in Chino Forest for years, would so readily accept him as her master. "The contract is signed. You are now my master, and no one can alter that, not even the gods themselves." Eva's voice was unwavering and resolute, wishing everyone a Merry Christmas. And by the way, Li Ling gazed at the seemingly dignified Eva, his mind swirling with confusion. "Does that mean that once you become my pet, all your possessions belong to me?" Li Ling, unwilling to give up, inquired further. "I've heard that your supreme magical beasts are quite wealthy, possessing all manner of magical cores and equipment. Master, can you truly bear to take away my meager possessions?" Eva approached Li Ling, wrapping her arms around his, with a pitiful expression. "I'm already quite impoverished." "Fine," Li Ling sighed, slapping his forehead in resignation. "As a master, it would be inappropriate to constantly concern himself with the assets of his pet." "But what about your kin?" Li Ling pointed toward the remnants of the three-eyed spirit fox clan and the mighty bear clan being pursued on the ground. "Oh, right. Master, please command your subordinates to cease their attacks and stop harming my kin." Eva finally realized that her subordinates were being slaughtered. She hurriedly shook Li Ling's arm and said, "Yes, you should gather your in." Li Ling replied. Since the onset of battle, the Fireblade Legion had already massacred nearly 1,000,000 various magical beasts, collecting enough magical energy to allow Li Ling to summon another vast army to counter the impending assault from the Orc Empire. With Eva having already signed a contract for her pet, there was truly no need to continue the slaughter of her subordinates for a trivial amount of magical energy. "Cece, you and Annie go gather the remaining magical beast troops. Carter, you two, rally your kin and cease fighting." Turning around, Eva restored the imposing dignity befitting her position as the leader of one of the 5 supreme magical beast families of the Chino Forest, issuing commands to her 2 8th-tier, three-eyed spirit foxes and the mighty explosive bear. Carter Li Ling silently commanded the system to ensure that the Fireblade infantry avoided the magical beasts of the three-eyed spirit fox and the mighty explosive bear legions during their pursuit. Soon, aside from a few magical beasts fleeing the battlefield, most had been slain by the Fireblade infantry, leaving only the magical beasts of the three-eyed spirit fox and the mighty explosive bear families, who huddled together in a narrow area, trembling as they watched the Fireblade infantry system summon the laborers to clean up the battlefield. Li Ling commanded after witnessing the last magical beast being chased down and killed. The ground was littered with the corpses of magical beasts, intermingled with the fallen Fireblade infantry, creating a scene reminiscent of a slaughterhouse, with blood staining the earth and the surrounding environment left in utter disarray by the aftermath of the battle. 200,000 Fireblade laborers were swiftly assembled from the base to the battlefield, spreading out to extract the magic cores from the beast's brains, skin them, and cut away valuable parts. The magic cores were directly sent back to the base, converted into magical energy. The remaining parts that could not be converted into energy were also piled together. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 70 points of magical energy. Remaining. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 450 points of magical energy. Remaining. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 215 points of magical energy. Remaining. The incessant notifications tormented Li Ling, bringing both pain and joy, until he finally had to command the system to mute the energy gain notifications. Feeling somewhat relieved thereafter. Wow. Master, so many magic cores. Eva wants some too. Eva exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she observed the Fireblade laborers methodically dissecting the magical beast corpses and collecting the magic cores. These magic cores are of great importance to me. I cannot give them to you, Li Ling replied flatly. Master, do you really need the magic cores that much? Eva asked, noticing the seriousness on Li Ling's face. Yes, magic cores are the most favored items of my divine patron. The higher the grade of the magic cores I present, the greater my power becomes. Currently, my strength is insufficient to contend with the continent or the high-level civilizations that may descend at any moment. Therefore, I must conceal the existence of the fire seed in the base, using the name of the divine as a covered. That's so. Master, I know where a large number of magic cores can be found. Eva said, not at all surprised, as tales of various deities across the Star Moon continent shared a common theme. Followers pleased their deities by offering items they cherished to gain power. It was merely that the unique preferences of the ancient, glorious four saints fabricated by Li Ling were somewhat peculiar. Upon hearing that Eva knew where many magic cores could be found, Li Ling instantly became agitated. Eva giggled. The twin-winged magic tigers, shadow magic serpents, and howling moonsky wolves each have their lairs deep within the Chino forest. After thousands of years of accumulation, how could they lack magic cores? Is that so? After Li Ling spoke, he looked at Eva with a gentle smile, saying nothing more. All right, Master, the three-eyed spirit fox family is truly quite impoverished, Eva said, noticing Li Ling's knowing smile, and quickly shook his arm, playfully saying, at worst, I can take you to raid the other three families' lairs later. There's no time to waste. Let us set off now. I fear the high-tier magical beast that fled the battlefield might take advantage of the chaos. Li Ling said with a serious tone, Su Huang, Deng Ai. Li Ling called out, to your command. Two streaks of crimson light flew down from the sky and landed before Li Ling. It was Su Huang and Deng Ai. You two stay here and clean up the battlefield. The rest, proceed to the lairs of the three supreme magical beast families and gather resources, Li Ling commanded, transmitting the locations of the lairs of the three supreme magical beast families to the heroes through the fire seed. Understood. With that, several streaks of light split into three paths and left the battlefield, followed by tens of thousands of Fireblade infantry and laborers, leaving a trail of dust in the Chino forest. Li Ling patted the red dragon and, alongside Eva, headed towards the lair of the twin-winged magic tiger. Kuin E-R-A-S for Carter. He led the remaining magical beast troops back to the depths of the Chino forest to recuperate and prepare for battle. Deep within the Chino forest, is this the lair of the twin-winged magic tiger clan? Li Ling asked Eva in disbelief as he surveyed the scene before him. What lay before him was entirely a town from another world. Within the city that could accommodate 100,000 people, there were various structures reminiscent of human society, designed and arranged with remarkable logic, and the architecture exuded an artistic flair, clearly crafted by masterful hands. The buildings were splendidly constructed, rivaling even the most prosperous areas of Lingxiao City. Perhaps due to the news of the defeat of the five supreme magical beasts, the city was currently in chaos. With panicked crowds rushing through its streets, interspersed with various high-tier magical beasts, that's the stronghold of the twin-winged magic tiger clan. The magical beasts residing within were all of at least high-tier strength. Those, Li Ling pointed at the people within the city. They are descendants of the humans who were captured after Kuan Air invaded the human world. After so many years, they have taken root in the Chino forest. Eva replied, the ugliness of humanity was vividly illustrated within the city of the twin-winged magic tiger clan stronghold. after the news of defeat was brought back by the high-tier magical beasts that fled the battlefield. The once peaceful city descended into utter chaos, filled with pillaging, arson, and murder. Confused humans and high-tier magical beasts played out a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse. Among the humans residing in the stronghold of the supreme magical beasts were not few skilled swordsmen of levels 6 and 7, and even a few grandmasters in the plaza at the center of the city. A grandmaster was engaged in a fierce battle with a level 7 magical beast, the Crimson Flame Tiger. Amidst scattered packages revealing hints of the colorful sheen unique to magic cores, the Grandmaster was enveloped in azure wind-based energy, maneuvering around the Crimson Flame Tiger, evading its fiery projectiles. Lubu. Take your men to restore order in the city. The rest, follow me to the Lord's mansion. Li Ling furrowed his brow as he surveyed the chaotic scene before him. Understood, Lubu responded, transforming into a streak of light as he dashed into the city, followed closely by a squad of Fireblade infantry. Boom! Boom! 2 blood-red energy blades shot into the plaza at the center of the city, obliterating the combatants in a shower of fragments. The ground was littered with chunks of flesh. Shocking the panicked crowd. By order of the Lord, this city is now under the jurisdiction of the Han Empire. It shall be renamed Lintong Pass. From now on, magic cores for magical beasts are to be regulated. Any who dare to hoard them and fail to surrender them will be killed. Why should we? The magic cores belong to us. Why must we give them to you? Before Lu Bu could finish, a level 7 human grandmaster stepped forward in opposition. He asked just one man. Let us band together. Boom! A red energy blade struck the dissenting grandmaster with brutal force, and before the onlookers could react, the troublemaking grandmaster was reduced to a pile of shredded meat. Silencing the crowd, Lubu's disdainful gaze swept over those who had previously dared to stir trouble, and none dared to meet his eyes. Implement martial law. Those lingering without reason in the streets shall be killed. Those committing acts of pillaging, arson, and murder shall be killed. Those spreading rumors and inciting the populace shall be killed. The 4 commands, coupled with Lubu's overwhelming aura as a supreme power, quelled the chaos within the city. The Fireblade infantry, arriving fashionably late, had just descended from the battlefield at Lintong Pass. They still emanated a palpable aura of ferocity. With some axes stained with the remnants of blood, the citizens and magical beasts within the city dared not utter a word against Elbu. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of the Fireblade infantry, both beasts and humans retreated to their homes, and the situation at Lintong Pass, a name conjured up by Elbu, finally stabilized. Let us proceed to the Lord's mansion and see what treasures Kuan-Er has accumulated over the years. Li Ling remarked to Eva, as they observed the Fireblade infantry meticulously restoring order in the city. Certainly, Master, Eva replied with a charming smile. As they traversed the grand avenue of the city, recently christened Lintong Pass by Elbu, towering Fireblade infantrymen, nearly 2 meters tall, stood guard on either side. Li Ling couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. He had transformed from a mere servant upon his arrival in this otherworldly realm to a figure commanding millions of troops, including numerous transcendent beings, overpowering the Orc Empire, and now decisively vanquishing the 5 major transcendent beast families of the Kino Forest. He had become one of those few who stood atop the pyramid. Stop! This is the domain of the Rex family. No loiterers allowed. A warning interrupted Li Ling's contemplations, as he was lost in his thoughts of self-importance. Before the Lord's mansion stood a battalion of 300 magical beast cavalry, all 6th-level swordsmen, mounted on 6-winged magic tigers. The voice that spoke was that of a 7th-level great swordsman leader. These were the guards of the Kuan-Er Lord's mansion, the most loyal subordinates of Kuan-Er. Even upon hearing the news of Kuan-Er's defeat and demise, they did not flee but steadfastly upheld their duty. Have you no shame? Kuan-Er has long since lost his head, and before you is the Emperor of the Han Empire. His Majesty Li Ling. Without waiting for Li Ling to respond, Eva interjected with a commanding tone. Having recently signed a contract of companionship with Li Ling, she was eager to showcase her prowess after her earlier embarrassing display before the Red Dragon. The adversary before them was an excellent opportunity to demonstrate her strength. The patriarch issued orders before his departure, forbidding anyone from stepping into the Lord's mansion. I implore you, Lady Eva, to retreat, the great swordsman insisted. Knowing well of Eva's strength and lineage, as she was one of the 5 great patriarchs of transcendent beast families, since you recognize me, why do you still dare to impede my path? Eva responded playfully with a laugh. The Lord's command is absolute. I must comply. The great swordsman tightened his grip on his spear, his tone a mixture of tension and resolve. Then I shall see if you can truly stop me. Before her words faded, Eva transformed into a streak of crimson light, darting towards the great swordsman before her. Daha! The great swordsman bellowed as Eva charged, channeling all his energy into a powerful thrust. Delivering the most formidable strike of his life, which would also be his last, the gap between 7th and 9th level strength could not be bridged by mere fervor. The onlookers beheld 2 pink claw marks flash by as Eva bypassed the great swordsman, heading straight for the 300 swordsman. After a prolonged moment, the great swordsman, who had maintained his thrusting position, slowly collapsed to the ground, taking his mount, a 7th level dual-winged magic tiger, down with him. The remaining 306 level swordsmen were similarly no match. Their 6th level abilities appeared as feeble as that of infants in the presence of the 9th level Eva. Without employing magic or skills, merely relying on her agility, Li Ling witnessed countless images of Eva weaving through the ranks, dispatching all who dared approach her with lethal swiftness, each wound bearing the marks of her claws. A swift death. Let us depart, Li Ling declared as he observed Eva eliminate the last swordsman. Ignoring the bodies strewn across the ground, he ascended the steps to the Lord's mansion. They were loyal souls. Let us find a place to lay them to rest. He paused and instructed the Fireblade infantry following him. Understood. The Fireblade infantry responded in unison, beginning to gather the bodies of the 300 guards for burial. The remaining Fireblade infantry swiftly surged into the Lord's mansion, scouring every corner to ensure no remnants of the Rex family lingered to threaten Li Ling. After the carnage, Eva transformed back into her charming self, taking Li Ling's arm and walking beside him into the mansion. Today, I was expelled from the examination hall by the proctor, and my mood is rather foul. Perhaps the quality of my writing may suffer. That said, my writing has always been rather mediocre, Li Ling lamented. Regardless, I shall strive to continue updating. If anyone has good suggestions, feel free to leave comments or join my chat group for a conversation. Lastly, I humbly request your support with collections. They have not been plentiful. For those without accounts, please take a moment to register and support my work, as logging in daily will allow you to send flowers. Your encouragement means the world to me, and I am immensely grateful. Wow! Magical equipment from the dwarves. Wow, a millennium-old resurrection herb. Master, look! Magical accessories from the elven race. How beautiful! In the lair of Kuin-er, now named Ling Tong Pass by Elbu. The air was filled with exclamations of awe, startling the birds perched on the trees. Li Ling could only watch helplessly as Eva displayed no semblance of the dignified patriarch of a transcendent beast family. Please, you are a 9th level transcendent being. Can you refrain from acting so naive? Unable to endure Eva's exuberance any longer, Li Ling spoke up. Not at all, Master. Our 3-eyed spirit fox family has resided deep within the Kino forest for generations, rarely venturing into the human realm. Eva exclaimed, her face alight with wonder as she gazed at the trove of riches and magical artifacts in the grand hall, responding without turning her head. Only a family like the Rex, which has invaded the human world, could amass such treasures from outside the Kino forest. The other 4 families possess nothing so exquisite that a feathered garment made from the wings of the winged ones? Before Li Ling could answer, Eva spotted another Fireblade infantryman entering the hall, cradling a magnificent feathered attire, and she dashed towards him, refusing to release her grasp on it. Master, I have discovered a secret chamber in the study at the back. Elbu, clad in armor, entered the hall and respectfully addressed Li Ling. Let us go. Li Ling called out to Eva, who was now adorned with an array of accessories and still trying to affix more to her head. Since witnessing her adorable side, Li Ling had taken to calling her little girl. I told you not to call me that. Eva protested, but upon seeing Li Ling begin to walk away, she quickly called out, Wait for me. In the rear study, The chamber once used for discussions by Kuan-Er and the Orc Prince, Kiri, had its opulent carpet removed, revealing a dark opening with a staircase leading downward. "Follow me," Elbu said, taking the lead as he stepped into the underground passage. "Let us descend and explore," Li Ling instructed Eva, following Elbu into the tunnel. Once inside, Li Ling discovered a hidden world. The walls were adorned with magical lamps powered by energy cores, illuminating the narrow passage that barely allowed for two people to walk side by side. After traversing approximately 30 meters, they turned a corner and entered a spacious hall. Though the hall showed signs of having been cleaned, the stains of blood revealed traces of a struggle. The front wall of the hall boasted 5 doors, with the leftmost one ajar, revealing various furnishings and household items, a clear indication that it had been the residence of the former owner. The aftermath of a battle left the room in disarray that Elbu approached the second door from the left, and as Li Ling followed, he was met with a rush of exhilaration. Gold, a room brimming with gold coins. The shimmering yellow light filled him with uncontainable joy. Though Li Ling had begun to establish his footing on Star Moon Continent, the prospect of digesting the spoils from the recent victory in the Kino Forest, alongside an army of millions and several transcendent beings, could rival or even surpass the might of the great empires along the main thoroughfare. Yet, the values he held from Earth still influenced his thoughts. With this much gold, I would be rich beyond measure if I returned to Earth. Li Ling's mind swirled with this notion, unaware that with his newfound ability for interstellar travel, he would have long ascended to a higher civilization, far beyond the need for mere gold. After all, the universe is vast and filled with wonders, while gold holds value on Earth and the Star Moon Continent. In the realm of advanced civilizations, the true currency lies in various energy crystals. According to records, there are planets composed entirely of high concentrations of gold, rendering it virtually worthless among the more sophisticated civilizations. I it merely a room full of gold. Master, why the fuss? Eva's slightly disdainful remark jolted Li Ling out of his spiraling thoughts. Let us proceed to the next room and see what awaits. Upon awakening to reality, Li Ling feigned indifference, speaking in a calm tone as if nothing had transpired, completely disregarding the slight curl of Eva's lips. The group exited the room brimming with gold coins and made their way to the central chamber. Elbu pushed open the door, leading Li Ling inside. Magic cores. The spacious hall, spanning hundreds of square meters, was heaped with magic cores of all varieties, from intermediate to advanced levels, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. This time, it was Eva who fell into a state of stupor, even as the leader of the three-eyed spirit fox clan. One of the 5 supreme beast families alongside the winged magic Tiger Rex family, she had never encountered such an abundance of magic cores at once. Prior to the winged magic tiger clan's defeat and subsequent weakening during the invasion of the human empire by Kuan-Er, they were the foremost among the 5 supreme beast families, hoarding wealth accumulated over generations, a scale unmatched by the relatively weaker three-eyed spirit fox clan. Send someone down to collect these magic cores. Li Ling instructed Lu Bu nonchalantly before leading Eva to the 4th room. Although there were many magic cores in this chamber, they paled in comparison to the vast quantities from the recent battle. The 4th room measured merely 20 square meters, containing a simple wooden table upon which lay 3 items. At the far left was a necklace made entirely of the precious magical material. Mithril, sourced from the Star Moon Continent, adorned with unknown sparkling stones that emitted a soft glow. Hanging from the necklace was a blue stone the size of a quail egg, from which a potent magical aura emanated. The blessing of the water god, Eva exclaimed in astonishment. I never expected this long-lost artifact to be found here. What is the blessing of the water god? Li Ling inquired, intrigued by Eva's excitement. It is an ancient artifact that possesses a 9th-level defensive spell, Water Curtain Heavenly Splendor. It can withstand several full-force attacks from 9th-level powerhouses. Eva replied, her eyes sparkling with wonder. It is said that the core blue gem embedded within this artifact is composed of an unknown material, requiring no energy input from its wielder. Even an ordinary person devoid of magical energy would trigger its defense automatically when faced with danger. Upon hearing this, Li Ling immediately thought of Kylan, who was still at the base. Although Kylan was a small prodigy, Her current strength seemed feeble compared to the super-powerful beings Li Ling had grown accustomed to. This equipment would be perfect for her. "Master, I want it," Eva suddenly interjected, catching Li Ling off guard as he contemplated bestowing the artifact upon Kylan. What did you say?" Li Ling asked incredulously. "Master, I want it," Eva insisted, playfully tugging at Li Ling's arm. Her bosom brushing against him, igniting a flurry of emotions within him. Isn't that inappropriate?" Li Ling stammered awkwardly. "How rude. I was referring to the blessing of the water god," Eva exclaimed, realizing Li Ling's misunderstanding, and playfully smacked his arm with a teasing pout. "You already possess 9th level strength. What use do you have for it?" "No." Li Ling wiped the cold sweat from his brow, firmly declining. "Not at all. I'm still quite weak." Eva continued to whine, shaking Li Ling's arm. "This is for Kylan. With this, I won't have to worry too much about her safety," Li Ling remarked, a hint of affection flickering in his eyes as he spoke of Kylan. Before he turned his attention to the second box, this wooden box, Eva stomped her foot in frustration. Upon opening the second wooden box, Li Ling was greeted by 3 magic cores, 1 large and 2 small. A surge of magical elements flowed into the small chamber as the box opened, clearly revealing 3 supreme magic cores. The large blue magic core belonged to a 9th level water type supreme beast. The sound of crashing waves faintly audible. The 2 smaller, earth tone cores were evidently from 8th level earth type supreme beasts. Li Ling felt a surge of joy within. 3 supreme magic cores could yield at least 3 heroes. Coupled with the few supreme magic cores he had collected on the battlefield, his previous concerns about insufficient heroes were swiftly resolved. "Have Lu Bu collect the 3 supreme magic cores," Li Ling instructed, then shifted his gaze to the 3rd item in the chamber. Before him lay a rectangular box adorned with mysterious magical patterns. What on earth could require a box inscribed with a magic array for storage? Magic arrays on the Star Moon continent were not easily created. They typically demanded a plethora of enchanting materials and a skilled mage of at least 7th rank to set them up. Consequently, enchanted magical equipment was exceedingly rare. Even a noble fortunate enough to acquire such an item would cherish it as a family heirloom. At this moment, the wooden box before Li Ling, merely the outer casing of a single item, bore a magic array, leaving him utterly astonished. Slowly, he opened the box. Boom! A surge of potent magical elements erupted from the narrow opening of the box, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. The visible water elements gradually crystallized into white ice, blanketing the entire narrow chamber. As the box was fully opened, a piece of unknown white animal hide lay quietly within, covered in enigmatic patterns. Were it not for the immense elemental fluctuations within the chamber, one might not have guessed the true value of this item. Ice World. Eva gasped, unable to contain her excitement at the sight of the item in Li Ling's hands. "What is Ice World?" Li Ling asked curiously. "This is a forbidden ice magic, possessing power far exceeding that of a 10th level forbidden spell." Having lived for hundreds of years, Eva's extensive experience with supreme beasts allowed her to instantly recognize the origin of this treasure. "Ice magic? Is there such a thing?" Li Ling inquired, intrigued. According to the memories left behind by his predecessor, the predominant magical elements on the continent had always been earth, wind, water, and fire. However, 800 years ago, the mage Leo unleashed a forbidden spell, Thunderbolt, utilizing the thunder elements from the thick clouds above the Thunder Mountain range, annihilating the Orc army's main forces. This event dramatically increased the number of practitioners of thunder magic, elevating it to the 5th major magical discipline from its previous obscurity. Yet, there had never been any mention of ice magic. It is normal for you not to know. That was centuries ago. Eva explained slowly that a few hundred years ago, a rare mutated dragon emerged among the dragon race, a dragon born from 2 water dragons, which resulted in an ice-type dragon. The existence of such a mutated dragon was deemed unacceptable by the dragon race's higher-ups, as they believed it tainted the pure bloodline of the dragon god. However, the dragon's father was the leader of the water dragon clan at that time, which ensured the survival of this dragon. This mutated dragon is the only ice-type dragon in history. It is said that the dragon faced discrimination from the other 4 major dragon clans while growing up on Dragon Island. And eventually, it left the island and vanished without a trace, Eva continued. The glimmer of respect flickered in her eyes as she recounted the tale. The dragon race's higher-ups were more than willing to let it fend for itself. So they did not send anyone to search for it. What happened next? Li Ling asked, intrigued to everyone's astonishment. Merely a few decades later, this dragon grew into one of the few 11th-level dragons in dragon history. Upon returning to Dragon Island and discovering that its parents had passed away, the dragon openly challenged the Dragon Clan leader. Eva said, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Before hundreds of dragons, the Ice-type dragon defeated the Fire-type 10th-level Dragon Clan leader in merely 15 minutes. Ultimately, it was besieged by 3 other dragon clans, and only after the Dragon Island's elders invoked forbidden techniques did they manage to exhaust the Ice-type dragon to death. Eva's tone grew somber as she continued. Before its demise, it shed a piece of its soft skin adorned with reverse scales from its jaw and personally imbued it with the Ice-type 10th-level magic, Ice World, bestowing it upon the Water Dragon Clan. That battle cost the dragon race dearly, and they have yet to recover to their former strength. After finishing her story, Eva's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Li Ling Master. We have struck it rich this time. It is said that the magic contained within this scroll can cover a radius of 100 miles, freezing all below 9th level strength into ice. Li Ling couldn't help but smile broadly upon hearing this. With such a formidable weapon, he no longer needed to fear the Orc Empire launching a full-scale assault against them. Moreover, after digesting so many magic cores from this recent battle, they would soon be able to amass another formidable army. The outcome of the next confrontation remained uncertain. Orc Empire, the insults you have hurled at Kylan and me shall be repaid 100-fold. Li Ling clenched his fist, a flicker of hatred flashing in his eyes. Influenced by his predecessor's sentiments, Li Ling harbored no goodwill towards the Orc Empire. Furthermore, Kylan, previously a concubine in the Canberry estate, often endured mistreatment. She had even been coerced into marrying the crown prince. Had Li Ling not arrived in time, the beauty would have surely met a tragic end. With old grievances and new enmities to settle, today would be the day of reckoning. The outcome remained to be seen. At last, the examinations are over. Although I fear that I may not have performed well on today's materials, nonetheless, the trials are complete. Tomorrow, I have another computer exam, which I could pass even with my eyes closed. I shall return home the day after tomorrow, and from then on, I will immerse myself in writing. I appreciate your patience, dear readers. Recently, however, Kais has been facing dire straits as the patriarch of the Cambrai family. The second most illustrious clan in the Orc Empire, just after the Rhine royal family, Kai stands among the elite of the Orc Empire. The Cambrai family, known for its distinguished lineage, boasts several extraordinary powerhouses, placing it among the foremost families on the continent. However, the Rhine royal family holds the top rank in the Orc Empire, with the Tage clan following closely behind. The one who has caused Kai such tribulation is none other than the patriarch of the Rhine family, the Beast Emperor Weinreis. Originally, plans were set for a union between Kalen of the Cambrai family and Kree of the Reese family, thereby consolidating the positions of both the Rhine and Tage clans through this alliance, ensuring a stable succession for the royal heir Kree after the eventual passing of the venerable Emperor Wine. What should have been a mutually beneficial arrangement was marred by an unforeseen oversight, one that, in the eyes of the nobility, may not even warrant consideration. The young human named Li Ling, who had grown up alongside Kalen. This very youth, after disappearing for a month, re-emerged as the leader of a formidable faction. Alas, despite the Cambrai family's long-standing status, boasting only a handful of extraordinary individuals, this young human has brought with him 7 or 8 such powerhouses. While the Orc Empire is indeed a mighty nation, the number of extraordinary beings far exceeds those Li Ling commands. Yet, one must not forget that the vast territories of the Orc Empire demand strong guardians, leading to tragic circumstances in full view of the envoys from all great powers on the main road. The Orc Empire's princess was abducted from before the Royal Beast Temple, while the extraordinary guardian stationed at the palace suffered near total annihilation. The Beast Emperor, having called upon ancestral spirits, was grievously wounded, and the once mighty Orc Empire became a stepping stone for the young Li Ling, who had risen to prominence. After Li Ling's departure that day, following extensive healing with the abundant treasures of the royal palace. Emperor Wang was ultimately saved. Despite the old emperor not holding Kai's accountable for the Kalen affair, it was evident to discerning eyes that Kai's had aroused the emperor's suspicions during the fierce battle before the Beast Temple. Even the Fox clan dispatched one of its two extraordinary protectors to guard the emperor, who ultimately perished. Yet, the three extraordinary powerhouses from the Cambrai family, far superior to the Fox clan, were conspicuously absent throughout. Notably, prior to the grand wedding of the orcs, Crown Prince Kree would affectionately address Kai's as Uncle Kai's. Now, however, each encounter is marked by formal greetings of Patriarch Kai's. Some may wonder if it is a good thing that the future Emperor of the Orcs holds Kai's in such esteem. However, respect does not equate to intimacy. Perhaps Kree currently refrains from acting against the Cambrai family for the sake of the bigger picture, but should a misstep occur, there is little doubt that Kree, now allied with the Beast Emperor, would not hesitate to eliminate the Cambrai clan. Thus, Kai's has been living in a state of unease, akin to being on edge. Coincidentally, upon hearing that Emperor Wang intended to wage war against the soon-to-be established Fireblade tribe, Kai's hurried to the palace, volunteering to lead the troops into battle. Fortunately, the old emperor, remembering their decades-long friendship, granted Kai's the opportunity, appointing him as Grand Marshal to command the expedition. However, it was unavoidable that Kree would accompany as a deputy commander, under the pretense of learning from Kai's, while in reality, serving as a watchful eye. Though Kai's felt a pang of resentment, he had no choice but to comply to demonstrate his loyalty. He laid bare the resources of the Tej clan. Not only did the Tej's private military mobilize, but the three extraordinary guardians stationed in the capital also joined the campaign. Alongside Kai's in total, for extraordinary beings would lead the charge against the formidable Fireblade tribe. Bolstered by the Royal Guard's commanders, and additional extraordinary individuals recruited from various locales, 10 extraordinary powerhouses would march forth with the army, aiming to overwhelm Li Ling's forces with sheer might. Yet, aspirations often clash with reality. Shortly after departing the capital, Kai's received intelligence from the front lines reporting that a band of foreign marauders was plundering and burning the recently harvested crops in the neighboring Surs province. The leader, an 8th-level human extraordinary being, had plunged Surs into famine. Foreigners, a human extraordinary being, what initially seemed like a trivial band of thieves could be dealt with by dispatching regular troops. However, upon hearing those two critical words, a sense of trepidation washed over Kai's. Could this not be a characteristic of Li Ling's army? The soldiers of the Fireblade tribe, accompanied by an extraordinarily young human powerhouse. No wonder he felt a chill. If Kai's could entertain such thoughts, how could Emperor Wang remain oblivious? Glancing at the intelligence laid before him, the Emperor rubbed his temples in exasperation. The Orc Empire, unlike Li Ling's Fireblade tribe, may boast a citizenry trained for battle, but they too are merely human. Hunger strikes hard when one does not eat. Regardless of how formidable an army may be, logistics remain essential for sustaining combat effectiveness. The primary combat races of the orcs are renowned for their insatiable appetites. Without the production of food by civilians, the Orc Empire would likely face decline over the years, even without external assault. Li Ling's strategy was indeed ruthless. Send word. The war god's Whip Legion must hastily proceed to Surs to eradicate the marauders, commanded Emperor Wang. He had initially intended for the highly mobile war god's Whip Legion to serve as a surprise force on the battlefield. Regardless of whether Li Ling proved stronger than Kai's or Kai's turned traitor in the heat of battle, the Emperor would have a contingency plan. However, following Li Ling's cunning maneuver, he was left with no choice but to unveil this trump card prematurely. Meanwhile, Kai's, commanding over 200,000 troops from the Royal Guard, alongside several thousand private soldiers from the Tej clan, found it evident that the impoverished Orc Empire could not sustain such a vast army. The long supply lines, like a spider's web, stretched across the vast expanse of the Orc Empire. The sound of cannon fire would bring untold wealth, yet this battle, regardless of the outcome, would likely force the Orc Empire to tighten its belt for years to come. Today, after finishing my exams, I noticed many had already returned home, and I too felt restless. Originally, I had purchased a ticket for tomorrow, but upon arriving at the station, I changed it last minute. Fortunately, after a long afternoon of commotion. I arrived home around 6, and after dinner, I hastily began to write, ensuring I did not delay the update too much. Brothers, the Orc Empire, Tars Province, is primarily inhabited by the water-dwelling orcs. It's the easternmost province of the Orc Empire. Tars boasts a narrow coastline. Relying on the mountains for resources and the sea for sustenance, seafood has become the primary source of food for Tars Province. Yet, despite its rich marine resources, the residents often find themselves in hunger. As the fierce oceanic beasts, unpredictable currents, and ruthless sea tribes make fishing a perilous endeavor, outdated shipbuilding techniques further exacerbate the risks. The nearshore resources have dwindled significantly after centuries of exploitation, while deep-sea fishing remains too treacherous. Thus, Tars Province, despite its proximity to the sea, barely manages to keep its orc inhabitants from starvation. Recently, a messenger from the Cambrai family notified Tars Province to prepare military provisions for transport to Surs Province to support the army in their campaign against the Fireblade tribe. This command left Evan Kellogg, the highest official of Tars Province, in a quandary. The Kellogg family is esteemed among the mink tribe of water-dwelling beings, with Evan being a prominent figure among them. Yet, as the saying goes, a clever woman cannot cook without rice. The royal messenger's command left our sage with a head full of worries overnight. Tars Province relies on the sea for sustenance. While much of the land consists of saline alkali fields unsuitable for crops, where would the military provisions come from? However, the Emperor's orders must be obeyed. Ultimately, one of his aides suggested using sun-dried fish as military rations. The naturally salty fish could also serve as seasoning, thus solving multiple problems at once. Hence, a convoy composed of hundreds of carts laden with dried fish and 3,000 mixed troops of the Joden frogs and the turtle-like model tribe set forth from Tars Province. The pungent odor accompanying the entire procession, causing passers-by to steer clear. "Hank, when do you think we will reach Surs Province?" In a marching procession, the amphibian Bert spoke weakly to the turtle man Hank beside him. At this moment, they had already traveled hundreds of miles from the Taz province, entering the territory of the House clan within the expanse of the Kappa Prairie. The dry grass by the roadside, stirred by the autumn breeze, exuded a parched aroma, causing Bert, who was accustomed to coastal living, to feel somewhat restless. "I do not know, but if we keep following the commander, we will surely arrive." In contrast to the agitation of the amphibian code, the turtle man Hank appeared much more composed. The Modu tribe is renowned among the beastmen for their longevity, boasting lifespans that extend well over 1,000 years. Although Hank looked as youthful as Code, he was already over 200 years old, equivalent to a young adult in human terms. 200 springs, summers, autumns, and winters had rendered Hank familiar with the vicissitudes of life, endowing him with a certain detachment from worldly affairs. "Damn it, what a fine battle, what fine dried fish. Who knows if we will still have it when we arrive?" Turning to glance at the slowly moving dried fish on the cart beside him, Code licked his lips and swallowed, grumbling that to someone like Code, who had spent his entire life by the sea and had never left Taz province, the nauseating fishy scent that repulsed land-dwelling races was, in fact, the most delectable of delights. Yet now, these delicacies were merely a tantalizing sight, making his longing all the more unbearable. "Since it is the command of the Beast Emperor, we must comply. The Emperor would never harm us beastmen," Bert replied nonchalantly. "Boring," Code scoffed, seeing that Bert remained unfazed, and he fell silent, plotting in his mind how to sneak some dried fish for a hearty meal later. Should it be steamed, or perhaps grilled? Code became lost in his daydreams. Damn the sun. Though the autumn sun was not overly scorching, its midday intensity still made Code somewhat uncomfortable, prompting yet another complaint. Look, what is that?" Just as Code looked up at the sun, a massive shadow slowly drifted over from a distance, appearing to move at a leisurely pace. Yet in a mere moment, it had approached the supply convoy, and Code realized with horror that it was not a cloud shadow, but a group of unfamiliar aerial forces. Code's terrified scream caught the attention of the supply convoy's commander and, alarmingly, that of the enemy as well. Ugh! A sharp spear interrupted Code's cry. Reluctantly, he glanced at the spear that had pierced his heart, collapsing to the ground and leaving a pool of blood. Enemy attack. Alert! The convoy commander finally reacted, shouting hoarsely, but it was too late. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A barrage of spears rained down from the sky, heralding death's call. In a singular wave of assault, the majority of the Zordan amphibian warriors perished. The Zordan amphibians, being the amphibious troops of the Beastman Empire, stood merely 1.5 meters tall. Their only notable attribute was their extraordinary jumping ability. Clad in cloth armor, with virtually no defensive capability, they leaped towards their foes, but their frail defenses rendered them utterly powerless against the aerial assault, making them the first casualties of the initial wave. Buzz before the supply convoy could recover. A second wave of attacks swiftly followed, an overwhelming hail of spears blanketing the area for miles around, though most of the Modu tribe had retreated into their shells at the first sign of danger. The exceptionally skilled Fireblade Wind Knights wielded their spears with such mastery that mere turtle shells could not hope to withstand their onslaught. After the spears rained down, the supply convoy was left in disarray, with the Zordan amphibians suffering devastating losses, and nearly half of the Modu tribe members were impaled along with their shells, pinned to the ground. The convoy's leader, a Zordan amphibian of 6-tier swordsman strength, concentrated all his energy into a spear and hurled it skyward, only to be pierced by several spears himself. In his final moments, confusion shone in his eyes. After 3 waves of spear assaults, the entire supply convoy fell silent, the ground littered with spears and stained crimson with blood. That a figure clad in red descended from the heavens, landing before the convoy leader, revealing the resolute visage of Zhang Liao. Blame your beast emperor for overestimating his capabilities and daring to attack my lord. Remember, the one who has slain you is General Zhang Liao of the Han Empire. Zhang Liao said slowly, gazing down at the bewildered corpse. With that, the convoy leader closed his eyes and fell to the ground. Dispatch orders, secure the battlefield, burn the supplies, and depart for the next supply point in 5 minutes. Zhang Liao commanded loudly. Yes. The crowd responded in unison. Amidst the rising flames, Zhang Liao led thousands of Fireblade Wind Knights away, while Bert, the turtle man, slowly rose from the ground, wiping the blood from his face, and, with his wounds, began to make his way toward the nearest city. That I have kept you waiting, dear friends. Happy New Year! Another year older, haha! Lastly, I kindly ask for your support with a collection. Today, I have yet to receive a single one since this morning. If you enjoy my work, please take half a minute to register an account and give it a collection. There are also rewards in the account, for those who haven't checked in yet. Hurry over! Your support is the greatest motivation for my writing. Thank you. At the border of the Surs province, in the early morning as dawn broke, travelers had already begun to appear along the official road. Although the neighboring Pre-Calais province had been occupied by Li Ling's men, this had not affected the lives of the common beastmen. Regardless of how fierce the battles raged, life must go on, with the only change being the presence of seemingly fierce yet harmless Fireblade infantry patrolling the city. Thud! Thud! A sound reverberated, causing small stones on the ground to roll incessantly. Any discerning ear could recognize this as the unique sound of a large army on the move. And such a tremor could only be generated by at least several 100,000 troops. Sure enough, on the distant horizon, banners began to appear. The flag of the Rhine royal family, the flag of the Tiger tribe, prominently displayed at the forefront. The troops followed closely behind, gradually entering the view of passers-by, a continuous line stretching for dozens of miles, stirring up clouds of dust along the way. The Pig tribe warriors and the Bull tribe's Minotaur warriors, numbering 300,000, marched forward slowly. Aside from their footsteps, not a sound could be heard. Hiss, elite! Passers-by marveled in their hearts, acknowledging that although most of them were currently subsisting within Li Ling's territory, it did not diminish their pride in being beastmen. The subsequent troops left them dumbfounded. Thousands of Green Party knife wielders, each adorned with twin blades, their hands calloused, and a glimmer of sharpness in their eyes that sent chills down one's spine. Windchaser Blade Saints, the term involuntarily sprang to mind, as only the most elite Green Party knife wielders deserved such a title, with fewer than 10,000 across the entire Beastman Empire enjoying this honor. If the appearance of the Windchaser Blade Saints shocked the onlookers, the mixed army of tens of thousands of Rhine Lion warriors and Tiger warriors that followed nearly caused their hearts to seize. A shadow loomed over the still, stunned crowd, and looking up revealed the Mata Lily Tooth carving airborne knights. Following them, a troop donned in white robes, riding various magical beasts, incited the admiration of the masses. The priests, the backbone of the beastmen, the only force capable of standing against human mages, the pride of the beastmen. The sight of these thousands of priests left the fortunate onlookers utterly speechless. "This is the Royal Guard," someone finally exclaimed in realization among the crowd. Boom! The exclamation ignited a wave of astonished gasps. It was rumored that the most elite military unit, the Royal Guard, was stationed solely in the imperial capital. It was said that the ratio of warriors to priests in this unit could reach 100. Tales of this unit's history trace back to the time of the Hundred Races War. It was said that this army was among the most formidable in ancient times, instilling fear in all enemies who heard its name. It was rumored that the main members of this unit all possessed at least 5th-tier strength. There were countless tales surrounding this indisputable first army of the Beastman Empire. The astonished exclamations of those by the roadside did not disrupt Kai Si's contemplation. As he traveled, reports from several surrounding provinces confirmed the presence of a band of robbers on the loose, targeting not gold or silver, but the precious yet inexpensive food held by the commoners, leaving nothing in their wake. Kai Si knew without a doubt that this was the handiwork of his chief son-in-law. A cunning ploy. There was no choice. Despite knowing this was Li Ling's scheme, Kai Si could not ignore the plight of the Beastmen civilians, especially with such widespread famine, which could easily incite popular uprisings. Thus, along the way, Kai Si consistently distributed food to aid the victims, making the already limited military rations appear even more inadequate. This was merely one aspect. Kai Si dispatched aerial units to send word to the imperial capital overnight, requesting support from Emperor Wang. Surprisingly, merely a day had passed when news arrived of the whip of the war god mobilizing from the distant frontiers of the empire. Although the combat prowess of the whip of the war god does not rival that of the Royal Guard, the mobilization of hundreds of thousands, along with the preparation of provisions and military supplies, is typically calculated in weeks, not a mere day. It was evident that preparations had long been in place. Currently, no other military engagements occupied the empire. Thus, the direction of the whip of the war god could only be aimed at Li Ling's Flame Blade clan, ready to join the fray. Such a large-scale military movement, however, had not been communicated to Kais, the overall commander of this war, leading one to ponder the Beast Emperor's ulterior motives, especially considering the previous cold reception he received in the imperial capital, leaving Kais with much to contemplate. Report, Marshal, we will enter the Karai province in another 30 miles. The herald's resounding voice jolted Kais back to reality. Yes, issue the command for the aerial cavalry to scout ahead and maintain a state of alert. The subsequent forces are to accelerate their march, setting up camp in Karai province by noon, preparing meals, and commencing the advance in the afternoon. Kais commanded after a moment of contemplation. The Cambry family had risen through military merit, with each generation's members serving in the army, the most outstanding among them destined to become the next clan leader. Thus, after decades of experience in the military, it would not be an exaggeration to call Kais a renowned general. Understood, the herald responded and set off. The airborne cavalry swiftly took to the skies to survey the terrain. After the noon hour, the well-fed Royal Guard arrived at the designated position. Kais gazed at the unfamiliar small town before him, a frown crossing his brow. The 3-meter-high city walls would hardly impede the advance of the elite beastmen. However, the densely arranged watchtowers atop the walls emanated a palpable sense of danger, with sharp arrows gleaming ominously, poised to rain down. Kais had no doubt they would shoot in volleys. Kais, why do you delay the attack? This is merely an unknown small town, voiced Prince Klee, who had moved from the rear of the formation to confront Kais, showing no regard for the fact that he was merely the deputy commander, while Kais was the supreme commander. In response to the prince, the small town ahead is fortified with unfamiliar defensive towers. I fear that a hasty assault may result in severe losses. Kais replied respectfully, despite a flash of displeasure in his eyes at Klee's unceremonious criticism. Humph, send the pig warriors ahead to probe the defenses. And then we shall devise a plan. Klee commanded coldly, disregarding Kais's visibly strained expression. Kill a battalion of 30,000 pig warriors, clad in rudimentary armor, surged forth towards the small town. Dear readers, Happy New Year! For those who enjoy this tale, please consider saving it, and if you have free flowers to spare, shower them upon it. Your generosity would be greatly appreciated. The pig clan is the most populous among the beastmen, consuming vast quantities of food each year. Standing at only 1.5 meters tall, the pig warriors possess a mere 3rd to 4th level strength, making them essential cannon fodder for any beastman army. In every major conflict, they are invariably the first to be deployed to test the waters. Despite their status as cannon fodder, being selected for the Royal Guard, the foremost Beastman Legion, is no small feat. Their simple armor cannot conceal their well-defined muscles. Although their formation may appear scattered during their charge, it is in fact the most effective means to evade arrows from the city walls. Buzz! Countless radiant halos descended from the heavens. Landing atop the charging pig warriors, the halos transformed into beams of white light, coalescing into a thin layer of stone armor upon the warriors. Stone Skin, Song of the Mountains Whisper, having invoked the protective Stone Skin song. The elite priesthood of the Royal Guard skillfully unleashed the agile battle aura. This was an unavoidable necessity. The Royal Guard had arrived in haste, having marched vigorously in the morning and only hastily rested for a meal before plunging into battle. With no equipment prepared for the siege, this 30,000-strong pig warrior battalion had been hastily assembled to probe the peculiar small town and was not even equipped with basic wooden shields or siege ladders. With no alternative, they relied on battle songs to compensate for the shortcomings of the 30,000 pig warriors. It is well known that while the protective Stone Skin song offers some defensive capability, it also burdens the warriors. After all, a thin layer of stone armor is far heavier than a wooden shield. Thus, the experienced priests employed the agile battle song to alleviate the warriors' burden, significantly enhancing their evasion capabilities on the battlefield. Empowered by the protective Stone Skin and agile auras, the 30,000 pig warriors surged towards the small town with cries of battle. Leading the charge was Catcher, a 6th-level swordsman, who frowned as he surveyed the eerily deserted small town before him. As a commander of the Royal Guard overseeing a 30,000-strong force, even leading the weakest pig warriors, his superior military acumen prompted a deep unease within him. Something is amiss. The mobilization of hundreds of thousands outside the city made their presence known for miles. Yet the battle cries of the 30,000 warriors echoed thunderously, and still, the defenders within the town had yet to reveal themselves, leaving only the peculiar defensive towers arrayed atop the walls. Despite his growing apprehension, as a mid-ranking officer in the Royal Guard, he lacked the authority to converse directly with a marshal. Soldiers live by the creed of obedience, a principle that holds true regardless of location. Thus, charging forward had become Catcher's only recourse. Thud! 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 Just as Catcher was deep in thought, the unmistakable sound of weapons piercing flesh rang out nearby. After more than a decade in the military, Catcher instinctively recognized the source of that sound. Dodging a flying arrow, he felt a cold sweat drench his back. He had almost been caught off guard during the charge. Had his reaction been even a fraction slower, he would have become a lifeless corpse by now. Regaining his composure, Catcher looked up. The previously still defensive towers began to unleash their fury. 3-meter-long arrows shot forth at an entirely unreasonable speed, each arrow claiming the lives of several pig warriors. Crashing into the soldiers behind them, the pig warriors were taken aback. The unmanned defensive towers were attacking autonomously, resulting in catastrophic losses as blood and flesh blossomed on the battlefield. The protective Stone Skin and the rudimentary armor worn by the pig warriors offered no protection against the merciless arrows fired from the lookout towers. At that moment, it was as if the Grim Reaper had descended upon the battlefield, harvesting fragile lives. The ground several hundred meters outside the small town lay strewn with corpses, while the few pig warriors fortunate enough to survive the arrow's onslaught wailed helplessly, demoralizing their comrades behind them. The remaining pig warriors hesitated, the charge faltering. Observing the dismal performance of the pig warriors on the battlefield, Clee frowned and waved his hand. An underling at the back promptly obeyed the command. In an instant, the heads of several pig warriors at the rear were sent soaring, leaving behind headless corpses spilling warm blood, executed by a team of Rhine Lion Knights serving as enforcers. Those who falter or die, The enforcers shouted in unison. Left with no choice, the remaining pig warriors steeled themselves and charged towards the small town, praying to the beast god to spare them from the arrows. Brothers, the honor of the royal guard, the foremost legion of beastmen for centuries, cannot be tarnished by our hands. Follow me to battle. Seeing the morale plummet, Catcher quickly stepped forward to rally the troops. His voice, amplified by his 6th-level swordsman prowess, resonated across the battlefield. The previously hesitant pig warriors, upon hearing his words, felt their spirits soar. The beastmen valued honor above life itself, and the pig clan was no exception. Once the innate combative nature of the beastmen was awakened, they would fight fiercely without fear of death. That moment. Death no longer seemed so terrifying. Like a tide, the pig warriors surged once more towards the small town. Undeterred by the arrows raining down from the lookout towers, the fierce spirit of the charge began to overwhelm the defenses as more and more pig warriors broke through the blockade of the lookout towers. Rushing towards the city walls, the spirit of fearless defiance even drew a nod of approval from Sima E, who observed the battlefield from afar. However, while praise is due, war is war. It will not cease its assault merely because of respect for the enemy. Upon observing that the watchtowers atop the city walls could no longer withstand the onslaught of the pigmen, Sima, he gestured with his hand. Countless spears soared from within the small city, tracing a parabolic arc before descending upon the charging pig warriors. The Fireblade Headhunter, currently the principal long-range strike force under Li Ling's command, once again showcased its razor-sharp fangs to the world. From a height of 3 meters above the city wall, the Headhunter effortlessly hurled its spear over the battlements, striking the besieging forces outside the city. The second wave of the pig warriors' assault lacked any semblance of formation. Huddled together in a chaotic mass, providing the Fireblade Headhunter with an opportune moment to strike, as cannon fodder. The pig warriors were not equipped with shields. Your support is the greatest motivation for my writing. The spears, falling from the sky, driven by their own gravity and inertia, easily pierced through the thin layer of stone armor formed by the protective stone skin aura. Thus, tragedy unfolded. Those pigmen who had narrowly evaded the arrows from the watchtower, as they approached the city wall, were suddenly impaled by the raining spears, meeting death with startling abruptness. In the area where Catcher, a level 6 swordsman, was stationed, he received particular attention, although his fighting spirit enabled him to deflect several spears. The energy was not limitless. After blocking a number of them, Catcher, exhausted, could only succumb to despair as another wave of spears pinned him to the ground. In his final moments, his eyes glimmered with intense hatred. Yet he was oblivious to whom it was directed. The prowess of the Fireblade Headhunter was indisputable. Amid the barrage of spears, few could evade the onslaught. After several waves of attack, the battlefield lay eerily silent. Save for the grievously wounded pig warriors who lamented, their existence now a fate worse than death. Corpses were strewn across the ground, each impaled by multiple spears, the majority bearing the marks of numerous strikes. The battlefield was left with only the moans of the severely injured pig warriors, who had seemingly received the call of death and were about to depart. Humph! Observing that a full 30,000 pig warriors had charged yet failed to even graze the city walls, Klee's face darkened, and he scoffed coldly. A bunch of worthless fools. His words seemed pointed, and with that he turned to leave, accompanied by several elite guards, completely disregarding the even more sullen-faced Kaze nearby. With Klee's departure, Kaze now held the highest rank among those present. He surveyed the warriors around him. The defeat in the initial battle had dealt a significant blow to morale, and they could no longer fight today. Gather the bodies, tend to the wounded, Kaze commanded helplessly. Withdraw to the camp. The setting sun bled crimson. The morale of the royal guards, having suffered defeat in their first engagement, appeared somewhat disheartened. The squad of pig warriors was dispatched to the battlefield to tend to the injured and collect the dead, where the ground was littered with the remains of 30,000 pigmen. Some had been cleaved in two by arrows from the watchtower, their entrails strewn across the earth, and many pig warriors entering the battlefield could not suppress their retching at the overwhelming stench of blood. Upon witnessing these individuals entering the battlefield to gather corpses, Sima also commanded the watchtower to cease its fire. After all, with so many bodies piled together, even in autumn, The risk of a large-scale epidemic was unavoidable. Meanwhile, the remaining forces of the royal guards gradually returned to their camp for rest. Report: just as Kays returned to the central tent with the senior commanders of the royal guards, preparing to discuss strategies. A Mortalili cavalryman entered, kneeling as he spoke. "Marshal, I bring news from the rear. A Fireblade cavalry is actively disrupting our supply lines within the Orc Empire." Boom! The messenger's words struck like thunder, causing chaos to erupt within the central tent, and the crowd began to murmur anxiously. It was common knowledge that the desolate land of the ancient plateau was inhospitable to agriculture, resulting in logistical difficulties for the Orc Empire's military. This war had already exhausted the nation's resources to supply the royal guards. The lengthy supply lines stretched across the entirety of the Orc Empire. Now, with several routes severed by Li Ling, Klee's opportunistic son-in-law, the timeline for resupplying food remained uncertain. Even if supplies could be gathered, transportation posed a significant challenge. Although the Orc Empire consisted of various races, the main combatants were limited to a few. Mobilizing heavy troops to protect the food supplies would necessitate withdrawing personnel from the primary combat races. The logistical cost for these troops' movements would be astronomical, potentially leading to a situation where the food transported would be less than what the supply convoy consumed en route. When will the subsequent supplies arrive? Klee, the head of the Cambry family, who had navigated the Orc Empire for decades, incisively posed the critical question amid the panic that it is said it will take approximately 20 days. The Mortalili cavalryman respectfully replied, "And what of the imperial capital?" Upon hearing this news, Kays rubbed his temples. The royal guards had only prepared a month's worth of provisions for this expedition, and along the way, they had continuously distributed supplies to the victims of Zhao Yun's scorched earth policy. Now, only 10 days' worth of rations remained. The imperial capital demands that the marshal act swiftly and decisively. There can be no delays. The Mortalili cavalryman stammered. "Humph, how unreasonable. Those blundering fools stand idly by, oblivious to the hardships of the battlefield." Before Kays could respond, a level 8 Tage warrior could not contain his indignation, slamming his hand on the table. Li Ling escaped unscathed from the Beast God Temple, commanding an army of 1,000,000, and nearly decimated the Orc Empire's 3rd Legion, the arm of the war god. How could he be eliminated in such a short time? Based on today's trial results, 30,000 soldiers failed to even touch the walls of this small city. Expecting to reclaim the Kale province in a brief period is utterly unreasonable. Enough! Observing the Mortalili cavalryman trembling under the pressure of the Tage warrior's presence, Kays raised his hand, returned to the imperial capital, and report the situation truthfully. Urge the rear to expedite the supply of provisions. Yes, my subordinate takes his leave. Hearing Kays's words, the Mortalili cavalryman felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted. Quickly wiping his brow before departing, any of you have good strategies. As the Mortalili cavalryman left the tent, riding his steed towards the imperial capital, Kays inquired of the senior commanders present. "Brother, with provisions running low, we should quickly order restrictions on food supplies." Kays's younger brother, Jaichali, suggested. Jaik was one of the 4 superclass warriors of the Tage clan and a staunch supporter of Kays. Indeed, Kays acknowledged, unable to refute. "Marshal, we cannot. Our forces have just suffered defeat in their first battle. If news of our food shortage spreads, it will undoubtedly demoralize the troops," that a level 7 Foxkin expert, a strategist within the Orc Empire, voiced his concern. "Why not keep it under wraps for now? Tomorrow, we can mobilize the entire army, striving for a decisive victory. If that fails, we can then consider food restrictions." The Foxkin strategist added, "Very well. We shall follow the strategist's counsel. Keep the news under wraps, and tomorrow we will strive for a significant victory," Kays declared, striking the table with determination. "Understood," the others responded in unison. As night fell, a cold northwestern wind picked up, and the sky was devoid of clouds. In the late hours, the colossal Orion constellation flickered with a chilling light. The royal guards, having marched tirelessly for days, were mostly enveloped in slumber, while a few rotating sentinels stood listlessly at the critical points of the camps. The encampment of hundreds of thousands of soldiers stretched for miles, resembling a colossal beast poised to devour the plains outside the small city. Even in terms of area, it was hardly smaller than the city itself, the most elite legion of the Orc Empire. The royal guards adhered to their own unique standards whenever they set up camp. Regardless of the urgency of their march, the stability of the encampment was paramount. A 3-meter-wide trench was indispensable, effectively warding off cavalry ambushes, complemented by a row of wooden stakes surrounding the camp, with at least 3 layers of caltrops erected for passage. Following this were the tents where the soldiers resided, with provisions stored at the innermost layer, forming a concentric circle. The night was tranquil and silent. In a nearby grove, pairs of eerie green eyes gradually appeared, a chilling aura causing startled birds to flee the trees. Any seasoned warrior witnessing the scene would surely realize there was a significant ambush lurking in the forest. Unfortunately, after days of relentless marching and the afternoon siege battle, most soldiers had succumbed to deep slumber, leaving only a handful of sentinels who were already growing drowsy to the early hours of 3 or 4 in the morning. Fatigue descends upon humanity, a phenomenon that transcends mere mortals. In an instant, shadows dart forth from the forest, swift as arrows released from their bows, racing towards the military encampment. When compared to steeds such as warhorses, the dire wolves ridden by the Fireblade marauders stand unrivaled. Their light-footedness and innate understanding of human nature render them natural warriors, requiring no preparatory measures whatsoever. Although a trench 3 meters wide can effectively impede knights of most races. For the Fireblade marauders mounted upon their dire wolves, this distance is but a trivial hurdle. A single leap suffices to clear it effortlessly. The sentinel guards, sensing a gathering of dark forms, scarcely have time to sound the alarm before a glimmering blade flashes past. In an instant, they feel the world spin, their strength drained, and through a haze, they glimpse a familiar headless corpse before succumbing to darkness. For the Fireblade marauders, born for slaughter, the art of a swift kill is ingrained in their very being from the moment of their creation. Thus, the guards are rendered powerless before they can utter a warning to be why the order of our Lord. Our mission is to sow chaos among the enemy, set fires, and then retreat, with the heroes dispatched by Li Ling. Sima Yi, left without anyone to command, appoints one of the earliest summoned Fireblade marauders as the leader for this nighttime assault. The warriors birthed from the Beastman's stronghold carry within them a wealth of combat techniques. Yet, akin to humans, they cannot grasp the essence of these skills merely by memorizing them. They require time to comprehend fully. Likewise, the Fireblade warriors grow stronger with time and experience. Upon hearing the command from their leader, 20,000 Fireblade marauders swiftly divide into several squads, charging into the Royal Guard's encampment, overturning torches and igniting tents in their wake. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The cacophony of marauders storming the camp rouses the slumbering Royal Guards. In an instant, the stillness is shattered as a voice cries out, and the camp erupts into chaos. Tents are toppled, and countless guards, still inside their shelters, fall victim to the long blades of the Fireblade marauders. Blood stains the fallen canvas as flames begin to spread through the encampment, dark smoke billowing and tainting the once pristine moonlight. Indeed, the elite forces of the Orc Empire, the Royal Guards, awaken from their dreams with remarkable composure. Most of them not panicked, but rather seizing their weapons and swiftly assessing the situation through the gaps of their tents. Some of the more elite officers have already donned their armor and begun to organize their ranks outside. The chaos caused by the onslaught of 20,000 marauders only disrupts the outermost encampment of the guards, who are ill-prepared to contend with the Rhine wild lions and the Tiger Fury knights stationed deeper within. The tumult in the camp catches the attention of Kaze, who is deep in thought, strategizing through the night. He hastily retrieves his weapon and steps out of the command tent, accompanied by several transcendent warriors stationed nearby. Remain calm. Kaze's voice, infused with his aura, resonates throughout the camp. Light all the torches. Officers of all ranks, organize your units. The Mata Lily Sky Riders, take to the skies. The Bull Tribe warriors, form a defensive circle and stand ready. True to his extensive military experience, Kaze remains unflappable, directing the chaos despite the flames engulfing the outer encampment. AS torches are ignited, illuminating the camp. 5,000 Mata Lily Sky Riders quickly assemble and ascend. Circling overhead, the night-blind Bull Golden Ring warriors also form a circular defense, huddling in a corner of the camp, preparing for any eventuality. Your Highness, please lead your Rhine warriors to guard the supplies. Ensure their protection. Noticing the situation stabilizing, Kays respectfully addresses the nearby Prince Klee. Understood. Recognizing the urgency of the moment, Klee refrains from further challenging Kays, responding affirmatively before turning to lead 2 transcendent warriors and 50,000 Rhine soldiers toward the central supply area to establish a perimeter. Everyone, take your tiger warriors and intercept the enemy to protect the camp. With Klee already securing the supplies, Kays directs the remaining transcendent warriors. The night, illuminated by towering flames, casts a glow over the nameless town on the border of the Surs province. No one anticipated the Fireblade Marauders would launch a nighttime assault on the heavily fortified Royal Guard encampment, especially after days of relentless marching and daytime sieges, leaving the guards utterly exhausted. Under normal circumstances, even if faced with double the Marauders, the encampment would remain unshaken. Kays anxiously observes the raging flames as the outermost encampment of guards is thrown into disarray. He had instructed the Fireblade Marauders to focus on arson and destruction. Thus, from above, the encampment appears as a series of interconnected rings, the outer semicircle now ablaze. The Orc Empire's resources are scarce, and most of their military tents are crafted from animal hides, while they provide warmth. Their fragility is starkly exposed in this assault. Animal fats mixed into the hides ignite with alarming speed, the flames reaching skyward and distorting the air. Thick smoke obscures even the circling Mata-Lily Skyriders, rendering them ineffective in providing aerial support. For Sima E., who orchestrated this night raid, it is indeed an unexpected boon for the Bull Tribe's Golden Ring warriors. Although formidable, their innate night blindness renders them ineffective in the dark. Their ability to form a defensive circle amidst the chaos is a testament to the Royal Guard's elite status. Had it been another legion, they would have succumbed to panic long ago. The remaining Deer crossbowmen and Green Party swordsmen find themselves amidst the turmoil, unable to distinguish friend from foe, leaving the situation increasingly disadvantageous for the Royal Guards. The only forces available are 50,000 Rhine Wild Lions and 50,000 Tiger Fury Knights, with the Rhine warriors dispatched by Prince Klee to safeguard the supplies. Confronted by the fleeting Fireblade Marauders, Kays realizes that without careful handling, disaster is imminent. This unexpected night raid, initially intended as a mere probe, has become a significant dilemma for him. Observing several transcendent warriors leading teams of Tiger Knights toward the marauding cavalry, Kays feels a flicker of relief. Accompanied by thousands of elite Tiger warriors, the 7 transcendent beings of the Orc Empire confront the rampaging Fireblade Marauders. The absence of high-end combatants under Sima E becomes glaringly apparent. Each hero has their own assignments, leaving only Sima E, a strategist, to remain behind. Physically frail and unaccustomed to direct confrontation, Sima E must entrust the responsibility of the night raid to the earliest Fireblade Marauders. While these Marauders possess a profound understanding of combat, they lack the strength to contend with the transcendent warriors. With sheer force breaking through myriad techniques, the martial prowess of the Fireblade Marauders is akin to a child wielding a long sword against an adult. Though their blades are sharp, they lack the strength to wield them effectively. In a single exchange, they fall to the combat prowess of the Orc Empire's transcendent warriors, like tigers descending from the mountains. The 7 transcendent warriors lead the Tiger Fury Knights, carving a path through the charging Marauders. The Knights, selected for their expertise in the Tiger techniques, swiftly overpower the Marauders, tipping the scales of victory in favor of Kays. On the walls of the small town outside the camp, Sima E, clad in scholarly garb, stands alone at the battlements, gently fanning himself with a feathered fan. The searing heat from the camp's flames dissipates mysteriously as it approaches him. Retreat. Observing the Orc Empire's transcendent warriors springing into action, causing the casualties among the Fireblade Marauders to rise sharply, Sima E issues commands through the system. The original purpose of the night raid was merely to test the waters. The remarkable achievements we have attained today remain a delightful surprise. Upon receiving the news of Sima Yi's retreat, the Fireblade Raiders swiftly divided into 2 factions. The smaller contingent valiantly attempted to intercept the Royal Guards, while the remainder, under the furious gaze of Kays, rode their massive wolf-like steeds, leaping over the trenches surrounding the camp and disappearing into the forest, leaving no trace behind but a group of pigmen warriors. Having gathered together, sought to pursue them, but were thwarted by the deep trenches, which, originally intended to prevent enemy incursions, ironically became a means of obstructing their own pursuit. That it is indeed a bitter irony. The small number of Fireblade raiders left behind to delay the inevitable were quickly eradicated, and when the superlative warriors of the Orc Empire attempted to give chase, they found the enemy had already vanished, leaving them to return to the main tent in frustration. "Bring me someone," Kais bellowed, channeling his energy to ensure he could be heard over the chaos. The frantic scene from earlier left the messengers scattered, their whereabouts unknown, while the raging fire had yet to be extinguished, and parts of the camp remained in disarray. The situation required immediate rectification, and Kai's loud call sought to ensure the officers received his orders. "Your subordinate is here." Several disheveled messengers, covered in soot, scrambled to respond to Kai's furious summons. Orders were issued. All military honors and ranks for the officers on duty that night would be stripped away. The anger-fueled Kais demanded retribution. The fierce tiger warriors were dispatched to restore order and organize firefighting efforts. The blaze, which had consumed half the camp, was finally extinguished just as dawn began to break. Gazing upon the charred remnants of the camp, Kais felt tears welling up within him. Casualties were one matter. The loss sustained by the pigmen were mere fodder, replaceable in number. However, the destruction of military supplies, such as tents, truly pained him. The Orc Empire was impoverished, lacking not only food, but also iron goods and military equipment. Replacing the tents would prove exceedingly difficult, and the pressing concern of where the remaining warriors would reside weighed heavily on Kai's mind. With autumn upon them and temperatures steadily dropping, sleeping on the ground was not an option. Furthermore, the issue of troop organization loomed large. The pigmen warriors had suffered significant losses, leaving their ranks underfilled, and replenishing their numbers would not be a swift endeavor. Therefore, reorganization was imperative, and the other units had also incurred losses, compounding Kai's mounting frustrations. After a night of battle and firefighting, the faces of the warriors were smeared with soot, fatigue evident in their expressions. Kais, having arranged sentry duties, instructed everyone to rest. As he penned his thoughts, he felt increasingly at a loss. Struggling to maintain control over his narrative, he could not discern the quality of his own writing, and he earnestly requested any constructive feedback from his readers, hoping for guidance and discussion, preferably in a group setting. Lastly, he shamelessly solicited for collections and flowers, feeling disheartened by the mere 600 clicks received the previous day. As the first rays of dawn illuminated the Royal Guard's encampment, the remnants of the previous night's chaos began to settle. After a long night of recovery, the fire had been extinguished, and the damaged palisades and barricades were being restored. However, the camp's interior remained in disarray, with half-burnt tents and charred earth silently narrating the story of the Fireblade Raiders' assault. Inside the camp, the sound of snoring echoed. The Orc warriors, exhausted from the night's toil, had just drifted into slumber, and even the logistics personnel, who were supposed to prepare meals for thousands, showed no signs of waking. Only a few hundred sentinels stationed at critical points remained alert, with the severed heads hanging at the entrance, serving as a grim reminder of the consequences of negligence. Damn it, why must I stand guard? When will these hard days come to an end? Owen muttered to himself. Glancing around to find no one paying him any heed, he discreetly retrieved a piece of dried meat from his pocket and took a hearty bite, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. For the pigmen, nothing brought greater joy than good food. "Humph, Owen, are you stealing food again? I should report you to the commander. Eating while on duty will surely earn you a beating." Owen's moment of contentment was abruptly interrupted by an annoying voice. "Hey, don't be like that. Eck, we've known each other for so long. Here, have some." Owen begrudgingly offered the piece of jerky to Eck, trying to placate him. "Humph, since you've shown some sense, I won't report you," Eck replied, accepting the jerky and taking a satisfying bite. "Don't wear that long face, brother. Look what I got," Eck said, cautiously glancing around to ensure no one was watching. Before pulling out a bottle from his pocket and opening it, the faint aroma of alcohol quickly enveloped the sentry tower. "You're something else. Quick, give it to me." Owen exclaimed, his eyes lighting up at the sight of the bottle. Tea had been over a month since they had set out, and alcohol was forbidden within ranks. Witnessing Ek produce a bottle made Owen's cravings surge. After a satisfying swig, Owen squinted at the horizon, longing for a life of untroubled indulgence. What were the noble lords always fighting for? Who knows? Regardless, we pigmen are but cannon fodder, powerless to change our fate, Ek replied, his tone heavy with resignation. The previous night's ambush had targeted the pigmen warriors, resulting in the loss of many comrades. Come on, forget about them, but let's drink, Owen urged, sensing the mood dampening. All right, let tomorrow take care of itself. Let us drink, Ek echoed, and the two began to feast and drink in their small watchtower, just as they reveled. The ground began to tremble. They exchanged shocked glances, both recognizing the urgency, and hurried to peer outside the tower. A cloud of dust formed a colossal dragon, steadily advancing towards the camp. Enemy attack. A piercing cry rang out, accompanied by the alarm bells from the watchtower, echoing throughout the entire encampment. The once sleepy camp was jolted awake, and streaks of light burst through the tents, shooting skyward. Several superlative warriors of the Orc Empire were the first to react, their eyes narrowing at the approaching Fireblade Raiders. Kais furrowed his brow. Please, intercept them while I organize the troops, he commanded, summoning a messenger to assemble the forces in preparation for battle. The remaining superlative warriors exchanged glances, nodding in agreement as they set off to confront the advancing Fireblade Raiders. However, the Fireblade Raiders executed an astonishing maneuver. Their formerly orderly ranks split in two as they ran, each group forming a neat circle, veering away without any intention of approaching the camp. The wolves, towering nearly 2 meters, leaped several meters with each stride, and by the time the Orc Empire's superlative warriors reached the camp's periphery, the Fireblade Raiders were already far gone, leaving behind only a trail of footprints and dust, seemingly mocking the ineptitude of the Orc superlative warriors. Beware of deceit. The enemy's superlative warriors have yet to reveal themselves. Caution, one of the superlative warriors from the Burr tribe. As another made to pursue, Dakai's kin swiftly intervened, knowing that with the impending battle, their high-tier combatants could not afford to be lost. Reluctantly, they returned to the camp, where the so-called elite royal guards of the orcs were just beginning to don their gear and assemble. What utter nonsense! In the central command tent, after ensuring the night watch was in place and allowing the soldiers to rest, the beleaguered high-ranking officers gathered once more. Crown Prince Klee fumed. Kais, why did you not pursue the enemy in their moment of weakness? Your Highness, the enemy boasts a considerable number of superlative warriors. Kais replied with a bitter smile, feeling compelled to explain. None have shown themselves since the onset of battle. I feared it was a ruse, and thus refrained from acting recklessly. Are we to simply allow them to flaunt their audacity before our camp? Klee retorted angrily. Fear not. I have arranged for adequate sentries. Let the warriors rest today, and tomorrow we shall launch an all-out assault to capture the city. Kais vowed, though a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed his eyes. After all, Kais was the chieftain of the Tej tribe, the second largest within the Orc Empire, a descendant of heroes. Being overshadowed by the imperial lineage of Emperor Wine was one thing, given their millennia of heritage. Yet Klee, merely a crown prince, attempting to exert pressure on Kais, was utterly excessive. While it was true that the emperor had but one son, the royal line extended beyond merely Wine's bloodline. With this thought, a glint of determination flashed in Kai's eyes. Very well, we must eliminate this foreign threat. Klee seethed. During the great orc wedding, when Li Ling wreaked havoc in the Beast God Temple before the delegates of the entire continent, no one in the Orc Empire could hinder Li Ling, and they were forced to relinquish Kai's province, while the Crown Prince's betrothed willingly followed another. For Crown Prince Kelly, who has sailed smoothly through life since childhood, this is indeed a profound humiliation. The incident of Li Ling wreaking havoc in the Beast God Temple has already spread across the continent, transforming him into a knight in the hearts of many noble young ladies still in their boudoirs. Eagerly anticipating the day a knight akin to Li Ling descends from the heavens to whisk them away amidst the gaze of the multitude. Naturally, Kelly finds himself cast in the role of the antagonist within this narrative. Enemy attack. Just as discussions were underway in the central military tent, the piercing cries of sentinels echoed once more from outside. Thank you for your patience. Today's update is a bit late. Speaking of which, I have yet to establish a fixed time for updates, primarily depending on when I awaken from my afternoon nap. Don't laugh. I assure you, it will definitely be updated by 8 at the latest. So let us consider it an 8 o'clock update for now, that I continue to seek recommendations for a sister's book. My Teacher is the God of Death, book number 10382243, given the slow pace of my updates. Friends who enjoy female-centric stories might want to take a look. The once quiet encampment was roused again, as orc warriors, who had just fallen asleep, reluctantly donned their gear and gathered to prepare for the impending enemy assault. However, the spirit of the orc soldiers was markedly diminished compared to their earlier vigor. After a day and night of turmoil, some even emerged with bleary eyes. Such soldiers, when thrust into battle, would find it difficult to display their combat prowess. Streams of light ascended from the camp once more as the superlative warriors of the Orc Empire appeared. The previously menacing Fireblade Raiders, renowned for their exceptional horsemanship, circled the entrance of the Royal Guard's encampment before retreating, leaving a trail of dust in their wake, much to the chagrin of the formidable superlative warriors present. This is intolerable. The provocations of the Fireblade Raiders had finally incensed the superlative warriors of the Beer Clan. Following a furious shout, one of the 8th-tier superlative warriors of the Beer Clan prepared to pursue the retreating Fireblade Raiders. Tyson, no. Beware of cunning traps. Fortunately, he was intercepted by Kess, that on the day Li Ling caused a ruckus in the Beast God Temple. He had been accompanied by several superlative warriors, including one who was already on the brink of ascension to divine rank. Yet on this occasion, not a single one had made an appearance. Only these cavalrymen continued to provoke, undoubtedly laying a trap. Kess, who was inherently suspicious, was unaware that he had fallen into Sima Yi's scheme. Humph. Upon hearing Kess's words, Tyson's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, he returned to the encampment, while Kess instructed the remaining soldiers to rest. Not far from the camp, in a small town, a young human man gazed with a smile at the farcical scene unfolding in the encampment. Send an order for the Fireblade Raiders to harass the orc military camp every 2 hours. Sima Yi spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, a Fireblade Raider mounted his giant wolf and set off at once. The 3-meter-high city walls posed no obstacle for the giant wolf, which leaped effortlessly over them. Due to the low level of the monster base, only Li Ling currently possessed the authority to command soldiers from a distance. Thus, all of Sima Yi's orders were conveyed through messengers. Such is the fate of a low-level civilization. Once the main army returns, you shall all be unable to escape the destiny of submission. Watching the Fireblade Raiders depart, Sima Yi's gaze shifted to the Kino forest, his profound stare seemingly capable of perceiving Li Ling engaged in battle within, in stark contrast to Sima Yi's calm demeanor. The higher-ups of the orc army were seething with rage. The Fireblade Raiders executed Sima Yi's orders to perfection, launching an attack on the camp every couple of hours, driving the orc warriors to the brink of exasperation. Initially, they responded by donning their gear each time, but soon realized that although the Fireblade Raiders appeared threatening, they merely turned away upon seeing the orcs prepared at the entrance. Some orc soldiers, believing themselves clever, remained holed up in their tents upon hearing the sentinels' warnings of an enemy attack, only emerging after the Fireblade Raiders had retreated. Of course, the clever orcs were not few. Witnessing their comrades' behavior, others began to follow suit. With hundreds of thousands of troops, losing a mere 10 or 20,000 seemed inconsequential. As the commander, Kess could hardly take note, for it was not only the soldiers wishing to rest. Many officers had begun to slacken their efforts as well. Gradually, even the superlative warriors grew accustomed to the harassment of the Fireblade Raiders, and the number of those responding to the enemy's approach dwindled. Thus, the tragedy of the orc army unfolded as the setting sun cast a bloody hue across the sky. The last rays of sunlight illuminated the earth. The orc military camp, recently disturbed, fell silent once more. With the sounds of snoring resuming, after a day of harassment, both officers and soldiers were utterly exhausted. Owen stood weakly atop the watchtower, his eyelids fluttering, while beside him, Ek had long succumbed to slumber, drooling profusely onto his clothing. Damn those foreign races. Shaking his head, Owen struggled to remain alert, unable to suppress his curses. It's been a whole day. By the beast god, do they not require rest? Having endured a day of relentless harassment, the hearts of all within the orc army, from Commander Kess to the common soldiers, were ablaze with fury. Thoughts of negligence crept into his mind. Owen shook his head more vigorously, attempting to rouse himself. However, having gone nearly a day and night without sleep, Owen's eyelids began to wage war once more. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Owen teetered between wakefulness and slumber, familiar sounds roused him yet again. Lifting his gaze, the previously dazed Owen snapped to attention. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! As he rang the alarm bell, Owen shouted frantically. Only a few thousand warriors appeared in the encampment, all of them bleary-eyed and disheveled, with no high-ranking officers present to organize the troops. The scattered warriors stood before the camp, watching the approaching Fireblade Raiders as if spectating a play, just as everyone assumed the Fireblade Raiders would repeat their previous tactic of circling and departing. Owen suddenly sensed something amiss. From his elevated position, he observed that the Fireblade Raiders showed no signs of slowing down. Run! This time, it's a genuine attack, seeing his comrades still watching the spectacle. Owen shouted in desperation, but it was too late. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Fireblade Raiders leaped over the trench, vaulted over the stakes, and raised their broad blades, charging toward the unprepared orc soldiers. It was a massacre, an overwhelming slaughter. Despite having lost around half their numbers after numerous battles, the 20,000 Fireblade Raiders were still a well-prepared, tireless elite cavalry, while the orc soldiers were a ragtag group, hastily assembled after a day and night of heightened tension, many without armor, and some without weapons at all. Like a scythe reaping wheat, the Fireblade Raiders cut through the ranks of the unprepared orc soldiers. Ironically, amidst the cries of the orc soldiers, the sounds of their comrades' snores emanated from the nearby tents. The superlative warriors stationed throughout the camp, faintly hearing the screams, finally realized something was amiss and hurried out of their tents to investigate. Upon witnessing the emergence of the superlative warriors of the Orc Empire, the Fireblade Raiders retreated like a receding tide, leaving behind the scattered bodies of the orc soldiers and the enraged superlative warriors. Most of the orc soldiers lay on the ground, wide-eyed, bewildered as to why the enemy had truly breached their defenses this time. Today, as I reviewed the mobile data, I extend my gratitude to the supporters on the mobile platform. Rest assured, this book will certainly reach completion. I'm a true man. Lastly, I humbly request your support in the form of collections and flowers. For those without an account, please take half a minute to register and lend your support. I would be immensely grateful. On the following morning, wisps of smoke rose from the Royal Guard's encampment, after the unexpected attack by the Fireblade Raiders the previous evening, with ordinary soldiers appearing increasingly fatigued. Kess had no choice but to assign the superlative warriors of the Orc Empire to personally guard the camp. When the Fireblade Raiders returned, they spotted several figures hovering above the Orc encampment. In the Star Moon continent, aside from the 5th-level magic spell of floating and the 6th-level spell of flight, levitation was a privilege exclusive to superlative warriors in the Orc Empire, known as the Magic Desert. There were naturally no high-level mages. Thus, the figures floating in the air above the camp were undoubtedly the superlative warriors of the Orc Empire, seeing that Kess had summoned even the superlative warriors for vigilance. Sima Yi had no choice but to order the Fireblade Raiders to retreat. At this moment, all the heroes under Li Ling's command were engaged in the conquest of the Kino Forest, leaving only Sima Yi, who was not adept in battle, to remain behind. In contrast, the Orcs' primary faction, the Tej clan, including Kess, boasted 4 superlative warriors, one of whom had even reached the 9th level, a true powerhouse among superlative warriors. Additionally, there were the leaders of the Royal Guard, Henry Less and his Vice-Captain Hunter Less, both superlative warriors of the Rhine royal family. In the previous year, accompanying Kelly on his mission to the Kino Forest was the Neapolitan Mastiff, Robert Kelly, who followed closely behind Kelly to ensure his protection. Alongside them was Tyson, the formidable super-tier warrior of the Pier tribe, renowned for his unparalleled mastery of the Pier clan signature technique, the Great Stone Hand, which is famed throughout the Orc Empire. Also present was Tim, another super-tier warrior from the Oliphant tribe, known for his immense strength and hailed as the mightiest warrior of the Orc Empire. The final notable figure was Joseph, a 9th-tier powerhouse from the Wolf tribe, adept in wielding a curved blade. This assembly comprised 2 9th-tier and 8 8th-tier warriors, representing the majority of the Orc Empire's elite combat strength. Coupled with the Royal Guards and the whip of the War God Legion, it was evident that the Orc Emperor, Vayne, had spared no expense in his quest to eliminate Li Ling. After a night of rest and a hearty meal, the Orc army surged forth from their encampment, once again arranging themselves before the nameless small city. The city stood silently, devoid of sound and absent of any visible defenders, only numerous watchtowers gracing its walls. Following their previous reconnaissance, no one dared to underestimate this seemingly modest city with its 3-meter-high wall. Although the Royal Guard had suffered setbacks in prior assaults, they remained the premier legion of the Orc Empire. With a gathering of hundreds of thousands, they formed ranks in a mere 15 minutes as per custom. The soldiers at the front were from the Pig tribe. Originally numbering 200,000, only slightly over 100,000 remained. The exploratory skirmish had claimed 3,000 soldiers, compounded by the night raid, which had primarily targeted the outermost Pig soldiers, resulting in significant losses. Despite being cannon fodder, Kess could not help but grimace upon witnessing the near halving of the Pig warriors even before the formal onset of battle. Behind the Pig warriors stood a mixed phalanx of 100,000 Tiger Fury samurai and Rhine Lion samurai. These 2 prominent races within the Orc Empire are known for their abundance of high-tier warriors. And most of those selected for the Royal Guards boasted a minimum of 6-tier prowess, with some officers even reaching the 7th tier. They represented the elite among the Orcs and constituted one of the cornerstones of the Orc Empire's enduring presence on the continent. Further back were a scattered array of magical beasts, standing haphazardly in a designated area. Yet no one dared to underestimate this contingent of several thousand sacrificial warriors, as this was the only legion within the Orc Empire capable of fielding such a multitude of bases. Flanking the formation were crossbowmen from the Deer tribe, their crossbows primed and exuding an aura of impending lethality, while on the opposite side stood a unified front of Bull tribe warriors. As one of the most populous major combat races in the Orc Empire, Bull tribe warriors were among the finest soldiers available. Behind the Tiger and Rhine warriors, an elevated platform had been erected at some unknown time. Adorned with flags from various units, Kess and other super-tier warriors, along with high-ranking officers of the Royal Guards, stood atop this platform, their spirits lifted by the sight of the Orc army's elite. This platform, known as the General Stand in the Orc Empire, once raised, vowed not to retreat until the enemy was vanquished. Upon seeing the General Stand erected, the morale of the Orc soldiers soared. Surrounding the General Stand were 5,000 Green Party Blade Masters. Once the wind-chasing blade formation was deployed, there would be no distinction between friend and foe. It was a one-way trip. Either they would break through the enemy lines or perish in the attempt. The Green Party Blade Masters, as an unconventional unit, would only engage in battle when absolutely necessary. 5,000 mortal allied Tooth Hawks soared silently through the air, exhibiting the knight's superb horsemanship. From the heights, one could behold the distant nameless city, where at least 50,000 blue-skinned foreign entities stood vigilant, news of which quickly reached Kess. Just as the Orcs prepared to assault the city, a gentle breeze swept across the silent battlements, causing 3 banners to flutter down and adhere to the walls. The 2 vertically displayed banners bore the common tongue of the continent, proclaiming, in one battle, "We fled 3,000 miles. Henceforth, we shall remain in our well." The central banner read, "Where is your face?" A resonating buzz echoed, as if a hornet's nest had been disturbed, and the Royal Guard soldiers were instantly invigorated, their eyes ablaze with fury, muscles taut with rage as they glared at the banners adorning the small city. Some, with fiery tempers, fell into a frenzy, prompting the priests to hastily cast the calming aura. 800 years prior, during the Battle of Laming Mountain, the Orcs suffered a devastating defeat, losing their elite ranks and being relentlessly pursued by humans to the ancient plateau. Had it not been for Camber's leadership of the Tiger elite in steadfast defense of the Muhan Snow Mountain, the Orc Empire might have long ceased to exist. This has remained a source of shame for the Orcs for centuries. Although the Orc Empire now stood as one of the continent's major powers, Being forced to retreat to the ancient plateau without the strength to advance westward was a harsh reality. Among the orc soldiers capable of joining the royal guards, how many could be deemed illiterate? At this moment, witnessing their enemies brazenly unearth the scars of centuries past, their anger reached a boiling point. This is intolerable. Allow me to confront this Fire Blade clan. Tyson, the hot-headed super-tier warrior of the Peer tribe, was the first to lose his composure, energy surging within him, a murderous intent radiating forth as he prepared to charge toward the small city. Stop! Kess intervened, recognizing the clear provocation intended to incite them, and aware that super-tier warriors likely lay in ambush on the opposing side. Despite his own indignation, Kess retained his composure and swiftly restrained the furious Tyson. Tyson's face darkened, recalling the intelligence indicating that Li Ling's forces numbered no less than their own, yet the elusive super-tier warriors had yet to appear. He snorted coldly, but showed no intention of advancing on the city. Relay the order! Beat the drums! Once Tyson had calmed down, Kess's expression turned grim as he commanded the waiting officer at the general's stand. Boom! 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 Atop the general's stand, an ancient, dual-faced war drum, weathered by time, bore the marks of its long service. Now, it was struck by two olifin giants using the leg bones of an unknown beast, the profound sound resonating throughout the battlefield. Upon hearing the war drums, the orc soldiers' morale surged, their eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty light. Even the pig warriors, typically seen as cannon fodder, now bore fierce expressions, shedding their usual timidity, should any civilian stand before them at this moment. They would likely be terrified to the core. This the bloodthirsty war drum? Mused Sima E from a distant hill, observing the orc soldiers' reaction to the drumbeat. The bloodthirsty war drum is an artifact passed down through the orc lineage. It is said that in ancient times, after vanquishing a 12th-tier abyssal demon lord, the orc ancestors crafted it from its hide, steeping it in the demon's blood and heart, rendering it profoundly malevolent. The 12th tier already constituted low-level deities. Initially, the orc ancestors intended to forge a powerful artifact. However, upon its completion, the drum possessed no offensive capability and was left unused for a time. Eventually, by fortunate happenstance, the orc descendants discovered that when employed on the battlefield, the drum imbued soldiers with a bloodthirsty fervor, rendering them fearless and significantly enhancing their combat prowess. Thus, the artifact was named the Bloodthirsty War Drum, incorporated into the Royal Guards, and has accompanied them on every campaign since. For millennia, the valiant deeds of the Royal Guards have only amplified the drum's renown. As the drum sounded, 5,000 pig warriors broke away from the main force, charging toward the small city. Though clad in rudimentary armor and lacking shields, the thunderous battle cries and elevated morale, coupled with the bloodthirsty state bestowed by the drum, propelled these cannon fodder troops to newfound heights of combat capability. Before the pig warriors could breach the range of the watchtowers atop the city walls, a resonant melody erupted from the priest stationed before the general's stand, enchanting and mysterious, imbued with an aura that inspired reverence. Buzz, 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 hundreds of dazzling halos cascaded from the heavens, descending upon the heads of the pig warriors, transforming into various augmentations. Stone skin, Song of the Mountains whisper. This bestowed a layer of stone-like armor upon the soldiers, enhancing their defenses. Agility song, Song of Apache's blessing. This increased the soldiers' agility, offsetting the weight of the stone skin enchantment. Blessing song, Blessing of Kampa. This augmented the soldiers' attack power, representing the most significant battle hymn of the orc priests. Truly, the elite priesthood of the Royal Guards displayed their prowess, as 3 successive battle hymns enveloped the feet of each charging pig warrior in a tricolored intertwining glow, leaving not a single one unblessed. Stone Skin Song, Agility Song, Blessing Song. While not the most advanced battle hymns, they offer the highest cost-to-benefit ratio, for one must acknowledge that the priest-singing of battle hymns was not without its limitations. Just as a sorcerer expends magical energy to unleash spells, the battle songs of the Orcish priests require the essence of song. The enchanting war chant of the Orcish priest did not bring fortune to the charging pigmen warriors. The orc watchtower's range of attack extended 1,000 meters, and soon, The 5,000-strong pigmen battalion stepped into the watchtower's lethal radius. Great crossbow bolts were unleashed from the tower, their whistling sound piercing the air on the battlefield. As unfortunate pigmen warriors, filled with resentment, were struck down by these bolts. Fortunately, having learned from previous experiences, this time the pigmen charged in a dispersed formation, effectively mitigating the widespread devastation caused by the crossbows. A single giant bolt could take down at most 2 pigmen warriors, which was but a drop in the bucket amidst the tens of thousands of them. They braved the onslaught from the watchtower. The pigmen warriors steadily approached the small town. Witnessing the orc siege forces drawing nearer, the Fireblade hunters sprang into action, unleashing countless spears that soared over the mere 3-meter-high city wall, creating a clearing among the charging pigmen. Thousands of pigmen warriors fell victim to this wave of ranged assault. With spears raining down incessantly, the pigmen warriors faced the dual onslaught from the watchtower and Fireblade hunters, suffering significant casualties. Yet, such immense loss, under the influence of the bloodthirsty war drums, only ignited the warrior spirit within them, rendering them even more fearless and ferocious. Relay the order. Mordor's Tooth Wyvern Riders suppressed the enemy forces within the city. As the Fireblade hunters wreaked havoc, Kai swiftly commanded the Mordor Wyvern Riders to take flight and subdue the hunters' spear-throwing attacks from above. Upon receiving the command, 5,000 Mordor Wyvern Riders ascended, leaving the ground forces behind, and gracefully soared towards the small town. The short distance posed no aerial obstacles, and the Wyvern Riders quickly reached a vantage point directly above the town, drawing out their crossbows and preparing to rain bolts upon the Fireblade hunters below. Following the previous reconnaissance, Kais had equipped the Wyvern Riders with crossbows specifically to suppress the Fireblade hunters from the air. Caught off guard, the Fireblade hunters were thrown into disarray as the dense barrage of spears began to falter. Some hunters attempted to retaliate against the airborne Wyvern Riders, but while the heavy spears boasted greater lethality than arrows, they lacked the arrow's agility. Most of the spears aimed skyward fell feebly to the ground, inadvertently injuring their comrades below, while only a scant few struck the Wyvern Riders, and those lacked sufficient force to deter them, allowing the wounded riders to retreat slowly back to the Orcish encampment for recovery. Just as the Mordor Wyvern Riders had effectively suppressed the Fireblade hunters, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The phrase joy turned to sorrow aptly described their predicament. Across the continent, the heavy crossbow, a formidable siege weapon, had significant drawbacks. Its weight and lack of mobility meant that once it was set, it could only target enemies within a specific range. Once foes surpassed that threshold, the crossbow units were rendered helpless. Furthermore, adjusting the angle of a crossbow required considerable time, leaving little room for reaction in the ever-changing chaos of battle. Thus, despite knowing the dangers posed by the ranged weaponry atop the walls, Kais boldly dispatched the Mordor Wyvern Riders to engage the Fireblade hunters from above. As the Mordor Wyvern Riders reveled in their dominance, tragedy struck. Over 100 watchtowers simultaneously targeted the advancing pigmen warriors, redirecting their giant crossbow bolts towards the airborne riders. Thank you for your patience. I took an afternoon nap and only began writing in the evening that yesterday's views were only 300. Is there something amiss with the recent chapters? Good friends with suggestions are welcome to leave comments in the review section or join the group to chat with me. Meanwhile, on the ground, the Fireblade hunters were severely suppressed by the aerial Mordor Wyvern Riders. Although the orc crossbows did not boast the refinement of human craftsmanship, they embodied the Orcish spirit. Despite their crude construction, these hand crossbows were consistently powerful, and when launched from the air, any Fireblade hunter grazed by them faced either death or severe injury. Just as the situation seemed favorable for the Orc Empire, an abrupt change occurred before the eyes of many. The arrow tips from the watchtower visibly ascended, albeit at a slow pace. But for the cumbersome crossbows, this was nothing short of miraculous. Kais, observing from the command platform, felt his heart leap to his throat, his legs growing weak. The prowess of a super-tier warrior granted him keen vision, yet it did not confer upon him omnipotence. Even the presence of deities would not be able to halt the might of the watchtower. Hum, hum, hum. Shadows shot toward the flying Mordor Wyvern Riders to facilitate ground coverage. The formation of the Wyvern Riders was densely packed, inadvertently assisting the watchtower's assault. After the initial volley, the luckiest riders were impaled along with their mounts. Indeed, this was the definition of good fortune. The unfortunate ones, having sustained injuries, found themselves unable to maintain flight, plummeting in terror to the ground, splattering into a gruesome mess. The remaining wyvern riders were momentarily stunned, even disregarding the royal guard. When had aerial riders ever been targeted by crossbow fire? Crossbows, known as siege weapons, were universally acknowledged as immobile. The primary role in siege had always belonged to the ground forces, while aerial units served as support. Who would a defending commander neglect their land troops to aim their precious crossbows at airborne foes? This moment of bewilderment among the wyvern riders did not prevent the watchtower from launching a second wave of attack. Another barrage of shadows descended, and soon the sound of whistling projectiles echoed once more. Corpses fell like rain, and the assault continued unabated. Only then did the wyvern riders regain their wits, hastily urging their mounts to flee the battlefield. Ultimately, under the concentrated fire from the watchtower, only half of them managed to escape back to the Orcish encampment. Kais, observing the dramatic turn of events from the command platform, stumbled in shock, a grave loss. Regardless of the location, aerial forces were indispensable in warfare, providing air superiority and ground bombardment that a legion without aerial units could never be deemed elite. The renowned royal guards of Mordor wyvern riders, trained using Orcish secret techniques, though devoid of magical abilities, were as swift as lightning, making them among the finest aerial mounts on the continent. In contrast, the knights lost were truly rare commodities. While orc warriors were generally strong, their considerable weight often hindered the availability of suitable aerial mounts. Therefore, every agile orc was a prime candidate for becoming a wyvern rider. This requirement was merely foundational, as each rider underwent a minimum of 5 years of training before participating in combat, while the seasoned Royal Guard Mordor wyvern riders had likely spent much longer honing their skills. Thus, even as a top-tier power in the Orc Empire, the total number of wyvern riders in the First Legion was merely 5,000, and now, in a nameless small town, they had suffered nearly half their force in a single battle. It could be said that even before the conflict truly began, Kais had already suffered defeat. Without even having glimpsed the enemy's main force, the losses were staggering. Kais could easily imagine the fury that would ensue upon the news reaching the imperial capital. How enraged Emperor Vane would be, and how the reputation of a once great general would be irrevocably tarnished. A single misstep could lead to eternal regret, yet the sacrifice of the wyvern riders was not without merit. Their sudden assault had disrupted the previously well-coordinated dual lines of ranged fire, causing the Fireblade hunters to falter. The spears launched from the city began to dwindle, and as the watchtower adjusted its aim to target the wyvern riders, the long-suppressed siege forces finally found their opportunity. They quickly reached the base of the city wall, and the mere 3-meter-high barriers posed no hindrance to the Orcish advance. Upon reaching the base of the wall, the pigmen warriors exhibited remarkable military discipline. Though their average height was only around 1.6 meters, just barely reaching the wall's midpoint, the front line of pigmen warriors instinctively turned around, positioning themselves at the base. Hands raised, the rear ranks stepped upon the hands of their comrades, and with a synchronized effort, leaped lightly to the top of the wall. Seeing the battlements devoid of defenders, the pigmen warriors surged towards the Fireblade hunters, who were still hurling spears from within the city. After countless sacrifices, the Orcish soldiers finally engaged the enemy in close combat. Upon identifying the source of their fallen comrades, the pigmen warriors unleashed tremendous fury. Although their average strength was merely at level 4, they fought evenly against the Fireblade hunters, who had been upgraded to level 5, showcasing a fierce and vibrant battle. It was not that the Fireblade hunters were weak. Rather, their level 5 prowess predominantly manifested in ranged attacks, always remaining behind the melee fighters on the battlefield. At present, Seema has not stationed the Fireblade infantry for defense, confronting the Fireblade hunters directly against the pig warriors. Although their close combat capabilities are commendable, they are unable to fully exhibit their 5th-level strength, merely matching the pig warriors in a stalemate. An increasing number of pig warriors surge onto the city walls. The small town, its structures long since dismantled and cleared by Seema, now lies barren, providing ample space for the Fireblade hunters to maneuver, yet inadvertently aiding the advancing pig warriors from an aerial perspective. The town is enshrouded in a tumult of blue and gray, ensnared in a deadly struggle. With 3 legions of 10,000 troops deployed, capturing this town is imperative. Despite the dire circumstances, Kai's musters his resolve and dispatches another 3 legions of pig warriors. It is not that Kai's is unwilling to send more, but the small town is already brimming with 30,000 fireblade hunters and another 30,000 pig warriors, leaving no room for additional forces. More troops would only lead to greater casualties. A new surge of vigor invigorates the pig warriors, overwhelming the fireblade hunters in an unnamed small town along the border of the former Orc Empire's province. The clamor of battle reaches a fever pitch. Faced with an enemy twice their number, the morale of the fireblade hunters remains unyielding. Originally intended for ranged assault, the long spears are now wielded with remarkable finesse by the fireblade hunters, utilizing them to bash, stab, block, and parry, keeping pace with the pig warriors. Truly, they're a product of a 9th-level civilization fire seed. However, in the realm of advanced civilizations, Li Ling's forces are still in a developmental phase and are not yet invincible across the Starmoon continent. As more pig warriors flood in, the balance of power shifts precariously, with each hunter often facing 2 or 3 pig warriors to the command platform. Kai's superior vision, granted by his 8th-level prowess, allows him to observe the carnage within the town. Though the pig warriors hold the upper hand, completely annihilating the tenacious fireblade hunters is no simple task. He orders the dispatch of 2 additional legions of pig warriors. After careful consideration, Kai's resolves to reinforce the battlefield. The city gates, now wide open, witness the charge of 2 more legions of pig warriors, and upon seeing their kin arrive to assist, the morale of the pig warriors soars, while the casualties among the fireblade hunters escalate dramatically. Increasing numbers of pig warriors join the fray, often resulting in the sacrifice of 3 or 4 fireblade hunters for each pig warrior lost, as the dust settles after several hours of fierce combat. The last fireblade hunter falls to the blades of the pig warriors, and the surviving warriors collapse in exhaustion. The town is now littered with corpses. 30,000 fireblade hunters have claimed nearly 50,000 pig warriors' lives. The staggering losses stem from the hunters' desperate suicide attacks as they realize their dire situation, leading to a sharp rise in pig warrior casualties of the 80,000 pig warriors Kai's initially deployed. Only just over 30,000 remain, despite being at a disadvantage. Such remarkable results are rarely seen in the annals of history, with only a few legendary armies achieving such feats during the ancient war of the 100 Clans. Historically, a 30% casualty rate among ordinary troops leads to a significant drop in morale and potential rout. Those capable of enduring a 60% casualty rate are invariably the elite of the elite. Only a handful of heroic forces, fleetingly present during the War of the 100 Clans, managed to fight to the last man, the most recent being the 3,000 Tager warriors led by the orc hero Cambiel. When the siege commenced, Kai's intentionally allowed the small town's defenders a reprieve, opting for an assault on a single front, not out of mercy, but to avoid unnecessary casualties and delays in such a minor stronghold. After all, the Royal Guard of the Orc Empire's 1st Legion has been mobilized. Failing to decisively eliminate Li Ling's main forces would tarnish the esteemed reputation of the Royal Guard at Ah. Is this the extent of your catch? How unfortunate. Fate seems to favor you. Just as the pig warriors, jubilant after vanquishing all fireblade hunters in the town, celebrated their victory, Sima E, observing from a small hill several miles away, remarked, "Well, this is for the best. Considering you are the Lord's father-in-law, any misfortune would be difficult to explain to the mistress." Beside Sima E, 100 fireblade crushers stood ominously still. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 100 fireblade crushers unleashed their assault upon the distant small town, sending hundreds of magical stone projectiles hurtling through the air, each enveloped in searing magical flames, radiating intense heat. "Look! What is that?" A pig warrior in the town caught sight of the approaching magical projectiles. Panic sweeping over him. "Oh no, it's a catapult!" shouted an experienced warrior. "Get back! It's dangerous." Their frantic cries, however, brought no fortune. Before they could react, the whistling magical projectiles struck the ground, crushing thousands of unsuspecting pig warriors into pulp. Yet this was merely the beginning. akin to the opening of Pandora's box. The falling magical projectiles triggered a chain reaction. Boom! 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 Explosions erupted in rapid succession, a mushroom cloud ascending from within the town. Waves of heat forcing the royal guard outside to stumble backward. Some orcs tragically consumed by the flames, while others were struck by debris propelled by the heat. Their helpless forms sprawled on the ground. At the moment the explosions erupted, Kais and other super-tier warriors felt an ominous premonition. Along with several other super-tier warriors, they soared into the sky. Tim, the super-tier warrior of the Orphan tribe, known as the mightiest orc, hastily grasped the artifact bloodthirsty war drum, preserving this long-cherished relic of the Orc Empire. As the mushroom cloud dissipated, the scene revealed a town laid to waste. The corpses of tens of thousands of warriors from both sides littered the ground. And the 30,000 once vibrant pig warriors had vanished, replaced by raging flames that continued to consume everything in their path. The once 3-meter-high city walls had transformed into instruments of death. Under the explosions, over 10,000 pig warriors at the forefront were crushed by falling debris, their remains obliterated. The command platform was struck by a massive fragment of the walls, the unyielding rock reducing several intermediate officers and the drumming Orphan warrior to mere pulp. Though they achieved a victory, it felt more like defeat. Tears of despair eluded Kais, who found himself dizzy and nearly toppled to the ground. Fortunately, a super-tier warrior of the Tajer tribe acted swiftly, catching Kais before he succumbed. Otherwise, he might have met his end before even completing his mission. The Orc Empire's elite royal guard, renowned since the ancient War of the 100 Clans, had mobilized to conquer a seemingly inconsequential foreign faction, and no one believed they would falter. Although the orcs had been humbled by Li Ling's many super-tier warriors during the Battle of the Beast God Temple, it must not be forgotten that the majority of the Orc Empire's super-tier forces were stationed at various fronts. Kais had personally volunteered for the campaign to solidify the Cambiel family's standing within the Orc Empire, hoping to demonstrate his loyalty to the Orc King. The decades-long camaraderie ensured that Emperor Vayne did not eradicate him entirely, granting Kais this opportunity. However, reality dealt a merciless blow. Having barely engaged the enemy, without even encountering their main forces, the Orc army found itself stymied by an unnamed small town. After suffering significant losses, they finally captured the town, only to fall into the enemy's trap. Gratitude to all the book friends for their unwavering support. I, Dao Dao, am determined to work harder. Starting today, barring exceptional circumstances, I will ensure 2 updates daily, scheduled between 7 and 8 o'clock. Lastly, for those who haven't yet followed, please do so promptly, and for those with spare flowers, shower them upon me. I am immensely grateful. Kais found himself at a loss for words to express his current feelings, tears of frustration threatening to spill. After the battle, the total tally amounted to only a mere 10,000 local cavalry and 30,000 enemy ranged units eliminated, while he suffered devastating losses. The Orcs' Pride, the preeminent aerial cavalry, the Mata Lily, had suffered nearly 50% casualties, their ranks severely diminished. Meanwhile, the Pig Warriors faced near-total annihilation, their structure utterly dismantled. Originally, he had volunteered to affirm his loyalty, not wishing for the Cambiel family to incur the Orc King's suspicion and subsequent calamity. Yet now, with such heavy losses, it seemed words would fail to convey the situation. The only course of action was to press on and reconsider their strategy upon returning to the imperial capital. However, how could they continue this fight? Even the seasoned Kais felt a sense of bewilderment. The Orcs' traditional battle strategy involved sending pig warriors to exhaust the enemy's stamina and energy before deploying elite warriors to decisively secure victory. The rationale behind this mode of warfare is not rooted in the Orcs' cruelty or their disregard for the lives of the pig warriors, but rather stems from an unspeakable predicament. For centuries, the Orc Empire has languished in the desolate expanse of the ancient plateau, a land that, as its name suggests, is barren and has become increasingly arid after centuries of cultivation. AS, one of the major clans within the Orcs. The Pig tribe, despite possessing a certain degree of combat prowess, finds its effectiveness grossly disproportionate to its appetite for resources. Each pig woman can bear more than 10 offspring at a time. And as a result, the Pig tribe has burgeoned into a significant burden for the Orc Empire, consuming vast quantities of food each year while their population continues to swell. Given enough time, the pig tribe will inevitably drag the orc empire into a state of starvation, posing a threat to the survival of other orc races. Thus, the higher echelons of the orc hierarchy find themselves compelled to act. Engaging pig warriors in battle and pillaging additional resources has become a time-honored strategy of the orc empire. Survival of the fittest. However, the Royal Guard has practically ceased to have any pig warriors within its ranks. Should the elite warriors of the Tej and Rhine tribes be sent to the battlefield to deplete the enemy's living forces? The momentary confusion was soon quelled. The resilience forged over years enabled Kais to swiftly regain his composure. Issuing a series of commands as the surviving soldiers, having narrowly escaped death, began to orderly clear the battlefield. The bodies of both enemies and allies must be gathered and buried, the flames extinguished, and the wounded treated, as the aftermath of the conflict was meticulously organized. With a glimmer of hope, Kais dispatched scouts to investigate the source of the magical stone projectiles a few miles from the small town. Yet, Sima Yi had already vacated the premises with his 100 fireblade destroyers, leaving not a single clue for Kais to follow. Humph. Well done, Chief Kais. After managing the aftermath, the group returned to the central command tent, where upon entering, Cleary immediately launched an attack on Kais. The Royal Guard had never suffered such a crushing defeat, incurring such significant losses. Perhaps Chief Kais is sincerely trying to assist your illustrious son-in-law. A nameless small town has left everyone in disgrace, and, as the deputy commander of this expedition, Cleary's expression was far from pleasant. The imperial lineage extends beyond Emperor Wine alone. He has only Cleary as his sole son, while countless cousins from the collateral branches eagerly await the opportunity to mock Cleary. The Orc Empire is steeped in martial tradition, and now, having faced a substantial setback in his first campaign as the Crown Prince, Cleary risks becoming a laughingstock. The already shaky position of the Crown Prince appears even more precarious. After all, Emperor Wine cannot afford to provoke public outrage by passing the throne to an inept individual. Even the hidden yet pivotal uncle, a cornerstone of the Orc Empire, would likely disapprove. Reflecting on this, Cleary's face darkened further. Humph, this cannot all be blamed on my clan leader. Who could have foreseen that the small town was an enemy's scheme, or that they would use 30,000 death warriors as bait? Before Kais could respond, a newly seated Tej tribe's transcendent expert couldn't help but retort. The army has suffered such tremendous losses due to his poor command. Hearing a counterargument, Cleary's anger flared even more. Insolence! When my general swept across the battlefield, you were yet to be born. Another Tej transcendent powerhouse nearby couldn't restrain themselves and stood up to speak. What? Do you wish to rebel? With that, Cleary's companions, the Neapolitan Mastiff Robert and the Royal Guard's spiritual brother Les, positioned themselves protectively in front of Cleary, the combined aura of the three transcendent beings pressing heavily upon the two Tej experts. The two 8th-level Tej transcendent warriors refused to back down, and the atmosphere within the tent became charged with tension. Enough! Kais slammed his hand on the table. With the enemy looming, this is hardly the time for us to assign blame. This matter is concluded, and I shall explain the circumstances to His Majesty. No need for your Highness to concern yourself. Kais emphasized the term Your Highness heavily, causing Cleary to huff in response and fall silent. The immediate priority is to send messengers back to the imperial capital requesting reinforcements. Observing that the squabbling had ceased, Kais spoke slowly. We still have some logistical gaps, so we should dispatch individuals to nearby towns to transport supplies, which should suffice until the next batch arrives. Gentlemen, it would be wise to rest early. Tomorrow we shall take a day to recuperate, and the day after we set forth towards the Sirs province. After Kais concluded, the assembly dispersed from the central camp, each seeking rest and not discussing the matter further. 2 days later, after a day of recovery, the Royal Guard of the Orc Empire set forth once more. The injured soldiers from the last explosion in the nameless town had been dispatched to the nearby city yesterday by Kais. After accounting for the wounded and losses, the initial 200,000 pig warriors had dwindled to a mere 5,000. Watching the few remaining pig warriors at the forefront of the army, Kais's expression darkened even further. With a casualty rate reaching 75%, the remaining pig soldiers were an incomplete force, the 5,000 having been hastily reorganized over the course of a day. The 5 units of 10,000 comprised individuals who had mostly never met before, lacking any synergy in their cooperation, leaving their combat potential uncertain. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed from the forefront of the formation, sending the entire pig warriors' ranks into a state of alarm, akin to startled birds. Not panic. Kais furrowed his brow, witnessing the royal guard's dismal performance, and quickly gathered his fighting spirit to shout aloud. Updating with a new chapter, another will follow around 8 o'clock. Transforming into a streak of light, Kais hurried to the front of the ranks to stabilize the somewhat flustered troops. Before him lay a 3-meter square pit, 5 meters deep, its bottom bristling with sharp spears. That moment, several pig warriors had already fallen into the pit, impaled by the spears, most of them lifeless, with only 2 still writhing helplessly. The surrounding pig warriors gazed on in terror, their expressions a portrait of horror. Who will tell me what has transpired? Kais frowned, surveying the scene before him. My lord. A centurion stepped forward, respectfully responding. Just now, our 1,000-man unit was at the forefront when several warriors suddenly fell into a trap. Dispatch personnel to tend to the wounded and fill in the pit. Upon hearing it was merely a trap, Kais breathed a sigh of relief and commanded accordingly. After a brief pause, the royal guard resumed their march. But little did they know this was only the beginning. Over the next half-day, the troops led by Kais encountered dozens of traps, resulting in hundreds of casualties, leaving morale in tatters. The leading units were too fearful to advance boldly, causing the marching pace to plummet. In the span of a morning, they barely covered 20 miles. Observing the timid advance of the reconnaissance units ahead, Kais let out a silent sigh. Once upon a time, he too had been pushed to such a point, and now a mere handful of traps could delay the army's progress. If the royal guard were to withdraw without even encountering the enemy's main force, the repercussions would not only tarnish Kais's reputation, but would also render the Orc Empire a laughingstock across the continent. Yet with so many traps encountered, the leading units had already become skittish. Even if they were to confront the enemy's main force, their combat effectiveness would likely be compromised. They found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. Chief, are you hesitating? Just as Kais lamented, an elderly voice broke in. Turning his head, he saw that it was his uncle, the Tage tribe's 9th-level powerhouse, Lake Cambuel. Lake, who was a generation older than Kais, hailed from the Cambuel collateral branch. He had been recognized for his exceptional talent from a young age, dedicating over a century to cultivation. Now, at nearly 150 years old, he had reached mid-level 9th-tier strength, serving as the pillar of the Cambuel family, known for his taciturn demeanor and indifference to fame and fortune. He seldom expressed opinions on family matters. Thus, Kais was taken aback when Lake suddenly addressed him. Uncle, the troops are in a state of turmoil, and if we continue forward, we may face desertions. Kais voiced his concerns. Kais's worries were not unfounded. Dozens of wounded soldiers lingered at the rear, and the accompanying priest had only provided rudimentary treatment, leaving many likely to suffer lifelong disabilities. Although he knew this would shake the troops' morale, he felt compelled to assist. The Royal Guard, despite being hailed as the Orc's premier military force, was acutely aware of its own realities. Besides the elite forces of 50,000 Tage, furious tiger warriors, and 50,000 Rhine-mad lion warriors, the remaining soldiers could only be deemed competent. The Orc Empire had not engaged in large-scale battles for many years, and the Royal Guard had remained stationed in the imperial capital. No amount of routine training could replicate the refinement gained through large-scale combat. With their first encounter against the enemy resulting in the loss of 150,000 warriors, the soldiers' spirits were already wavering. And if this continued, desertions would be expected. What is the essence of the Royal Guard? Lake chuckled softly. Are you referring to the 100,000 high-tier warriors and the priestly order? Kais counterpoint 100 years ago, the Orc Empire fought a great war against humanity. I was still young then. And you were not yet born. Lake fell into reminiscence. It was during that battle that the Royal Guard was engaged. Just like now, by the end, only a few thousand high-tier warriors remained, and nearly half of the priests were lost. However, merely 3 years after both parties reached an accord, the Royal Guard was restructured. The Royal Guard earned its reputation as an elite force, not due to sheer numbers, but because it boasted the largest high-ranking warrior legion and the most substantial priesthood from the Orc Empire. Although I am not well-versed in military strategy, Kai's remarked, I understand that the enemy does not wish for your advance. I comprehend, uncle. Kai's acknowledged, finally recognizing the often taciturn demeanor of his uncle, who surprisingly possessed such profound insight. Go ahead and do your task with confidence. You are the patriarch of the Cambrai family. I have shared these thoughts with your father before. Les slowly continued, as long as I have the strength. You may pursue your endeavors without worry. I will always support you. Understood. Kais nodded and instructed the herald to expedite the march of the troops. Yes, my lord. The herald complied and departed, in Fengxi village. An ordinary hamlet adjacent to the Ong province in the Surs province, resided the industrious Jim goatfolk. The renowned Jim mill produced by the goatfolk is celebrated throughout the Star Moon continent. Cherished by the noble classes of various nations, the popularity of Jim milk has rendered the Jim clan, though not a dominant race of the Orc Empire, quite affluent. The vicinity of Fengxi village is the primary habitation area for the Jim clan in the Ong province, with a wide and smooth road leading directly to the nearest city, where carts laden with Jim milk depart daily. The village's environment is pristine, featuring clean, beautiful homes and smiling villagers, all testifying to its prosperity. Yet today, this tranquil existence was shattered by a band of marauding thieves. The 30,000 Fireblade Raiders descended like locusts, plundering their way from the Surs province to the Ong province, surrounding, intimidating, gathering, pillaging, and burning. Having ravaged over 100 villages, the Fireblade Raiders have become seasoned in their operations in a single sweep. All the food supplies of Fengxi village were reduced to ashes, leaving only enough rations for 10 days of survival for the entire village. Panic etched the faces of the villagers, who had never encountered such ferocious cavalry in the heart of the Orc Empire. Although the origins of these cavalry remained unknown, their muscular physiques, long sabers, and fearsome mounts left no room for doubt regarding their combat prowess. Even the garrison troops in the nearby city could not boast such elite capabilities. My lord, the pursuing enemies are closing in. A Fireblade Raider reported, urging his giant wolf to approach. Zhao Yin. Very well. It is my first attempt at writing about war, and I find it somewhat awkward. Please bear with me as I present the second chapter. Lastly, I extend my gratitude to the unnamed artist who designed the cover. My sister Shiha greatly appreciates it. Thank you for your hard work. So soon. The words of the Fireblade Raider jolted Zhao Yun from his reverie. For reasons unknown, he had developed a habit of daydreaming in front of the soaring flames during each raid. Perhaps for someone as inherently compassionate as he, personally incinerating the hopes of these innocents felt rather cruel. However, with so few heroes under Li Ling's command capable of leading troops independently, Zhao Yun, known for his calm and steady demeanor, was inevitably dispatched for this task. Reporting, my lord, the brothers left behind for reconnaissance have returned with news. The enemy is merely 20 miles away. The Fireblade Raider respectfully conveyed, clearly accustomed to Zhao Yun's habit of gazing blankly at the flames. Very well, relay the order to prepare for retreat. Zhao Yun straightened and leapt onto his steadfast unicorn mount. His handsome visage bore a hint of determination as he surveyed the Jim goat folk, who dared not meet his gaze, and slowly spoke. Your army is but 20 miles away. Whether you survive depends on whether the Orc Empire's forces care for your fate. With that, he turned without a backward glance, leading the living raiders swiftly into the distance, leaving behind a cloud of dust, a plundered village, and hundreds of helpless villagers at that moment, on the road 20 miles from Fengxi village. A contingent of wolf riders galloped rapidly toward Fengxi village. Though their mounts were not as colossal as those of the Fireblade Raiders, each knight was exceptionally skilled in horsemanship, expertly wielding their half-meter-long sabers. Their movements ensured they would not hinder one another while maintaining formation, allowing for optimal weapon deployment. This demonstrated that this Wolf Rider unit was none other than the Orc Empire's second-ranked legion. The Whip of the War God, a legion composed entirely of Wolf Riders. With a mere 200,000 soldiers, devoid of any auxiliary forces, they were a formidable presence on the battlefield, renowned for their unparalleled mobility and exceptional leapfrog combat capabilities. In open plains, should a battle formation be established, even the Royal Guard would hesitate to claim victory against this troop of Wolf Riders, despite the Royal Guard's elite priesthood, the Wolf Riders' innate racial ability. Chaotic War Song, far exceeded any blessings from the priests. Observing the billowing smoke ascending toward the heavens, Terry slammed his fist against the saddle of his mount, the wolf beneath him. Damn it, we have arrived too late again. Terry was one of the superlative powers of the Wolf clan, hailing from noble lineage. Identified early on as possessing remarkable talent, he ascended to the 8th level of strength in just over 40 years. Presently, he served as the vice-captain of the Whip of the War God Legion. His character was brash and tempestuous, and he wielded a crescent moon blade with exceptional prowess. However, no amount of martial skill could obscure his volatile disposition. Thus, despite the Beast Emperor Wayne recognizing Terry's potential to ascend to the 9th level of supremacy, he refrained from overly relying on him, purposefully keeping Terry in the vice-captain position for several years to cultivate his character. "Terry, do not worry. With a bit more effort, we will catch up to them," spoke Fort, the commander of the Whip of the War God Legion, as the leader of the Orc Empire's second-largest legion. Fort, nearing his 80th year, was already an 8th-level peak powerhouse. Sharing lineage with Terry, he had long been held in high regard by him. Though he had approached the twilight of his years, he bore the appearance of a vigorous man in his prime. Much like Terry, since the news of Zhao Yun leading the Fireblade Raiders on a rampage throughout the Orc Empire reached the imperial capital, the recovering Beast Emperor Wayne hastily dispatched orders for the Whip of the War God Legion to suppress this band of marauding thieves in the Surs province. True to their reputation for unparalleled mobility, the 20,000 troops traversed the distance from the border to the Surs province in nearly 3 days, scarcely pausing for rest. After a night of recuperation, the Whip of the War God Legion rejuvenated to commence their pursuit of Zhao Yun. Yet, Zhao Yun was no ordinary adversary. Since being assigned this task by Li Ling, he had prepared for the encirclement by the Orc Empire's forces while simultaneously aiming to attract firepower towards Sima, Yichang'an City to alleviate pressure. Thus, Zhao Yun began to lead the Whip of the War God Legion on a circuitous route through the Surs province that it is worth mentioning that the abundant resources of the Orc Empire greatly facilitated Zhao Yun's endeavors. The 30,000 Fireblade Raiders during their operations relied not on energy supplies from their base, but instead enjoyed the robust and distinctive cuisine of the orcs, transforming what could have been a perilous mission into a veritable excursion. In stark contrast, the circumstances for the Whip of the War God were far from comfortable. Though Fort was adept in military strategy, employing various tactics of division, encirclement, ambush, and traps, all were thwarted by Zhao Yun, who, with his formidable prowess, led 2,000 Fireblade Raiders to pierce through the intricate web laid by the 200,000 Wolf Riders in the Surs province, ultimately reaching the Ong province. Not only had the enemy escaped, but the hundreds of villages in the Surs province were left plundered by Zhao Yun and the Fireblade Raiders, with each village stripped of provisions save for 10 days' worth of sustenance. Fort, in relentless pursuit, found himself unable to disregard the pleas of the orc civilians, helplessly witnessing their demise from starvation, indulging in the role of a benevolent benefactor. This predicament led the already lightly equipped Whip of the War God Legion to experience the dire shortage of provisions akin to that of the Royal Guard. Subsequently, Fort and Terry deliberated, concluding that continued encirclement would only escalate casualties and that their military supplies were becoming increasingly untenable. Therefore, they resolved to lighten their load, leading only the 5,000 most elite wolf riders in a relentless pursuit of Zhao Yun. "I'm feeling unwell today, so I will update only 1 chapter for now. Tomorrow, I will provide 3 additional chapters. By the way, the clicks today have yet to reach 100. Perhaps there is something amiss with my writing. Recently, I've been lacking inspiration, merely going through the motions. However, so many individuals are eagerly awaiting my work. Even if just 1 person continues to read, I shall persist in completing this story. To all those who have been following this book, please consider bookmarking it or offering a flower. If there's nothing else, at the very least, could you leave a message in the Dao Dao review section to let Dao Dao know of your existence? If possible, it would be wonderful to join the Dao Dao group for a chat. Ong Province, one of the 12 provinces of the Orc Empire, or perhaps it is more fitting to say one of the 11 provinces now. Since Li Ling heard that Kalen was to marry the Orc Crown Prince, in a fit of rage, he marched his troops into the Orc Empire. The former Light Province, once one of the 12 provinces, has changed hands for several months now that as an inland province, Ong Province is neither coastal nor on the border of the Orc Empire. Characterized predominantly by hilly terrain, it lacks a station legion and is not a gathering place for non-main battle races. Most residents are feeble farmers akin to the Jim tribe. Since the Orc Empire retreated to the ancient plateau, this area has served merely as a logistical supply base, with no enemy ever managing to breach the blockade of several major legions to reach Ong Province. Centuries of tranquility have left Ong Province with only 40,000 grunt warriors scattered across a few major cities, acting as a city guard and maintaining public order. Similarly, the Empire has never placed much importance on remote provinces devoid of main battle races. Indeed, in the eyes of the Orc Empire's high command, Ong Province is merely a backwater. The Orc Empire comprises countless races, each led by a chieftain, culminating in a vast Orc Empire. Among them, the Rhine tribe, recognized as the most powerful, is deemed the royal race, with its chieftain referred to as the Beast Emperor. In the predatory Orc Empire, the stronger the race, the greater the respect it commands, and the higher its influence within the empire. Thus, Ong Province, being a settlement of non-main battle races, is undoubtedly an inconsequential place that has not warranted the dispatch of any transcendent powerhouses. Now, after enjoying centuries of peace, Ong Province is beset by a horde of marauders, traversing its villages, never approaching towns, and sparing lives. Yet, the people of Ong Province can hardly contain their fury at the mere mention of them, wishing they could devour them whole. The reason is simple. With each village the marauders pass through, they burn all the stored grain, leaving only enough provisions for 10 days of survival for the villagers. According to refugees fleeing from Surs Province, this roving cavalry has incinerated grains from hundreds of villages, depriving nearly 100,000 people of their sustenance. This has further exacerbated the already strained logistics of the Orc Empire since the onset of war. Officials in charge of the Empire's logistics are overwhelmed by the colossal fiscal deficit they face daily. The Orc Empire is finally reaping the bitter fruits of its regressive system. Without elite defensive troops, the city guards composed of grunt warriors can only shut their gates and bolster defenses. Too fearful to venture outside to confront the enemy, Zhao Yun, leading 30,000 Fireblade Raiders, has been plundering through 2 provinces as if traversing unchallenged terrain, with the cowardly orc farmers failing to mount any resistance. To date, Zhao Yun's forces have suffered 0 casualties. However, the carefree days came to an end just a few days ago, with the issuance of an order from the Beast Emperor Wang, sending the whip of the War God Legion, entirely composed of wolf cavalry, to Surs Province to hunt down Zhao Yun. Just 2 days, 200,000 elite wolf cavalry have arrived in Surs Province, swiftly dividing into multiple groups to lay a trap. Yet, they have been evaded by Zhao Yun's Fireblade Raiders, who maneuver with the swiftness of the wind, scarcely requiring rest. Thus, after a brief skirmish, they have distanced themselves from the wolf cavalry and entered Ong Province, commencing a new wave of plundering. However, the relentless whip of the War God Legion, led by 2 extraordinary commanders, has pursued Zhao Yun closely, with 50,000 wolf cavalry in light armor trailing behind the Fireblade Raiders, almost catching up to them on several occasions. Report, my lord, the wolf cavalry behind us are merely 10 miles away. After crossing this next hill, they will lay eyes upon us within a forest of Ong Province. Zhao Yun, at the helm of 30,000 Fireblade Raiders, traverses the terrain. The wolf mounts of the Fireblade Raiders, while massive, are surprisingly agile, moving swiftly through the woodland. As the army advances, the near 30,000 warriors maintain an eerie silence. A Fireblade Raider acting as a scout at the rear of the main force, monitoring the movements of the 50,000 wolf cavalry, suddenly rushed forward to report, "It has already been the 3rd day since Zhao Yun and his entourage departed from Fengxi Village. Since leaving Fengxi Village, Zhao Yun has commanded each Fireblade Raider to tie a branch behind their mounts, striving to erase any trace of their passage. Over the past 3 days, Zhao Yun has pillaged more than 20 villages." Similarly, while the wolf cavalry behind have lost Zhao Yun's trail several times, they always manage to find it again, drawing ever closer. Fortunately, due to constantly altering their marching routes and the hilly terrain of Ong Province, which is unsuitable for long-distance cavalry pursuits, Zhao Yun has managed to evade the pursuing wolf cavalry. Have they caught up so quickly? After hearing the scout's report, Zhao Yun, mounted on his unicorn steed, turned to look back. Behind the army loomed a modest hill, beyond which lay the 50,000 wolf cavalry led by Fort and Terry. After a moment of contemplation, a flicker of compassion crossed Zhao Yun's handsome face. But it was swiftly replaced by determination. First, second, third 1,000-man teams, heed my command, Zhao Yun ordered. You shall remain here in ambush, and be sure to delay the pursuing enemy for half an hour. Understood. The 3,000 Fireblade Raiders acknowledged their orders and broke from the main force to undertake this perilous mission. This is a significant advantage of the soldier production line at the Fireseed base. Despite possessing intelligence comparable to that of normal humans, they are devoid of pain and fear, in the case of a typical army. Such a fatal assignment would lead to an immediate mutiny unless they were death-seeking warriors. However, for the Fireblade Raiders, this is entirely normal, as they were born for battle, willing to sacrifice everything for Li Ling. The Fireblade Raiders are war machines crafted by the base, oblivious to the concept of fear. Furthermore, after this batch of Fireblade Raiders perishes, the base will automatically imbue the same type of soldiers with the memories of their predecessors, including combat experience, akin to a rebirth. This ensures that the longer the base exists, the more formidable the warriors become. Here begins the first chapter, with 2 more to follow. The next chapter will be uploaded around 8 o'clock. If esteemed readers find this book captivating, please support it with your collections, as Dao has been feeling quite helpless with over 100 clicks for 3 consecutive days. In the Ang province of the Orc Empire lies a continuous expanse of rolling hills, referred to locally as the Wotan Hills, dotted with low shrubs and sparse trees. Separated from Zhao Yun's 30,000 Fireblade Raiders by a small hill, the 50,000 wolf cavalry trudge wearily through the terrain. The dense underbrush of the hilly region poses significant challenges to the cavalry's advance, as the mounts of the wolf cavalry are merely ordinary wolves, neither magical beasts nor the colossal dire wolves like those of the Fireblade Raiders. After days of relentless pursuit, most of the cavalry are now adorned with twigs and leaves. However, the exhausted wolf cavalry have long since lost the inclination to groom themselves. Damn those foreign devils. May I not fall into their hands. After 3 days of relentless chasing, the elite wolf knights of the Whip of the War God are utterly fatigued. Unlike the Fireblade Raiders, they have been driven by flesh and blood in a near sleepless 3-day march. Even the most elite among them are now thoroughly worn out. Observing the breathless wolf cavalry behind them, Terry grumbled, "We should be close. Ahead lies a surge of vitality. Let us push on," Fort remarked after opening his eyes. Upon reaching level 8, his body has evolved significantly beyond that of an ordinary person, enabling some sensitive individuals to sense danger or the presence of stronger foes. That in the cosmos, people categorize strength into 30 levels, with level 8 serving as a threshold. Crossing it allows one to traverse planets with ease. Level 18 is another threshold, where typically an 18-level expert is already regarded as a formidable presence in the universe, capable of casually obliterating stars. Level 28 represents the final threshold, with level 28 being the pinnacle of strength in the cosmos, rarely seen even among advanced civilizations. Those above level 28 are mere legends. Fireseed once divulged to Li Ling that during the height of the Dream Dynasty, there were only 2 level 30 experts and around 20 above level 28. Even the legendary figures who once thrived in the Dream Dynasty have faced the day of their clan's demise. And from that day forth, Li Ling pledged to become increasingly powerful, aspiring to stand atop the cosmic pinnacle. "Humph, I've finally caught up." Upon hearing Fort's words, Terry's spirits lifted, and he exclaimed, turning to the weary 50,000 wolf cavalry behind him, "Brothers, the enemy is just ahead. Let us push harder." Fort, standing beside him, could only shake his head in exasperation that Terry's voice was so loud. He risked alerting the enemy, but with matters as they are, they had no choice but to hasten their pace. The group soon crossed a small hill and arrived at the location where Zhao Yun had recently halted. "Halt." Gazing upon the tranquil hill before him, Ford swiftly commanded, "Why have we halted our advance?" "The enemy lies just ahead." Observing Ford order the entire army to cease their progress, Terry urged his mount closer to Ford and inquired, "This is rather peculiar. The forest is too eerily quiet. Not a single bird in sight," Ford replied, his heart beset by an ominous foreboding. Ever since attaining the rank of an 8th-level warrior and acquiring this peculiar ability, countless instances of such forewarnings had saved his life. What is the matter? Perhaps all the birds in this woodland have taken flight. After all, it is already late autumn, Terry remarked nonchalantly. Ford rolled his eyes, realizing that reasoning with such a person was futile. No, something is amiss, Ford exclaimed, suddenly swinging his curved blade, unleashing a 3-meter-long aura blade that swiftly struck the ground before him. Thud! An eerie scene unfolded. The aura blade effortlessly penetrated the Earth's surface, causing the ground to collapse. And a surge of blood erupted forth. Who goes there? Terry finally grasped the presence of an ambush and shouted loudly. Upon realizing that their concealment had been uncovered, thousands of Fireblade Raiders surged from the forest, charging towards the vastly outnumbered enemy with cries of battle. Kill! 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 Although merely 1,000 strong, the ferocity of their charge instilled a sense of dread among the 50,000 elite wolf cavalry of Wolf, who had endured 3 grueling days without rest, most relying solely on sheer willpower to persist, their combat effectiveness nearly non-existent. Had it not been for the presence of the 2 exceptional warriors, Ford and Terry, Zhao Yun might have already executed a counterattack, decisively annihilating this overconfident cavalry. Observing the performance of the wolf cavalry behind him, Terry scoffed, flipping his crescent blade, sending a vertical blade of energy towards the foremost charging Fireblade Raider. The 5th-level Raider, upon seeing the aura blade rushing towards him, hastily raised his weapon to block, his reflexes impeccable, earning admiration. Nonetheless, the disparity in strength could not be compensated by mere skill point one might break through myriad techniques with sheer force. The Raider was cleaved in 2, and the aura blade continued to slice through 2 more Fireblade Raiders before dissipating. Kill! Under the leadership of Terry and Ford, the 50,000 Wolf Knights rallied their spirits and charged towards the Fireblade Raiders. The 8th-level warriors, Terry and Ford, acted like 2 arrows, each leading a contingent of wolf cavalry fiercely into the ranks of the 5th-level Fireblade Raiders, none of whom could withstand a single strike from them. Akin to tigers descending from the mountains, in no time, the duo had penetrated the fragile formation of the Fireblade Raiders, turned their mounts, and began reaping the lives of their enemies, in stark contrast to the prowess exhibited by the 2 leaders. The performance of the Wolf Knights was abysmal. While the average strength of both sides was 5th level, one side was invigorated and fearlessly relentless, while the other was utterly exhausted, barely clinging to existence through sheer will. The casualties among the Wolf Knights surged upward. Kill! Kill! Just as Ford and Terry breached the oncoming formation of Fireblade Raiders, cries of battle suddenly erupted from either flank, with thousands of Fireblade Raiders surging forth from both sides. Though their numbers were few, their momentum was overwhelming, causing the Wolf Knights to show signs of faltering in their formation. All right, I must focus, Ford thought, witnessing the emergence of 2 ambush groups of Fireblade Raiders on either side. The morale of the already fatigued Wolf Knights plummeted, and signs of instability began to manifest in their formation that Ford's heart raced with urgency. Although the enemy ahead had been fragmented, awaiting annihilation, the 5th-level Fireblade Raiders were still formidable opponents. Terry, you take the left flank. I shall handle the right. After careful consideration, Ford called out to Terry. Though this would leave a wave of enemies unopposed, it was preferable to allowing 2 groups of raiders to breach their formation. At that moment, the Fireblade Raiders were merely 100 meters away from the Wolf Knights. For cavalry, that distance would close in mere seconds, and the exhausted whip of the War God Wolf Knights, lacking a capable leader, would stand little chance against the Fireblade Raiders. Boom! 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 Upon hearing Ford's command, Terry took the lead, leaping from his mount into the air, transforming into a streak of light as he charged towards the approaching Fireblade Raiders on the left. Before he even arrived, Terry wielded his crescent blade in rapid succession, unleashing 3 aura blades that whistled as they shot towards the raiders, instantly turning flesh into a macabre spectacle. The foremost dozen or so Fireblade Raiders were cleaved in half, rendered powerless against Terry's 8th-level might. Seeing Terry engage the left flank, Ford swiftly took to the skies, directing his charge towards the right side's Fireblade Raiders. Under the leadership of these 2 extraordinary warriors, the Wolf Knights finally stabilized their formation, fending off the assault from the sides. despite the exhaustion of the whip of the war god Wolf Knights after 3 days of relentless pursuit. They found themselves momentarily overwhelmed by the Fireblade Raiders. Fortunately, bolstered by the 2 exceptional warriors and their sheer numbers, although initial losses were severe, they gradually began to suppress the 3,000 Fireblade Raiders under Ford and Terry's command. As Terry's crescent blade gracefully severed the neck of a Fireblade Raider, the 2-hour-long battle came to an end, resulting in the complete annihilation of the 3,000 Fireblade Raiders, granting Zhao Yun's forces a valuable 2 hours of time. By this point, Zhao Yun had already led the remaining 20,000 Fireblade Raiders over mountains and out of sight. Cursed be it, they have escaped once more. Terry fumed, surveying the surroundings where no enemies remained. Many of the Wolf Knights, along with their mounts, collapsed to the ground, some even snoring. He glanced towards the direction Zhao Yun had fled, his frustration palpable. Let it be. We must plan for the long term. Our previous haste has led to these significant losses. Ford surveyed the battlefield, where the corpses of the Wolf Knights outnumbered those of the Fireblade Raiders by at least 2 to 1. With a deep sigh, he sought to comfort Terry in the wake of the ambush. Although the 3,000 Fireblade Raiders had been utterly vanquished, the whip of the war god Wolf Knights had also suffered grievous losses. In a conflict where 50,000 faced 3,000, nearly 7,000 of their own had perished, a testament to the prowess of the 2 exceptional warriors. Had it not been for them, the elite whip of the war god, renowned as the Second Legion of the Orc Empire, would have been decisively routed by the remnants left behind. The outcome of this battle was not due to the weakness of the Wolf Knights, but rather the sheer tenacity of the Fireblade Raiders. Reflecting on this, Ford felt a chill run down his spine. Among all the forces in the continent, it was unheard of for troops to endure the onslaught of 2 exceptional warriors and fight to the last man without their leadership. Most tales of heroism told along the road spoke of soldiers finding their resolve only under the guidance of a hero, had the enemy possessed a greater number of high-level warriors. The whip of the war god might well have been erased from the ranks of the Orc Empire. In truth, Zhao Yun had contemplated leading 30,000 Fireblade Raiders in a counterattack, but ultimately dismissed the idea. The mission was to disrupt supplies and undermine the Orc Empire's foundations. Although the defeat of the elite Wolf Knights would be a severe blow, facing 2 exceptional warriors left Zhao Yun uncertain of a successful retreat. Coupled with the disparity in cost between custom heroes and Fireblade Raiders, he ultimately quashed any thoughts of a counteroffensive. This is the terrifying aspect of the soldiers produced by the Spark base. They were entirely instruments of slaughter. Even custom heroes, endowed with intelligence far exceeding that of ordinary beings, disregarded their own lives, prioritizing the interests of Li Ling above all else. For these reasons, although Zhao Yun missed the opportunity to obliterate the whip of the war god elite Wolf Knights with a counterattack, the 3,000 Fireblade Raiders left behind caused Ford to break out in a cold sweat. Clear the battlefield. Rest in place. After reassuring Terry, Ford looked at the remaining 40,000 Wolf Knights, who were clearly at their limit, and promptly organized a break for everyone, followed by a cleanup of the battlefield. Given that the war had unfolded on Orc territory, it was essential to properly manage the aftermath. Leaving corpses exposed in the wilderness could provoke an outbreak of disease, ultimately harming the Orc Empire itself. This was an unspoken rule of war across the continent. The side responsible for the battlefield cleanup bore the obligation, while the opposing side could not interfere. Over the years, this unwritten regulation had come to embody a form of humanitarianism on the continent of Xinghua. Having spoken, both he and Terry settled on the ground to rest. The recent battle had left not only the Wolf Knights utterly fatigued, but also the 2 leaders pale, their energy reserves visibly depleted. Ultimately, the 2 individuals managed to withstand the overwhelming pressure exerted by the 3,000 Fireblade Raiders. The level 5 Fireblade Raiders possess an innate understanding of how to best harness their formidable prowess. 1 or 2 of them pose little threat to superlative tier warriors. However, as their numbers swell, the coordinated efforts of the Fireblade Raiders exponentially amplify their combat effectiveness. As the battle has progressed, even the remarkably powerful duo has begun to exhibit signs of fatigue and promptly settled onto the ground to recuperate. The first chapter is now presented, with another to follow shortly. On the subsequent day, after Zhao Yun led the Fireblade Raiders to evade the relentless pursuit of the Wolf Riders from Wolfhaven Province, 27,000 Fireblade Raiders traversed the mountainous terrain with the ease of stroll. The low shrubs posed no obstacle to the massive dire wolves. Zhao Yun, astride his majestic white unicorn, led the formation from the front, and the entire contingent advanced in utter silence. Suddenly, a disturbance in the nearby woods piqued Zhao Yun's attention, sending the birds fluttering into the sky. In a matter of moments, a Fireblade Raider skillfully maneuvered his steed through the branches and came to a halt before Zhao Yun. The mount transitioning from a furious gallop to a steady stop just a meter away, demonstrating an impressive display of equestrian skill. Were an outsider to witness this scout's performance, they would undoubtedly applaud. Yet the riders present were equally adept, sparing no admiration. "Sir, we have discovered another village ahead. It lies just beyond this ridge." After halting, the Fireblade Raider respectfully informed Zhao Yun. "Another one has appeared." Zhao Yun gazed into the distance. "Do you know the ethnicity of the inhabitants there?" Wolfhaven Province is a melting pot of cultures. While it is not the primary settlement of the Orc Empire's dominant races, it does host a scattering of rare, yet powerful races among its populace. An encounter with Zhao Yun's forces would surely result in significant losses for them, ultimately proving counterproductive. "It is a village of the Dogger race," the scout replied with deference. "Let us proceed to investigate." With that, Zhao Yun led his troops toward the ridge. This village, steeped in the traditions of the Orc Empire, comprised nearly 100 dilapidated earthen dwellings huddled together in a hollow at the mountain's base. Nestled within the mountains, it was evident that life in this village was far from prosperous. Across the slope, a mere patch of farmland had already been harvested, leaving only stacks of dry straw behind. As dusk approached, the villagers began preparing their evening meals, wisps of smoke rising into the in the clearing before the village. Several elders sat conversing, while a group of Dogger children played nearby, creating a scene of tranquil harmony. Standing atop the mountain, Zhao Yun was accompanied only by the earlier scout, while the remaining Fireblade Raiders rested on the slope, the bulk of the 27,000 occupying the area. In truth, the energy expended during the Fireblade Raiders' daily activities was directly supplied by the Beastmen's subterranean facilities, which distributed energy to every soldier produced at their bases within the planet. Thus, the Fireblade soldiers never experienced fatigue. Zhao Yun commanded them to rest, primarily for reasons of concealment, while he and the scout descended to observe the Orc village hidden deep in the mountains. All troops, assemble. After a brief observation, and finding no abnormalities in the village, Zhao Yun returned to gather his forces, preparing to continue their raid. Onward, at once, the Fireblade Raiders quickly formed ranks, readying themselves for departure. Zhao Yun led the charge, followed closely by 27,000 Fireblade Raiders. A verdant tide surging over the ridge toward the Dogger village below. "Look, what is that?" A child's astonished voice rang out upon spotting the Fireblade Raiders, in stark contrast to the children's innocence. The adults, having spotted the raiders, exhibited palpable fear, hurriedly ushering their children away from the clearing and retreating behind tightly shut doors. Before long, Zhao Yun and the Fireblade Raiders arrived at the now vacant clearing. His brow furrowed as he surveyed the deserted space and the shuttered homes. Some cautious villagers extinguished the fires they had been tending, a faint, acrid smell wafting through the air. "Bring the village's inhabitants to the clearing," Zhao Yun commanded, and a squad of Fireblade Raiders set forth to rudely knock on doors. In no time, several hundred villagers had congregated in the clearing, trembling before the menacing presence of the Fireblade Raiders. Too terrified to utter a word. "Who is the village chief?" Zhao Yun queried, scanning the crowd that avoided his gaze. Parting the sea of faces, an elderly Dogger, with hair and beard as white as snow, emerged, trembling as he leaned on his cane. "Sir, I am the village chief," the aged Dogger croaked. "I am a general of the Han Empire, and the Orc Empire has unjustly raised arms against us." Zhao Yun proclaimed loudly, disregarding the villagers' bewildered expressions, and addressed his Fireblade Raiders. "Search every household for provisions, gather them in one place, leave enough for 10 days, and burn the rest. Sir, you cannot do this. We are but a few hundred, and we depend on these supplies for survival." Though he did not comprehend Zhao Yun's origins, The chief clearly understood the command and pleaded earnestly. Yet Zhao Yun remained indifferent. And the Fireblade Raiders paid no heed to the pleas of an unrelated party that a contingent of 1,000 was dispatched to scour the village for food, accumulating it at the village entrance. Leaving only 10 days' worth for the villagers, flames ignited, sending thick black smoke spiraling into the sky. Meanwhile, 30 miles away, atop a small hill, Fort and Terry, leading a newly reinforced contingent of 50,000 wolf riders. We're preparing to set up camp. Sir, look at that smoke over there. A wolf rider suddenly exclaimed. Terry turned to see the billowing black smoke rising in the distance. Ha! We have finally located them. After aimlessly wandering in the woods for 2 days, I was beginning to lose patience. Terry exclaimed with excitement upon spotting Zhao Yun's trail. All units, assemble. For also noticed the distant smoke and began organizing the troops. In no time, the 50,000 wolf riders were ready, and under their leader's guidance, they surged toward Zhao Yun's village. The second chapter is now presented. It has been 4 days without a collection, with only 100 clicks. At this moment, Zhao Yun remains unaware that the billowing smoke will reveal his location, as the crisis looms ever closer. Having set fire to the majority of the village's provisions, Zhao Yun coldly faced the villagers' resentment. Patiently awaiting the flames to consume the supplies, time passed, and the fire raged high into the sky. Even if the villagers attempted to extinguish it now, they could not salvage their food. Zhao Yun then turned his steed and commanded, "Let us proceed to the next village." With that, he was the first to turn away from the small village, his form silhouetted against the glowing flames behind him. Understood. Upon receiving the command, the Fireblade Raiders followed Zhao Yun's lead in an orderly fashion. Their march silent and synchronized, leaving the bewildered Dogger villagers in a state of shock. "Put out the fire! Hurry, bring water!" It was only after the last Fireblade Raider had departed nearly 100 meters from the village that the villagers reacted, scrambling to fetch buckets of water to combat the flames. Yet the relentless fire had mercilessly devoured all their provisions, and when the flames were finally extinguished, only ashes remained, leaving behind the distressed villagers. Zhao Yun plunged into a predicament. After departing the small village, he led his 27,000 Fireblade Raiders back into the forest. Just 5 miles into their journey, a voice filled with excitement suddenly rang out ahead. "Ah, I was just about to pursue you, and you have walked right into my grasp." Looking up, Zhao Yun beheld a contingent of wolf riders standing atop the hill ahead, with the speaker, a towering figure at 2 meters tall, exuding an imposing presence. Although slightly inferior to him, this warrior was accompanied by another who matched Zhao Yun's prowess. It was none other than Fort and Terry, leading the 50,000 wolf riders of the Whip of the War God Legion. Having spotted the distant smoke, the two commanders realized their adversaries were engaged in destruction, and they hastily organized their forces to race toward the source of the smoke, fearing Zhao Yun might escape. However, they had not anticipated that upon cresting the hill, they would encounter Zhao Yun's forces head-on. Truly, they had stumbled upon their quarry without much effort. Surveying the surroundings, Zhao Yun noted that the opposing wolf riders were merely a hill's distance away, elevated above them, and given the swiftness of the wolf riders, the situation was dire. However, the retreat of our side also encounters a slope, albeit an uphill one, and no matter how elite the Fireblade Raiders may be, turning to ascend the hill will inevitably be slower than descending it. Escape is no longer a feasible option. Still thinking of fleeing. I'm curious to see where you intend to run this time. Observing Zhao Yun glancing around, Terry mockingly remarked as he discerned his intentions to escape. Humph. At that moment, Zhao Yun realized that leaving the battlefield was no longer realistic. He tightened his grip on the spear in his hand, let out a cold grunt, disregarding Terry, and shifted his gaze towards Ford. How infuriating. You'll see what I have in store for you soon. Watching Zhao Yun ignore him, Terry exclaimed fiercely, although his voice was not loud. The 3 transcendent beings present were all exceptionally perceptive. Even Ford could not help but roll his eyes. Your disregard for civilians in warfare, do you not find it beneath your dignity? Ford slowly stated, attempting to undermine Zhao Yun's resolve. In the midst of war, each fights for their own master. Since the Orc Empire has already sent troops, one must be prepared for retaliation. Zhao Yun remained unfazed and coldly retorted, if that is the case, there is nothing more to discuss. to the entire army, "Charge!" Realizing that his words had failed to sway Zhao Yun, and knowing further discourse would be futile, Ford decisively issued the command to charge. Fearing that delay might lead to unforeseen changes. "Kill! Charge!" The 50,000 Wolf Riders of Wolf rushed forward in excitement, shouting as they charged towards the Fireblade Raiders, with Terry leading the charge. 2 days prior, exhausted beyond measure, they had been left in a dire state by the enemy's rear guard, feeling drowsy and unaware. After a period of rest, this was undoubtedly a tremendous humiliation for the orcs, who valued honor above life, especially for the elite of the Orc Empire's 2nd Legion. Whip of the War God. Such disgrace. The Wolf Riders, now fully awake, felt humiliated to have been so thoroughly routed by the enemy's rear guard. Had the enemy counterattacked at that moment, it is likely they would not have escaped unscathed. Knowing shame and rising to the challenge, upon hearing the command to charge, the Wolf Riders urged their steeds forward, their crimson eyes gleaming with bloodthirst. "Your life is forfeit." Terry surged ahead like a streak of light, leaping over the charging Wolf Riders with his crescent moon blade whirling, aimed directly at Zhao Yun. Before he even arrived, a half-meter-long blade of fighting spirit shot towards Zhao Yun, seemingly unremarkable yet compressed from Terry's transcendent strength, radiating a sharp brilliance as if to slice through space itself. A mere parlor trick. Facing Terry's fierce assault, Zhao Yun appeared unflustered, even managing to mock him, causing veins to bulge on Terry's forehead in anger. That said, Zhao Yun remained vigilant. After all, Terry was still a transcendent being. Even if he was slightly inferior, it was not by much, especially with Ford lurking nearby, eager to pounce. With a deft flick of his How Long Dan, the fighting spirit blade dissipated into nothingness. And then he advanced to meet the oncoming Terry with a fierce thrust of his spear. Terry, who was already in rapid motion, was taken aback as Zhao Yun effortlessly pierced through his fighting spirit blade, narrowly evading the thrust, which left him drenched in cold sweat and forced him to regain his composure from the psychological shock Zhao Yun had inflicted, after silently lamenting the missed opportunity. Zhao Yun engaged Terry in combat. Boom! 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 The clash between the two transcendent beings reverberated across the battlefield, and the shockwaves reduced dozens of Wolf Riders to ashes. All the charging Wolf Riders instinctively steered clear of the 100-meter radius around the two, creating a vacuum for their battle. Not long after the two transcendent beings began their fight, the Wolf Riders collided with the Fireblade Raiders, and the blossoms of gore erupted instantaneously, although the Wolf Riders charged from a height. Their curved blades were ill-suited for cavalry assaults. The massive blades wielded by the Fireblade Raiders swept horizontally, and the giant wolves beneath them could absorb the impact of the Wolf Riders' charge with just a step back, rendering the Wolf Riders' efforts futile, leading to a stalemate in the conflict, with soldiers falling every second. Seasoned Fireblade Raider, proficient in martial skills, had already reached the pinnacle of the 5th level. Wielding his colossal blade, he swept it across, while the opposing Wolf Rider foolishly attempted to counter with his curved blade. However, the newly promoted 5th-level warrior was no match for the Fireblade Raider, and both man and weapon were sent flying, blood spraying as he was quickly trampled into a pulp by the advancing Wolf Riders behind him. Cavalry charges demand relentless forward momentum. Once a rider falls, it often spells death. Even upon witnessing a comrade fall, the riders behind would not halt their charge, but rather trample over, as it was the only option. Otherwise, one rider pulling back would cause chaos in the entire cavalry formation. This was the first lesson all cavalry received during training. This scene unfolded in many places, with the Fireblade Raiders' colossal blades measuring 1.5 meters, while the Wolf Riders' curved blades were merely 70 centimeters long. Furthermore, the steeds of the Fireblade Raiders were far larger than those of the Wolf Riders, resulting in a situation where 2 or more Wolf Riders were needed to inflict a casualty on a single Fireblade Raider, a trend unfavorable to the development of the whip of the War God Legion. The principle of an inch longer, an inch stronger was not only evident among the soldiers on the battlefield, but was equally manifest in the engagements of their leaders. Although Terry was a transcendent being, with the potential to advance to the 9th level in his lifetime, and held in high regard by the Beast Emperor Vayne and the Wolf Clan, it was merely potential. Currently, he was only at the mid-8th level, hardly a match for Zhao Yun, who had reached the pinnacle of the 8th level and could barely exchange blows with 9th level warriors. The principle of an inch longer, an inch stronger was vividly illustrated in their clash. As Zhao Yun wielded his How Long Dan, a barrage of spear shadows filled the air, forcing Terry to resort to continuously circling with his crescent moon blade to defend. With no opportunity to close in, his futile attempts to unleash fighting spirit blades were swiftly dissipated amidst the torrent of spear shadows, and despite his furious roars, he was continually pushed back. A mysterious war song resonated from the rear of the Wolf Rider formation. Imbued with a seemingly magical power, a visible transparent halo spread among the 50,000 elite Wolf Riders of the Whip of the War God. And those enveloped by the halo experienced bulging muscles and a surge in momentum, their eyes sparkling with a visible crimson glow. Yet, even amidst this transformation, their expressions remained alert and aware, the close kin of the Wolf clan. The beings who conspired together were not to be underestimated. The simple Wolf Riders posed little threat, but this legion of 200,000 Wolf Knights, known as the Whip of the War God, owed much of its standing as the second legion of the Orc Empire to these beings. Without priests to support the Orc legions, they would likely not even rank within the top 5. That although the beings were small in stature and lacked close combat capabilities, their innate gift, chaotic war song, was akin to an enhanced frenzied war song combined with a sober war song for the Wolf clan. Especially on nights of the full moon, the Wolf Riders empowered by the chaotic war song could even compel the Royal Guard to retreat. Moreover, the war song halo bestowed by the beings was an innate ability with a far greater range than that of traditional priests, because the beings could only utilize the chaotic war song and it was effective solely for the Wolf clan. The Orc higher-ups did not recognize them as Orc priests. Yet, this did not diminish the respect they commanded within the Wolf clan. After being enhanced by the chaotic war song, the combat strength of the Wolf Riders surged, and they began to clash fiercely with the Fire Blade Raiders, restoring the casualty ratio to 1-to-1, with the tide of battle beginning to turn against Zhao Yun. Engaged in combat with Terry, Zhao Yun felt a surge of urgency. Initially, only 3,000 Fire Blade Raiders had been brought forth, plus the 3,000 previously dispatched to hold the rear. Now, only 27,000 remained, and in that brief period of engagement, over 1,000 had already fallen. While the casualties among the Wolf Riders were greater, continuing this way would not bode well for the Wolf Riders against their opponents. Total annihilation was merely a matter of time. Ford and the others were equally aware of their predicament. After being caught off guard last time, the Wolf Riders they led had replenished to 50,000. It was not that they did not wish to bring more. But navigating through the wooded terrain meant that even the agile Wolf Riders would be hindered by increased numbers. Moreover, the hilly terrain was not conducive to cavalry charges. Bringing too many would only result in unnecessary losses, while bringing too few would be a waste. Thus, they decided to only bring 50,000 to the onset of the engagement. The cavalry charged from a position of advantage, yet they found that not only did they fail to gain the upper hand, but they were also effortlessly repelled by the formidable Fire Blade Raiders. The ensuing combat saw them firmly suppressed, often requiring the sacrifice of 2 or 3 Wolf Riders to inflict a single casualty on a Fire Blade Raider. Even now, after being bolstered by the beings with the chaotic war song, the casualty ratio had only improved to 1-to-1. The Wolf family, comprising millions of subjects, meticulously selected 200,000 cavalrymen, each a paragon of excellence. They are cherished like treasures, and the loss of even one causes profound sorrow. However, this time, the pursuit has resulted in significant casualties. Contemplating this, both sides unleash their fury, their weapons whirling ever more swiftly. Zhao Yun's formidable spear, the How Long Dan, became a blur, its movements resembling a swarm of dragons encircling Terry. Conversely, Terry, though his crescent moon blade lacked offensive power, exhibited impeccable defense. Despite being at a disadvantage, he evoked a sense of helplessness in Zhao Yun. Indeed, Terry was a prodigy of the Wolf family, the most gifted individual in a century. As the first chapter unfolds, another will follow before 10 o'clock. 100 birds flocking to the Phoenix, observing the increasing casualties among the Fire Blade Raiders. With the specter of total annihilation looming, Zhao Yun unleashed his ultimate technique. The How Long Dan abruptly halted the chaotic spear shadows, transitioning from motion to stillness. Terry, momentarily caught off guard, found himself enveloped in an overwhelming aura emanating from Zhao Yun. The Howlong Dan transformed into a flurry of crimson avian silhouettes, soaring towards Terry. Although it appeared slow to outsiders, Terry felt an inescapable sense of doom. In that fleeting moment, he realized the futility of escape. Coupled with Zhao Yun's surging energy, now exuding the might of a 9th-tier warrior, Terry, a mere peak 8th tier, was beset by despair. Yet, as a genius of the Orc Empire, meticulously nurtured by the Wolf family, he quickly dispelled his despondency, gripping his crescent moon blade with resolve. Summoning all his strength, he traced a circle, channeling his formidable fighting spirit to confront Zhao Yun's ultimate move. Alas, like an ant attempting to shake a tree, Terry's full-force strike shattered upon contact. My life is forfeit. This thought echoed in Terry's mind as a myriad of regrets flickered in his eyes, ultimately coalescing into a bittersweet yearning. Presumptuous, just as the spear's shadows were about to crush Terry. Ford's deep voice resonated, a sharp blade of light cleaving towards Zhao Yun. Realizing the impending danger, Zhao Yun understood that even if he vanquished Terry, his own demise was inevitable. He pivoted the spearhead, redirecting 100 birds flocking to the phoenix towards Ford, shattering his blade's arc before surging towards him. Yet, having already dissipated the full force of 2 extraordinary masters, 100 birds flocking to the phoenix had expended considerable energy. Ford's expression turned grave as he brought his crescent moon blade down with a vertical strike. After retreating several paces, he finally managed to split the spear shadows, which then crashed into the ranks of the wolf cavalry behind him, eliciting horrified screams as hundreds perished under the residual force, leaving Ford's face ashen. Terry had never found Ford's voice more melodious. In that moment, just before the spear shadows descended upon him, he truly grasped the value of life. Now, having been saved by Ford, he felt a twinge of guilt for the constant lectures he had endured from him. After a moment of respite, as he steadied his trembling hand, Ford advanced towards Zhao Yun with his blade drawn, while Terry, emerging from the shadow of death, bellowed in fury and joined the fray. The 3 extraordinary warriors clashed fiercely, and with Ford's entrance, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Although Zhao Yun was hailed as a hero from the Fireseed base and unparalleled among his peers, he was not a pure combat hero. His combat talents were significantly diverted toward strategy, preventing him from unleashing the full might akin to the likes of Elbu or Dian Wei, who could elevate their power to a higher tier in battle. Now, facing 2 foes, he had reached his limits, relying on his unmatched strength against equals. Though he would not be defeated immediately, eventual defeat was inevitable as his strength waned. Ford and Terry pressed relentlessly, leaving Zhao Yun no time to utilize potions. They likely knew of Li Ling's vast stockpile of magical elixirs, denying Zhao Yun any opportunity to employ them. Meanwhile, the situation for the Fireblade Raiders was equally dire. The Wolf Cavalry, bolstered by the washing battle song, fought as if infused with steroids, their strength significantly augmented, with officers boasting 6th-tier power, overwhelming the Fireblade Raiders, who were all 5th-tier as the battle raged on. The Fireblade Raiders had lost nearly half their numbers, dwindling to just over 10,000, still holding their formation in resistance. In contrast, the Wolf Cavalry, drawn from the Orc Empire's 2nd-largest legion, the Whip of the War God, had rebounded from initial losses, now matching the Fireblade Raiders' casualties 1-to-1. The numerical advantage of the Wolf Cavalry became evident, and with nearly 30,000 remaining, victory seemed increasingly assured for them. If this continued, Zhao Yun and the Fireblade Raiders would face inevitable annihilation. Kill. Nevertheless, the Fireblade Raiders remained undeterred, driven by an unquenchable thirst for blood. Even if a warrior's arm was severed by the Wolf Cavalry, as long as their head remained, they would leap forward, fiercely biting at their foes, ultimately collapsing in a chaotic mass of flesh beneath the trampling of comrades and enemies alike. The war intensified. With both the Fireblade Raiders and the Wolf Cavalry engulfed in a frenzy, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust, their singular thought, kill. At this moment, Zhao Yun faced his own crisis. The earlier 100 birds flocking to the Phoenix had drained much of his strength. Although the heroes from the Fireseed base did not cultivate fighting spirit, All entities in the universe must adhere to the law of conservation of energy. As the battle escalated, Zhao Yun's energy depletion escalated dramatically while facing two opponents. Now he found himself unable to withstand their combined might. As he parried from side to side, a critical gap appeared amidst the dense spear shadows due to his exhaustion. The seasoned Ford immediately recognized the opening and augmented the speed of his crescent moon blade. Zhao Yun was struck by the blade, blood spilling forth, further weakening his resolve. Defending became increasingly arduous, fraught with peril. In contrast, Ford and Terry, having narrowly escaped death earlier, were now exhilarated at the chance to redeem themselves. Each strike aimed unerringly at Zhao Yun's vital points, and they swiftly capitalized on the opening. Ford's crescent moon blade, descending with lethal intent, seeing his strength depleted and unable to defend himself. Zhao Yun resigned himself, opening his arms in surrender, closing his eyes, and awaiting the arrival of death for the first time. Suddenly, a fierce aura locked onto the two adversaries, rendering Terry's blade poised at Zhao Yun's brow. Immovable despite his utmost effort. "Excuse me, may I interrupt?" A languid voice interjected. "With the second update delivered sooner than anticipated, I implore you to shower me with flowers and support." As the two formidable auras converged, the languid voice resonated. Though soft, it struck Ford and Terry like a thunderclap, sending chills down their spines. Ford, a renowned genius of the Orc Empire and a beacon of hope for the Wolf family. Alongside Terry, an established extraordinary warrior at the pinnacle of 8th-tier power, stood atop the continental hierarchy, where merely a few hundred extraordinary beings existed among billions. Yet at this moment, both were rendered immobile by the piercing aura. Their heightened senses as extraordinary warriors warned them that any attempt to move would lead to their demise. The impending arrival of such power was evident. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Li Ling," the languid voice stated gently. Boom, boom, boom. Before they could react to the overwhelming presence, Li Ling's next words plunged them into deeper terror. In the months since Li Ling's emergence, while perhaps not yet renowned in other nations, his name had circulated among the upper echelons of the Orc Empire, evoking fear akin to that of a child's midnight wails. This day, if the Orc Empire could not deduce the origins of the bandits wreaking havoc in the Surth and Anger provinces, they would be remiss as one of the enduring races on the Star Moon continent. First, he led numerous extraordinary warriors to wreak havoc in the Beast God Temple, decisively defeating the Orc royal family's ancestral spirits, forcing them to concede and relinquish the Crown Prince's consort. Then he dispatched his subordinate Zhao Yun to plunder and incinerate the grain supplies of the two provinces, severing the Orc Empire's foundation and plunging countless Orc civilians into famine. Coupled with Zhang Liao's Fire Blade Wind Riders, who thrived in the Orc Empire's rear, their victories exacerbated the already strained logistics, nearly pushing the Orc Empire to the brink of collapse. It is said that the officials in charge of logistics in the imperial capital now dread the sound of the herald, trembling at the mere mention of it, a testament to Zhang Liao's formidable presence. Each incident and occurrence strikes like resounding slaps upon the visage of the Orc Empire, which, having withstood the tribulations of 100 clans' wars, still stands tall. The echoes of these events resound loudly, instilling in every Orc a desire to devour their very flesh and bones. Yet, it must be acknowledged that the Orc Empire's fear of Li Ling has reached unparalleled heights. The empire is divided into 12 provinces, one of which has fallen under Li Ling's control. 2 have been plundered by Zhao Yun, and Zhang Liao remains active in 3 others. Nearly half of his disciples have been embroiled in chaos, with refugees rising in revolt. Initially, the Orc Empire dispatched aid to alleviate the suffering, but as resources dwindled, they were forced to abandon their relief efforts, resigning themselves to fate. The approaching year-end has become a shared sentiment among the Orc populace. Who could have imagined that a seemingly inconspicuous human servant could stir such turmoil within a vast empire? If given another chance, Emperor Vane would undoubtedly dismiss the prospect of an alliance with the Tage tribe with a lack of decorum, saying to Kais, "My dear, the farther you go, the better. Do not frighten me." However, such a luxury of regret is rare in this world. Take, for instance, Ford and Terry, who upon hearing Li Ling's self-introduction were struck with terror despite his gentle tone. Although Li Ling is recognized as one of the dominant forces on the continent, his appearances are exceedingly rare, characterized solely by the phrase, low strength. Many experts. To this day, no one knows the extent of the experts within Li Ling's faction. One might argue that the Orc Empire ranks among the more formidable forces on Star Moon continent. Yet, for the sake of a woman, Li Ling unhesitatingly led numerous transcendent masters to seize her hand. Do not underestimate the value of transcendent masters. Even a king must have substantial reasons to mobilize them within his realm. To suggest such a thing as a marriage snatching is akin to a grave insult to these masters. And it would take an immense amount of goodwill not to demand abdication. Yet Li Ling's audacity brought several of them forth. Where lies their dignity? Upon exchanging glances, both men discerned the fear and desperation for survival reflected in each other's eyes. And they simultaneously resolved to unleash their fighting spirit to escape the oppressive atmosphere as swiftly as possible. However, just as the thought crossed their minds, a charming voice chimed in. You too, little rascals. Do not even think about running away. Master will be displeased. Eva, as the matriarch of the Ulysses family, one of the 5 transcendent beast clans of the Chino Forest, although among the younger generation of the 5 clan leaders, still held an age that was relatively youthful compared to the millennia-long lifespans of transcendent beasts, T.O. Ford and Terry, both of whom were still under 100 years old. Eva's calling them little rascals was entirely accurate. Yet, she underestimated the profound impact her words would have on them. Her words resonated like a stampede of countless grass-mud horses in their hearts, for only a true transcendent master could exert such pressure that rendered them utterly defenseless. In the entire continent, few could match such strength, and to refer to them as little rascals indicated she was indeed an elder powerhouse. However, the shocking revelation that she called Li Ling master left them in disbelief. Good heavens, when did transcendent masters become so undervalued? The thought brought tears to their eyes. It was one thing to casually bring forth multiple shameless transcendent experts for a marriage competition, but the true marvel lay in the fact that Li Ling commanded such a figure. The world felt as if it was crumbling around them. Surely, even the Orc Emperor could not boast of a transcendent master as a servant, though the Orc Empire had its share of transcendent masters. Even the Emperor must treat them with utmost respect, for transcendent beings possess their own dignity, and to be reduced to servitude for a mere human of such feeble strength was unfathomable. Time had slipped away, and as noon approached, they prepared to step out after a busy morning, planning to return later in the evening to update their reports. With no backup drafts ready, the situation was dire. Regardless of their confusion, the undeniable fact remained. The unparalleled powerhouse before them was indeed Li Ling's servant. The wheel of fortune had turned, and amidst the disparity of strength, the two finally comprehended Zhao Yun's earlier sentiments. Escape had become a fanciful notion. They had no choice but to confront reality, turning to behold the true visage of the once-rumored dreaded demon king of the Orc Empire. Li Ling appeared as a strikingly handsome youth. Perhaps 16 or 17 years of age, clad in a simple white robe devoid of any distinguishing features. At that moment, a subtle smile graced his lips, exuding an air of humility, entirely resembling an ordinary boy next door. Lacking the brilliance often seen among the youthful nobility, who could have imagined that such an unassuming lad could stir the vast Orc Empire into chaos, all for the sake of a beloved? Of course, this description disregards the presence of Li Ling's steed. That it was widely known that he had a red dragon companion that never left his side. Now, witnessing it firsthand, they could truly appreciate its overwhelming might. Despite the distance, they could already sense the immense fire elemental aura and a faint heat radiating from the dragon. Transcendent beings had transcended the limitations of life, becoming nearly impervious to temperature. Yet, they felt the heat once more, and if a transcendent master could evoke such sensations, one could only imagine the intensity among the wolf cavalry below. At some point, both battling factions became aware of Li Ling's arrival on the battlefield, halting their conflict in unison. The wolf cavalry, once proud as the Second Legion of the Orc Empire, found their arrogance stripped away under absolute strength, becoming as fragile as paper. The Dragonkin were long seen as symbols of power, and fighting beyond their rank was commonplace. The apex 9th level dragon before them emanated an aura that hinted it was not far from reaching the 10th level. In true combat, it could easily contend with a newly ascended 10th level master. Moreover, the red dragon was not Li Ling's alone. Surrounding Li Ling were 3 stunning maidens, one of whom was exceptionally enchanting, radiating beauty that could captivate even an enemy's heart, even in their current adversarial stance. Ford and Terry could not help but commend her, acknowledging her as a true marvel, with every glance and smile striking deeply into the soul. Should she reside within a human empire, she would surely have emperors forsaking their kingdoms for her beauty. Do you not feel any shame, being a paragon of strength, yet serving a feeble human? The astute Ford had pinpointed the sources of the earlier overwhelming presences. It was undeniably the red dragon beneath Li Ling, and the other force suppressing Terry was none other than the alluring beauty before them. Ah, little one, do not flatter your sister so. Master might just get upset, and I won't hold back. Eva giggled, responding to Ford's provocation. Today, Eva's transformation from being coerced into a contract with Li Ling to genuinely following him had undergone a remarkable shift. The reason was simple. Li Ling had merely taken her on a tour of the Ember Base. The existence of the Ember Base was undoubtedly Li Ling's greatest secret, a legacy of the 9th level civilization known as the Dream Dynasty, which contained the essence of advanced technology and even held the potential to become the universe's sole 10th level civilization seed. If this information were to leak, it would surely draw the so-called gods of Star Moon Continent to seize it. After all, the gods were merely advanced civilizations, at best of intermediate status within the universe, vastly inferior to the pinnacle of 9th or 10th level civilizations. Returning triumphantly from the Chino forest, Li Ling's first order of business was to amass troops, compared to the beasts of the Chino forest. The Orc Empire presented an even more formidable challenge, making troop mobilization imperative. While this seemed a mundane task for Li Ling, it left Eva utterly astonished. The creation of soldiers, as she observed capable warriors emerging from a base. She even noticed an egg radiating a powerful energy wave, instantly recalling the legends of gods creating life from thin air. She could hardly believe that Li Ling possessed such power, at the very least. He must be backed by a formidable deity, in a world where the strong prey upon the weak. Following such a promising human was indeed a stroke of fortune for a transcendent beast. From that moment forth, Eva's attitude toward Li Ling underwent a significant transformation. Li Ling, however, remained oblivious to Eva's change, believing it unnecessary to conceal the truth from her. Little did he know that this revelation would provide him with a genuinely loyal ally. This unexpected delight also brought forth crucial information regarding the soldiers from the Ember Base. When soldiers perished, they would return to the base closest to their place of death, and during the base's soldier production, priority would be given to resurrecting them, replete with their combat experience. Undoubtedly, the soldiers would grow stronger as time progressed. However, another advantage that went unnoticed by anyone was manifested in this battle. The newly emerged Fireblade Raiders promptly reported to Li Ling the intelligence that Zhao Yun was targeted by the elite Wolf Knights of the 2nd Legion of the Orc Empire. Known as the Whip of the War G.O.D.T. that moment, the 3,000 Fireblade Raiders were facing annihilation as they covered the retreat of the entire army. Upon receiving the news, Li Ling immediately commanded his men to split into 2 groups. All the heroes were to support Sima Yi, while Li Ling, accompanied by Eva, mounted on a red dragon, dashed towards the Ang province. Naturally, the red dragon was to accompany them, and under Eva's strong insistence, she set off with Li Ling, along with the remaining 2 formidable beings from the Three-Eyed Spirit Fox clan. In the realm of beasts, the clan leader represented everything. Superclass powerhouses were not revered like in other races, but simply obeyed the clan leader's orders. Notably, before departing, Eva summoned Carter, the leader of the already surrendered Great Strength Explosive Bear clan. Reluctantly, Carter volunteered to accompany the heroes in support of Sima Yi. With Eva's influence, Li Ling readily agreed, for no one would refuse an ally of considerable strength. The Ang province borders the Surs province, and the Rees province forms a triangle with the 2 thanks to the speed of the Red Dragon, which did not need to accommodate the pace of the Fireblade Wind Riders as in the previous encounter. Li Ling and his companions arrived at the Ong province in just one day and night. Utilizing the fire seed and Zhao Yun's sensing abilities, they soon reached the battlefield, just in time to save Zhao Yun from Terry's hands. As for the reasons behind Li Ling and his party's rescue mission, the moment Eva uttered her words, beads of sweat began to form on the brows of everyone present, including Li Ling. Although Ford and Terry were superclass powerhouses with preserved youthful appearances, they were nonetheless nearing old age among the orcs, looking every bit the part of middle-aged in stark contrast. Eva, by the standards of beasts, was a genuine young maiden, her alluring figure appearing to be barely in her early 20s. Yet she addressed the two as little ones with a tone that belied her age, sisters and brothers. I advise you to surrender quickly, or my master will truly become furious, Eva said playfully, completely oblivious to the strange atmosphere surrounding them. Who could have imagined that this seemingly youthful maiden was actually the leader of the three-eyed spirit fox clan? One of the 5 superclass beast families of the Chino forest? Humph, we may be slain, but we shall not be humiliated. Even if you are an unparalleled powerhouse for the honor of the Orc Empire, we shall fight to the bitter end. The Orc Empire, a belligerent race, held honor in the highest regard. T.O. Ford's ears. Eva's words were nothing short of an insult. As the leaders of the Second Legion of the Orc Empire, their dignity was at stake. T.O. surrender to the enemy would be an unparalleled disgrace for the Orc Empire, and it would undoubtedly diminish the standing of the Wolf Clan within the Orc Empire, making it impossible for them to hold their heads high again. Very well, then let me entertain you, Eva continued. Her tone bore no trace of malice. Just moments ago, she had been nestled beside Li Ling. But as she spoke, her last word echoed from behind Ford and Terry. Look out! As seasoned superclass powerhouses, despite their lack of hope in advancing to the 9th level due to inherent limitations, they were still far more formidable than Terry, who was still at the 8th intermediate level. Realizing the danger after hearing Eva's words, they swiftly dodged, warning Terry, who was still fixated on Eva's figure, to do the same. In an instant, 2 intersecting crimson claw marks coalesced behind them, hurtling towards their backs. Ford reacted quickly, narrowly evading the attack, while Terry, despite Ford's warning, was a moment too late, blood splattering as he suffered a grievous wound on his right arm. The claw marks, having missed their targets, claimed the lives of 2 wolf cavalrymen, leaving deep trenches in the ground. It was only then that Eva, who had been leaning against Li Ling, began to shimmer and slowly dissipate. Hiss! The 2 gasped in unison, immensely relieved. Such incredible speed had left afterimages in their wake. Had their opponent not been so careless as to speak while moving, they might have been dismembered by the previous strike. With the deep trenches on the ground appearing unfathomable even to their superclass vision, that if such an attack were to land on a person, it would surely result in instant dismemberment, before they could fully relish their escape. Eva's assault came swiftly, a flurry of claw shadows enveloping them, akin to a small boat amidst the raging tempest. In that instant, the 2 superclass powerhouses of the Orc Empire found themselves utterly suppressed by Eva. The situation fraught with peril. Although Eva had not displayed exceptional prowess during her battle with Li Ling and the others in the Chino forest, the circumstances were hardly her fault. The Fire Seed Base, as the legacy of a top-tier cosmic civilization, produced exceptional heroes, most of whom were outstanding within their level, with some even capable of fighting above their rank. Meanwhile, the three-eyed Spirit Fox clan specialized in magic and was not adept in melee combat, which placed them at a natural disadvantage against numerous heroes. Moreover, their strongest innate abilities were rendered ineffective before the Fire Dragon, leading to an inevitable defeat and surrender. Now, confronted with an 8th-level powerhouse of the Orc Empire, Eva finally showcased the might of a superclass powerhouse. Neither Ford nor Terry belonged to a race of remarkable talent, nor were they deeply rooted superclass powerhouses. Compared to the dreamlike dynasty, they were but a drop in the ocean, greatly exaggerating the power of the Orc Empire. Thus, at this moment, facing Eva, she did not even need to attempt to cast spells. Merely relying on the strength of a beast and the strange speed of the 3-eyed Spirit Fox was enough to keep them in peril. As night descended and the bright moon rose, Ford and Terry exchanged a glance, seeing the resolve in each other's eyes, and let out a howl towards the heavens. The pale moonlight surrounding them began to distort, Gradually being absorbed into their bodies like a swirling vortex, they absorbed more moonlight. A faint aura of blood emanated from them. The Wolf Clan's racial talent. Blood Moon Frenzy. This unique frenzy skill of the Wolf Clan was akin to the washing war song of the hyenas, a skill that only the elite warriors of the Wolf Clan could master, sacrificing their lifespan for immense power. Their strength surged rapidly, but their appearances aged quickly, their once black hair turning white and brittle, their faces etched with deep wrinkles. Eva observed the two with keen interest. With Li Ling and many other superclass powerhouses present, there was no need to fear a turn of tide. Zhao Yun, having retreated to the side to quietly consume potions since Li Ling's arrival, was nearly fully recovered. If the 5 superclass powerhouses could not handle even 2 frenzied wolf orcs, it would be unnecessary for Li Ling to challenge the Orc Empire at all. Apologies, but I can't write any further. I went out today and returned late, struggling to get some words down. For now, I shall provide just one update. IT pains me, but I must sleep. My sincerest apologies. The moonlight grew ever denser, forming a cocoon of silvery light that gradually obscured the figures of the two, leaving only their roars audible. Li Ling and the others watched with keen interest, showing no intention of intervening. The two's momentum continued to rise, eventually reaching its peak before ceasing to climb. Moments later, the brilliance dissipated, revealing the figures of Ford and Terry. Pinnacle of the 8th level. Initial stage of the 9th level. Both bore the same aged faces and white hair. After undergoing the Blood Moon Frenzy, their power had significantly increased, yet they no longer resembled the superclass powerhouses they once were. Appearing utterly spent, I thought it was some grand secret technique, but it merely turned you into such a ghastly sight. Eva remarked, her tone devoid of any alarm, instead mocking them with a light-hearted laugh. The combat prowess of beasts far surpassed that of other races, with most superclass beasts possessing robust physiques and innate magical affinity, far outstripping other races on the road. Thus, among their peers, most could not contend with the beast kin. After the Blood Moon Frenzy, Terry had reached the pinnacle of the 8th level, while Ford had stepped into the 9th level. However, this forceful enhancement left them unable to wield their newfound power flexibly. For Eva, an established 9th level powerhouse, they posed no threat whatsoever. At worst, if she delayed for an hour, both Ford and Terry would exhaust their lifespans and energy, meeting their demise. Upon hearing Eva's mockery, they said nothing, merely roaring as they fixed their gaze on her, their minds overtaken by the surging power, lost in a primal frenzy. In a flash of red light, they transformed into 2 streaks of crimson, wielding crescent blades aimed directly at Eva's vital points. Unperturbed by the onslaught from the 2 superclass Wolf Clan warriors, Eva calmly began to chant a mysterious incantation. Winds of the elements that wander the world, heed my call and rend my foes before me. Eva's incantation was somewhat unclear, but everyone present understood its meaning. An 8th level forbidden wind magic, Roar of the Wind, true to the reputation of the Three-Eyed Spirit Fox clan. Renowned for their magical prowess within the Chino Forest, an 8th level spell would require at least 10 minutes to gather sufficient magical energy for a human level 8th class mage without magical artifacts or assistance from lower level mages. In but a fleeting moment, Eva had completed the incantation of the entire magical spell, and the 8th tier magic erupted forth. Suddenly, a violent gale surged around them, rapidly coalescing in front of the 2 figures. The frenzied Ford and Terry, having lost their sanity, were utterly unprepared for the forbidden magic that had already been conjured. They crashed headlong into IT. In an instant, Eva unleashed her magic, and with the tempest rising, countless blades of wind gathered in the confined space, fiercely guarding the 2 formidable super-tier warriors of the Wolf Clan, relentlessly darting back and forth, cleaving through the air. Should a human mage have been present to witness the spectacle, their eyes would have widened in astonishment. Human mages, regarded as strategic weapons, often unleashed spells that indiscriminately targeted all life within their radius, making control nearly impossible. The 8th tier forbidden wind magic stood as a paragon among them. Once a super-tier mage wielded the Roar of the Wind, filling a 1,000-meter radius with azure blades of wind accompanied by blossoms of crimson blood. and when the magic dissipated, not a single one of the 20,000 heavy cavalry remained intact. Throughout the Star Moon continent, it had never been heard that magic could suppress the casting time. This was one of the reasons Eva, possessing only the initial stage of 9th tier power, could establish herself in the Kino Forest. Considering that the heads of other super-tier Beastman clans were at least at mid-9th tier, Eva's extraordinary magical prowess, alongside her connection to Karl, was also an undeniable factor. Caught within the roar of the wind, Terry and Ford roared in fury, yet their movements were hindered, as blades of wind relentlessly tore at their skin, leaving behind numerous scars. Roar! At that moment, a glimmer of resolve flashed in Terry's eyes. In the face of peril, he regained a modicum of clarity, unleashing a mighty roar as he summoned all his energy. A blood-red halo ascended from Terry, expanding outward. Wherever it passed, all wind blades were pushed aside. As the gale receded, Terry's strength waned, and his momentum diminished. 8th tier peak, 8th tier mid-stage, 8th tier initial stage, 7th tier peak, 6th tier mid-stage. Soon he was left with nothing, reduced to a hunched figure, an aged visage, mouth agape as if to utter something. Yet no words escaped before he collapsed to the ground. The 8th tier, super tier warrior of the Orc Empire, the vice commander of the War God's Whip, the prodigy of the Wolf Clan, Terry, had fallen. Unfazed by the fallen Terry behind him, Ford, his eyes glowing crimson, continued his assault on Eva, the crescent moon blade emanating a chilling glimmer, poised to slice through Eva's neck. Yet, Eva remained undeterred. Li Ling could scarcely warn her in time as the blade grazed her throat. Terry, now bereft of reason, displayed a moment of confusion. Sensing that something was amiss, a gust of wind swept through, and Eva's figure maintained a serene smile, slowly dissipating a mere afterimage. Reappearing behind Terry, Eva capitalized on her beast-like instincts as Ford, in a desperate bid, spun the knife back toward her. Although Ford had lost his sanity due to the blood moon frenzy, he retained the purest instinct for battle and, by sheer coincidence, caught sight of Eva's concealed form. The battlefield fell silent. The Fireblade Raiders and the Wolf Cavalry alike focused intently on the two super-tier warriors entangled in combat. Terry pressed forward relentlessly, offering Eva no chance to release her magic. However, as a beast herself, Eva unleashed a flurry of claw-like shadows, thoroughly suppressing Terry. As time passed, the effects of Terry's frenzy began to wane, his strength dwindled, and his movements grew sluggish, leading to his eventual demise at Eva's hands. Thus, the two super-tier commanders of the War God's Whip fell in their entirety. Puffed. With Ford's power finally waning, Eva seized the opportunity. A tempest of claw marks surged towards the gaping Ford as he beheld Eva's impending attack. He found himself powerless to evade or defend, spewing forth blood accompanied by fragments of internal organs, before reluctantly closing his eyes, silenced forever. Silence enveloped the battlefield. Ford and Terry had long been the pride of the War God's Whip. Among all the legions of the Orc Empire, only the Royal Guard and the War God's Whip boasted two super-tier warriors. Now, these two super-tier warriors, employing the unique forbidden technique of the Wolf Clan to overdraw their lives, have been slain one after another. The Wolf Cavalry, their faith shattered, stood frozen in place, resigned to their fate. After vanquishing Ford, Eva clapped her hands and returned to Li Ling's side, linking her arm with his, exuding an air of innocence that belied her recent display of overwhelming power. "Master, what shall we do with them?" Eva inquired, gesturing towards the Wolf Cavalry below, who stood listless, following the fierce battle. Their numbers had dwindled to less than 20,000. The remainder in a state of despair, having suffered such a tremendous blow. With the deaths of their two super-tier commanders and the near-total loss of their elite forces, the remaining troops were largely bereft of will, incapable of returning to the battlefield. The Orc Empire's second-largest legion, the War God's Whip, had been severely crippled, reduced to a mere shadow of its former self, and the time required for recovery was uncertain. After hearing Eva's words, Li Ling gazed down at the despondent Wolf Cavalry. His side boasted 5 super-tier warriors, while the Fireblade Raiders still numbered just over 10,000, realizing their inability to resist. The remaining Wolf Cavalry could only bow their heads in submission. Let it be. They have lost their courage and are haunted by shadows of fear. Allow them to depart, Li Ling remarked softly. The situation had become clear. Nearly half of the Orc Empire's territory was in turmoil, its national strength severely depleted, its finances on the brink of collapse, and countless refugees awaited aid. In contrast, having digested the spoils of the battle in the Kino forest. Li Ling's forces had surged dramatically, having consecutively slain several super-tier warriors of the Orc Empire. With 2 of the 3 major legions of the Orc Empire now diminished, it was evident that after this conflict, Li Ling would be more than relieved if the Orc Emperor Vane chose not to pursue further hostilities. Having spoken, he departed the battlefield with Eva and the others, leaving Zhao Yun to gather the remaining Fireblade Raiders. Gradually returning to Chang'an City, at this juncture, victory was assured, and there was no need to continue plundering the villages of the Orc Empire to prolong the conflict. Ultimately, the 20,000 wolf cavalry left behind, akin to a pardon, returned to the temporary encampment of the War God's Whip under the guidance of their senior officers, crestfallen. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun enjoyed an untroubled campaign in the Anger province, achieving great victories. While Sima Yi's circumstances began to take a turn for the worse, after absorbing the words of Les, Kes solidified his resolve, and the Royal Guard, undeterred by the various traps set by Sima Yi, increased their marching speed. Though Sima Yi was undoubtedly a genius, he found himself lacking usable troops. Despite employing all manner of traps, disturbances, and night raids, he could not alter Kes's steadfast determination. Under Kes's leadership, the Royal Guard quickly adapted to the various disruptions and steadily advanced towards Chang'an City. After Li Ling's forces captured the Karai province of the Orc Empire, he entrusted all matters to Sima Yi. For the sake of governance, Sima Yi stripped many of the Orc nobility of their status. Witnessing the pride of the Orc Empire, the Royal Guard, come to subdue the foreign invaders, the deposed Orc nobles rallied in the city. The Fireblade infantry and hunters left behind by Sima Yi faced relentless assault from the Orc militias organized by the nobles. Caught between 2 fronts that in the ensuing chaos, Kes captured several cities within days. Moreover, with the absence of super-tier warriors from Li Ling's side, the Orc Empire's super-tier warriors began to take action, ultimately confirming the absence of super-tier warriors under Sima Yi's command, emboldening their assaults. Super-tier warriors have always been regarded as strategic weapons on the Star Moon continent, capable of taking on thousands alone. Even if tens of thousands of troops were dispatched to encircle them, without a super-tier warrior to counter, they could come and go as they pleased. There had been instances on the continent where a single super-tier warrior had single-handedly annihilated an army of 100,000. The ambush units dispatched by Sima Yi often found themselves unable to approach the Royal Guard before being thrown into disarray by the blade of the Orc Empire's many super-tier warriors. Losing most of their striking power, in a matter of moments, the pent-up anger of the Royal Guard soldiers was unleashed, effortlessly cutting down their foes without hindering their advance. It was a classic case of being caught in a passive position. All of Kes's previous dilemmas were now thrust upon Sima Yi. Truly, the tides of fortune had turned in the Nile Gorge of the Karai province. Kes, buoyed by recent victories with the support of the city's nobles, marched through the gorge with great satisfaction. Although the initial stages of the campaign had been fraught with difficulty, thanks to Les's guidance, he had made remarkable progress, having already captured half of the Karai province. He believed that the annihilation of the foreign forces was now within reach. The merits of this campaign would surely erase any animosity the Beast Emperor held towards the Cambry family. Upon returning to the imperial capital, those nobles who had previously disrespected the Cambry family would undoubtedly come to offer their apologies. As for the prior disdain from Crown Prince Kli, it was of little consequence. Now, several prodigies from the collateral branches of the Rhine royal family existed, and Kli's ascension to the throne depended on the support of the Cambry family. Given the passage of time, there was no reason to fear the resolution of minor grievances. Kes even contemplated selecting a suitable woman from the Cambry family to adopt as his own, intending to marry her to Kli. Although, following the previous incident with Chiron, she could not become his official wife. However, with the support of the Cambry family behind them, the birth of another young prince is inevitable, and the queen's position will eventually be secured. Perhaps the Beast Emperor will even inherit a portion of the Cambry bloodline in the future. Here is the first update, and there will be another one tonight. Thank you Very well. Ensure that your men closely monitor the movements on both sides, and when you return, I shall commend you for your diligence." Upon hearing the respectful words of the aerial cavalry chief, Kess responded with satisfaction, "I shall obey your command." The aerial cavalry chief beamed with joy at Kess's assurance, whistling to summon his steed and circling the troop, diligently observing the surrounding movements. Forward! Kess glanced back at the royal guard, who were awaiting orders. Upon receiving Kess's command, the Page warrior led the charge into the gorge. After several battles, the Page warriors within the royal guard had suffered significant losses. These were merely reinforcements acquired from various cities, totaling only 50,000 that ill-equipped and averaging merely third-tier strength. They paled in comparison to the initial 150,000 Page warriors, truly mere cannon fodder. Following the 50,000 Page warriors as cannon fodder, the remaining units gradually entered the Nile Gorge, a multitude of hundreds of thousands, stretching for miles, rendering the gorge densely packed. Midway through, the Page warriors in the front suddenly halted, causing chaos in the formation behind. Kess and other super-tier strongmen immediately ascended into the air, reaching the front of the troop that a massive pit, 5 meters wide and over 10 meters deep, lay across the path. Filled with glimmering spears, by now, dozens of Page warriors had either failed to evade or had been pushed into the pit, meeting their demise as arrows pierced their hearts, falling silent. Opposite the deep pit stood a young human, around 20, holding a feather fan and wearing an elegant smile, gazing at Kess and the other super-tier strongmen. "Might I inquire who you are, sir?" Kess asked, furrowing his brow, refusing to underestimate the youth simply due to his age. At a certain level of power, regaining youth is merely a thought. Although the individual appeared frail and emitted no energy aura, he instilled a profound sense of threat in Kess, having traversed the continent for decades. Kess trusted his instincts, which had saved his life on numerous occasions. "I am Sima. Today I have come to introduce several generals under my lord for your acquaintance." Sima, he spoke with a smile, his voice echoing for miles, sounding as if it were merely a conversation among friends. However, the tens of thousands of royal guards present felt a chill run down their spines upon hearing his words. By this point, Sima Yi's name had spread throughout the Beast Empire alongside Li Ling. He was the foremost strategist under Li Ling, renowned for incinerating one of the 3 great legions of the Beast Empire. The arm of the war it was said that prior to the wildfires sweeping the prairie, Sima Yi had engaged in friendly exchanges with Prince Howard, and Kess, upon hearing similar words now, felt an ominous jolt in his heart, an intense premonition of danger. Not only Kess, but the royal guards behind him were equally stirred with unrest, had they not already ventured deep into the gorge. The hundreds of thousands would have fled without hesitation, potentially causing a chaotic retreat. It was not that the royal guards lacked courage, but rather that Li Ling's ferocity was overwhelming. Kess shot a glare at the airborne leader of the Malarili Eagle, causing the noble leader to shudder. Fortunately, Kess understood this was not the moment for accountability, and he turned his attention back to Sima. After Sima Yi finished speaking, he tossed an unknown object, which landed and formed a luminous archway. The portal, a product of a 4th-tier civilization, absorbed energy from the surrounding space, enabling planetary transportation. This was the portal obtained by Li Ling in a prior lottery, consisting of 2 parts, one in Sima Yi's possession and the other with Li Ling, intended for mutual support. However, due to Li Ling's unexpectedly smooth campaign in the Kino Forest, Sima Yi's assistance was not needed. And upon returning to base, in haste to rescue Zhao Yun, he had entrusted the portal to Lu Bu. While Sima Yi was in a precarious situation, Lu Bu and others carrying the portal arrived in Chang'an City. The heroes conspired to set a trap for Kess, leading to the earlier scene. Just as tens of thousands of gazes were fixed upon the archway, a ripple occurred, and a purple figure emerged from the portal, exuding an imposing aura in hand. A Feng Tianhua halberd was struck heavily to the ground, reverberating throughout the vicinity. It seemed to strike the hearts of the royal guards, causing them to shudder, even affecting the super-tier strongmen, whose eyelids involuntarily twitched, adorned with a trident crown of purple gold, clad in a magnificent red robe embroidered with floral patterns, draped in a beast-faced chainmail, cinched with a finely crafted lion belt, and boasting 8 banners at his back. The figure was none other than Lu Bu, the top custom hero under Li Ling. Following closely, the portal continued to fluctuate as heroes emerged one after another, each radiating an intimidating presence. With each new arrival, the eyelids of the super-tier strongmen from the Beast Empire twitched in response. Finally, the portal suddenly widened, and a mighty bear King Carter emerged, brandishing a colossal wolf-toothed club. Here is the second update. I seek flowers as Lu Bu and others stepped through the portal. Kess and the others grew increasingly grim-faced. They were all seasoned super-tier strongmen, none of whom were fools. The arriving figures matched their strength, with the first two faintly exuding the aura of 10th-tier warriors. Upon their appearance, a chill swept over them, and an acute sense of danger surged within. Hiss! The final emergence of Carter in his beastly form caused a significant stir. The mighty bear, one of the 5 super-tier beast clans in the Kino Forest, and this one seemed to possess at least 9th-tier strength. Reflecting on this, Kess and his companions felt a cold sweat trickle down their backs. Glancing about anxiously, fearing that a horde of beasts might suddenly appear and devour them whole. While the common folk of the Star Moon continent might be oblivious to the situation in the Kino Forest, the super-tier strongmen of the Beast Empire were well aware of the renowned experts among the major forces. Among them were the 5 super-tier beast clans in the Kino Forest. A 9th-tier mighty bear could only be the clan leader. Carter's strength. The presence of such a formidable being, the leader of a super-tier beast clan, here implied that the attitudes of the other 4 clans in the Kino Forest were worth pondering. To say nothing of the fact that the 3-eyed Spirit Fox clan had always been closely aligned with the Mighty Bear clan, sharing life and death together. Unaware of Carter's esteemed arrival, Klee had previously arranged with Kuan-Er, the leader of the Wing Tiger clan in the Kino Forest, to attack Li Ling now. Seeing Carter on the battlefield, standing on Li Ling's side, he felt a sense of foreboding and hastily stepped forward to speak. "Who are you? Do we know each other?" Carter replied without a hint of courtesy. Among beasts, strength reigned supreme. As a 9th-tier powerhouse, Carter regarded anyone below 8th tier with indifference, and Klee, with only 5th-tier strength, attracted little of Carter's attention. "I am the Crown Prince of the Beast Empire. Previously, I visited the Kino Forest to ally with the esteemed Kuan-Er of the Wing Tiger clan. Did I wonder if he has come along on this occasion?" Klee dismissed Carter's tone, accustomed as he was to the temperament of beasts. Had it not been for Robert's protection during his last visit to the Kino Forest, he might not have emerged unscathed. Thus, despite Carter's undisguised disdain, Klee still replied with a hint of respect. "You seek that dead ghost Kuan-Er? I shall send you to find him shortly." Carter's irritation was palpable. He had been living comfortably in the Kino Forest, only to be incited by Kuan-Er to oppose Li Ling now. Facing defeat, he had lost his freedom. "Might I inquire about your intent, esteemed Carter?" Klee felt an ominous premonition rising within him. Yet he pressed on. "Haven't you guessed yet, little brat from Rhine? Why bother asking? It's quite bothersome." Carter replied impatiently. "He, Kuan-Er of the Winged Tiger, who intended to attack my lord, has been dealt with on the spot. If the Crown Prince is so reluctant to part with Kuan-Er, I shall send you both to reunite shortly. This moment." Sima interjected with a hint of jest in his tone, though it sent shivers down the spines of the Beast Empire's faction. The Winged Tiger's Kuan-Er, once a divine beast, led his clan to invade the human realm. Though many human experts surrounded him, the heavily damaged humans never managed to capture Kuan-Er, who had dominated the continent for centuries. Even Carter was but a junior in his presence, let alone the super-tier strongmen of the Beast Empire. Before anyone could recover from their shock, the portal again transformed before their eyes, expanding from 5 to 6 meters. It suddenly widened to 20 meters, enveloping the entire passage of the Neel Gorge. "Kill! Kill!" The sounds of battle cries echoed from within as countless green-skinned fireblade infantry surged forth. Elbu's imposing presence suddenly surged forth as he wielded his Fong Tianhua halberd, sending 2-meter-long energy blades hurtling towards the flanking mountain walls. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The cliffs collapsed, sending dust soaring into the air. "This is bad. He intends to fill the pit," Kais exclaimed, immediately perceiving Elbu's intentions, showcasing his prowess as a renowned orc general. Yet, it was too late. The dust settled, The trap between the two sides had been entirely filled by the fallen debris, and the Fireblade infantry charged forth, unimpeded, into the orc army with fervent battle cries. "Stand guard! Face the enemy!" Kai shouted urgently, his voice reverberating throughout the near gorge under the influence of his battle aura. Kais did not rally the front line of the Royal Guards, comprised of makeshift troops. These hastily assembled soldiers only possessed levels 2 or 3 in strength, originally intended to scout ahead and trigger traps. Lacking rigorous training, the picked soldiers faltered in the face of the Fireblade's charge. Succumbing to chaos, they floundered like headless flies, some attempting to confront the enemy, while others sought retreat, devoid of unified command. Perhaps their own officers were equally at a loss. From above, the chaos among the ranks of the Royal Guards stretched for miles, with countless picked soldiers trampled to death by their comrades. Fortunately, the seasoned Bull Clan golden-ringed warriors behind the picked soldiers showed no mercy to those retreating and disrupting their formation. The bloodshed momentarily roused the disoriented pick warriors, and the recovering officers hastily organized a defense to prevent their ranks from being breached. However, the narrow gorge was inherently disadvantageous for large formations, and the elite Rhine Lion Knights and Tiger Fury Knights of the Royal Guards could do little but watch in frustration from the rear. After the initial disarray, the pick warriors barely formed a loose formation, charging towards the oncoming Fireblade infantry. Crush them, completely obliterate them. With the base upgraded, even the ordinary Fireblade infantry now possessed level 5 strength. Though they were only newly ascended to level 5, the average strength of the picked soldiers was merely level 3, rendering them utterly outmatched by the Fireblade troops. Merely considering their heights, the picked soldiers stood at a mere 1.5 meters, wielding worn weaponry that could scarcely leave more than superficial scratches on the Fireblade infantry, most unable to even make contact. Conversely, the Fireblade infantry towered at 1.8 meters, their massive axes cleaving through the pick formation without pause. Advancing towards the Bull Minotaurs, this chapter was penned on a mobile device, and while the effort is earnest, today only a single chapter will suffice. I am utterly fatigued. 1 strike through, 2 strikes penetrate, 3 strikes annihilate. The Fireblade infantry, wielding colossal axes, displayed overwhelming dominance against the picked soldiers in a single charge. 50,000 picked soldiers were unceremoniously crushed, blood flowing like a river, with a fierce enemy before them and merciless comrades behind. Flanked by towering cliffs, the 50,000 picked soldiers found no escape, ultimately meeting their demise at the hands of the Fireblade infantry, their shattered remains strewn across the gorge. The Fireblade infantry, undeterred, trampled over the carnage, charging forth towards the Bull Clan golden-ringed warriors. Even the battle-hardened Bull warriors, witnessing the relentless, death-defying foes before them, could not help but turn pale with apprehension. A moment of panic ensued. However, the sacrifice of the picked soldiers was not in vain. Just before contact, a radiant halo descended from above. Frenzied battle song, frenzied battle song. A chorus of frenzied battle songs enveloped the Bull Clan golden-ringed warriors, igniting their eyes with a fervent crimson glow, transforming their demeanor into one of unquenchable desire, their hooves scratching the ground in anticipation. While the gorge impeded the movements of the armies, it simultaneously facilitated the orc priests. Gathered together, the 150,000 golden-ringed warriors were imbued with the effects of the battle songs in mere moments. The frenzied battle song would enhance the orc soldiers in various aspects. Yet the side effects were significant. Those empowered would become bloodthirsty, oblivious to pain, ultimately succumbing to physical and mental fatigue. During the ancient wars among the myriad races, the frenzied battle song was once used as a last resort to drag the enemy down in mutual destruction. When an orc army was bolstered by the priest's frenzied battle songs, victory or defeat became inconsequential. The foremost consideration for their adversaries would be how to retreat from the battlefield, as both sides would suffer tremendous losses, often resulting in mutual annihilation. It was not until the later invention of the awakening battle song by an enterprising priest that the frenzied battle song became one of the Orc Empire's trump cards. Orcs empowered by the frenzied battle song could then be further enhanced by the awakening battle song, allowing them to retain their composure while under the influence of frenzy. However, the awakening battle song also bore its own disadvantages. Bloodthirsty orcs would fight to the last breath, even against formidable foes, while the awakened orcs, gripped by fear, could falter and retreat when faced with overwhelming losses, amidst the charge of the Fireblade infantry. The orc priest's rendition of the frenzied battle song came to an abrupt halt, not due to the limitations of the esteemed Royal Guard's priestly order, but rather out of sheer necessity. As the two forces clashed in the gorge, one side, having successfully launched a surprise attack, surged forth with unstoppable momentum, while the other, caught off guard, struggled to maintain cohesion. The Bull Clan golden-ringed warriors were destined for defeat. Rather than merely enhancing the enemy's achievements, it would be more pragmatic to sacrifice the Bull Clan golden-ringed warriors, leveraging the effects of the frenzied battle song to amplify their gains, before the Royal Guard's elite forces surged forward to eliminate the enemy. Reluctantly, Kais covertly commanded the priests at the rear of the ranks, and, as the frenzied battle song resonated, the fate of the 150,000 Bull golden-ringed warriors was sealed as mere fodder. As the frenzied battle song fell upon them, a heavy drumbeat reverberated from the Orc Empire's rear. The rhythm carried an enchanting power, drowning out the cacophony of battle cries from both sides. Infused with the scent of blood, the Orc warriors' spirits soared as they shattered the oppressive charge of the Fireblade infantry. For the honor of the Orc Empire, for the Royal Guard's legendary undefeated myth spanning millennia, charge! At this moment, the commander of the Bull golden-ringed warriors, a level 7 warrior, cried out with all his might. The enhancement from the frenzied battle song was minimal for one of such strength, and the emotional effects of the frenzy were equally negligible. The commander, waiting in vain for the awakening battle song, understood his mission. Honor supersedes our lives. Even knowing the inevitable demise that awaited, he bellowed the order to charge. Roar! In response, countless voices erupted in a furious roar. The frenzied, bull, golden-ringed warriors now fixated solely on the encroaching enemy. With a resounding roar, under the command of their leader, a golden torrent surged forth, launching a countercharge against the advancing Fireblade infantry. Boom! Boom! The battlefield echoed with the sounds of clashing steel, and as the two sides collided, blood erupted instantaneously. The near gorge transformed into a veritable meat grinder. With soldiers falling in every moment, one side was a born instrument of slaughter, fearless in the face of death, while the other, fueled by the frenzied battle song, found only exhilaration in bloodshed, their vision clouded by rage. Kill! With a resounding roar, the Bull Clan leader relinquished his will, succumbing to the frenzy unique to the Orc Empire's elite warriors, augmented by the effects of the frenzied battle song. Double frenzy. The utterly irrational Bull Clan golden-ringed warrior leader charged into the ranks of the Fireblade infantry amidst a whirlwind of carnage. Approaching the threshold of level 8, how could the average level 5 Fireblade infantry withstand such onslaught? The golden-ringed leader's axe whirled through the air, each swing sending at least one Fireblade infantryman reeling in a spray of blood, having transformed into a true harbinger of death. Yet, human strength is finite. Faced with the unrelenting tide of Fireblade infantry pouring forth from the portal, the Bull Clan leader, teetering on the brink of transcending to super-tier strength, felt the effects of frenzy beginning to wane. Though he could still cleave through his foes, his movements grew increasingly sluggish with each strike. Eventually, after felling yet another Fireblade infantryman, he could lift his battle axe no more. The near gorge reverberated with the cacophony of battle cries, and bolstered by the frenzied battle song, the Bull Clan golden-ringed warriors had become bloodthirsty, utterly oblivious to exhaustion or fear. The numerous super-tier warriors of the Orc Empire hovered above, facing off against the myriad heroes under Li Ling's command, watching as the Bull Clan leader fought to exhaustion without any attempt at rescue. Despite the double frenzy and the resolve to face inevitable death inching him closer to the threshold of level 8. After a period of recuperation, breaking through to level 8 would merely be a matter of time. In the past, Kais would have rejoiced at such prospects on the Starmoon continent. Super-tier warriors are exceedingly rare. Even among the Orc Empire, which has endured since the ancient wars, the number of super-tier warriors barely reaches 20. Each addition to their ranks is a cause for celebration. However, it is often the case that a decade may pass without the emergence of a transcendent powerhouse. Although the distinction between the 7th and 8th levels is merely one rank, crossing that threshold often results in a disparity of treatment that is nothing short of astronomical. 7th level powerhouses may be prevalent throughout the Orc Empire, numbering in the hundreds, allowing the Beast Emperor to issue decrees with relative ease. In stark contrast, each 8th level powerhouse stands as a pillar of the Orc Empire, necessitating the Emperor to extend proper courtesies and formal invitations should he wish to command their actions. As the war has progressed, Li Ling has already revealed his fangs. The outcome is no longer in doubt. The current struggle is merely a means for him to extract a piece of flesh from the Orc Empire, facilitating his future consumption of it is evident that Kai's and his companions, upon observing the multitude of transcendent powerhouses under Li Ling's command, have come to this realization. Since a number of transcendent powerhouses fell in the imperial capital, the 10 remaining in the military have nearly become the last of their kind. Should any unforeseen events arise, it would not simply be a matter of victory or defeat, but rather a looming threat of annihilation for their race. Thus, amidst the standoff, none of Kai's group made any effort to rescue the Bull Clan's Golden Ring warrior commander, a potential future transcendent powerhouse of the Orc Empire, fearing that a small loss might lead to a greater calamity. As the high-ranking officials confronted each other in the skies, the battle below raged fiercely. The sacrifice of the Bull Clan's Golden Ring warriors incited an inexplicable fury among the remaining warriors, unleashing their primal instincts. Despite their lack of understanding regarding the cause of their sorrow, it inexplicably amplified the combat prowess of the Golden Ring warriors. The casualties among the Fire Blade infantry surged dramatically. Yet they continued to pour forth from the portal in unrelenting waves. Were there a satellite in the Starmoon continent at this moment, it would witness a continuous stream of Fire Blade infantry traversing the portal to the battlefield between the Kino Forest and Chang'an City. The population cap has become the greatest obstacle to Li Ling's development. The fallen Fire Blade infantry can be resurrected almost instantaneously at the base, and their low cost renders them the most effective troops for depleting enemy forces, establishing a virtuous cycle. Although Kai's was unaware that Li Ling's side had suffered minimal losses in this battle, the incessant emergence of Fire Blade infantry from the portal led him to sense an impending disaster. As the battle has progressed, the Bull Clan's Golden Ring warriors have already lost 1/3 of their number. In contrast, the losses among the Fire Blade infantry are surely even greater. Yet, throughout the battlefield, the green tide shows no signs of diminishing. Instead, it appears to be on the rise. The unknown is always the most terrifying, and for a moment, Kai's found himself at a loss regarding the limits of the human youth. Esteemed colleagues, the situation is dire. If this continues, our defeat is inevitable. We must destroy that light barrier. Though he cannot discern Sima Yi's limits, Kai's recognizes that if things progress as they are, the Royal Guard will suffer grievously, and whether they can all escape from this narrow canyon remains uncertain. At this moment, Kai's is oblivious to the fact that in the Ang province, the whip of the War God Legion has already been severely diminished, with both army commanders and 50,000 elite wolf riders lost. Otherwise, he might have directly ordered a breakout. For the honor of the Orc Empire, my comrades, charge with me. Yet, in this world there are no ifs. Kai's made what would be deemed both his most prudent and most foolish decision, a choice that ultimately led to the downfall of the Orc Empire, which had stood unyielding for thousands of years, and resulted in the annihilation of the last elite of the Orc Empire, the Royal Guard. Any individual with even a modicum of military knowledge could discern that the Orc Empire's forces were at a disadvantage, especially among the many transcendent powerhouses present. Upon hearing Kai's words, the 10 transcendent powerhouses of the Orc Empire surged forth, charging towards the multitude of heroes under Li Ling's command. Thus commenced a grand battle among the transcendent powerhouses. What a thrill! Witnessing the Orc Empire's transcendent powerhouses charging in. The most exhilarated among Li Ling's ranks was undoubtedly Jian Wei, who, with his divine annihilation spear in hand, clashed with resounding echoes since the onset of battle. Jian Wei could no longer contain his eagerness for a fierce and satisfying fight. Yet reality dealt a harsh blow to Jian Wei. Perhaps it was due to his excessively ostentatious demeanor. Or perhaps it was simply because he appeared intimidating. Kai's, leading the charge, transformed into a streak of light, launching an attack with his dual greatswords aimed directly at Dianwei. What had begun as excitement swiftly turned to frustration for Dianwei. In terms of strength, Dianwei, when fully unleashed, could rival a newly ascended 10th-level divine powerhouse. Even in a stable state, he possessed the prowess of a 9th-level warrior, easily surpassing Kai's, who only held an 8th-level rank. However, after engaging in combat, the situation unfolded unexpectedly. Kai's, despite being merely an 8th-level powerhouse, wielded his greatswords with an air of authority, forcing Dianwei into a defensive retreat, leaving him with little more than the ability to parry. The reason for this one-sided dynamic did not stem from a sudden surge in Kai's strength, but rather the underlying connection to his status. Though the heroes summoned from the base displayed no fear of death and prioritized Li Ling's interests above all, they were not devoid of worldly wisdom. 3 months was ample time for the status of Mistress Kaelin to become deeply ingrained in their minds. Now that the situation had tilted, should Dianwei slay Kai's on the battlefield? Li Ling may not voice any objection, but Kaelin would undoubtedly remember the implications of such an act. Thus, in the absence of any infringement upon Li Ling's interests, Dianwei harbored no desire for future hardships. Consequently, the battlefield bore witness to the peculiar sight of an 8th-level powerhouse wielding dual greatswords pursuing a 9th-level powerhouse. As the second update arrives, I implore you for flowers and subscriptions in the near canyon. As Fireblade infantry continued to emerge from the portal, the soldiers on Li Ling's side not only held steady, but increased in number, with the Bull Clan's Golden Ring warriors having already lost over a third of their ranks. Kai's and the other transcendent powerhouses of the Orc Empire could no longer restrain themselves and prepared to engage, leading to an impending clash among the transcendent powerhouses. What was initially anticipated to be a grand and exhilarating battle soon turned into a cruel reality for Dianwei, as he found himself retreating helplessly before the increasingly formidable Kai's, who wielded his dual great swords with growing fervor. Equally disheartened was Elbu, perhaps due to his grand entrance drawing the attention of Reese, who immediately fixated on Elbu, radiating an aura of strength. As one of the 2 transcendent powerhouses of the Orc Expeditionary Army, Reese was also the strongest member of the Cambry family from the 2nd-largest race in the Orc Empire. The Tiger Clan, fully aware that he was no match for Elbu, yet he still charged forth boldly. Unexpectedly, the outcome defied Reese's expectations. Was his opponent merely a fade? For the first time, Reese began to doubt his instincts regarding transcendent powerhouses. The man before him, who had previously radiated an overwhelming sense of danger, crumbled under his assault, retreating step by step. Unbeknownst to Reese, Elbu's complexion was turning pale. Even Dianwei, with his brutish demeanor, understood that Kai's had a backing and thus could not strike with full force. How could Elbu, possessing superior abilities in every aspect, remain ignorant? Having been summoned by Li Ling for some time, Elbu had grown familiar with most races along the main road. The middle-aged orc warrior before him bore the faint trace of the king character etched upon his forehead, unmistakably a member of the Tiger Clan. The adage wealth in knowledge, strength in arms holds true universally. The emergence of any transcendent powerhouse invariably demands an immense expenditure of resources, and only the Cambry family could provide such resources within the Tiger Clan. Heaven knows whether this individual is a relative of Kaelin, perhaps an uncle or grandfather. If their relationship is close, the future could be. With this thought, Elbu's expression darkened further as he found himself unceremoniously suppressed by Reese, whose strength fell far short of his own, leading Reese to nearly question the reliability of his innate instincts as a transcendent powerhouse. In contrast to Reese and Kai's, the remaining combatants on the battlefield were far less fortunate. The Sword Saint Grom wielded his single-edged sword, swiftly encircling the remaining 2 transcendent powerhouses of the Tiger Clan. As a legendary hero, Grom's status far surpassed that of the customized heroes, with the most direct manifestation being his autonomy in cultivation. Although theoretically, customized heroes could also reach the pinnacle of 30 levels through energy absorption, the energy required would be beyond what could be described as vast. Facing 2 opponents alone, Grom's single-edged sword moved with such speed that it became nearly invisible. leaving the two Tiger clan transcendent powerhouses with only the ability to defend themselves, unable to counterattack. The second ninth-level powerhouse of the Orc Expeditionary Army, Joseph of the Wolf Clan, found himself intercepted by Woken. Despite both being ninth-level powerhouses, Woken's methods were enigmatic and unpredictable, his sorcery executed with finesse, compounded by the multitude of venomous serpent guardians behind him unleashing waves of energy. The Wolf Clan, unlike the larger clans such as Rhine or Tiger, lacked the necessary resources and trump cards. Even as Joseph's fighting spirit surged and he roared defiantly, he found himself unable to contend with Woken, who left him in disarray. Deng Ai and Su Huang jointly intercepted the two transcendent commanders of the Royal Guard. The Henry Hunter brothers of the Rhine clan, as well as the beastmen Robert and Tyson, transcendent powerhouses of the Orc Empire. Although neither Deng Ai nor Su Huang were renowned for their martial prowess, they nonetheless hailed from the Spark base, and against four ordinary 8th-level powerhouses, they fought with vigor and flair, their spears and axes weaving a tapestry of battle. Although not in a position of advantage, he was not at a disadvantage either, momentarily finding himself in a stalemate. Among the aforementioned individuals, the most miserable was undoubtedly Tim, a super-tier expert of the Orphin tribe, who was reputed to be the mightiest warrior of the Orc Empire. Perhaps it was the mutual attraction of their fierce auras that led to the tragedy. At the onset of the battle, Carter set his sights on Tim, whose well-developed pectorals matched his own. Thus, the unfortunate event unfolded. Despite Tim's claim to fame as the foremost strongman of the Orc Empire, it was only in terms of strength, his formidable might, while providing a substantial boost to his prowess, still rendered him inferior compared to the level 9 powerhouses of the Orc Empire, especially against the mighty Dire Bear, the level 9 patriarch of the Dire Bear clan, Carter. Tim wielded a massive sword, stretching 1.5 meters in length, its weight and force creating a gust as he swung it. However, upon the first clash with Carter's spike club, he nearly lost control, staggering back several meters. By the end of the first exchange, Tim found his palms torn, and his finely honed blade slightly dulled upon contact with Carter's weapon. The so-called mightiest warrior of the Orc Empire now appeared more like a cruel jest. "Ha ha! Come again." In contrast, Carter, witnessing Tim withstand his strike, excitedly swung his spike club and charged once more as a level 9 magical beast. Carter was inherently combative, yet in the Kino Forest, the only opponents he could engage with fervor were the leaders of other major beast clans. As a clan leader, how could he easily engage in battle? Thus, years often passed without him having the opportunity to strike. Even when the major super-tier beast clans clashed, none could match him in a contest of strength. Although Tim's strength proved somewhat lacking against Carter, his ability to withstand Carter's blow greatly thrilled the latter. Each powerful strike from Carter's spike club left him on the verge of vomiting blood. Yet he summoned the strength to endure the relentless assaults as the foremost expert of the Orphin tribe. Tim had roamed the continent for decades, yet it was his first experience of being so thoroughly suppressed in strength, leaving him feeling stifled. Unbeknownst to him, his eyes turned bloodshot as his aura surged, entering a state of self-enhancement. With his newfound strength, Tim could barely hold his ground against Carter, staving off immediate defeat. Boom, boom, boom! Within the Nile Gorge, the battle below had escalated to a fever pitch, with both sides blinded by bloodlust, the cries for battle echoing through the air. Above the throng of soldiers, 17 super-tier powerhouses engaged in fierce combat. The number of super-tier experts on the Starmoon continent was exceedingly rare, never exceeding 100 yet here in the modest Nile Gorge. 17 converged, representing nearly 1/5 of the elite combat power on the main road. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly exclaim in exhilaration, feeling their journey was worthwhile. It was worth noting that even during the initial invasion of the Winged Tiger clan into human territories, nations had only gathered a dozen super-tier experts to engage them. Since that war, no battle of such scale among super-tier experts had occurred. The clash shattered the space, reverberating through the surroundings, while the high-end forces above clashed fervently. The battle below underwent a new transformation. The Bull Tribe's Golden Ring warriors, bolstered by the battle song of Frenzy, had suffered heavy casualties after prolonged slaughter, with the remaining few gradually losing the effects of the battle song. Once stripped of the frenzy's enhancement, the side effects emerged, leaving the surviving bull warriors exhausted, incapable of even grasping their weapons. Regaining their senses, the Golden Ring warriors realized their leader had long since perished, and most of their comrades lay lifeless on the ground, cold as corpses. The Royal Guard soldiers, possessing a modicum of situational awareness, recognized the absence of a calming battle song, leading the Golden Ring warriors to understand that they had become expendable pawns in this war. Surveying the battlefield, the sacrifices of their comrades yielded no results. Instead, the opposing alien soldiers continued to multiply, as distant portals incessantly transported more Fireblade infantry, the numbers seemingly limitless, the abandoned Golden Ring warriors. Only a few brave souls chose to charge at the enemy in a suicidal assault. However, the majority, caught in a state of panic, were annihilated by the Fireblade infantry. Buzz, 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 just as the Bull Tribe's Golden Ring warriors were about to be entirely wiped out. Countless radiant battle song halos descended from the heavens, though their targets were certainly not the soon-to-be extinct Golden Ring warriors. Blessing battle song, frenzy battle song, calm battle song, stone skin battle song, agility battle song. The performance of the Royal Guard's priesthood at this moment was undoubtedly commendable. Various battle songs were deployed at the most opportune positions and times, appearing orderly without overlap, maximizing the power of the songs while conserving the priest's energy expenditure. Showcasing the prowess of their elite priestly order, layer upon layer of battle song halos enveloped the 10,000 most elite warriors of the Royal Guard, the Rhine Tribe's frenzied lion warriors and the Tiger Tribe's furious tiger warriors. Indeed, it was more apt to refer to them as a warrior cohort than a legion. This army of high-tier warriors formed the core of the Royal Guard, the very foundation that had allowed the orcs to stand resilient on the main road for millennia. Each warrior possessed mastery over their respective races' martial techniques, such as Thunderous Cleave and Thunderblade technique. While a few individuals appearing on the battlefield might not seem terrifying, an army of 10,000 such skilled warriors forming a battle array would undoubtedly be a nightmare for any adversary. Stepping upon the various battle song halos, the most elite legion of orcs revealed their razor-sharp fangs once again. The situation underwent a complete transformation, as the Fireblade infantry, who had previously routed the Pig warriors and decimated the Golden Ring warriors, now appeared as fragile as paper before the furious tiger and frenzied lion warriors. In just one encounter, an entire row of Fireblade infantry fell. The confined space did not hinder the legion's performance. The orc warriors coordinated their movements with precision, retreating to switch out when exhausted, while those in the rear often struck from unexpected angles, causing countless Fireblade infantry to perish in bewilderment. Slaughter, effective slaughter. The casualties among the Fireblade infantry continued to rise, their relentless charges failing to impede the advance of the orc warriors, and the front line of battle steadily pressed toward the portal. Just then, the portal exhibited a sudden change, the blue light curtain expanding upward once more. While its width remained unchanged, its height steadily increased, and faint sounds could be heard emanating from within. Not good. Get back! Suddenly, a Rhine-frenzied lion warrior officer shouted loudly. But it was too late. Tens of thousands of long spears shot through the portal toward the orc warriors, a dense barrage of spears that, upon passing through the portal, flew with such speed that they shimmered with blue light, resembling falling stars, beautiful yet deadly. Although seasoned officers detected the ominous sounds and shouted warnings, many warriors either dodged with agile movements or braced themselves with their formidable willpower to withstand the spears. However, over 1,000 still failed to react in time, impaled and pinned to the ground in the distance. Kess watched, his heart aching. Ever since the Orc Empire retreated to the ancient plateau, its national strength had significantly diminished. The 10,000 elite warriors have been assembled with the utmost effort from the entire nation, and the resources expended on them each year were nothing short of astronomical. It was no exaggeration to say they were treasures, delicate as if they might melt in the mouth or shatter in hand. These orc warriors lived up to their reputation as the elite of the Orc Empire during their earlier skirmishes with the Fireblade infantry. Several had formed small formations, with level 6 or 7 officers leading the charge, skillfully maneuvering against overwhelming odds. At this point, the casualties were minimal. Yet now, A single wave of long-range attacks from the Fireblade Hunters claimed over 1,000 lives, which was unbearable for Kest. It was worth noting that nearly half of them were from the Tiger Tribe's furious Tiger Warriors, the future hope of the Tiger Tribe. Each generation of Tiger Tribe super-tier experts had several who emerged from the Royal Guard. The battle raged on, as the long-range attacks from the Fireblade Hunters continued to rain down upon the Orc Warriors from beyond the portal's light curtain, engaging the Fireblade infantry amidst the onslaught of spears. The Orc Warriors found themselves embroiled in a chaotic melee. Although the unexpected spear barrage had cost the Orc Warriors over 1,000 lives, they remained undeterred. However, being the elite of the Orc Empire, the Orc Warriors swiftly adapted to the relentless barrage of long spears being hurled at them, evading with remarkable order while continuing to slay the Fireblade infantry. The front lines of the battle inched ever closer to the portal, plunging the situation into a precarious state. Just as the Fireblade infantry began to falter, a new development occurred at the portal. A more thunderous sound of rending air overshadowed the incessant clamor of the Fireblade Hunters launching their spears. Unbeknownst to them, dozens of Fireblade Crushers had emerged behind the Fireblade infantry, unleashing a barrage of magical stone projectiles. Compared to the Hunter's spears, the projectiles from the Crushers were undeniably more lethal than a mere touch would wound, and contact would lead to death. Once, the formidable powerhouse Donald, the city defender of Norton, who had brazenly breached the Orc Empire, succumbed after enduring over 100 magical projectiles, resulting in the breach of Norton's city gates. What more could be expected from the high-ranking warriors of the Orc Empire? As the magical projectiles rained down, chaos ensued on the battlefield, with bodies and steeds tumbling amidst billowing smoke. Occasionally, unfortunate souls were engulfed by the splashing magical flames, ultimately reduced to ashes amidst their agonizing cries. Witnessing the formidable might of the Fireblade Crusher's magical projectiles, the Royal Guard's elite priestly team summoned their magical beasts, which roared in fury. Under the priest's command, an array of spells surged forth: Ice Spear, Explosive Flame, Rockfall Technique, Windblade Assault, Blizzard, Thunderclap, and more. Various intermediate and advanced spells were unleashed in an instant, expertly intercepting the magical projectiles launched by the Fireblade Crushers. Above the Orc Warriors, a dazzling display of magical elements and projectiles collided, illuminating the sky like a magnificent fireworks display. However, in their bloodlust, neither side had the luxury to appreciate the spectacle, as magical projectiles continued to descend. The Orc Warriors hastened their advance, well aware that the priest's magical beasts could not sustain their magical prowess indefinitely. Human strength has its limits, and the same principle applies to the extraordinary masters engaged in battle. After enduring prolonged combat, the stalemate was finally shattered, and predictably, the first to emerge victorious was the level 9 magical beast, the mighty explosive Bear Carter, who had recently pledged allegiance to Li Ling. Among the Orc Empire, the Oliphant tribe boasted the greatest strength, yet they were not the most powerful. Their scarcity prevented them from forming large-scale legions, and Tim, the sole extraordinary powerhouse, was their only representative. Tim, hailed as the greatest warrior of the Orc Empire, faced his first opponent in life who utterly outmatched him in strength. In the early stages of their confrontation, Tim was driven back time and again, nearly felled in an instant that it was only through the self-rage, mastered by the high-ranking Orc warriors, that he managed to withstand Carter's relentless onslaught. Yet, the effects of rage are not eternal. After a period of intense combat, the effects waned, and the formidable side effects began to manifest. Tim felt his usually agile greatsword grow increasingly burdensome, the effort required to fend off Carter's strikes becoming ever more taxing. Ultimately, he was struck on the head by Carter's spiked club, shattering like a watermelon, his headless corpse plummeting helplessly to the ground. Having vanquished his foe, Carter surveyed his surroundings with an air of arrogance, finally showcasing the prowess of the 5 extraordinary beast families of the Chino Forest. Just as Carter concluded his battle, a blood-curdling scream echoed from a distance. He turned his gaze toward the source of the cry. That a dark chain, resembling a venomous serpent, emerged from the void, its speed astonishingly swift. Even the extraordinary masters could not react in time. Hunter, one of the 4 extraordinary Orc masters besieging Deng Ai and Su Huang, found himself ensnared by the suddenly materializing chain around his neck. He barely had time to emit a cry of despair before he met his demise at that moment. The other end of the chain revealed a figure, Gan Ning, bare-chested and adorned with tattoos, had appeared on the battlefield. Gan Ning had arrived alongside Sima Yi, having come even earlier than the other heroes. Sima Yi, being more inclined toward strategy, lacked strong combat skills. Thus, he dispatched the most stealthy Gan Ning to prevent the Orc Empire from resorting to desperate measures. Concealed nearby, Gan Ning dared not reveal a hint of his presence, aware that among the numerous extraordinary Orc masters, someone might detect him. Only after a considerable time had passed, with the others engrossed in battle, did he strike, achieving a significant feat. "Ah, brother!" The stunned Henry finally reacted to Gan Ning's appearance. But alas, Hunter had already become a cold corpse, unable to respond to Henry's call. Kill. Unable to accept the grim reality, Henry charged at the newly emerged Gan Ning, and chaos ensued once more. The battle shifted from a 4-on-2 to a 3-on-3. The situation underwent a fundamental transformation. Tyson, the extraordinary powerhouse of the Beal tribe, unleashed the Beal tribe's signature move, the Great Slam, with his bear-like paws demonstrating immense power. Unfortunately, his opponent Su Huang wielded the sharp 8 trigrams axe, forged from the finest materials of the fireseed base, far surpassing Tyson's fleshly arms enhanced through secret techniques. Thus, Tyson found himself in peril, and his defeat became merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, Robert, the Mastiff warrior, also eschewed weapons, his sharp claws rivaling steel. However, he found himself equally suppressed by Deng Ai's Plum Blossom Spear and Su Huang's 8 trigrams axe. Trapped in a situation akin to Tyson's, upon witnessing his brother's death at the hands of Gan Ning, Henry of the Rhine tribe immediately entered a state of self-induced rage, charging at Gan Ning with his double-handed greatsword, executing rapid strikes aimed directly at Gan Ning's vital points, an approach that promised mutual destruction. Yet, Gan Ning, adept in stealth, moved like a shadow, evading Henry's assaults with ease, revealing the sole area where the Orc Empire held the upper hand. The battle in the Nile Gorge was nearing its conclusion, with the extraordinary Masters duel above coming to an end first. Despite their formidable presence, even extraordinary Masters could not sustain such high-intensity combat for long. The extraordinary warrior of the Beal tribe, mastering the Beal tribe's martial arts to perfection, encountered the unprecedented high-level divine weapon wielded by Su Huang, which countered his every move, his bear-like paws. Usually formidable, felt as fragile as paper in the face of the hero's specialized armaments, leading to his swift demise. Witnessing Su Huang's victory, Deng Ai followed suit, his Plum Blossom Spear striking with deadly precision. Although the Plum Blossom Spear lacked fame, its quality was on par with Su Huang's weapon. The Mastiff extraordinary warrior Robert, lacking a divine weapon, stood no chance against Deng Ai. This once loyal guardian of the Rhine royal family fell in battle. Following closely was Henry, the remaining strongman of the Rhine tribe. Upon seeing his brother slain by Gan Ning's ambush, he immediately succumbed to self-induced rage. With his greatsword executing rapid strikes, he aimed for Gan Ning's vital areas, adopting a strategy that would lead to both their downfalls. However, Gan Ning, inherently agile, moved like a wisp of shadow, deftly dodging and infuriating Henry further. After a stalemate, the effects of Henry's rage began to fade, and the debilitating side effects took hold. Weak and vulnerable, he fell to Gan Ning's iron chain, which pierced through his chest. In his final moments, he stared wide-eyed at the chain, a glimmer of relief flashing in his eyes. The stars fell, for decades, renowned across the continent. The Rhine tribe's 2 extraordinary warriors, Henry and Hunter, who led the first army of the Orcs, the Royal Guard, to countless victories, had perished one after another. After the battle concluded, Carter, maintaining his dignity, refrained from overwhelming the remaining Orc warriors, choosing to rest on the sidelines. However, Gan Ning, Deng Ai, and Su Huang had no such reservations. Born for Li Ling, they would die for Li Ling. This encapsulated the hero's true sentiments, ingrained with the belief that Li Ling's interests superseded all else. The 3 heroes, unencumbered by any psychological barriers, acted with the same conviction as the extraordinary masters of the Star Moon continent. who often held themselves above all. The trio joined the fray alongside the Shadow Hunter Vulcan. Joseph, a level 9 powerhouse of the Wolf tribe, possessed immense combat prowess. Yet Fokin's elusive tactics and unpredictable sorcery rendered the battle between them intensely balanced. Gan Ning took the initiative to join the fray, wielding his iron chain, which vanished into the void before reappearing before Joseph, aimed directly at his head. Should he land this blow, even a head of iron would shatter. However, as a level 9 powerhouse, Joseph sensed the impending danger. Swiftly dodging Gan Ning's near ambush, he broke into a cold sweat. Seeing Gan Ning strike, Su Huang and Deng Ai were not far behind. Having joined the battle, the 4 great heroes besieged the 9th-level powerhouse of the Wolf clan. Gan Ning and the other 3 were themselves at the pinnacle of level 8, merely a hair's breadth away from level 9, far surpassing the level 8 powerhouses across the continent. Furthermore, Woking, who was evenly matched with Joseph, was also present. Joseph wielded his crescent blade with an impenetrable ferocity, leaving no room for counterattack. A prolonged defense inevitably leads to failure. And it wasn't too long before he was slain by the group. Stop! Observing as Joseph's heart was pierced by Deng Ai's plum blossom spear, Sima Yi spoke softly. His voice, tinged with a hint of resignation, seemed to carry an immense magical power. Though he was not actively participating in the combat, Sima Yi was undeniably a true superclass powerhouse. His voice echoed across the battlefield, and upon hearing it, the Fireblade infantry immediately ceased their fighting, while the orc side instinctively halted as well. Keese, given the circumstances, do we continue this conflict? Sima Yi inquired, gradually ascending into the air, addressing the weary and panting Keese. Alas, Keese sighed. Although he had relentlessly pressured Dianwei moments ago, creating the illusion of a fierce engagement, he was acutely aware of his own shortcomings. Throughout the encounter, he had not even managed to graze Dianwei, carefully controlling his own strength to avoid any real confrontation. Despite appearing to hold the upper hand, he had failed to compel his opponent to reveal his true capabilities. It felt as if he was merely entertaining himself. Indeed, using the term play was not far from the truth. Dianwei had gained considerable notoriety during the Battle of the Beast God Temple, where he withstood the assault of a 10th-level powerhouse, becoming a legend throughout the continent. Although Keese was the patriarch of the Cambry family and controlled the resources of the Tej clan, he was merely an ordinary level 8 powerhouse now, incapable of achieving victory against Deng Ai, Su Huang, and others, let alone Dianwei. Up to this point, Dianwei had not even broken a sweat. As for other areas, Keese had already witnessed the combat prowess of several heroes. When they arrived, there were 10 superclass powerhouses. Now, only the Tej clan's superclass powerhouses remained alive, while the others had long since fallen. After a fierce battle, the opposing superclass powerhouses had consumed 2 vials of potions, instantly restoring all their energy, brimming with vitality. Even the surviving Tej powerhouses were not in a favorable position. The 9th-level powerhouse, Lays, faced off against Lu Bu, who was slightly stronger than Dianwei, and had long since been reduced to a defensive stance. Unable to retaliate, Lu Bu showed no urgency to attack, resulting in a stalemate. Moreover, the 2 8th-level Tej powerhouses contending with Grom were even worse off, lacking the strength to defend themselves, having been relentlessly toyed with by Grom's single-edged sword. Having barely halted, they had already collapsed to the ground, devoid of the strength to even stand. Although the battle below was advantageous for the orc side, with the orc warriors driving the Fireblade infantry into retreat. Suffering heavy losses, there was still no sign of movement from the portal, with endless Fireblade infantry continuously joining the fray. Furthermore, despite there remaining 4 superclass powerhouses, a mere command from the opposing side could lead to their demise in an instant. Once they lost the restraining power of the superclass, the enemy's strong warriors would easily massacre the orc infantry, a task far too simple. For the first time, Keese felt utterly powerless. The once ambitious leader, who had brought countless elite troops to suppress a mere foreign tribe, now found himself relying on a daughter he had previously undervalued for survival. Alas, he sighed once more, contemplating the dire circumstances. Whether the Orc Empire would endure after this battle remained a significant question. Keese, I always knew you were a traitor. A piercing cry suddenly echoed from below. Kelly stood atop the command platform. Her face twisted with resentment as she accused him, completely devoid of the demeanor befitting a crown prince of a great nation, fixating her hateful gaze upon Keese. This is all your scheme. You orchestrated this to deliver a token of allegiance to your precious son-in-law. Your Highness, Keese attempted to respond, but Kelly harshly interrupted him. Don't feign innocence from the moment you sought my father's favor. You plotted the downfall of the entire royal guard while acting in collusion with the enemy. At that moment, Kelly appeared somewhat hysterical, having lost her composure. Alas, Keese sighed, lowering his head in silence. Not because he was struck by Kelly's words, but rather because she had completely lost her reason. Although Kelly was highly regarded within the Orc Empire, admired by both nobles and commoners alike, who believed she would become a beast emperor on par with Vayne, she had always held herself to a high standard, exuding grace befitting a future monarch. Despite lacking any real trials, she appeared somewhat immature. However, the entire Orc Empire had taken this lightly, assuming that with time, she would naturally mature. Having sailed smoothly through life without any sibling rivalry for the throne, even the collateral royal family had been firmly suppressed by Vayne, leaving no opportunity for them to rise. Kelly had essentially experienced no setbacks. Little did she expect that the arrival of Li Ling would deliver a cruel blow. Amidst the important envoys from the continent, her betrothed was snatched away in plain view, with the vast Orc Empire utterly powerless to intervene as they departed in brazen disregard. Some setbacks can be beneficial, yet when the blow is too severe, it transforms into a misfortune. Clearly, this blow weighed heavily on Kelly. With the encouragement of those with ulterior motives, Kelly's wedding became a joke across the continent, a disgrace for the Orc Empire. Moreover, upon realizing that her anticipated ascension to the throne would not be as smooth as she had imagined, Kelly completely lost her former composure, and the flaws of her untested character erupted. With nowhere to vent her immense hatred for Li Ling, Kelly began to irrationally resent Keese, this once revered father-in-law. From the moment Keese prepared to depart for battle, Kelly felt a sense of unease and rushed to the palace to seek Vayne's counsel. As Keese's aide, she had continually undermined him, leading to frequent conflicts. Fortunately, given the dire situation, the Orc army had not erupted into internal strife. Now facing defeat, Kelly understood that not only had she lost her claim to the throne, but the very existence of the Orc Empire could vanish in the blink of an eye. The loss of 10 superclass powerhouses left the Orc Empire with only 2 or 3 skilled warriors remaining. 2 of the 3 legions had been decimated, and the elite forces within the realm had been entirely wiped out. This cascade of setbacks stripped Kelly of her last semblance of reason, leading her to hurl insults on the battlefield before both friend and foe. Keese could comprehend Kelly's current state and thus refrained from responding, which only fueled her brazen arrogance that a torrent of venomous words poured forth, devoid of any trace of the dignity expected of an Orc prince. Enough. Keese, despite his reluctance to confront Kelly due to their past relationship, could not expect others to tolerate her outrageous remarks. Lu Bu let out a cold snort, and with a flick of his hand, a 2-meter-long purple aura blade shot toward Kelly. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, Kelly was pierced by the aura blade, blood gushing from her mouth as she gradually collapsed to the ground. In her final moments, her eyes widened in rage, still fixated on Keese with a face full of resentment. Alas, why must it come to this? Keese sighed more in this day than he had in the entire past year. Yet surrender loomed. He had little else to say. After we surrender, what do you intend to do with us? After reflecting on Kelly's demise, Keese turned to Sima Yi and inquired. As the father of Lady Kylan, you shall, of course, retire to Chang'an to enjoy a life of leisure. Your family will be taken care of by my lord's appointed envoy, who will ensure your reunion. Observing Keese's inclination to surrender, Sima Yi's expression turned amiable, addressing him with respect and formality, as it was clear to all that Kylan held a significant position in Li Ling's heart, making it unwise to offend her. And what of my soldiers? Keese, unable to dismiss Sima Yi's words, quickly followed up with a question regarding the treatment of the surrendering soldiers. Sima Yi furrowed his brow. The Royal Guard was unlike any other legion, as the most elite force of the Orc Empire. Each soldier was fiercely loyal, and all were exceptional warriors. Even if they were dispersed with the right manipulation, they could quickly regroup into a formidable army. Logically, none should be left behind. However, with Keys present, it was not feasible to eradicate them entirely. Very well, those who wish to follow Patriarch Keys may stay. We shall provide accommodations. Those unwilling shall be released on the spot, returning whence they came. After careful consideration, Sima responded. There remained over 60,000 orc warriors, half from the Rhine clan and half from the Tage clan, along with 5,000 green party knife wielders, 10,000 deer crossbowmen, and over 1,000 Moto Lily winged riders, who had suffered collateral damage in the air. Over 30,000 Tage warriors would undoubtedly follow Keys. Even if the remainder returned to the Orc Empire, reconstituting an army would not be a simple task. Moreover, without superclass powerhouses, the Orc Empire had effectively become Li Ling's backyard. Good. Upon hearing Sima Yi's response, Keys nodded in satisfaction that I, Keys Cambry, Grand Marshal of the Orc Empire and Patriarch of the Cambry family, hereby submit my surrender. As Kai Si's expression turned serious, he addressed Sima Yi in the air, drawing forth a ceremonial sword adorned with regalia as a sign of authority, holding it aloft with both hands and presenting it to Sun. He represent His Majesty Emperor Li Ling of the Han Empire. And I accept the general surrender. Sima Yi, with a feather fan in hand, gracefully received the sword in return. Let us depart. Having witnessed Sima Yi accept the sword, Kai Si turned away without a glance and made his way off the battlefield, followed by the 3 Tigray clan supers who had regained some strength. The remaining royal guards, under the organization of the Fireblade infantry, split into 2 groups and departed, marking the conclusion of the fierce battle. The cradle of humanity's warriors, the glorious sanctuary of the Baluk Empire, is situated in the heart of the imperial capital, serving as the office for the domestic senate, akin to the palaces of other empires. Unlike other empires, Baluk does not possess a royal family. Instead, power resides within the senate, where all matters are deliberated and decided. The senate consists of elders and heads of state, with the latter holding a superior position. The number of elders and heads of state is not fixed each term. Those who attain level 8 automatically ascend to the Senate as elders, while those who reach level 9 are referred to as heads of state. At this moment, within the resplendent sanctuary, 18 individuals clad in white robes and 4 adorned in silver robes gathered around a round table, each exuding a formidable presence. Should anyone have been present, they would undoubtedly be astonished to witness all 18 elders and the 4 heads of state convened together, a rare occurrence indeed. Ahem, I have summoned you all today to discuss the matter concerning the Fireblade clan that emerged from the Chino forest. As the assembly settled, one elder, around the age of 40, cleared his throat and spoke. This elder, known as the Raging Tidesword Saint, was one of the Baluk Empire's prodigies, having reached level 8 at a mere 40 years of age. Isn't that merely an ancient fallen clan? They must have faced defeat during the War of the 100 Clans long ago. Now, even if they have re-emerged, what merit is there in paying them heed? Before the Raging Tidesword Saint could elaborate further, a brash voice interrupted him. The speaker was a youth with fiery red hair, appearing even younger than Raging Tide. Those present were all at least level 8 supers, showcasing the youth's remarkable talent. He was none other than the Blazing Flame Sword Saint, a genius of the Baluk Empire, renowned alongside Raging Tide. His fiery combat aura was unmatched, yet he was perpetually restrained by Raging Tide's combat energy. And as both were members of the younger generation, their rivalry naturally brewed contempt. Blazing Flame, never underestimate anyone. Otherwise, you shall inevitably suffer the consequences. After being rudely interrupted, the Raging Tide Sword Saint remained calm, responding gently. Humph, such a small clan could only muster 1 or 2 supers at most. I alone could annihilate them. The Blazing Flame Sword Saint dismissed the remark with a scoff. You, even with the Raging Tide Sword Saint's commendable demeanor. He felt his temper rising, just as he was about to speak. Enough, you 2 youngsters quarrel incessantly. How tiresome. At that moment, one of the 4 heads of state, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly interjected to quell their exchange. Blazing Flame, I recognize your extraordinary talent, yet your temperament requires tempering. Otherwise, achieving level 9 in this lifetime will remain a distant dream. The speaker was the Hurricane Head. Over a century old, with a mane of silver hair that could not conceal his formidable aura, he seemed to embody a fierce wind that swept through the room, causing discomfort to those who dared to gaze upon him. Yes, Elder Wind, though he held disdain for the raging Tide Sword Saint. Upon hearing the Hurricane Head speak, Blazing Flame replied respectfully, albeit with a face full of reluctance. "Sigh, my child." Observing Blazing Flame's demeanor, Elder Wind refrained from being overly harsh and handed him a sheet of paper filled with text. As a head of the Baluk Empire who had safeguarded the realm for nearly a century, most of the elders present had grown under the guidance of Elder Wind and the other three. Blazing Flame and Raging Tide, as rare prodigies of combat energy, had been raised under the watchful eyes of the four heads, yet their incompatible personalities had led to petty disputes in the past. As there had been no direct confrontations, Elder Wind had turned a blind eye until their recent near altercation compelled him to intervene as a thin piece of paper danced across the round table. Carried by a gentle breeze, as the wind subsided, the paper settled directly in front of the Blazing Flame Sword Saint. This mere act showcased Elder Wind's mastery over wind-based combat energy. This is impossible. Upon reading the document before him, the Blazing Flame Sword Saint exclaimed loudly, his expression one of disbelief. "This is the latest intelligence from the Intelligence Department. 3 days ago, the main force of the Orc Empire's Royal Guards was annihilated in the Nile Gorge, including 10 of the Orc Empire superiors. Aside from the Tigray clan's leader, Kai Si, and 4 other Tigray supers who surrendered, the rest perished. The Royal Guards suffered catastrophic losses." Elder Wind, taking the reins from Raging Tide, slowly elaborated while distributing sheets of paper to the 18 elders present. Hiss, as Elder Wind's words echoed. A collective gasp reverberated through the sanctuary. Though the orcs had suffered defeat at the hands of humanity during the War of the 100 Clans and had nearly faced extinction, they had retreated to the ancient highlands for 8 centuries. Although their strength could not rival the 2 great empires of humanity in terms of magic and combat energy, they remained a formidable force, especially their 3 major legions, with the Royal Guards being a headache even for the elite troops of the Baluk Empire. Yet now, they had been vanquished by an ancient fallen clan emerging from the Chino forest. An ancient fallen clan sounds appealing. In reality, they are merely remnants of the failed clans from the War of the 100 Clans. Today, only a handful remain, their fate obscured by the sands of time. Most have faded into the annals of history. Thus, when Raging Tide referred to them as a dilapidated household, it was not entirely unfounded. Yet this newly emerged ancient clan had managed to defeat the elite troops of a major empire. In other words, they had attained strength comparable to that of the Baluk Empire. Simultaneously, as the Orc Empire's 2nd Legion, the Whip of the God of War pursued a small contingent of Fireblade cavalry in the An province. They fell into an ambush, resulting in the demise of 2 Legion commanders and heavy losses among the 50,000 elite wolf cavalry, leaving the remainder terrified and unable to return to the battlefield. Boom! Elder Wind's revelations reignited the atmosphere, for while the Whip of the God of War may not possess the overall strength of the Royal Guards, their prowess in field combat was unparalleled across the continent. The Baluk Empire had little confidence in their ability to withstand the charge of the wolf cavalry in an open field. Yet, this legion had vanished alongside the Royal Guards, and with the previous annihilation of the arm of the God of War, the Orc Empire's 3 major legions had suffered devastating losses. It was likely they could no longer muster any formidable fighting force. As the elders of the Baluk Empire Senate were struck with astonishment at the Fireblade clan's displayed power. A similar scene unfolded not far from the Empire in the Ifiso Commercial Alliance. The Ifiso Commercial Alliance, established on commerce, comprises numerous guilds and boasts the strongest economic power on the continent. However, its military strength is exceedingly weak, even inferior to that of the 8-Nation Alliance. Fortunately, the mutual constraints among the various nations have allowed the Ifiso Commercial Alliance to survive and scathe thus FAR.AT this moment. The leaders of the 10 major guilds convened within a resplendent hall adorned in gold and jade. 10 tables were arranged along either side, each bearing intelligence regarding the Fireblade clan. The hall was eerily silent, as the attendees were captivated by the astounding power of the Fireblade clan, pondering their own interests intertwined with the situation. Despite the Orc Empire's barren lands, its unique products, including various beast skins and magic beast cores, were rare commodities in the human world, a substantial portion of the pie that could benefit all present. Thus, each attendee had some stake in the Orc Empire, compelling them to deliberate carefully in light of the impending turmoil that threatened the realm. I trust everyone has perused the intelligence. A congenial voice resonated throughout the hall, drawing the attendees' attention toward the speaker. Reynard Keto, the presiding chairman of the Ifiso Commercial Alliance and the head of the continent's leading guild, the Purple Thorn Guild, stood before them and the Ifiso Commercial Alliance. There was also no emperor. Instead, the 10 most powerful guilds were selected to represent the interests of the multitude, forming a council to oversee domestic affairs. The head of the leading guild served as the executive chairman of the council, a hereditary position maintained until another guild surpassed its standing. While the arrangement may seem absurd, it effectively ensured that each successive leader of the alliance was exceptionally astute. After all, a foolish individual could not guarantee the strength of the first guild, which was why the Ifiso Commercial Alliance thrived in the interstices of PowerPoint. One of the reasons for its unwavering resilience, despite its apparent weakness, lies in the figure of Reynard, who is now over 50. Having taken the helm of the family-run Purple Thorn Merchant Association at the age of 30, he has steered the organization for 2 decades. With his plump physique and a perpetually cheerful demeanor, he greets everyone with a smile. However, once faced with adversaries, his temperament shifts swiftly, and he has left countless business rivals in ruins, their fortunes decimated by his machinations. Within the confines of the Ifiso Commercial League, he holds a position of considerable esteem. It is surprising that a mere ancient lineage possesses such formidable strength. It appears I have underestimated him. Responding to Reynard's remarks was Ethan Oakham, the president of the continent's second-largest merchant association, who is also in his 50s, a lean man with shrewd eyes that glimmer with cunning. He resembles a venomous serpent, instilling a sense of wariness as the second-in-command of the Ifiso Commercial League. He has been vying for Donald's position for over 2 decades, resulting in a stalemate that speaks volumes of Ethan's personal capabilities. Now, with ample gift prepared for a diplomatic mission, it should not be too late. One of the merchant leaders remarked, "Indeed, I share this sentiment. However, regarding the gifts." Upon hearing someone voice their true thoughts, Reynard nodded in satisfaction and began to discuss the matter of presents. My family shall contribute 1 kilogram of magical mercury. My family shall offer 27th level magic cores. We shall provide. As a nation with limited military prowess, diplomacy is a crucial means of maintaining stability, and one truly comprehends the immense wealth held by the 10 major merchant associations, which represent the interests of countless domestic enterprises while also controlling a significant share of national resources. After years of accumulation, it would be an understatement to say that these associations are as wealthy as nations. The gifts, trivial in nature, are inconsequential to those present. Thus, whenever issues arise, they are often resolved through the act of presenting gifts to the rulers of various nations, fostering goodwill and prosperity. The affluent merchants have no ulterior motives. They merely wish to enjoy their wealth in peace. Very well. The Purple Thorn Association will contribute 1 supergrade magic core, Reynard concluded as the others eagerly pledged their offerings. The president is truly generous. Long live the president. Upvote from above. The meeting concluded amidst a chorus of praise, in stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of the Ifiso Commercial League. The Assembly of the 8-Nation Alliance appeared rather somber. After a 3-month hiatus, the central meeting reconvened. Where have our envoys arrived? Observing the dull atmosphere, King Blair of the Kingdom of Light, once again serving as the moderator, initiated the discussion. Who could have predicted that the Fireblade clan would annihilate the arm of the war god and subsequently disrupt the Orcs' grand wedding, delivering a resounding slap to the Orc Empire in front of the entire continent? The Orc Empire will undoubtedly seek retribution. To avoid offending them, our envoy has remained at the border awaiting updates for 3 months. Departing only yesterday for the Chino Forest, spoke the king of the Fertile Lands, Cameron. The Fertile Lands, a major producer among the 8 nations, is characterized by its abundant arable land and its populace, including the king himself. is known for their gentle disposition, often serving as mediators within the alliance. Previously, there had been minor disputes regarding troop deployments at the Chino Forest border between the two parties, but with Li Ling's recent victory, the conversation has inevitably returned to old topics, creating an awkward atmosphere. This prompted King Cameron to speak up and alleviate the tension. Alas, who could have imagined that an ancient lineage would possess such profound strength? The War of the 100 Clans was indeed a spectacular clash, compelling even such a race to retreat, lamented the king of the Kingdom of Light, that in my opinion, in a few days, it will be their national founding day. We might as well prepare substantial gifts to congratulate them, while also probing their strength for future preparations, suggested the king of the Iron Nation, effectively diffusing the awkwardness. Good idea. I second that. The attendees unanimously agreed. Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded among the various factions along the main road. Upon receiving news of Li Ling's victory over the Orc Empire, many hastily dispatched envoys to curry favor with him, resulting in a flurry of diplomatic missions. The Red Earth Nation's Earl Gru, a territory under the Gru family, is situated at the northernmost tip of the Red Earth Nation within the Eight-Nation Alliance. Adjacent to the Chino Forest in this land, noble interests are considered sacred and inviolable. Even the Emperor of the Red Earth Nation cannot arbitrarily seize the territory of a baron, no matter how lowly. Baron, Count, Marquis, Duke, and the lowest rank of Lord. These are the common titles along the main road, with their significance varying according to the strength of the respective nation. For instance, if a count from the Beirut Empire or the Ireland Empire were to visit the Red Earth Nation, then at the very least a duke would be required to receive him. Lest it be deemed disrespectful that as for dukes or marquises, a personal audience with the king would be necessary. The principle of a weak nation has no diplomacy applies universally. Although the northern 8 nations are allied, they are merely scraping by amidst internal conflicts, all under external pressures. While they may present a united front against outside threats, it does not grant them the liberty to provoke the authority of the two major central nations. The Gru family has endured for nearly a century, but has now fallen into decline, with their territory reduced to a small town adjacent to the Chino Forest and a few hundred acres of farmland outside it. The town houses merely over 500 households, a population and landholdings that are hardly distinguishable from those of an average barony. Currently, the head of the Gru family is Wang Tang, a mere 25 years old. The declining viscountcy under his stewardship has not experienced a miraculous resurgence, as depicted in novels. Instead, under Wayne's extravagant indulgence, he has been ruthlessly exploiting the last remnants of the populace, the residents of the town. Named Red Leaf Town after the Gru family's ancestors, dare not voice their grievances, living in fear of retaliation as commoners. Even a slight offense against a lowly honorary lord would subject them to a continent-wide manhunt, leaving them with nowhere to seek refuge. This is an effective measure employed by the nobility to maintain their superior status. There have been no incidents of commoners attacking nobles for centuries along the main road. Today, Viscount Waynes feels utterly unfortunate. Rising late in the morning, with the sun already high, he, attended by his maid, dressed and groomed himself before heading to the town's only tavern for entertainment, accompanied by 4 family warriors. Although referred to as warriors, they are merely servants with a modicum of martial skill and recognized as warriors across the continent, all possessing strength above level 5. These servants are primarily used to intimidate the townsfolk and exert pressure on the commoners. As he strolled along, observing the townsfolk dodging him, Waynes felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. As a noble, he believed he should stand above these lowly peasants. With this thought, he scoffed and quickened his pace, reluctant to walk alongside the commoners on the same street. Before long, the group of 5 arrived at the tavern, pushing open the door to a cacophony of noise, mingled with the stench of sweat and the cheap perfume of the serving maids. Waynes, already accustomed to this atmosphere, approached the bar with practiced ease. He got a cup of 1,000-leaf herb brew. He ordered, addressing a young waitress with a pure demeanor, his tone flirtatious and laced with a lewd smile. 8 copper coins, please, the young woman, around 16 or 17, replied, lowering her head as she served the drink. Hey, Lena, don't be in such a hurry to leave, Wayne said, seizing her delicate wrist with a lewd grin. He then produced a coin pouch from his bosom, tossing it onto the table with a clink that revealed several golden coins. "Please let go of my hand. I still have work to do." Lena, a resident of the town, had long seen through the Viscount's facade. Countless young women had fallen victim to his deceit, only to be cast out of the Viscount's mansion after being toyed with. "Just come with me, and this bag of gold will be yours. You'll become the esteemed Viscountess. Why bother mingling with these peasants?" Wayne's enticed her. The patrons in the tavern glared at Wayne's with anger. Yet none dared to confront this feeble noble, for disrespecting a noble is a grave offense. "What? Do you lowly peasants wish to rebel?" Seeing the hostility directed at him, Wayne's responded with even greater arrogance. "It is only half a day's journey to Norway City. Do you wish to be hunted down by the entire continent?" Smack! A wine cup shattered against Wayne's head. It was early winter, and most of the tavern's drinks were served heated. The scalding liquid drenched Wayne's, causing him to leap about like a drenched rat, shards of glass cutting into his face. "Who did that?" he bellowed, infuriated. "Who dares to mess with me? You must have a death wish." Seeing their master attacked, the four servants quickly stepped forward, posturing threateningly. "Humph! Silence!" In the corner of the tavern, a voice resounded, causing the patrons to hastily retreat, fearful of becoming collateral damage, thereby revealing a young man seated in shadows. "How dare you attack a noble?" Wayne exclaimed, wiping the alcohol from his face with his sleeve, glaring at the youth in the corner. However, mid-sentence, his eyes widened in shock, leaving him momentarily speechless. The young human in the corner, barely 20, bore no particularly striking features, yet was flanked by two exquisite women. One, dressed in white and of a matching age to the youth, resembled a pristine lotus, emerging unsullied from the mud and untainted by the cleansing waters. Her delicate visage also creased in concern. The other, clad in red, exuded a captivating allure that ignited primal desires at first glance. She regarded Wayne with a playful smirk, her eyes glimmering with a hint of pity. Both women were breathtakingly beautiful, and Wayne, a lecherous noble, could hardly restrain his salivating gaze. "Leave those two maidens behind, and you may depart," Wayne declared grandiosely, wiping the drool from his lips. A fallen Viscount, he had never encountered such stunning beauty. The previous Lena, though somewhat attractive, had been pursued by Wayne for many days that, in his estimation, the grave accusation of assaulting a noble could easily be absolved by relinquishing the two women, and he envisioned the young man across from him expressing gratitude and departing with the maidens. Perhaps even extolling the Viscount's magnanimity. "Silence! Dienway! Restrain yourself!" To Wayne's surprise, the human youth showed no signs of acquiescence and instead retorted angrily. Smack! A sharp sound echoed as Wayne, caught off guard, felt his body lift and crash violently against the tavern's bar, only to be struck by the sudden wave of pain that followed. They've started fighting! Run! The tavern's patrons, initially entertained, panicked and fled, fearing they might be implicated as accomplices in the assault on a noble. In an instant, the tavern was vacated, leaving only the conflicting parties and a bewildered Lena, who timidly approached the human youth. "What is it? Do you need something?" Li Ling looked up at the frightened girl before him. Indeed, the youth in the tavern was none other than Li Ling, the one who had recently triumphed over the Orc Empire, accompanied by the two enchanting women, Kylan and T. That moment, Li Ling was unaware that he had become the center of attention across the continent. Upon returning to the base in the Kino Forest, he noticed that the fire seed icons of the four major bases in his mind had undergone a transformation. Above the icon, representing the orc laborers, the words activated were inscribed in bold letters, while the previously dim icons of the other three had now been illuminated. Ding! Conditions met. Renowned across the planet. Please expedite the manifestation of the second base. Echoed the voice of the fire seed in his mind. What are the conditions for opening the next base? Li Ling inquired eagerly. Ding! Data scanning. Insufficient data. Please explore independently, the voice responded, leaving Li Ling feeling disheartened. Well, one is better than none, he consoled himself. The base was the foundation of Li Ling's strength, and reaching its pinnacle, each developed base would rival the peak of the Dream Dynasty. Each addition would double his power. Although Lena was not particularly beautiful, merely possessing a delicate charm, Li Ling had transformed immensely in the 3 months since arriving in this other world. now commanding an army of millions and with several superclass warriors at his disposal. He had defeated the 5 major superclass beast families of the Kino Forest and the Orc Empire, which had stood unyielding for a millennium. Unbeknownst to him, Li Ling had become a formidable overlord in the Star Moon continent, surrounded by 2 beautiful companions, rendering any wealthy heirs of Earth utterly insignificant by comparison, had it not been for the remnants of advanced civilizations still present on the Star Moon continent. He might have succumbed entirely to the allure of a life of leisure. Are you listening to me? What? Li Ling shook his head, snapping out of his reverie to address Lena. You all should leave quickly. Lena urged, her face flushed with trepidation. Assaulting a noble is a grave offense. No worries. Mere ants in my path, Li Ling replied dismissively, regarding the timid girl with disdain for Wang Tang. This juncture, the Orc Empire was devoid of any fighting spirit. Having absorbed the spoils of victory from the Kino Forest, with abundant resources at his disposal, Li Ling's strength was on the verge of a new surge, ready to incorporate the Orc Empire into the soon-to-be-established Great Han Empire with little effort. Moreover, with the 5 superclass beast families of the Kino Forest either vanquished or subdued, the forest itself had transformed into a natural resource haven for Li Ling. Countless magical beasts would be nurtured there, providing him with a continuous supply of magical energy. With the strength of the fire labors, it would take merely half a month to carve out a path suitable for his army through the Kino Forest. When that time came, the greatest concern would be the 8-nation alliance, which, having lost access to the Kino Forest's natural defenses, would be too preoccupied with their own survival to seek trouble with Li Ling over a mere fallen viscount from the countryside. However, mindful of his purpose, Li Ling was determined to keep his movements discreet. He observed the fallen Wayne sprawled on the ground and the 4 trembling servants, who were thoroughly terrified. Ouch! Wayne cried, clutching his swollen face. Pointing at Li Ling, you lowly peasant dare to openly assault a noble. What are you 4 doing? Seize him! Kill him! He scolded the 4 servants who stood in a line, wary of Dian Wei. The 4 servants exchanged fearful glances, each reflecting the terror in the other's eyes, yet none dared to advance. They had witnessed Dian Wei's earlier prowess, and though Wayne might have been oblivious, the servants were acutely aware of the disparity in strength. Quickly! Quickly! Before we lose sight of him. They felt a red flash, and their master was sent flying. The servants, hailing from a fallen noble house, did not comprehend the true extent of their opponent's power. Their strongest bodyguard, a 5th-level warrior, was woefully inadequate in comparison. These servants possessed little strength of their own. They had merely sought to enjoy the trappings of their master's title. When the time came for a serious confrontation, they would flee faster than anyone else. Little did they know that Dian Wei was adhering strictly to Li Ling's orders, controlling his strength to allow the servants a glimpse of the true power on the continent. Otherwise, how could mere 3rd-level servants comprehend how the continent's top-tier warriors fought? It would be a point of pride for Wayne to survive an attack from a pinnacle-level warrior, which would be a remarkable feat even against an ordinary 8th-level superclass warrior. Let alone this nearly powerless viscount. Get them. If you don't, I'll kill your entire family. Wayne bellowed, furious at his servants' cowardice. Faced with Wayne's threats, the 4 servants wore grim expressions and reluctantly charged forward. Having followed Wayne for years and committed countless misdeeds, they understood his character well. Perhaps if they rushed the formidable warrior, he might spare them due to their unwillingness to fight. Yet if they hesitated, they would undoubtedly face death. Humph, Dian Wei, make him come to his senses. Li Ling commanded, his anger flaring at Wayne's obstinacy. Yes, Dian Wei replied respectfully, transforming into an imperceptible red flash as he charged toward Wayne. Though the back garden of the Viscount's estate had become increasingly dilapidated, even less impressive than some prosperous baronies, the Gru family had once been a powerful noble house. The titles bestowed upon them along the Star Moon Road held immense value, ensuring their descendants would forever be distanced from commoners. A monarch could not kill a noble without just cause. Thus, those who were granted titles were invariably exceptional individuals of their time. This referred to the first generation of nobles, not the current hereditary nobility. The Gru family had once basked in glory, yet alas, with the decline of their lineage, the estate had dwindled to a mere small town that you've done well with the construction of this Viscount's garden. Gazing upon the garden before him, reminiscent of the exquisite Suzhou gardens. Li Ling jested lightly. After all, his ancestry boasted a lineage of viscounts, and as the stronghold of the Grove family for centuries. The Viscount's estate was managed with great flair, vividly embodying the opulence and prestige of the nobility. Indeed, my lord, if it pleases you, I would gladly vacate the Viscount's residence and take my leave, allowing this place to serve as your esteemed abode. The Viscount's steward, Viscount Weens, quickly interjected, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, his demeanor akin to that of a sycophant. His obsequiousness was palpable, though one could not overlook his disheveled appearance, marred by numerous wounds and a face swollen like that of a pig. Rewind to half an hour prior. Upon receiving Li Ling's command, Dianwei transformed into a streak of light, bypassing the four obsequious servants and lunging directly at Weens. To characterize his approach as a lunge might indeed be an overestimation. Having been the sole heir of the Grove family, Weens had been coddled by the previous patriarch, who cherished him as if he were a fragile treasure. This upbringing fostered his unrefined character and left him with a martial prowess that was nearly non-existent, his physique ravaged by years of indulgence in vice that, in terms of ability, he was even inferior to a laboring farmer. Dealing with such a character proved vexing for Dianwei, who had to temper his strikes to avoid inflicting permanent harm. As the beating ensued, within the confines of the modest tavern, Weens was seen flitting about in a small area, his whimpers barely audible amidst the chaos. Help! At this rate, I might perish. After a brief interval of thrashing, reality dawned upon Weens, and he began to plead for mercy. Enough, Dianwei. Spare him. He may still serve a purpose. Li Ling commanded, observing Weens' initial capitulation. With a resounding smack, Dianwei halted his assault, utterly disregarding Weens as he plummeted from the air, crashing onto a table and splintering it to pieces upon impact. Are you still conscious? Get up and speak. Li Ling, well aware that Dianwei would execute his orders with precision, inflicting pain but refraining from severe injury, glared at Weens, who lay sprawled on the ground, showing no signs of rising. That I'm alive, my lord. What are your orders? Fearful of incurring another beating, Weens sprang to his feet, approaching Li Ling with an air of feigned nonchalance, his injuries scarcely evident. This is not the place for discourse. Let us proceed to your residence. Rolling his eyes at the utter lack of decorum displayed by this despicable character, Li Ling opted for a more pragmatic approach, suggesting they head to the Viscount's estate to discuss matters of importance. Yes. Please, my lord, follow me. Weens exclaimed, as if a grand opportunity had fallen from the heavens, his enthusiasm palpable as he led the way. Although the Viscountcy had fallen into disrepair, the household boasted more than just the 4 servants who accompanied him daily. The estate was home to 100 guards comprised of 2nd and 3rd-tier warriors, led by a formidable 5th-tier knight. Weens' sheltered worldview. The knight, Des, was an invincible figure, capable of shattering stone with ease. Moreover, accompanied by 100 guards, capturing a mysterious intruder would be a mere formality. Surely, 2 stunning beauties would ultimately find themselves in his grasp. My lord, there may be treachery afoot. Having lived for centuries, Eva discerned the unease in Weens' reaction and whispered urgently in Li Ling's ear, her intimate gesture provoking a twinge of jealousy in Chiron, who stood nearby. Fear not. What schemes could a mere fallen Viscount possess? It would be entertaining to observe, Li Ling replied, clearing his throat and distancing himself slightly from Eva. However, noticing her seemingly melancholic gaze, he hastily followed Weens, with Dianwei closely trailing behind. The small town yielded to the Viscount's estate in no time, which stood resplendent compared to the dilapidated homes surrounding it. Weens, now regaining his aristocratic composure, paid no heed to the 2 guards bowing at the entrance as he strode into the estate, leading the group directly to the training grounds. The training area spanned approximately half the size of a football field, flanked by various exercise apparatus and weaponry. That moment, a robust man was conducting drills with the estate's guards, who, excluding necessary sentinels, filled the training grounds. Upon sighting the burly figure, Weens' eyes lit up, and he rushed towards him, calling out, "Uncle Des, help! Someone is trying to kill me." As the head of the guards, Des had never neglected his duties despite the estate's decline and the ineffectiveness of the current lord. The performance of the guards was commendable as they practiced under his watchful eye. Des swiftly approached Weens, positioning himself protectively in front of him as he faced Li Ling and the others. The remaining guards brandished their weapons, encircling the group. It is them. Uncle Des, they assaulted a noble. Seize them, Weens, still trembling from his recent ordeal, urged his guards. Des's expression darkened at Weens' words. A high-ranking swordsman, one of the elite among the strongest armies, was regarded as a low-ranking officer in ordinary regiments. And in the small nation of the Red Earth, such a warrior would be elevated to the status of a mid-ranking officer. Yet despite his prowess, Des remained as the head of the guards in the Viscount's estate, held in high regard by all. Having watched Des grow up, Weens regarded him as a dear uncle, and Des, childless himself, treated Weens as his own. Upon hearing of Weens' near demise, Des was immediately incensed. His anger flared as he turned to glare at Li Ling and his companions, only to be met with a sense of dread that sent cold sweat cascading down his back. Li Ling, confident in his strength, regarded Weens' behavior as a mere jest, amusement dancing in his eyes. With two supreme ninth-tier experts at his side, even a divine being would find no escape from their might. As the supreme authority of the Spark Base, Li Ling's safety was paramount, and under Sima Yi's insistence. He was accompanied by not only two ninth-tier experts, but also a portal that connected to a base brimming with heroes and soldiers, capable of annihilating the trifling nation of the Red Earth. Open the door, released Jian Wei. While Li Ling remained unfazed by the gathering of what he deemed miserable wretches, Jian Wei was far more cautious. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Thus, he understood the gravity of the situation. The moment Des moved, Jian Wei positioned himself protectively in front of Li Ling, unleashing the overwhelming aura of a transcendent being, which bore down particularly on Des. The acknowledged leader among the guards in the realm of martial prowess. An aura holds little weight among equals, yet it becomes a formidable weapon against those of lesser rank. The guards, enveloped in Jian Wei's oppressive presence, felt as though they had stepped into an icy abyss, unable to move the transcendent being. Des stammered, his voice trembling. Having not been born in this land, Des had once lived as a mercenary, navigating a perilous existence. After a harrowing encounter with a high-level magical beast in the Chino forest, his team suffered heavy casualties, leaving him the sole survivor. Exhausted and on the brink of death, he collapsed near the Grove Viscountcy, where he was discovered by villagers and brought to the previous Viscount, who rescued him. From that moment on, Des remained in the Viscount's estate, serving as the captain of the guards, having traveled extensively with mercenary bands. Des was well-versed in the ways of the world, a stark contrast to Weens, who had rarely ventured beyond the estate. Thus, upon feeling the pressure of Jian Wei's aura, Des accurately assessed the situation. With a resounding crash, Weens collapsed, his eyes vacant. Transcendent beings were exceedingly rare, numbering barely over 100 across the continent. In the diminutive nation of the Red Earth, only one kingdom's grand marshal possessed 8th-tier strength. Now faced with the realization that he had offended a figure of such magnitude, Weens was consumed by a singular thought. I have made a grave mistake. My lord, the Viscount is young and foolish. He has offended you. If the adult does not quell his anger, I am willing to offer my life as penance. As the situation has escalated, Des hurriedly pleaded for mercy, not to mention the life-saving grace bestowed upon him by the previous Viscount. Even Weens had been raised by Des from a young age, treated as if he were his own kin. Des could only hope that the powerful figure before him possessed a magnanimous heart. Sparing Weens' life and preventing the Grove family from facing utter extinction for the so-called heinous crime of a lower-ranking individual attacking a noble, which would warrant a continent-wide manhunt by the nobility to defend their positions. Des had long abandoned any illusions. The rules are established by the strong, let alone the noble rank of those accompanied by extraordinary guardians. Even without a title, an extraordinary being joining any nation would at the very least be regarded as a marquis. Sir, I was wrong. Please spare Uncle Des. At this moment, Weens' cries echoed through the hall. Although he displayed a pitiable demeanor, his feelings for Des were profound. Humans are not mere wooden grass, who could be devoid of emotion. Almost half of Wayne's childhood had been spent in Death's company, their bond akin to that of father and son. Especially after the passing of the former Viscount grew, it was Death who had been managing the affairs of the Viscounty. Continue. Weren't you rather arrogant just now? Li Ling observed Wayne's with a bemused expression. Despite Wayne's questionable character, he still possessed familial affection, proving he was not wholly irredeemable. Li Ling, hailing from Earth, held the belief that those who understand filial piety and gratitude cannot be entirely wicked. At this moment, he felt no anger, knowing that he would need Wayne's in the future. It was far better to win him over than to resort to coercive control. Sir, I realize my mistakes. Upon hearing Li Ling's words, Wayne's wails grew louder as he crawled toward Li Ling, only to be halted in his tracks by a fierce glare from Dianwei, leaving him helplessly gazing at Li Ling. Enough. Rise. This is a one-time concession. There shall be no second chance. Li Ling, observing that the intimidation had achieved its purpose, calmly instructed Wayne's to stand and speak. Yes, yes, my lord. I shall obey, relieved by Li Ling's decision to overlook previous transgressions. Wayne sprang to his feet, eagerly ingratiating himself, his obsequious demeanor eliciting a sigh of exasperation from Li Ling. I have come with a matter to attend to, and it seems you have fortuitously found yourself in my path. You shall do, Li Ling stated his purpose with a nonchalant tone, casting a glance at Wayne's. Yes, yes, my lord, please command me. Wayne's, as if having stepped on a tail, immediately began to beat his chest in earnest loyalty. Fearing that a mere displeasure from Li Ling might lead to the slaughter of the Viscount's household. Here Li Ling frowned, glancing at the numerous guards who had just lowered their weapons. It was my oversight. Please follow me, my lord. The Viscount's back garden boasts a splendid environment, perfectly suited for discussions. Realizing that this was not an appropriate place for conversation, Wayne's promptly led Li Ling to the back garden after instructing Des to disperse the guards. While Des had always been responsible for the affairs of the Viscounty, it was more fitting for Wayne's to take the lead at this moment. What transpired next echoed the earlier scene in the Viscount's back garden. Yesterday, it seemed another name had appeared on the fan ranking. Gratitude to the great support of Debay, yet another individual has taken an interest in Dao Dao's writings. Moreover, for the Silent Brothers. Do join Dao Dao's group when time permits. We can chat together, or leave a comment in the review section, and Dao Dao will ensure it receives prominence. Finally, in the Groove family's back garden. I am Li Ling. After all had settled in the small pavilion within the Viscount's back garden, Li Ling's first words sent Wayne's into a state of sheer terror. Why, you are Li Ling? Wayne stammered, almost trembling as he added uneasily, the one from the Chino forest? Although the war in the Orc Empire had concluded less than a week ago, the outcome of this highly publicized conflict was already laid bare on the tables of the leaders of the continent's major factions. Furthermore, as this was not a matter of great secrecy, it had spread like wildfire among the populace. The name Li Ling, following the annihilation of the arm of the war god Legion and the ensuing chaos at the beast goddess temple, had circulated primarily among the high echelons of the continent. However, the recent triumph over the Orc Empire had propelled his name to every stratum of society, particularly after learning that the Orc Empire's final elite legion, the Whip of the War God, had been decimated. Its reputation reached an unparalleled zenith. An enterprising individual had tallied the losses inflicted upon the Orc Empire during this conflict, at the outset of hostilities. The Fireblade clan had seized a province, followed by Zhao Yun leading the Fireblade marauders, sweeping through the provinces of Surs in anger like a swarm of locusts. The primary grain-producing provinces for the Orc Empire's supply lines had been ravaged by Zhang Liao and his elusive aerial cavalry of Fireblade Knights. Of the 12 provinces of the Orc Empire, 6 suffered catastrophic losses, leaving hundreds of thousands displaced. Should the Orc Empire fail to provide disaster relief, surviving the winter would be a daunting challenge. Yet, with the treasury depleted following their recent defeat, where would they find the resources to assist these refugees? The damage done was beyond mere physical injury. It was a catastrophic military loss. The empire stood on the brink of collapse. Following the battle at the Near Gorge, the Orc Empire found itself in a precarious situation. The official narrative declared that the Fireblade clan had invaded the Orc Empire, prompting the valiant royal guard to respond in defense. However, whispers in the populace suggested that the Empire's crown prince had abducted the wife of a prominent leader from the Fireblade clan, inciting a vengeful uprising, after the Beast Emperor Wayne had suffered significant military losses. These rumors had gained traction, fueled by those with ulterior motives. After all, the Orc Empire was not a monolith. The collateral branches of the Rhine royal family were also eyeing the throne with keen interest. Had it not been for Kai's insistence on releasing over 30,000 Rhine warlords during the Near Gorge incident, and the intervention of a divine-level expert from the Rhine clan who eliminated several conspirators during a court assembly, the Orc Empire might have already seen a change in leadership. "What? Are you afraid of me?" Hearing Wayne's trembling voice, laced with unmistakable fear, Li Ling inquired with curiosity. It was not entirely surprising. In the modern world, Li Ling was merely the owner of a small studio. Having read numerous novels about transmigration, self-proclaimed as one of the transmigrators, he had confidently volunteered to manage the affairs of Chang'an City under Sima Yi's enigmatic smile. Eventually, realizing his lack of expertise in both civil and military matters, he had delegated all responsibilities to Sima Yi, effectively becoming a hands-off manager, more often serving as a symbolic figure akin to a standard in battle. Ineffectual in combat, yet capable of stabilizing troop morale in this war against the Orc Empire, the majority of decisions were made by Sima Yi, with Li Ling merely approving the final resolutions. Even the assignment of personnel had been communicated to him in advance by Sima Yi. This day, Li Ling remained uncertain about the extent of the impact he had made. He simply knew they had won a resounding victory. Naturally, he was oblivious to the fact that his reputation had soared to resounding heights outside. Bloodthirsty Demon, Dread Demon King, Lord of Hell. These were the monikers circulating within the Orc Empire, indicating that the thoroughly demonized Li Ling had transcended the bounds of mere notoriety. In comparison, the titles attributed to him among humans were far more tempered. Yet a consensus among the various races held that, at this moment, Li Ling was not a benevolent figure.